The sky was pitch black, bolts of lightning tearing through the night, illuminating the blood-soaked scene on the ground. A heavy rain poured down, mixing with the metallic stench of blood, turning the battlefield into a sodden mass of piled-up monster corpses. Amid that desolation, a girl stood motionless in the cold rain, her small hand gripping a blood-stained knife. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint as she stared at the man kneeling on one knee among the heap of monster bodies. His breathing was ragged, his body riddled with wounds, drops of blood washed away with the rain into the filthy puddles. Tan Fong, you really are remarkable. Her voice rang out, icy as frost. Not far away, a knight in battered armor braced his sword against the ground, his breath feeble. His lifespan was draining away 100 times faster, yet he had still managed to survive the ancient god ruins. His gaze darkened when he saw the precious divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, now in the hands of the one he had trusted most. Why? Why betray me now? I raised you. His voice trembled, a mixture of pain and fury. Facing him, the sister he had protected for years offered only a disdainful smile. Tan Xiaodu bit her lip, clutched the artifact, her expression cold and distant. Me, she smiled thinly. Tan Fong, you were only an adopted son, not even blood-related, how dare you call yourself my brother? From behind her, a familiar figure appeared, a tall man with blonde hair stepped forward, wearing a triumphant smile. Xiaodu, don't say things like that, after all, this so-called brother of yours has been useful. His voice was low but laced with cruel amusement. At the sound of the voice, Tan Xiaodu's eyes brightened for a moment. Brother Song Fei. Song Fei approached, draping an arm possessively over her shoulder, then curled his lip as he looked down at Tan Fong kneeling on the ground. Tan Fong, I truly must thank you. Thanks to you, Xiaodu and I could seize this divine artifact. To drain your lifespan instantly, it took considerable effort to implant the soul-stealing seed in your body. So, do you like this parting gift? Tan Fong felt his life force being siphoned away. Blood welled in his eyes, his whole body trembled from pain and rage. He gritted his teeth and cried out in accusation, Tan Xiaodu, I raised you like a daughter after your parents died, did everything to protect you. I risked my life to pay for your schooling. You were the only family I had left. I was wrong about you. Tan Xiaodu's beautiful face remained icy and unmoved. After our parents died, he always controlled and interfered in my life. When I and Song Fei needed protection, he indeed had some value. But now that the artifact is in our hands, his sole value is gone. Song Fei sneered and lunged with two long swords. Tan Fong, just die peacefully, I'll take good care of Xiaodu for you. Tan Fong screamed, eyes bloodshot with fury, even if I die, I won't forgive the two of you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than steel flashed, a cold blade sliced across. Tan Fong's head came off his shoulders and fell onto the cold ground. Outside, in 2025, the cursed divine game had appeared. Whenever people slept, they were pulled into the merciless world of the game. There, life itself was the only currency. Dying drained your lifespan, but killing monsters increased it. Players could use lifespan to bring in-game powers into the real world. A powerful warrior could tear a tank apart with bare hands, slash an airplane from the sky, even withstand a nuclear blast unscathed. The world changed rapidly, disasters spread. In that world, I protected my sister through countless dangers and hardships. I was fortunate enough to become one of the top 100 powerful fighters in the world. I bled and sacrificed everything to reach the summit, to conquer the ancient god ruins and seize the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. But I was betrayed by the only family I had left. It turned out my whole life was just a pawn used by others. It turned out all my efforts were meaningless. I cannot accept it. If I had a chance to live again, I would live for myself. Under the quiet moonlight, in a small room, Tan Fong was still sound asleep. Suddenly he jolted awake. His body jolted upright by reflex. Breath ragged, cold sweat trickled down his temples. His eyes flew open as he looked around in panic. Where is this? Is this the real world? He trembled and mumbled, a surge of panic rising. Wasn't I dead? He reached with a shaking hand for the phone on the table, the screen clearly displayed, 2025. His gaze shifted to the window. Outside, the city still glittered with lights, the sounds of traffic drifting from distant streets. This really is reality, not a dream or an illusion, right? Could it be that I've come back to life? Returned 9 years earlier, to the day the cursed divine game was born. The moment that thought surfaced, the bedroom door was kicked open as if about to be ripped off its hinges. A familiar figure burst in, eyes blazing with anger. Tan Fong, so you're home after all. Why didn't you pick up my calls? Tan Xiaodu's sharp voice rang out, annoyance writ clear in her eyes. She stood there with arms crossed, swaggering like a thug. Don't you know how important today is? I'm here to support him, Song Fei. And yet you try to pull a disappearing act on me? Tan Fong said nothing, quietly observing her. Memories of his past life rushed back like a flood. On this exact day he and Tan Xiaodu had a major fight, all because of Song Fei. Before the cursed divine game appeared, Song Fei had been a famous underground idol. Tan Xiaodu, like many fervent girls, was one of his devoted fans. But beneath the glitz, Song Fei was despicable, secretly cheating countless female fans out of money and bodies. Knowing his true nature, Tan Fong never allowed his sister to associate with him, yet he was ultimately accused of controlling her life. Tan Xiaodu snorted and continued shouting, do you know? Those damn anti-fans have started infringing on his rights. I have to go support him. Those crazy fans are disgusting, clinging to him like leeches. He's in crisis, and you're here stopping me, keeping my money, blocking my ranking competition. Because of you I've dropped in this month's list. If you don't give me the money, I will. A resounding slap cut her off mid-sentence. Tan Xiaodu staggered and fell to the floor, her face flushed from the blow. She stared at him in shock, tears of resentment welling in her eyes. You dare hit me? Tan Fong looked at her with an unprecedented coldness. His voice was low but carried steely resolve. Tan Xiaodu, I don't have time today, nor the patience to waste on you. But if you cause trouble one more time, I'll smash your mouth. Having said that, he threw a bank card forcefully toward her. The card landed on the floor right in front of her. This is the money our parents left. Over the years, no matter how hard life was, I never touched a single cent. Today I'm giving it all to you, because our parents wouldn't hold it against you anymore. But remember this, from this moment on, Tan Fong has no sister like you. With that, he turned and coldly shut the bedroom door, not once looking back at her. Tan Xiaodu stood frozen, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. She could only sit there, filled with bitterness and hatred. Tan Fong entered the room, his expression complicated. In his previous life, because he protected Tan Xiaodu, he had missed too many opportunities, too many secret realms and vaults he could have claimed but gave up. This time, without that burden, how far could he climb? He looked at the vision supplement in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation, a steely determination filling him. This time, he'll use everything he learned from his past life to surpass everyone. He set the glass down on the table, his eyes flashing with deep hatred. Tan Xiaodu, you can fend for yourself. As for Song Fei, his voice came out icy cold, I'll personally kill you. Sinking into sleep, Tan Fong's soul drifted through boundless space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a vast deep blue gate emitting a mysterious light. Inside was a vast hall filled with countless sculptures, each representing a different profession. He walked in slowly, nostalgia swelling in his chest. I remember the first time I came here I panicked and spent hours completing the profession selection. This time I must be faster. Tan Fong stopped before the knight statue, where in his previous life he had chosen to be a warrior to protect Tan Xiaodu. Although the warrior was not weak, he no longer had to shoulder that responsibility. With no one holding him back, his growth speed would be much faster. He glanced around and then decisively shouted, I've decided, this life I'll choose assassin. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. The divine artifact Eye of Judgment had completed its binding. A gigantic golden eye appeared above him, emitting a blinding light. The system voice continued, the Eye of Judgment has activated the unique attribute Judgment Power. Passive ability, upon entering the cursed divine game, you will automatically receive the highest tier profession and talent. Tan Fong froze, his heart pounding. The Eye of Judgment, it's still there after I reincarnated. So once a divine artifact has claimed an owner, even if removed it's useless, or perhaps it was what allowed me to come back to life. Before he could think further, a thick black smoke suddenly enveloped his body. Congratulations, you have received a hidden profession. The profession transfer is in progress, transfer complete. You have become Shadow. His entire body transformed, his hair turned silvery white, and a jet black cloak wrapped around him. Tan Fong clenched his fists, feeling the dark power flooding his veins. So this is the highest hidden assassin profession. The sensation is completely different from the warrior in my past life. Just after receiving the profession, the power was already this terrifying. He recalled his previous life. Whenever choosing a profession there was only a tiny chance to get a hidden one. Yet now, the judgment power had granted an absolute rate. What exactly is it? The system replied immediately, judgment power is a primal, true, and ancient force in the universe. It can transcend rules and order. Tan Fong widened his eyes. It can transcend rules and order. In his last life, humanity only learned of the existence of order power in the 7th year of the game, when a powerful player escaped the abandoned divine land and entered the land of order. But even after many years, no one could wield that power. Unexpectedly, he possessed it from the very start. As long as I leave the abandoned divine land and reach the land of order, I can activate this power. Alright, this life I have another goal. A new prompt appeared before his eyes, profession selection complete. Please enter your in-game name. Tan Fong smiled softly, if my profession is born from darkness, then call me Shadow. Character name set, Shadow. He was entering the abandoned divine land. Around him the space warped, light dissolved, giving way to a desolate landscape where countless monsters roamed among ruined relics. Welcome to the abandoned divine land. Outside Shell Town is a deadly area. Kill monsters to gain lifespan, but if you die you will lose half of your total lifespan. In this region, Shell Town is a safe zone with no monsters. Players cannot attack each other, and lifespan drain is minimized. Tan Fong covered his face and walked down the street, his sharp gaze sweeping the people around him. He thought quietly, have so many people already been drawn into this game? Voices buzzed everywhere, hey, where is this? What's the profession? What's the code name? I just finished the night shift and went straight to sleep, how did I end up here? Is this an illusion? I played all night and fell asleep, and now I'm here, it hurts. This isn't a dream. It seems we've been pulled into some kind of game. As he walked, Tan Fong calculated. It wouldn't be long before powerful players from around the world showed up and reshaped the order. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he had to move quickly. Time waits for no one. People around him began to notice. What profession is that? Why does he look different from us? I don't know, but look at the dagger in his hand, must be an assassin. I'm an assassin too, so why don't I look that cool? Look, he even has a special effect. Suddenly, a ring of blue light appeared, blocking the crowd in front of him. On the ground, several people were writhing in pain. It hurts, so when you die you return to town. Those monsters are too ferocious, one bite takes away half a health bar. How can we fight that? It's only a level 1 monster. The 3 of us attacking together only reduced a third of its health. Ah, half my lifespan is gone. A girl in the group, apparently the leader, called Lotu, still dazed, what do we do now? Tan Fong inspected her weapon. Normally an archer would use a short bow, but Lotu was holding a longbow. Seems this might be a hidden profession too, he thought. Noticing his gaze, Lotu came over to speak, brother, it looks like you have a hidden profession. Want to team up with us? Outside it's full of strong monsters, one person can't handle it. Our team has been wiped once, so we have experience. Tan Fong replied calmly, no need. He smiled inwardly. Experience of being killed? Ridiculous. Lotu's companions began to taunt, acting like a pro. 5 of us couldn't even beat it, do you really think you can do it alone? Ha! Like we said, it's dangerous out there. You really going solo? Want to die? Don't be like that, she's got a hidden profession, much nobler than us. Besides, an assassin can run even if they can't win. Lotu glanced at his info panel and muttered, Shadow, what a show-off. She signaled to her teammates and lowered her voice to whisper, let's go, follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can gather some intel on these monsters. She gave a vicious smile, yeah, and while we're at it, see how he dies. Tan Fong walked slowly down the foggy road, making everything around him hazy and mysterious. Behind a large tree, Lo Tu and her underlings watched his every move carefully. The abandoned divine land, this place is really strange and dangerous. Lo Tu whispered, eyes fixed on Tan Fong's silhouette. Although we don't know why we were pulled here, with years of online gaming experience I quickly formed a squad. But unexpectedly, the first monster at Newbie Village was strong enough to wipe our team. It simply isn't an enemy a level 1 player can defeat. One of Lo Tu's followers whispered with envy, Sister Lo, his weapon is different from mine. I only have a dagger, but he has a short saber. Not only that, he's much faster than me. The assassin's agility should be the highest, so why do I feel so much slower than him? Lo Tu frowned, suspicion rising. The player named Shadow is clearly not normal, follow him. Maybe we can collect important information about this game. Suddenly, Tan Fong stopped abruptly and turned his head to look straight at them. Lo Tu was startled and pressed herself against the tree, heart pounding. Have we been spotted? She held her breath and waited. But at that moment, darkness began to envelop Tan Fong's body. Blending him into the surroundings, he vanished completely. What the hell? One follower exclaimed in astonishment. He disappeared. Is that an invisibility skill? My god, the starting skill is invisibility? What kind of overpowered profession is this? Another swallowed, eyes full of admiration, so cool, assassins can have stealth skills, but it can't be this strong. Who the hell is he? Lo Tu frowned and silently waved her hand, forget it. Let's go back to town and look for leveling opportunities. It's too dangerous out here, we've already died once and lost half our lifespan. Don't waste time following him. Maybe there are quests or hidden rewards in town that can help us grow stronger faster. Meanwhile, under the drizzle, Tan Fong quietly stepped into the dark forest, a faint smile at his lips. Can't see me. This shadow profession is truly special, he thought. A normal assassin's invisibility at this level is easily detected, but with this special profession he had a mastery of stealth skill that lengthened concealment and upgraded his stealth to a new tier. At the game's early stage, almost no one and no monster could detect his presence. Those people are so naive. There's nothing useful in town to boost strength. It's just a temporary refuge for new players. In the abandoned divine game, the weak become prey to the monsters. To grow stronger there's only one way, hunt and kill them before they kill you. A prompt appeared before his eyes, character information. Character name, Shadow. Profession, Shadow. Level, 1. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0. Strength, 10, plus 3. Constitution, 10, plus 3. Agility, 10, plus 8. Spirit, 10, plus 5. Looking at the attribute panel, Tan Fong gave a cold chuckle. All players start with base stats of 10. Different professions distribute stats differently, but not me. With Shadow, everything is superior from the start. This life no one can stop me. Tan Fong pondered his attributes. In his previous life, his warrior only gained plus 3 to strength and constitution. But this time, with the Shadow profession, he received bonuses to every stat, agility even increased by 8 points. He also had 5 free attribute points to allocate. Most players would put them into strength or spirit to increase physical or magical damage. But that would be a deadly mistake. Tan Fong didn't hesitate and dumped them all into agility. His agility soared to 13. Early on, damage from any monster is enough to crush a player. Only increasing agility lets me dodge attacks and defeat enemies without getting hurt. Suddenly, a clack-clack sound rang out in the darkness. Ahead, a creature was lurking. Its skin was flaming red, its mouth full of sharp teeth, a level 1 normal grade monster. The monster immediately detected Tan Fong, and charged like a whirlwind. Tan Fong stepped back, eyes sharp as he observed. The creature's body bore many wounds. Clearly this was the one that had wiped out that 4-man squad. It absorbs lifespan when it kills players to evolve. I can't let it keep growing. Thinking that, he nimbly dodged its razor claws. At the right moment, Tan Fong activated the skill, Shadow Form. His body was immediately cloaked in darkness, blending with the surroundings. The monster grew confused, scanning about but finding no sign of its prey. From above, Tan Fong dove like a razor blade. The short saber in his hand sliced the air and plunged into the monster's head. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 monster and gained 10 experience points. Tan Fong's eyes widened in surprise. A backstab, even hitting the weak point, it's still overwhelmingly strong. The system immediately displayed a message, backstab, if you attack while out of the enemy's line of sight, your damage is doubled. So that's it, when multiple skills combine, damage is pushed to terrifying levels. The shadow profession is truly overpowered. A pale golden light appeared before him, the lifespan orb. Looking at it, he couldn't help but remember his younger sister. In his last life, the warrior's critical strike did only 40 damage. Killing a single monster took half a day, and he'd even been injured. Back then, he had no hesitation giving all the lifespan orbs to his sister. How foolish. He clenched the lifespan orb and absorbed it into his body. A notification appeared. You have gained 3 tradable days of lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. The 5 others lost at least 20 to 30 years each, but when transferred to the monster it only had 54 years left. But it's fine, the non-tradable lifespan currently does nothing. The important thing is I've grown stronger. Suddenly, a yellow eye appeared above his head. An invisible voice rang out, the power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations, you have received the talent, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution talent, primordial level. When you kill monsters in single-player mode, you have a chance to gain evolution points. Every 24 hours you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you defeat a boss-level fiend in single-player mode, you immediately gain 100% of evolution points. Current evolution points, 5. Tan Fong clenched his hand, feeling the power surging through him. He smiled, this life, I will not repeat the mistakes of my last. He exclaimed excitedly, Infinite Evolution, it can even upgrade skills. In his previous life he had never heard of this. In that world, equipment or skill books dropped by monsters kept their original level and couldn't be changed. But this time he held a power that transcended all rules and order. He narrowed his eyes, determination flashing, alright, let's see, evolve, shadow form and backstab. The system immediately announced, skill, shadow form upgraded from normal to bronze. Stealth duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal you, but the first strike after exiting stealth deals 90% additional damage. Cooldown reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. Skill, backstab upgraded from lower to normal. Passive effect, when attacking from behind, damage increased from 10% to 15%. Tan Fong cracked a cold smile. Stealth time is now 16 seconds. Combined with stealth mastery it can extend to 32 seconds, almost infinite concealment. If I keep upgrading, even a high-level monster could be killed in one blow. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him, look, that scrawny guy just killed a fiend. I told you this game was easy. Tan Fong frowned and turned to look. It was a couple. The burly man laughed loudly, draping his arm over the woman's shoulder with smug pride. Song 2, you're amazing. With your strength you could beat at least 10 more. The man laughed, pounding his chest. Haha, don't worry, you're safe with me here. But at that moment, Tan Fong noticed something moving in the tree canopy above them. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness. The devourer murmured. It was a giant spider, a ferocious bronze-rank creature. It had set its sights on the two naive ones below. The burly man strode toward Tan Fong, laughing heartily. "Hey buddy, you look like you're struggling alone. Want to come with us? I'll have your back." At that moment Tan Fong activated shadow form and his body melted into the darkness. The woman looked around in bewilderment. Sun Tu, where did that guy go? Maybe he's intimidated by your muscles." But before she could finish, something terrifying happened. The giant spider lunged down at terrifying speed. "Oh my god, what is that?" the woman screamed in panic. But it was too late. Blade-sharp legs came down. With a single strike blood sprayed, the two bodies were ripped apart, falling in pieces. The giant spider growled, its red eyes flashing in the dark. Beneath it, a swarm of spiderlings rushed in, eager to tear at the remains of the two unlucky victims. Tan Fong stood at a distance, eyes cold. The novice boss devourer with over 1600 HP was far beyond the combat ability of ordinary level 1 players, and it even commanded a brood of spiderlings. He tightened his grip on the short saber, a corner of his mouth lifting. "But that's good, let's see how strong my newly upgraded power is." With that, he lunged at the creature, launching his opening strike. The sharp saber rose and plunged straight into the devourer's eye. A terrible shriek echoed throughout the forest. He entered shadow form again. "You dealt 338 damage attacking the weak point." That was dangerous. "Luckily I'm agile enough, if I'd been stabbed with over 130 HP like that, I would have died instantly." "You received 9 damage points. But that attack just did over 300 damage. Haha, what a rush. It's gone mad." This fiend is very smart, it won't just stand there and swing wildly. It looked like it was lashing out randomly at its surroundings. The spiderlings, however, were on alert, so you couldn't approach them carelessly. But if I'm not mistaken, the giant monster was standing there, unable to react, when a stone flew, spiraling straight into the devourer's body. "You dealt 299 damage, attacking the weak point." Seeing the system message, Tan Fong grew even more excited. He didn't hesitate, picked up another stone, and continued the plan. His main damage came from attacks combined with shadow form stealth and his enhanced profession skills. So even throwing stones dealt significant damage. Just wait for shadow form's cooldown. Each thrown stone can trigger special effects like opening strike or backstab. You attacked the weak point and dealt 279 damage. Tan Fong quickly reactivated shadow form and vanished into the darkness. Thus he persisted in continuous attacks, using speed and stealth to wear down the monster's vitality. Finally, with a sharp stroke, he finished off the devourer. In Newbie Town, an announcement rang out that stunned all the players. The rankings have been updated. Player Shadow has killed a bronze-rank devourer and become the first to reach level 2. The level leaderboard in Shell Town has been activated. The crowd buzzed. What the hell? I've been killed by low-level monsters twice and someone single-handedly took down a boss. Who is he? He defeated a bronze boss alone. Impossible. Could the system be wrong? Sister Lotu, the name Shadow is the one who just went out there. It's him. But how did he get to level 2 so fast? This is absurd. And he killed a boss. Our whole team couldn't even kill normal monsters, yet he alone killed a bronze boss. Maybe the system announced it wrong. While people were still talking, the two who had been killed by the spider earlier revived, their faces pale. That big spider, was it really killed? But where are the small spiders? Who is this Shadow? Could he be that invisible assassin from before? Back in the forest, Tan Fong stood among the giant monster's corpse, silently absorbing the lifespan spirit orb. As soon as the devourer fell, its spiderlings scattered and fled. I slipped up. I should have killed the spiderlings first to get more experience. A series of messages popped up. You received 46 tradable days of lifespan. You received the skill book, Greedy Hand, at bronze rank. You received the short saber, Corrosion, at bronze rank, attack plus 35, agility plus 4, requirement, level 1. You received 2 infinite evolution points. Tan Fong examined the new skill, eyes lighting with astonishment. Greedy Hand, an ultimate skill of the assassin tree. Using it on fiends gives a 20% chance to gain extra loot. Learning requirement, level 1. Unbelievable, a bronze boss actually dropped an assassin ultimate skill. This skill can greatly improve gear acquisition. Later on, when defeating powerful bosses, an extra 20% chance for bonus loot is extremely valuable. In memories of his previous life, a member of the Grim God Guild became the most sought-after player thanks to this skill. Although not especially powerful, he relied on this skill to secure a stable position and became highly sought after. Whenever he went out he had to be escorted by bodyguards. But wait, although the skill only has a 20% rate, if combined with my infinite evolution talent, wouldn't the probability, even the drop rate, effectively become infinite? One morning at a high school, the campus buzzed as students hurried to class. Pale golden sunlight poured over the courtyard, mixing with lively chatter and laughter. Two girls strode quickly across the campus. Xiaodu frowned slightly when her friend brought up yesterday, "Xiaodu, you still haven't called to apologize to your brother. We skipped class yesterday to secretly support Song Fei, he's definitely going to be mad." Tan Xiaodu scowled, "I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? If it weren't for him we wouldn't have almost missed our entrance time. He's the one who should apologize to me." Her friend sighed, "But he's really good to you, sometimes I'm even jealous you have a brother like that." Xiaodu snorted coldly, "Good my foot. All he does is meddle in my business. Besides, he's not even my biological brother. I have Song Fei, that's enough." Her friend suddenly noticed something and asked worriedly, "Wait, what's with your face? Did you fall?" Suddenly, a commotion came from the front of the classroom. A group of students had gathered, whispering excitedly. Xiaodu and her friend quickly pushed through to see what was happening. Before them, a male student lay slumped over a desk, his body turned transparent like an illusion. "What happened to Zhang Wei? Why did he become like this?" she asked the person beside her in panic. "I don't know either, he said he just wanted to nap, and now he's like this." Online, news of this strange condition spread widely. Experts suggested that once people fall asleep they enter a transparent, illusory state, but the exact cause remained unexplained. "I need to call my parents right away." Her friend hurriedly pulled out her phone. "Xiaodu, you should warn your brother to be careful too." Xiaodu growled irritably, I won't reach out to him first. Someone like him would be better off dead." At the same time, in the game world, Tan Fong focused on the spoils from the battle. "Congratulations, Greedy Hand has evolved successfully. Skill Greedy Hand has upgraded from bronze to golden. This assassin skill gives players a 70% chance to receive additional loot from monster corpses. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Tan Fong held the lifespan spirit orb in his hand and absorbed all the remaining energy. Judging Greedy Hand succeeded. You gained 2 evolution points. You received 46 tradable days of lifespan. He smiled with satisfaction, not a bad streak of luck, 2 more evolution points. Just 3 points and I can raise Greedy Hand to +3. If this keeps up, I'll soon have a 100% additional loot rate. Thinking of that prospect, excitement surged through him. Nations around the world had surely noticed the anomaly. As more people flocked to the game, he needed to rapidly increase his strength. Tan Fong equipped the new weapon, the bronze short saber, corrosion, attack +35, agility +4, requirement, level 1. After preparing, he activated shadow form and silently melted into the darkness. He thought to himself, sooner or later they'll discover that the skills and gear from this game can be applied in the real world. Then this world will drown in a bloody storm. But grinding on minor mobs will be painfully slow. I need to find stronger bosses. Suddenly, a series of terrified screams rang out, "Run! Watch out!" Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, where a giant monster had just appeared. Standing on a high cliff, he silently observed below. A squad was fiercely battling a monster called the Swift Runner, a level 2 fiend of bronze quality. He curled his lips slightly, just when I was sleepy someone brings me a pillow. His gaze paused on a shield-bearing warrior bravely holding back the monster's savage assaults. Wait, is that Wang Mang? Tan Fong narrowed his eyes in surprise. It turned out the rumors about Wang Mang arriving and quickly forming a team of players with stealth professions were true. At that moment, Wang Mang shouted loudly, "Divine Shield." Immediately, a golden shield appeared, absorbing the full force of the monster's violent blows. Wang Mang's hidden profession, Holy Shield Warrior, has base attributes twice that of a normal warrior and possesses an almost invincible skill, truly no simple feat. At the rear, a brown-haired sorceress quickly formed a hand seal, launching a fireball straight at the monster's arm. She was the Primordial Sorceress, a hidden mage profession whose magic damage is double that of a normal mage, equipped with the Primordial Fireball skill. Tan Fong glanced at the other two in the team. An archer was drawing his bow, firing continuously at the monster, the sharp-sighted archer, a hidden profession that doubles an archer's usual power and comes with the rapid arrow volley skill. Beside him stood a cleric, gripping a book and chanting healing spells for allies. That was the rare, divine pilgrim cleric, capable of double the healing of a normal cleric and possessing an immediate group heal skill. However, despite their coordinated efforts, the swift runner still easily dodged most attacks. It suddenly lunged forward, knocking Wang Mang's shield aside and sending him flying. This is bad. This boss is too fast, ranged attacks hardly hit, someone on the team shouted. Wang Mang planted his shield on the ground, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Cleric, heal me." The others continued attacking, trying to wear down its health. From above, Tan Fong simply sneered coldly, "Kiting for damage? How optimistic." He thought to himself, have they forgotten this is the wilds? If the fight drags on, they'll attract more fiends. Just as predicted, in the blink of an eye more monsters began emerging from the dark forest. A level 2 fiend called an infected of common grade appeared in the distance, its body caked in dark brown mud. Its eyes flashed malice as it raised grotesque arms, preparing to launch a ranged attack. A swordsman in the team recognized the danger and immediately charged up to strike the monster. "Careful," a teammate shouted. The blade struck the target but dealt only 33 damage. The sword stalled, as if sucked into the slimy layer of mud on the creature's body. "Damn, its defense is too high." The swordsman panicked, pushing with all his strength but couldn't withdraw his blade. Before he could react, the monster opened its maw and spat a glob of foul mud at him. "Ugh, it stinks." The swordsman braced himself on the ground, his face contorted from the horrible smell. "Oh no. It's a bog toad. They use this move to slow enemies." The nearby sorceress was also hit and immediately slowed. While everyone panicked, the infected stretched long, muddy tentacles toward the sorceress, making her scream in alarm, "Help me." At that moment, Tan Fong used shadow form, moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his blade severed the monster's head. The group in front gasped, mouths agape, "What the hell was that? One strike killed an infected? Someone? Is someone helping us? Even level 1 monsters take us over 10 seconds to kill, and this level 2 was wiped out instantly. What on earth is happening?" Before they could recover, another infected behind the swordsman was also cut down with a single stroke. "That's assassination. Dai Li Zi, did you see who did it?" The girl shook her head, voice trembling, I didn't see anything." Wang Mang kept his composure, eyes flashing with caution, "Let's just hope that person came to help us. Don't get distracted, keep attacking. Only the swift runner remains. Maintain that tempo." Tan Fong stood on a branch, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. A series of notifications appeared. "You killed a level 2 infected, gained 40 experience points. You gained 1 evolution point. You obtained the normal grade skill book Venomous Throwing Darts. You received 8 tradable days of lifespan." Tan Fong's eyes flashed with interest. Venomous Throwing Darts, a damage over time skill with mid and long range, good. Evolve immediately. The system responded at once. Skill the Venomous Throwing Darts has upgraded to silver. Range, 14 m. Adds 120 damage. Poison status lasts 5 seconds, dealing 50% damage each second. Effect does not stack. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, excitement filling his gaze. Below, the battle continued to rage fiercely. The swift runner thrust a tentacle through Wang Mang and hoisted him up high. This is bad. Wang Mang's health isn't recovering fast enough. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and roared, "Everyone, run." At that moment, a jade-green dart shot through like lightning, pinning straight into the monster's eye. Thuck! Blood sprayed. The beast screamed miserably. In an instant, nearly half its HP was drained. It howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Its HP kept dropping by 324 points per second. The system announced, "Your damage share exceeded 90%, loot belongs to you." You killed the bronze, swift runner. Gained 600 experience, reached level 3. Gained 2 evolution points. Gained 55 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, stunned inwardly. I didn't expect the DOT from venomous throwing darts to trigger my passive. Combined with shadow form, I can be invisible and throw darts almost endlessly. In the early and mid stages, no fiend will be a match for me. Wang Mang stood frozen, voice trembling, terrifying. With this damage, is he even human? Like a phantom, Tan Fong flickered in and out, swiftly snatching the lifespan spirit orb right before Wang Mang's eyes. The loot light flashed and then vanished. Wang Mang trembled, clasped his hands and bowed, "Brother. I don't know what master you are, but thank you for saving my life." Tan Fong replied coldly, "No need to thank me. In the wilds, don't trust others so easily." Wang Mang nodded, his face serious, "I understand. Thanks for the reminder, Elder. I won't bother you about loot checks again. I am Wang Mang. If you ever need help, come find me." Another voice cried excitedly, "Elder, I'm Break Bloom, and this is Dai Luzi. Can we befriend you? Don't talk so much, let's go." Tan Fong quietly watched Wang Mang. This man seemed trustworthy. Moreover, he had the backing of the Dai Ha government and abundant resources. What I lack is a steady sales channel, later I can sell him things I don't need. Without hesitation, Tan Fong crushed the lifespan spirit orb and absorbed it. The system notified, "Congratulations, you gained 3 evolution points. You received 55 tradable days of lifespan. You received the bronze sprint armor." He opened the attribute panel, bronze sprint armor. 4, assassin. Physical defense +9. All elemental resistance +5. Cooldown reduction -15%. Requirement, level 2. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction, not a bad haul this trip. I still have many pieces of gear and skill books from other professions. When my inventory is full, I'll return to town and exchange everything for tradable lifespan. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes. My growth rate now is 100 times faster than in my previous life. Song Fei. I'll come for you soon. In the gloomy forest, countless players still fought desperately against the fiends. Darkness blanketed the area, and the wind whistling through the canopy only heightened the tense, deadly atmosphere. It's not good, monsters are swarming, run, panicked shouts rang out across the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a massive shadow emerged from the darkness. The crimson eyes across its body rolled, scanning the trembling little prey. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Run! This, what is that?" The giant creature shifted and attacked. Countless black, barbed rope-like tendrils, as if sentient, lunged straight at the players, piercing through their bodies like sharp blades. Screams of agony rang out before they even realized they were dead. They vanished into the void and were instantly sent back to Shell Town. A group of players sat panting in a street corner, faces pale with fear. Damn, monsters keep spawning in waves, and whenever they run low on HP they flee. How can we possibly kill them? To escape this game, we need to reach at least level 3. How are we supposed to reach level 3? Then gather more people. If 3 aren't enough, form a 6-man party, or even 10. Another sneered sarcastically, I doubt that'll help. I've seen a 10-man group torn apart by those big monsters. More people only attract stronger bosses. Those words plunged everyone into silence. Too many had died in this game. No one knew if there was any chance of returning. Worse, there's a rumor that a 40-man group earlier accidentally angered a high-level boss called the Cursed One. With a single move it wiped out over 30 of them. The surrounding players swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. The thought of being trapped in this game forever filled them with despair. If we can't reach level 3, won't we starve to death in the real world? A trembling voice asked. They had come here after falling asleep, their consciousnesses alone existed in this world. If they couldn't leave the game, their real bodies would die. Lucy ground her teeth in anger. Damn it, what the hell is this game that it's so brutal? Her follower behind her spoke anxiously, Sister Lucy, we've died 3 times already. Our tradable lifespan is now under 10 years. If it really affects the real world, we can't afford any more deaths. She looked up at the leaderboard. The name, Shadow, topped it at level 3. How did he level up so fast? She muttered. A thought struck Lucy, if Shadow knows how to level up, she must find him and ask him to raise their group to level 3. First get out of the game, then figure out the rest. She turned to her followers, voice resolute, broadcast a retreat. Tell Shadow that if he can get us to level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to reality. Her followers panicked. What? 10 million? Lucy smiled coldly, 10 million for our lives, worth every penny. I don't believe he wouldn't be tempted by that sum. Meanwhile, the mud monster howled in pain as a poisoned arrow pierced straight through its head. The colossal body trembled for a few seconds then collapsed motionless into the muddy ground. You killed a level 2 polluter. You gained 20 experience. You gained 1 evolution point. Tan Fong nodded slightly, a sharp light in his eyes. Good, evolution points are enough now. Immediately he activated evolution for the skill, Greedy Hand. Consume 5 evolution points. Evolution successful. Greedy Hand upgraded from Platinum to Jade. Tan Fong felt the change, additional loot rewards plus 160%. Extra rewards have a 20% chance to upgrade 1 tier. His eyes lit up as he read the new skill details. Greedy Hand Jade, Assassin skill, usable on fiend corpses. Chance to receive a part. He clenched his fist, barely containing his excitement. A 20% chance to increase loot grade. If I keep evolving this skill, can I raise the rate to 100%, even 200%? If I reach that, wouldn't I become unbeatable? Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he spotted a massive shadow in the distance. The whole space seemed soaked in a sinister gloom. It was the Cursed One, a bronze-rank boss. Faint motes of light circled it, the souls it had devoured. A glance revealed it had killed at least 40 players. It appeared to be digesting the victims' lifespans to evolve into a silver-rank boss. If not dealt with quickly, its power would become even more terrifying. He glanced quickly at his inventory and frowned. Too bad, the backpack is full. Even if I kill it now I can't pick up any more loot. Thinking that, he quickly opened the map and marked the boss's location. It will take some time for it to evolve. First I should return to town to clear my backpack, then come back to deal with it. With that, Tan Fong immediately activated shadow form. His body gradually dissolved into darkness, leaving no trace. Shell Town was more bustling than ever. Crowds gathered, buzzing about shocking news. Have you heard? Someone's willing to spend 10 million to hire the top-ranked elder, Shadow, to help level up. Really, are rich people already finding ways to escape this game? A blue-haired girl stood nearby, tears streaming down her cheeks. She sobbed, ordinary people like us could never afford that price. Amid the crowd, a figure quietly manifested from the shadows. Tan Fong stepped out, saying nothing as he silently opened his system panel. His fingers moved and he confirmed opening sales for gear and skills. On sale for only 10 minutes. If you want it, hurry up. After setting it up, Tan Fong sat down on the ground. When did this guy appear? He's wearing 2 bronze items, yet wants to sell 2 more. Is this the one who killed the bronze boss? Look at his name, Shadow. He's the top-ranked Shadow. Really, but why can't we see his face clearly? He's got full concealment on. The in-game appearance matches real life exactly, so if he doesn't hide he'll be easily recognized. The air tensed as curious eyes turned to Tan Fong. A girl stepped out from the crowd. She had a seductive figure, every movement radiating confidence and mystery. Her cold eyes stared at his trade board. "How much are you selling that ice pursuit skill for?" she asked softly, probing. Tan Fong glanced at her and immediately recognized her as Grey Rose, rank 11 in Shell Town. He thought briefly, then replied tersely, 100 tradable days of lifespan. 100 days. That's too expensive, can you lower the price a bit? Tan Fong replied coldly, although Ice Pursuit is only normal grade, it's extremely useful for mages. With the current monster kill speed, this price is already cheap. The girl hesitated a moment, then asked, "Can I pay with real-world cash?" "If you have the money, you can buy lifespan from others first and then trade with me. If no one outbids you, I'll reserve the item for you." Grey Rose sighed. She quickly opened the group chat and messaged her teammates. "What do you all think? We can reach level 2 quickly under my leadership. I want to buy this skill. Any objections?" "No, I don't object. Right, with Ice Pursuit our team can reach level 3 faster. Getting out of the game is the priority. Okay, transfer your tradable lifespan to me. Once we're back in reality I'll reimburse you in cash." Within minutes, Grey Rose had gathered the needed 100 days of tradable lifespan. She confirmed the transaction with Tan Fong. "You sold the Ice Pursuit skill book and received 100 days of tradable lifespan. Your tradable lifespan has increased from 268 days to 368 days. Tan Fong looked at the system panel and the corner of his mouth curled up. As predicted, level 2 teams had killed at least 30 to 40 monsters, and their lifespan totals were certainly higher. This was only the beginning. Amid the noisy Shell Town, a figure suddenly rushed over, breathing heavily. "Finally found you, Shadow." Lu Zi stood before Tan Fong, eyes sharp. She tossed her long hair to one side and arrogantly declared, "I'll give you a chance to get me to level 3. When we return to the real world, I'll transfer 10 million in cash immediately." Her words exploded like a bomb through the crowd. Onlookers murmured in astonishment, so the rumor about someone willing to pay 10 million to hire Shadow, it's true. How could this guy randomly make such a big sum? Lu Zi crossed her arms, a confident smirk on her lips. "I'm the chairwoman of Dejiang Food Industries. You can ask around. I have plenty of money. If you help me, I can guarantee your future will be brilliant. Luxury cars, mansions, even women. I can provide anything." Tan Fong frowned. So it was her. In his past life, Lu Zi had been the leader of an underground crime syndicate, buying the lifespans of the weak with money and using them like pawns. She kidnapped people, turning them into slaves for illegal work. Anyone who resisted was eliminated without hesitation, a despicable person. He replied coldly, "I refuse." Lu Zi was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed with anger. "Shadow, do you think you're so powerful? We still don't understand this game, but if you follow me, I guarantee you'll have everything later. Aren't you tempted?" Tan Fong crossed his arms, his gaze icy. "What use is cash? Right now the only thing that matters is tradable lifespan. If you're not buying items, don't obstruct my work." Lu Zi bit her lip, irritation flashing in her eyes. "Are you joking? I offered because I value you. If this were the real world, I'd teach you a lesson." Before she finished, a murderous aura erupted. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, his voice low but imbued with terrifying authority. "Say one more word and I'll send your lifespan straight to the underworld." A sense of death suddenly squeezed Lu Zi's heart. She involuntarily took a step back, her body trembling. The followers with her went pale with fear. "Let's go." She ground her teeth and barked the order, then spun and stormed off, not forgetting to snarl back, "Humph, we'll see about that." Tan Fong paid no mind, focusing on the trade board. "You sold a bronze rank Vi Quang cloak. You received 19 days of tradable lifespan. Total tradable lifespan, 546 days. Those who had just bought equipment from him chatted excitedly. getting gear from Shadow this time will definitely make us stronger. Tan Fong didn't pay attention, he rose silently, his eyes deep and solemn. Business done, it was time to deal with the cursed one. No one in town knew that tradable lifespan was the key to turning in-game skills into reality. No one knew this game would completely reshape the order of the real world. Tan Fong's figure gradually faded. He entered shadow form and vanished completely. The crowd gaped, "Hey, where did he go? So mysterious, he disappeared right before our eyes. What profession is that?" Tan Fong left calmly, thinking to himself, true strength is the root of everything. Under the blood-red sunset, the last rays of light fell across the road strewn with broken cobblestones. Lu Zi's group, after fleeing for their lives from the encounter with Tan Fong, finally halted by the roadside. Breathing heavily, chests heaving, sweat soaking their brows, each sank down, exhausted and spent. Lu Zi gritted her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes. That shadow bastard not only refused my offer but dared to threaten me. Humph, wait until we return to the real world, I will make you pay. Her voice was full of hatred, but deep in her eyes a vague unease glimmered. The atmosphere around the group was suffocating. Suddenly, from a narrow dark alley, a skinny man stepped out, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Under his cloak, his eyes gleamed with slyness. "Hello, Miss Lu Zi, I'm Mao Lituan, call me Old Mao. I'm currently level 2 and I know a few tricks to level up quickly. If you need, I'm willing to help. So is that 10 million promise still valid?" Lu Zi glared at Old Mao with contempt. "Tricks? What tricks, scamming people?" Mao Lituan sneered, eyes full of confidence. "I don't share secrets casually, but for you, Lu Zi, it's different. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, I'll break my rule this once." He stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. "Given the current situation, if you want to level up fast, put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Only then, when sprinting at full speed, will you have a chance to escape the monsters. Understand?" Lu Zi was briefly stunned, astonished and regretful at once. So that's the correct way to play. Damn it, I put all my attribute points into strength. But she quickly regained her composure and curled a cold smile. "Fine, seems you have some skill, Old Mao. However, you're not as strong as Shadow, so your value isn't as high. I'll give you 5 million, do you accept? Get me to level 3 and I'll transfer the money as soon as we're back in the real world." Mao Lituan smirked, satisfaction clear on his face. "No problem. That Shadow guy may be strong, but he seems a bit slow. Turning down 10 million, what an idiot." Lu Zi looked at him coldly, though a knowing smile curved her lips. In the gloomy forest, pale moonlight filtered through dense leaves, illuminating a ground strewn with coarse weeds and rotting dry foliage. The chirring of insects blended with the whistling wind, composing an eerie nocturnal chorus. From a high branch, Tan Fong stood silently observing, his sharp eyes fixed on the monster lurking in the thick grey mist. Before him was the cursed one, a monster that had evolved to white-silver rank. The gloomy mist swirling around its body never ceased, emitting a cold miasma of death. Tan Fong frowned, thinking, as expected it's evolved to white-silver, and it's still evolving. If it evolves from white-silver to golden, it'll take at least 7 or 8 hours, waiting that long is such a hassle. Without hesitation, he pulled out a poison dart. A bluish glow seeped from the toxin into the air, giving off a chilling sense of danger. Tan Fong flicked his wrist and the dart streaked through the air, slicing the wind toward the monster. A sharp sound rang out as the dart embedded in the cursed one. The toxin rapidly corroded it, reducing its HP by 659 points. Is it working? Tan Fong's eyes brightened. He seized the opportunity and immediately used the skill Phantom Breaking Strike. The keen blade slashed, lightning-quick arcs ripping through the night. Each precise cut struck, consecutively subtracting 219 HP from the beast. Every time blood welled from the wounds, it mingled with the grim grey mist. Right after the combo attack, Tan Fong cast shadow form. His figure blurred into the night, vanishing from the monster's sight. A white-silver boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a bronze boss. To kill it, he'd need at least 2 or 3 more poison darts. Tan Fong calculated silently while fully in stealth, hiding in the darkness. The cursed one roared in fury, its piercing screech echoing through the forest. Suddenly it raised a hand, condensed a deep purple orb, and then detonated a massive explosion. A wave of energy radiated outward, shredding everything within several dozen meters. Leaves were burned to charcoal, and rocks and soil were blasted apart. Just as I thought, this cursed one is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are high-damage area attacks. If you get hit even once at current HP and defense, you die instantly. No sooner had the purple smoke from the explosion begun to clear than the cursed one lunged forward at surprising speed, its razor claws extended as it howled in rage. Tan Fong retreated swiftly, moving while timing the cooldown of shadow form. He ground his teeth. I need to stall until the skill's cooldown, first get out of its attack range. The cursed one's rampage continued for a while longer, but its attacks gradually weakened. Taking advantage of the opening, Tan Fong dashed forward like a flash of lightning. The sword in his hand flared brilliantly as he struck the monster's crown with a powerful phantom-breaking strike. The sharp blade drained 600 HP, followed by successive blows that further reduced its HP by 219 points. Each time it was grievously wounded, the cursed one screamed pitifully and thrashed as it tried to flee. Tan Fong smiled coldly, good. Rather than going berserk before dying, it's less troublesome to die obediently. He did not hesitate, channeling power into his blade. A killing strike descended, light flashing in the darkness. The cursed one screamed one last time before its body dissolved into a wisp of gray smoke. The system voice rang crisply, "You have killed the white-silver cursed one. You received 1800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan." Hearing the announcement, Tan Fong burst into loud, excited laughter. Haha, I didn't expect to jump 2 levels this time, and to get 4 evolution points on top of that. He didn't hesitate, opened his skill menu, and upgraded Greedy Hand. Notifications kept appearing. Greedy Hand skill adjudication successful, you received 4 evolution points. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong was astonished. 2 rounds of bonus rewards. He looked at the skill panel, unable to contain his joy. This white-silver boss is really generous, a full 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Silver moonlight washed over his back, a powerful aura radiating from him. He murmured, eyes alight with desire, only absolute power is the root of everything. The system voice suddenly rang out, Greedy Hand's additional effect activated. One of your spoils will be upgraded from white silver to golden. Tan Fong's eyes brightened as he saw an item drop from the cursed one's corpse. A golden rank item. A satisfied smile curved his lips. As expected of Greedy Hand at Jade Rogue rank, a 20% chance to upgrade an extra drop by 1 tier, dropping 7 or 8 items. However, looking at his already packed inventory, Tan Fong frowned. His backpack had no free slots. He couldn't keep killing bosses and running back all the time. It was a real waste of time. He sighed, glancing at the glittering items scattered on the ground, hoping this cursed one would drop a capacity ring or something to increase his storage space. No sooner had he spoken than one of the dropped items suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, lighting up the dark forest. Tan Fong exclaimed in surprise, this is. Cut to a secluded corner of the small town, the air full of excitement as Li Zi's group returned safely from a dangerous hunt. Her face was flushed with joy as she shouted, finally back alive. The 2 members beside her also replied happily. Fortunately old brother Wang Mang led the way, we were able to reach level 3 and return to town safely. This is the result of all our efforts. Li Zi nodded enthusiastically, her voice full of pride. That's right, old brother Wang Mang is truly incredible. She blushed, covering her face shyly. Too bad I didn't get to befriend him, maybe I looked too rustic and was all muddy, so he dismissed me. Hearing that, another member laughed teasingly, maybe if you had been wearing that new outfit, he would have agreed to friend you. As the group burst into laughter, the leaderboard suddenly appeared before everyone. In first place was an imposing name, Shadow, an assassin level 5. Right after, in second place was Wang Mang, a level 3 warrior. A murmur of awe swept the town. The leaderboard just updated, Shadow has reached level 5. Jumped from level 3 to 5 in under 10 minutes, what kind of terrifying boss did he kill? Just 10 minutes ago he was selling gear, how did he level up so fast? A man in the crowd sighed with regret. My sister is only 18 this year and really wants to befriend that guy. If he would help me level up, that'd be great. Someone nearby sneered, he wouldn't even glance at 10 million, how could he care about your sister? Another young man grabbed his head and screamed in despair, damn it, I just hit level 3 and old brother is already level 5, does he even leave any room for the rest of us to live? Wang Mang calmly reassured them, don't overthink it. Each of us will return to reality and inform our families and friends about this divine game. Sooner or later, the world will descend into chaos. At least we must prepare our close ones first. The group nodded in agreement, and one by one they logged out of the game and returned to reality. In a small room lit by a flickering lamp, Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes, the sensation shockingly real. Around him, his teammates were clamoring and shouting, look, Brother Wang is awake, tell the captain right away. A member quickly stepped forward, bombarding him with anxious questions. Brother Wang, are you okay? You scared us half to death. Just now you looked terrifying, your body turned translucent. Don't scare us like that, Brother Wang, yesterday I told you to rest and I'd watch the suspect for you. Wang Mang slowly sat up, eyes full of determination, his voice steady but carrying urgency. Quick, call everyone to assemble. Something big has happened. In the small room, cold fluorescent light fell on a conference table piled with documents, shadows covering the tense faces of the police team. The captain, wearing a stern expression, fixed his sharp gaze on Wang Mang. In a low but commanding voice he said, you reported earlier that when your team was nearly wiped out, a mysterious person appeared and rescued you. That person called himself Shadow, correct? Wang Mang nodded in response, his face showing complex emotion as he recalled that life-and-death moment. Yes, his name was Shadow. When he saved us he was only level 3. But the strange thing is that by the time our team struggled up to level 3, he had leapt to level 5, gaining 2 levels in an extremely short time. The captain frowned, eyes wide with astonishment. He slammed his hand on the table, sending stacks of papers rattling. Jumping 2 levels in such a short time, if he's level 5 now, isn't he near the top of the world? How did he achieve that? Wang Mang thought for a moment and guessed, I think it's likely he defeated an extremely powerful boss. A member sitting nearby, his face showing doubt, squinted and said, but according to your account, Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in real life and thus no one to inform? Wang Mang sighed, a look of sadness in his eyes. I don't know about that, but it's possible he really has no relatives. At this point Vu, a young female member with a delicate face but sharp eyes, scoffed coldly and spoke skeptically, could this Shadow be a time traveler? In novels, time travelers are often orphans without family ties, which makes it easier for them to rise like this. As soon as Vu finished, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to her in stunned disbelief. Am I wrong? The captain glanced at Vu, his look stern with a hint of reproach. I told you to read fewer novels, this is a serious situation, don't joke around. Vu blushed and bowed her head, realizing she had spoken inappropriately given the tension. The captain was pensive for a moment, then turned to Wang Mang with a serious tone, the information you provided about this divine game matches reports from higher up. A recent study discovered a strange phenomenon, some elderly people died soon after falling asleep. And data collected from players who returned to reality confirmed that all those victims had died multiple times in the game. The captain paused, his voice growing heavier. In other words, if the lifespan counter in the divine game resets to 0, that player will actually die in real life. The room suddenly turned icy, each person's face went pale as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. A member could not help but exclaim in a trembling voice, this is supernatural, beyond our understanding. The captain looked at everyone with resolve. That's right, the current situation could very well be an invasion of unknown supernormal forces. Higher authorities have ordered the emergency formation of vanguard teams by local regions to explore the divine game and gather intelligence. We must build a professional military force as soon as possible. This event affects the entire world. Nations are currently pouring resources into investigating this game. If we fall behind, we'll lose our advantage on the international stage. Gather intelligence at all costs. Do you understand? Everyone answered in unison, loud and clear. The captain nodded slightly in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Envu. Envu, I appoint you as leader of Team 1. Envu immediately stood up straight, chest out, and replied with enthusiastic vigor, understood. Wang Mang, you will be deputy leader. Both of you may select members for your teams. Wang Mang responded resolutely, orders received. Based on your description, Shadow seems to have a good temperament, try befriending him. The reason I chose Envu as team leader is that I believe her personality is more suitable for investigating this individual. I want you to uncover Shadow's true identity as soon as possible. Ideally, the government should establish cooperative relations with him and obtain the information he holds. The captain emphasized each word, ending with a resolute tone. The most important mission for all teams right now is to maintain social stability. Understood? Everyone replied in unison, understood. At the same time, in Tan Xiaodu's classroom, afternoon sunlight cast long tree shadows, golden-orange rays slipped through the leaves, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Groups of schoolgirls chatted animatedly, faces bright but tinged with worry. A short-haired girl with anxious eyes spoke in a trembling voice. Trang Vi said people from the same area will appear in the same novice town in the divine game when they sleep. Another girl frowned, panicked, really? I want to go home, I have to take care of my parents. They've never played games, I'm afraid they won't adapt. A friend beside her patted her shoulder comfortingly and said firmly, don't worry too much. We can develop ourselves first and then return to care for our parents. Tan Xiaodu sat alone on a chair, gripping her phone with both hands, her eyes full of anger and resentment. She thought of Tan Fong, her chest tight with indescribable feelings. Something this big happened and he hasn't shown any sign of it. Why hasn't he come to apologize to me? My parents have never even hit me before. She recalled past times when Tan Fong gently coaxed her whenever she was angry, always trying to make her stop sulking. But today he not only didn't apologize, he struck her. Rage surged violently within Tan Xiaodu. I only skipped class to see Tong Fai's concert. Tan Fong deserves to die. If he doesn't apologize to me 1,000 times this time, I'll never forgive him. Luckily I went to see Tong Fai last night, otherwise, once this divine game thing happened, it might be much harder to get a chance like that again. Speaking of which, Tan Xiaodu recalled Tong Fai's concert last night. The stage glittered with lights, Tong Fai stood there with the aura of a god, his warm, deep voice sinking into people's hearts. Xiaodu remembered clearly how her heart raced standing so close to him, her whole body melting into a world for just the two of them. Her eyes shone with infatuation, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she whispered to herself, Tong Fai, I miss you so much. In Tan Xiaodu's bedroom, soft yellow light fell, creating a warm yet slightly melancholy atmosphere. She scrolled her phone and daydreamed, her eyes lighting up as she recalled friends' gossip about the divine game. That's right, if you enter the game when you sleep, then Tong Fai will surely go in too. The thought sparked excitement in Tan Xiaodu. She giggled, eyes shining with determination. As long as I get into the game, I'll definitely find him. Xiaodu sprang up, tossed her phone aside, and quickly changed into her school uniform. While tying up her glossy black hair, she eagerly texted Trang Vi, the so-called expert in class. Trang Vi, expert, do you have any strategy to teach me? On the other side of the screen, Trang Vi was sprawled over his desk, eyes glued to his phone. When he saw Tan Xiaodu's message, he immediately sat up. A crafty, greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. Oh my, even the noble goddess Tan Xiaodu is coming to me for tips. This is a golden opportunity, if I can snag her, heh. He quickly replied with a smug look. You messaged the right person. Let me tell you a secret, when you first enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. If your speed isn't high enough, monsters will beat you to death. Tan Xiaodu hesitated for a moment, fingers tapping on the screen. What if I play a mage? Do I still need to raise agility? Tran Vi sneered and typed confidently, yes, even mages should raise agility. It not only helps you dodge better but also speeds up casting. It's especially important early on. Tan Xiaodu asked suspiciously, but what if I still can't fight well even after raising agility? Tran Vi curled his lips, his tone reassuring though he secretly schemed, don't worry, Xiaodu, once someone in town reaches level 5, the teleport formation will activate. Then you can form teams at will to level up. When the teleport is ready, I'll find you and protect you thoroughly. Tan Xiaodu's eyes lit up and her lips curled with pride. Good, these hangers-on finally serve a purpose. I've found a free bodyguard. An image of Tan Fong with a stern, cold expression flashed through her mind. Rage welled up involuntarily, she bit her lip and gritted her teeth. Humph, Tan Fong, keep playing aloof, I'll enter the game right now. By the time you get in, who knows how many levels I'll have passed you. I won't help you level up then. She flopped onto the bed, eyes blazing with determination. In that moment, a mix of excitement, irritation, and pride made her heart race. Tan Xiaodu closed her eyes, ready to step into the world of the divine game with fierce longing. In the darkness of the gloomy forest, the blackened canopy intertwined like demonic arms blocking the sky. Weak moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dim streaks across Tan Fong. A brilliant golden light suddenly flared in his hand. A line of text appeared in his view, cursed golden ring. Suitable for all classes. All attributes +8, dark element resistance +26%, critical hit multiplier to weak points +0.1x. Equipment requirement, level 4. Tan Fong was astonished and calculated inwardly. 8 points to each attribute equals 32 free attribute points, almost the total attribute points others only get after reaching level 3. Moreover, the dark element resistance would be extremely useful against the undead. The base weak point attack multiplier was already 1.5x, with the ring it rises to 1.6x, not bad at all. No sooner had he finished thinking than a silver light flashed before Tan Fong's eyes. A new skill panel popped up, Shadow Shield / Botcha Silver, an assassin skill that lunges forward up to 15m in a flash, enters stealth for 5 seconds, and delivers 3 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, reduced with level. Requires skill level 4 to learn, each slash width 2.1m. Each slash adds 100 attack power, counts as a back attack, but cannot deal critical damage. Tan Fong clenched his fist in excitement, determination flashing in his eyes. This AoE damage skill is incredibly powerful, high mobility plus stealth, perfect for quick strikes and retreats. I have to learn it immediately. He still had unused evolution points, so he decided to evolve the Greedy Hand skill first. As soon as the thought finished, a blue light flashed. Greedy Hand evolved to Diamond Tier, Assassin skill line. Can be used on undead corpses, 160% 220% chance to receive additional loot drops. Additional drops have a 20% 40% chance to automatically upgrade 1 tier. Notification, you have consumed 8 evolution points, remaining points, 4. Tan Fong smiled confidently, just as he predicted. With this skill, killing 1 monster is like others killing 3. Vet leaves nothing behind. Blue light appeared again as Tan Fong touched the Shadow Shield / skill, upgrading the powerful skill to a higher rank. Shadow Shield / Platinum dash distance increased from 15m to 21m, stealth duration extended from 5 seconds to 7 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 3 to 5. Slash width expanded from 2.1m to 3.1m. Each slash's attack power increased from 100 to 200. Notification, you have spent 3 evolution points, remaining points, 1. Tan Fong sighed regretfully, yet the cooldown wasn't reduced at all. Still, with Shadow Shield / alone he effectively had near limitless stealth. The rest were junk drops. But that Botcha Silver Warrior skill book, though not suited to him, could be sold for a tidy profit. Tan Fong stood motionless in the night, eyes fixed on the system panel, the display light washed over his face, highlighting his contemplative, slightly cold expression. Suddenly, rustling noises came from a nearby thicket, breaking the tense silence. Leaves trembled violently and the ground seemed to shake. Tan Fong spun around instantly, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. From the darkness emerged three giant monsters with long spindly limbs, bodies twisting like enormous spiders, their eyes glowing a fierce red. Perfect timing, I'll make you test out my new skill. Tan Fong gave a cold, confident smile, his hand clenched as he activated Shadow Shield Slash. In an instant he vanished from his original spot, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. From the darkness a silver blade of light flashed, slicing through the monsters' bodies like a razor. Three sharp slashes from behind mercilessly tore them apart, thick black blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red, fetid and foul. A cold system notification rang out, you have slain a level 4 four-limbed climber. Gained 80 experience points and 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong smiled in satisfaction, his cold eyes surveying the piled corpses. Shadow Shield Slash was indeed terrifying, lightning fast, lethal damage, finishing foes in an instant. Compared to his previous use of poison darts, which required at least 2 darts to kill one monster, this result far exceeded expectations. He told himself the shorter the fight, the lower the chance of unforeseen danger. In a world full of perils, speed and damage are the most crucial survival factors. His gaze flicked to his lifespan status, 618 days of tradable lifespan. To transfer skills and equipment from the game into the real world, he needed at least 2.5 years, about 400 days. If he returned to town and sold everything in his backpack, his tradable lifespan would almost meet the withdrawal requirement. Once he reached level 10, he could convert skills and gear into reality. Then the in-game power would be his, truly his. Tan Fong vowed inwardly, his eyes burning with determination. As Tan Fong was absorbed in thoughts about his new skills and gear, a mocking, high-pitched voice carried from a distance, "Congratulations, young madam, you've reached level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise?" The voice came with rapid footsteps. Not far off, Lo Zi and Mao Lituan's group stood in the dark, wearing smug smiles. Rest assured, how could Jiangdai Industries possibly miss a bit of your wealth? Now let's return to reality. Here's my phone number, you can contact me directly. Yes, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 for each day. Hearing that, Mao Lituan sneered contemptuously, ha ha, no problem. I told you, that so-called shadow is a blind fool. Even a big boss like the young madam doesn't value him. The smart ones are those who turn game abilities into real money, like me. After Lu Zi finished negotiating, he turned and left, calling back, we'll wait for you in the real world. Mao Lituan smiled coldly, thinking to himself, lifespan is just a number, there's always more to earn. What matters is money and power. Those are the true realities of this world. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the forest, Tan Fong quickly finished his business and returned to Shell Town. At the teleport gate, he reached out and touched the formation. A pale blue light flickered, spreading into eerie concentric circles. Then a system notification appeared before him, congratulations. You have lit the instant teleport formation of Shell Town. Gained 1 reputation point. You may use instant teleport once per day for free. Multiple teleports in a day will consume tradable lifespan. No other instant teleport formations were found active in Jianghai City. Thoughtfulness flashed across Tan Fong's face. The teleport is originally bidirectional, lighting one formation is useless until both sides are activated. People in other towns must also reach level 5 to activate theirs. He frowned slightly as memories from his previous life surfaced clearly. Tong Fai was originally in Firefly Village. If he set a reminder, he'd know immediately once the teleport there was activated. Although inter-town teleportation had little strategic meaning at first, he understood this was only the beginning. His real goal was to reach level 10 and open the gateway, to enter the continent, the divine arena where the true game began. Tan Fong left and calmly returned to Shell Town's bustling street. He stood on the smooth stone road amid countless other players, glanced over the crowd, and announced coldly, I'll only sell for 10 minutes, if you want to buy, hurry up. Voices buzzed as people saw him appear. Oh my, here comes the great Shadow Elder at last, we've been waiting. I've prepared 150 days of lifespan just for his sale. Last time he sold that binding trinket and the gray rose shot to number 2 on the leaderboard. Hopefully he'll offer a mage skill book this time. The chatter rose excitedly. When Tan Fong placed a skill book on the counter, disappointed murmurs filled the air. It's only a platinum red warrior skill book. An excited player pushed forward, panting, I want to buy that red warrior book. The system immediately notified, transaction successful. You received 300 days of tradable lifespan. In the crowd, a curious player frowned and whispered to the person beside him, 300 days of lifespan just to buy a skill book, worth it? The companion immediately replied contemptuously, totally worth it. If a warrior gets this book, monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days. 2 days of grinding the national dungeon and you can earn that back. No sooner had he spoken than other players shoved and scrambled forward, trying to snatch the remaining items from Tan Fong's hands. I want the red cloak. I'll take those boots. Old man, sell more. In less than a minute, all the items were sold out. Tan Fong checked the system info with satisfaction. Total transaction time gained 650 days, current tradable lifespan, 2,174 days. Although he'd amassed a huge amount of lifespan, it still felt insufficient. He silently calculated, if he wanted to extract level, attributes, class, equipment, and skills from the divine arena into reality, this amount was only a start, he needed far more. Outside the crowd, a few players looked disappointed and regretful, some sighing sadly. Ah, missed it again twice. Please sell here next time, old man. At that moment, a confident-faced girl stepped forward. It was Dai Li. She smiled lightly and waved at Tan Fong. Old man, I have a treasure, want it? She raised her hand, revealing a finely crafted silver ring that glittered in the dim light. Information popped up before Tan Fong, space ring, adds 12 inventory slots, does not occupy ring or backpack equipment slots. Tan Fong's eyes widened in astonishment, an indescribable emotion stirred within him. A space ring, a special storage item that doesn't take up backpack or equipment slots. Each player can carry up to 3 storage backpacks, but this item can drop from any monster at an extremely low rate. Previously, a 12-slot ring like this could be worth up to 3,600 days of lifespan. Tan Fong immediately asked seriously, how much are you selling it for? Dai Li smiled and replied, I don't need your lifespan, old man. I just want to be friends with you, and maybe ask you to lead our group to kill a boss. Tan Fong scoffed, the offer was a fat bargain. Without hesitation he pressed the friend request button. Black-cloaked player, Dai Li has accepted your friend request. Tan Fong turned to look at her, curiosity in his gaze. Which boss is it? Dai Li nimbly stepped closer and explained excitedly, a golden grade boss. Not far from here, in that dark swamp, there's an old, creepy boat. Tan Fong's eyes sharpened suddenly, an old rickety boat in the swamp. Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? Memories from his previous life surged back. The Golden Ghost ship is an exceptionally rare boss that can appear at any level, though the chance is extremely low. Whenever it appears, guilds of all sizes fight brutally over it because it always drops special, extremely useful items. To encounter it at this level, at level 5 it's easiest to defeat, was astonishing. Such luck, could this be the legendary lucky fish buy from his past life? He turned to Dai Li and asked how she had found the golden boss. She recounted, after logging off and having dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level with the captain and the others. Who knew they'd be so slow? With nothing to do, I wandered around sightseeing, and I just happened to see that golden boss hiding beneath a cliff. Hearing this, memories from Tan Fong's previous life surfaced. There were rumors that a member of Wang Mang's team possessed ludicrous luck, like a fish turning into a dragon. She once wandered and accidentally found a rare boss in the deity temple's underground chamber. He had dismissed the rumor as a smear the authorities spread to mislead players. He hadn't expected it to be true. Sure enough, she was the legendary lucky fish. Dai Lizi, seeing Tan Fong staring, asked in surprise, "Old man, why are you staring at me like that?" Startled, Tan Fong snapped back to his usual cold demeanor. "Nothing." Just then, behind a tree, a player had been eavesdropping on their conversation. With an excited look, he ran quickly toward his group's temporary base. "Boss, that kid just let a girl out of town." The boss sneered wickedly. Arrogantly he taunted, "So the brat couldn't resist and took a girl out to play? Brothers, follow me." At the same time, in the silent space outside the town, Dai Lizi hesitated and asked, "Old man, if the boss drops gear and skill books I can use, could you give them to me? I don't need the rest." Tan Fong replied bluntly, "No problem, but if your Captain Wang Mang shows up, I won't waste time dealing with the assassins in your team." Dai Lizi caught his meaning and quickly made a proposal, "Then let's do as you say. But I have a small request, if you sell equipment to Wang Mang's team, could you give a slight discount?" Tan Fong nodded in agreement. "All right," Dai Lizi said happily, "then we'll set off after Captain Wang Mang logs in." "Right, where are we going?" Tan Fong replied nonchalantly, "To fight a golden boss." Dai Lizi's expression changed instantly, her eyes filling with panic and fear. "Old man, you're an assassin with invisibility skills, but what about me? I'm a weak mage, how could I withstand the golden boss's attacks?" Tan Fong smiled confidently, "I'm enough, just watch from a safe spot." Dai Lizi couldn't help but worry, thinking, he's really capable, but going to kill a golden boss alone? That's a bit showy. Suddenly before her, Tan Fong's figure blurred and vanished into the air. She startled, frantically looking around and shouting, "Old man! Old man! Where did you go?" Far off, behind the withered trees, the group that had been watching still kept their eyes on Dai Lizi. A lackey looked around in panic and blurted, "Boss, that shadow guy disappeared." The boss, a large man with a scarred face, smirked coldly. "Ha ha ha, he must have abandoned that girl out here. Brothers, let's go grab her and have some fun, do whatever you want after." He flicked his chin to give the order, tone smug. "I told you, follow me and you'll eat well and dress fine. Look, that woman is right there." Hearing this, the lackeys cheered excitedly, praising their boss's cleverness. They laughed as they stepped toward Dai Lizi, greed flashing in their eyes. Suddenly a dim shadow materialized and blocked their path, as if stepping out of nothing. The shadow was Tan Fong. Without a word, Tan Fong coldly swung his hand. Dark energy billowed from his body, curling black smoke condensing into razor-sharp blades. In an instant, the strikes of Shadow Shield Slash were unleashed in succession, dripping with killing intent. The men fell before they could scream, their bodies quickly dissolving into faint white light. A cold system notification rang in Tan Fong's ear, "You have killed 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan." Looking at the vanishing corpses, he sneered, "Pathetic, barely as much as killing 2 small mobs, huh?" He quickly returned to Dai Lizi. Seeing him appear, she exclaimed joyfully, "Oh old man, where did you go? There were some tailors on us." "I just sent them back to town," he replied. Dai Lizi nodded in understanding, then narrowed her eyes with a teasing look. "I thought you went to the restroom. Now that you have invisibility, it must make things easier, go whenever you want without anyone seeing." "Wait, if you're invisible, does your poop go invisible too? Or does it still drop as usual?" Tan Fong frowned, feeling the conversation had gone too far, and said sternly and coldly, "Enough. Lead me to that Bosco you mentioned." The waning afternoon sun cast a golden wash over the small village, covering the rough wooden houses, worn thatched roofs, and the rutted dirt road. A blink of teleportation brought a young woman here. In her hand appeared an ancient staff, its exquisite fittings etched with mysterious patterns that glowed faintly. The surge of spiritual power from the staff flowed into her palm, making her exclaim in amazement. "Amazing, I can actually feel it." A few players nearby glanced at her and quickly began whispering, "There's a new player. I didn't expect to get the Hidden Life Nurturer class. This must be an extremely powerful support class. With this ability, I'm totally a match for Tong Fai. I wonder how Tong Fai is doing now." Does he know the trick for initial stat allocation? Her smile faded as she remembered someone. Her eyes turned cold, she ground her teeth, resentful that bastard Tan Fong had gone off somewhere. All day he watched over himself, but when needed he was completely unreliable. Fine. Now Ming has a hidden class and Zhuang Weishua is helping with leveling. Tan Fong, you handle yourself, I don't care about you anymore. Just then, the rankings popped up before her. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw Shadow's name at the top at level 6. Zhuang Wei was only level 3 and bragging about his strength. Turns out Shadow is the real boss. If I could recruit this person to help, I'd level up faster than Zhuang Wei. Where can I find this boss Shadow? While she pondered, she heard an argument from afar. A group of youths stood together, a black-haired one snapped irritably, "Damn it, I can't contact Xiao Jiao via Wind Link, we don't have time to wait for her." "Any ideas?" another replied anxiously. "Without a babysitter, how can we kill mobs? We're not the boss Shadow, sweeping monsters alone isn't easy." The blonde guy frowned in agreement. "I think we should find a new babysitter, we can't stall any longer." Hearing that, the girl stepped forward confidently. "Hello everyone, I'm Life Nurturer, a hidden support class with strong assistance. Are you looking for a babysitter?" Meanwhile, deep in the gloomy forest, the incessant chirr of insects filled the air and a thick veil of bone mist hovered over a cold lake. Tan Fong stood on a rock, eyes sharp as he watched the rotten wooden boat floating on the water. The warped, moldy planks of the Golden Ghost ship exuded an ominous black aura, rippling across the inky surface. A resolute glint flashed in Tan Fong's eyes. It was indeed the Golden Ghost ship, a rare opportunity. He turned to Dai Lizi in a steady voice, "You stay here and observe. Avoid being ambushed and don't act rashly, I'll handle this boss." She nodded and urged him worriedly, "Please be careful." Tan Fong didn't answer. He stepped lightly into the icy water, his figure blurring into the bone-thick mist. Suddenly the system issued a cold warning. Due to the Golden Ghost ship's influence, this area has become a frenzied zone. Lifespan consumption rate multiplied by 100. If a player remains here for 15 minutes, they will consume 1 day of lifespan. He frowned but remained unperturbed, nodding to himself that the frenzy effect was short-lived and not a major concern. Another notification followed, Golden Ghost ship, special golden grade. Countdown, 45 minutes. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile. 45 minutes. More than enough to deal with it. Without hesitation he launched his attack. Dark energy coiled around his body as he executed Shadow Shield Slash. Black streaks sliced like razor blades, striking the boss's weak point, dealing successive damage. The Golden Ghost ship took 549 damage. Immediately after, Tan Fong used a poison dart combined with Phantom Break Strike, a critical blow aimed straight at the weak point, inflicting severe damage. The Golden Ghost ship took 621 damage. Apparently many didn't know the ship's true weakness. Tan Fong murmured as his sharp eyes scrutinized every detail. He discovered the real weak point wasn't the hull or the stiff bone planks, but the eerie bell hanging from the ship's prow. Each time the bell trembled, its chilling sound echoed everywhere, sending violent columns of water roaring up from the bottom of the Black Lake. Damn, hitting the weak point causes a wide retaliatory strike from the ship. The explosive force of those water columns was tremendous, even a fully armored Silver Buckle warrior would struggle to withstand them. Luckily the Dark Profession's initial speed was high enough, otherwise I would be dead for sure. The long-range attack ended. From the inky water around, 12 putrid water demons emerged, their horrifying forms covered in grayish skin and slimy moss. They roared and charged, eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Each one had the strength of a silver-rank boss, enough to wipe out an ill-prepared team. In such chaos, ordinary monster hunting parties would be crushed by sheer numbers. Things would worsen as the Golden Ghost ship summoned another water demon every minute, creating terrifying pressure. Yet Tan Fong remained coldly calm. "Luckily I have invisibility, I don't have to worry about being spotted. Just find the right angle and I can take them all out with a single strike." From afar, Dai Lizi watched the battle tensely. Seeing Tan Fong's precise strikes, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Is this the boss Shadow at the top of the rankings? So powerful. He strikes and vanishes like a ghost, the boss lost a third of its HP without being able to react. Suddenly Tan Fong called out urgently, "Little Black, I'm about to die." Startled, she blurted, "What?" Tan Fong replied calmly, "Do nothing, just wait for me to revive." She stared blankly, trying to understand. "Why? Old man, weren't you dominating? And what's Little Black?" Tan Fong frowned in puzzlement. "Aren't you Little Black?" Dai Lizi retorted angrily, "My name is Break Room He Bo Lin, Dai Lizi, not Little Black." "Sounds like a dog's name." Tan Fong answered nonchalantly, "Got it, Little Black." In another corner of the forest, a group led by a scarred leader flushed with anger. "Damn it. I used to win consecutive championships in the arena, yet now I'm being toyed with by some brat. Humiliating." A lackey came running to report, panting, "Boss, we've found that girl. She's standing on the edge of the cliff ahead, and that damn Shadow's fighting a boss at the cliff base." Hearing this, the leader roared, "Good, I've called all the men. Let's see how it survives this time." At that moment Tan Fong calmly recognized the gravest difficulty. The Golden Ghost ship was about to release 3 soul pulses that would dominate a wide area for 5 seconds, forcibly immobilizing all targets within range. It looked like this one couldn't be avoided. Little Black gaped in terror. Tan Fong decided to gamble his life against the boss. The system announced coldly, "You have died. You lost 326 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died. You lost 1087 days of lifespan, tradable." At Tan Fong's sudden death, the leader laughed triumphantly. "Haha, this idiot got cocky because he was called a boss and dared to solo a golden boss." "That shadow dog is rich," someone said. "Look at that big orb of light, at least a few hundred days of lifespan." The group rushed forward in glee, greedily staring at the radiant orb. "Kill it and we'll feast on that big dog today." Suddenly the sky darkened and winds rose. A colossal gate opened from the heavens, eerie light pouring over the deathly land. Every horrified gaze turned to the widening authoritative portal. In town, those forced back from the dungeon wore furious faces. The boss, face scowling, veins bulging on his forehead, gnashed his teeth. "Damn it, how could that boss be halved so easily by that shadow? It's freaky. We just entered the swamp and were killed by those ghostly water columns on the spot." The lackeys echoed with grimaces. "Damn it, this loss is huge. We must go back. There are many smaller monsters, if we kill them all, maybe we can make up for it." The boss snorted coldly, a vicious glint in his eyes. "I don't believe that damn ship is this hard. Let's go, keep moving." Meanwhile, in the pitch-dark swamp, luminous lifespan orbs glowed brightly, hovering above the cold water. The eerie light from the orbs reflected on the lake, creating a scene both beautiful and terrifying. Tan Fong appeared suddenly in the gloom, gliding across the water lightly like a ghost. He frowned in puzzlement at the countless lifespan orbs around him, then called loudly to the girl standing on the small boat nearby, "Dai Lizi, I'm back. Little Black, why are so many lifespan orbs showing up here?" Hearing his voice, she turned, her eyes lighting with joy. "Old boss, you returned so quickly. Earlier a group had charged in but were wiped out by the water columns before they could do anything." Tan Fong laughed out loud, his deep hoarse voice carrying contempt. "Haha, they really didn't know their limits. The arrogant often die by their own hubris." Seeing the Golden Ghost ship hovering in the swamp, Tan Fong couldn't help but recall how much he had suffered confronting it in a previous life. The most terrifying feature of this boss was a powerful immobilized skill that could be used only once. When its HP fell to half, there was a chance it would vanish and reappear elsewhere in the swamp, making it difficult for players to finish it off. A plan quickly formed in Tan Fong's mind, his eyes sharpened as the ghost ship silhouette slowly re-emerged from the bone mist. Not wasting the opportunity, he swiftly drew a poison dart, aimed at the magical orb hanging from the ship's prow, and hurled it hard. The wind's high-pitched whistle tore through the air as the dart drove straight into its target, and a veil of pinkish, eerie chi emanated from the ship, spreading to cover the entire swamp. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, staring at the motion of the chi, inwardly pleased. He had already grasped its movement pattern. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, unleashing Shadow Shield Slash, a lightning-fast strike that cut through the wind. On the swamp bank, the troublemakers who had left earlier returned. The leader saw Tan Fong fighting the boss and greed flashed in his eyes. "Look, the brat is attacking the boss again. Wait until it's about to finish, then we rush in and steal it." Dai Lizi glared at the vile group, her eyes shining with killing intent. "Those bastards are back again, how annoying." Her gaze filled with resolve. She muttered an incantation, the staff in her hand flared, little sparks of lightning dancing around it. She raised the staff high and shouted, "The gods decree thunder shall strike the traitors today." Countless crimson bolts slammed down from above, hitting the group's position. The two leaders were struck, their bodies convulsed and collapsed, dead on the spot. The remaining group shouted in panic, looking around in alarm, "Fuck, who's attacking us?" The leader spotted Dai Lizi standing a distance away and barked angrily, "Humph, that bitch, kill her." Seeing the vicious crowd charging, Dai Lizi went pale and turned to run, screaming as she fled, "Help me, old boss, help me." The mob gave chase behind her, curses ringing through the death-filled swamp. A brutal hunt was about to unfold in the dangerous mire. In the distance's darkness, two mysterious figures hid behind a massive tree, its rough trunk entwined with pale vines, silently watching events while whispering to each other. Their eyes flashed with curiosity tempered by caution as they looked toward the golden ghost ship glowing eerily in the swamp. As for Tan Fong, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief seeing the colossal ghost ship near death. A cold gleam of satisfaction crossed his face, "It's finally almost dead." He couldn't help but marvel at just how terrifying this boss was. Although the golden ghost ship was only level 5, taking it down alone was truly beyond ordinary. His damage was still low, so the fight ran longer than expected and drew the attention of many greedy onlookers. Tan Fong swept his gaze around and the corner of his mouth lifted when he noticed others arriving. On the high cliff beside the swamp, a group of recently dead people watched the scene, their eyes filled with envy and covetousness. Not only that, a guild had long been lying in ambush on the other side of the swamp, their cold gazes fixed on the dying boss. They were scheming to wait until he finished the boss and then swoop in to steal the spoils. Tan Fong curled his lip in a cold smile and murmured, "Not a bad idea, but unfortunately you've miscalculated." Without wasting any more time, Tan Fong used his shadow form skill and lunged toward the golden ghost ship. The jet-black blade exuded a gloomy aura like its owner, tore through the night, and plunged straight into a weak point on the hull. A veil of dark mist rose as the ship gave a horrifying groan before completely disintegrating. A series of notifications rang in his mind. "You have destroyed the golden ghost ship, golden rank, gaining 4,800 experience points. You reached level 8, gaining 7 evolution points, and received 216 days of tradable lifespan. The Dark player in Shell Town is the first on the server to defeat a golden rank boss, earning 3 reputation points." Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed, "The Dark player in Shell Town has slain the first golden boss." The news spread like lightning. In a nearby town, players buzzed about the golden boss. What the hell? Someone already killed a golden boss at the start of the game. The first to defeat a golden boss must be a powerhouse from our great Korea. There had been reports earlier that Dark single-handedly beat the bronze boss, now he'd taken down a golden boss as well. Is the gap between people really that wide? In the crowd, a beautiful young woman named Tan Xiaodu heard the news and furrowed her brow, plotting, "This Dark player is formidable. If I can borrow his strength to level up, maybe I can meet Tong Fai again soon." Back in the swamp, after the boss was destroyed, countless valuable items fell out, sparkling with brilliant light. The ambushers who had been grinning burst with excitement. The leader shouted, "Haha, this boss really dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran off, probably scared of us and didn't dare pick anything up." He snapped an order with a chin jerk. "A Kwong, use your locate skill to find him, kill him, and seize all the golden boss rewards." An archer behind him bowed and acknowledged clearly. He drew his bow, the arrow shot out like a flash of lightning. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the silhouette of a giant undead hawk appeared, its cold eyes sweeping across the swamp searching for any sign of Tan Fong. From the darkness, Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and coldly assessed his opponent, a sneer tugging at his lips. An undead hawk. So this hunter learned an anti-invisibility skill that fast. No wonder he was confident enough to try killing me for the loot. My high-level dark vocation not only has invisibility level 11 but also anti-invisibility level 1. Even an undead hawk with sharp sight can't see through me. His eyes flashed with confidence as he lightly tightened his grip on his weapon, silently waiting for the chance to counterattack. In the distance, the archer A Kwong frowned and recalled the undead hawk, then turned to report to the leader, "Boss, there's no sign of him. That brat probably saw how many of us there are and ran off in fear." The leader laughed with satisfaction at this, a look of smugness on his face. "Good, you know your place. Let's go secure the loot. Don't be reckless, be ready to fight at any moment. The boss loot's possession right will be protected for 5 minutes, after that everything's ours." At the leader's command, the guild members immediately laughed loudly, faces gleaming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment to seize the precious spoils. However, just as they were about to step forward, cold shafts of light suddenly flashed from the darkness. Numerous razor-sharp slashes shot in from all directions like lightning, piercing the night and impaling each of them. Their agonized screams rang out as the group fell in despair, their images blurred and then vanished into nothingness, logged out of the game in an instant. A cold wind blew as Tan Fong materialized from the darkness, his gaze icy as he watched the bodies fade away. He snorted softly, inwardly pleased. This place is a lot quieter now. Tan Fong unconsciously thought of the girl Little Black and murmured to himself, "Where did that little black girl go? Oh well, I'll find her later. First, deal with these corpses." His gaze fixed on the countless flickering light orbs littering the loot-strewn ground. A greedy smile curved his lips. He checked his remaining evolution points, added to the reward from the Golden Ghost ship. It was enough for the greedy hand to evolve once more. A system notification rang out, "The greedy hand has evolved from diamond to corpse. Assassin-type skill, damage increased from 220% to 300%. Chance to obtain additional loot increased to 100%. There is a probability of leveling up when using additional loot." After reading the message, Tan Fong frowned thoughtfully. 100% chance to level up. That's a total transformation. He quickly activated the greedy hand. The hand shrouded in pitch-black light with bulging veins, coiling like a venomous serpent. A stream of light orbs were sucked into his palm, waves of energy surging into his body. System messages poured in, "You have gained 7 evolution points. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You obtained the special item Demon Fire Bell. You received an additional Demon Fire Bell." Surprise and excitement flashed across Tan Fong's eyes, he hadn't expected to get 2 Demon Fire Bells at once. Item info appeared before him, Demon Fire Bell, Special Passive, Soul Snare. When defeating monsters, chance to drop lifespan increases by 20%. With 2 Demon Fire Bells, this effect doubles. Active Soul Shudder, ringing the bell immobilizes all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 521 seconds. Special effect, no lifespan loss on death. Cooldown 1565 seconds. Tan Fong nodded in satisfaction. The Demon Fire Bell was a consumable, not equipment. It didn't occupy an equipment slot, only one inventory slot, which was very convenient. At that moment, a terrified, desperate girl's scream echoed from afar. "Boss, boss, save me." Dai Lizi's voice trembled with panic. At the same time, the clash of blades and shouts of enraged attackers rang out. Tan Fong jolted, his heart tightening. He called out urgently, his voice strained, "Little Black, where are you?" Ahead, the lustful men's eyes gleamed with greed. They pressed in on Dai Lizi, circling her step by step like wolves surrounding an exhausted prey. "This bitch resists too much. Now's the time to come quietly with us, we'll make you scream with pleasure," the leader sneered in a lecherous, contemptible tone. Dai Lizi gripped her staff tightly, breathing hard but still resolute. Her back was against the sheer cliff, cold sweat running down her spine. The group closed in, enveloping her like a web around desperate prey. In that life-or-death moment, she pressed her lips together, a flash of determination in her eyes. Suddenly she turned toward the cliff and pitched herself over. Her body plunged downward, the wind roaring in her ears. On impact, blood sprayed, pale skin stained red, her body slowly dissolved into nothingness in a silver light. Those on the cliff stared in astonishment. The leader shook his head and laughed coldly. That girl is tough, better to die than be captured. She's got guts. In an instant, Dai Lizi revived back in Shell Town. Pain still nagged in her body, but her eyes were resolute. She immediately messaged Tan Fong, "Boss, you don't need to save me, I died and returned to the town." "Ah, it hurts so much. Luckily our team's tradable lifespan was all left with leader Vong Man." Reading the message, Tan Fong breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "All right, wait for me in town, I'll give you the items when I return." Dai Lizi quickly answered with gratitude, "Thank you, boss, sorry for the trouble." Tan Fong looked at the greedy hand, excitement surging. After the battle with the Golden Ghost ship and the ambushers, his tradable lifespan reached 3,175 days and he'd accumulated 21 evolution points. He squinted in thought and made a decision. A notification suddenly appeared, "Greedy hand has reached corpse level. To evolve further requires 10 times the current evolution points. Do you want to spend evolution points to evolve this skill?" Tan Fong was briefly surprised, then gave a wry smile. 200 evolution points. Indeed, the stronger you are, the harder it is to evolve. Oh well, focus on raising damage skills first. The higher the damage, the easier to defeat powerful bosses and obtain more loot. Determination flashed in his eyes. He closed them, power surged from within his body, and his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. Notification lines popped up in succession, dancing before his eyes. Shield Shadow Slash had been enhanced, from Platinum to Jade, then up to Adamantine Slash. Maximum dash range increased from 21 m to 27 m, stealth duration extended from 7 seconds to 9 seconds, it now delivers 6 to 7 slashes against all enemies along the path. Cooldown decreased from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. Slash radius increased from 3.1 m to 4.1 m, and each slash adds 200 to 300 attack power as extra damage. Tan Fong's breathing grew heavy as the evolutionary pain spread through his body. Still, his gaze remained sharp, clearly satisfied. Notifications continued, the backstab skill had been enhanced, normal to bronze to silver to golden. Passive effect when attacking from behind, damage bonus increased from 15% to 20% to 25% to 30%. Tan Fong opened his eyes, which gleamed with the chill of death. The power from the upgraded skills made him keenly aware of an icy aura spreading around his body. After evolving Shield Shadow Slash to Adamantine level, the skill had become terrifyingly powerful. Even without being in stealth or using stealth break, a single one of his skills could deal 3,000 damage. If he activated stealth break and struck from behind, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach 6 or 7,000 in an instant. With that power, even a golden rank boss would be a fat target. Tan Fong murmured, eyes cold and confident. He glanced over the pile of loot. Thanks to the greedy hand's special effect, the Golden Ghost ship's rewards exceeded expectations. Besides 11 golden items and skill books, he also obtained 2 platinum items and a platinum skill book. One hunt yielding 3 items tailored for the assassin class, not bad at all. He nodded in satisfaction. Tan Fong waved his hand and summoned the 3 newest items. Silver light flashed in the dark as 3 weapons appeared, sharp and destructive. First was the twin demon ship blades, platinum, a pair of specialized assassin weapons. The keen blades glinted coldly, engraved with eerie, sinister patterns. Attack plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 7%. Requirement, level 5. Special effect, each normal attack deals x2 damage. Tan Fong gave a faint smile and stroked the cold blade. The effect wasn't overly useful for him, he mainly used skill attacks, but with such a high base attack stat, plus 22 agility and increased attack speed, it's truly the best weapon for an assassin. Higher attack speed lets him combo faster, reduce skill cast time, and with armor penetration it's ideal. After setting the twin demon ship blades aside, he moved on to the second item, the golden demon fire armor. Ghostly flames flickered around the armor, hardened plates covered in sharp spikes, radiating deadly intent. Physical defense plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, vitality plus 419, requirement, level 5. Tan Fong's eyes widened in amazement. 419 vitality, he blurted, looking down at his slender frame. As an assassin focused on damage and speed, his base vitality was very low, only 350. This golden demon fire armor directly adds 419 vitality, nearly doubling his current HP. With this armor, most players at this stage couldn't break through his defense. He smiled confidently, a surge of strength filling him. A passing thought crossed his mind and he murmured, better to keep my dark vocation outfit for now. That way others won't guess my true power. The best gear should be saved for decisive moments. He opened the system panel and tapped the stow command, the golden items quickly vanished into storage. An unexpected notification made his brow knit, discovered special item, phantom shroud, ambiguous, golden rank, passive assassin skill, plus 15% evasion. When an evasion triggers successfully, you become immune to all damage for a short time. Tan Fong curled his lips in an intrigued smile, he'd finally obtained an assassin skill. In this game, though, evasion is hard to raise. Players who focus too much on evasion must trade off other important attributes. If you fail to dodge one hit, the price can be disastrous. Confidence and coldness flashed in his eyes, but he was different. With the greedy hand's endless evolutionary potential, he could raise evasion without sacrificing any attributes, the benefit was purely net gain. Indeed, this skill would only reveal its true power in his hands. Thinking that, Tan Fong closed the system panel. He strolled out of the forest, having already decided to return to the small town to deal with surplus gear. The warrior, priest, and archer items could be sold to Vong Man at a 10% discount. Although they didn't have enough money now, he was willing to sell on credit. Vong Man was honest and trustworthy, a long-term investment. He had to thank Little Black. He mused, recalling the carp that led him to the level 5 golden ghost ship. Without it, he couldn't have reaped such rich rewards. His steps slid lightly through the night when Tan Fong suddenly sensed something amiss in the air. From behind a withered giant tree, dark figures abruptly emerged. The gang of ruffians who had been chasing Dai Lizi now stood facing him, their faces ashen with fear when they recognized Tan Fong's cold gaze. For a moment they stared at each other, the ruffians immediately fell pale, eyes bulging in terror, and without a word they turned and fled. Ah! It's the darkness, run! Don't block me, get out of the way, damn it, don't chase me! Shrieks of, save me, pierced the gloomy forest. Tan Fong only gave a cold, slight smile, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Huh, where do you think you're running? He activated Shield Shadow Slash, his body became a razor-sharp streak of light, lunging toward the fleeing men. Slashes came out in rapid succession, each beam of sandy light slicing through the air, their screams cut off in staccato bursts. The weak ones quickly turned into black smoke and vanished. The lead thug was sent sprawling by Qian Feng's skill, his whole body trembling as if all his strength had been drained. He crawled forward, his face ashen and full of despair. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Big boss, please spare me. I only have 1 year left to live. Qian Feng pressed his face close to the thug, his voice low and cold like the roar of the Grim Reaper. When you harmed others, did you ever think this would be the outcome? Before any remorse could show in his eyes, Qian Feng unleashed a finishing blow. A pitiful scream rang out as the thug's body dissolved into nothingness. A sudden notification popped up for killing too many people proactively. You have acquired the Mass Murderer status. At the current level of Mass Murderer, upon death you will drop 75% of your current lifespan. Qian Feng raised an eyebrow, but quickly sneered. Mass Murderer? No problem. With the Spirit Flame Talisman in hand, even if I carelessly die once, I won't lose any lifespan. In the small town the streets bustled with people, groups of players gathering and chattering. Amid the lively scene, a tall figure with a cold aura appeared, a compact silhouette draped in a mysterious black coat that concealed his body, revealing only deep eyes flashing sharp as blades. It was none other than Qian Feng, the one who had just single-handedly slain the legendary Golden Boss. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. That's darkness, did he really defeat the Golden Boss alone? He's back, unbelievable. But curiosity quickly turned to doubt when they saw no splendid gear on Qian Feng at all. One man sneered with mocking laughter, I told you, this guy must have used a buff to beat the boss. Look, no gear at all, who would believe it? Another said, right, if you're so great, find a weapon and fight us. Amid the jeering, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, a youth in shining armor with an arrogant air, moving to block Qian Feng's path. Xian Xiao, a notorious name in the town with considerable influence, smiled ingratiatingly and offered a jet-black skill book. Big Brother Darkness, what happened before was because we were blind. This is a normal strike skill from the assassin class that we exchanged lifespan for, please accept it and forgive us this once. Qian Feng glanced indifferently at the book, and information immediately appeared in his mind, normal attack, assassin class skill, common, single target, plus 20 attack and stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Qian Feng's eyes gleamed with coldness, a slight cruel smile tugging at his lips. A control skill. Not bad. He took the book without another word, turned his back and walked away, his figure quickly vanishing. Once his figure had completely disappeared, one of Xian Xiao's men couldn't contain his anger. Xian Xiao, we've been killed by him so many times and now we have to give him a skill book. Isn't that too cowardly? Another chimed in, yeah, we're not weak, if we gather our forces, one mouthful of spit could drown him. Xian Xiao turned back, his gaze sharp as he looked at his followers, his voice low but commanding. What do you understand? This darkness has an unusually fast leveling ability and single-handedly killed a golden boss. Do you think he could do that without some secret? Greed and malice flashed in his eyes. If we find him in real life and capture him, we could extract that secret and force him to gather lifespan for us. Then my fame will spread even further. Hearing this, the henchman immediately grew excited and laughed obsequiously. Indeed, Xian Xiao is shrewd and calculating. I truly admire you. Xian Xiao snorted coldly, his contemptuous gaze sweeping his men. When we get home, I'll have the clan send a woman to seduce him. After all, the voice of darkness sounded unfamiliar, surely he doesn't come from a prestigious circle. A poor man presented with a stunning beauty at his doorstep, I don't believe he wouldn't take the bait. The followers laughed with delight and voiced their approval in unison. This move of Xian Xiao is deep, truly cunning. On the tree-lined road, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering streaks across the uneven ground. Qian Feng quickly found Dai Li Zi, he nodded slightly, his tone calm. Little Black, accept the deal, I have a few items I want to give you. Dai Li Zi's eyes widened with bright excitement, but upon hearing that she immediately objected with a displeased look. Thanks, big brother, but I'm not Little Black, I am Dai Li Zi Qi. No sooner had she finished speaking than her staff suddenly burst into blazing red flames, waves of heat rolling outward. The fierce fire made the surrounding air scorch as if aflame, light reflecting off her astonished face. Dai Li Zi leapt into the air, hair streaming in the wind, her voice trembling with excitement. Ahaha, this is insane, I'm about to fly. This necklace multiplies spell damage by several times and even doubles mana regeneration. Big brother, I really thank you. Qian Feng stood with his arms crossed, expression still cold, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He nodded and replied, no need for manners. Per our prior agreement, hand over the space ring to me. Dai Li Zi suddenly remembered and hurriedly pulled a jet-black ring with intricate patterns from her bag, a touch of regret on her face as she handed it over. Ah right, here's your space ring. Suddenly Dai Li Zi recalled something and hurriedly recounted, oh right, big brother. When I fled into the forest earlier, I accidentally discovered a cave that looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested in checking it out? A keen interest lit Qian Feng's eyes. He thought to himself, first the golden ghost ship, now an entrance to a ruin. Indeed, befriending Dai Lizi has paid off. If I hadn't generously given her 2 pieces of golden equipment, she surely would have kept this secret to herself. A space ring with 27 slots is valuable, having it will make future journeys much easier. He asked calmly, where is Wang Mang? After I finish selling my items to everyone, I'll go with you to that ruin, Dai Lizi answered immediately. Alright, but their captain just recruited a new priest, they won't return for about an hour and a half. She continued with more details, eyes showing fear mixed with curiosity. I've already marked the ruin's entrance on your map. It's behind a large bush, hidden by a slab of rock. When I moved the rock to slip inside, I heard blood-curdling screams echoing from deep within, like demons wailing. I was so terrified I ran for my life, but those people caught up with me. Qian Feng nodded decisively upon hearing this. Alright, I'll go to the ruin right now. Wait for me to return before dealing with Wang Mang and the others. Before Dai Lizi could reply, Qian Feng's figure had already vanished. She looked around in bewilderment, muttering, where did Big Brother go? Qian Feng raced through the deep, shadowed forest, a stray beam of light filtering through the leaves and lighting his determined face. The chirr of insects filled the night, and towering trees blocked the moon, creating a gloomy, frightening scene. He quietly calculated, he had planned to find a place to grind to level M, but with a ruin here there was no need. In the starting town there are 3 main types of ruins, tombs, cursed ruins, and shrines of worship. Regardless of type, even minor monsters reach the bronze or even silver tiers. For him, this place is a sea of lifespan and evolution points. In the dark gloom, Qian Feng stepped deeper into the underground ruins entrance. Cold stone steps lay thick with dust underfoot, and the flanking walls were covered with mysterious paintings and ancient inscriptions draped in moss. The air was damp, reeking of mold and a malignant deathly aura, carried by the cold wind that whistled through the cracks. Qian Feng pondered inwardly, in the town, 3 main ruins appear, tombs, cursed ruins, and worship shrines. Tombs are full of powerful undead, extremely hard to clear, and often culminate in a terrifying golden boss. Cursed ruins are filled with creatures corrupted by ancient evil gods, they may have once been humans, lunatics, or vengeful souls that transformed into fiends after death. In worship shrines, fanatical devotees of ancient or evil gods will defend the place at all costs. If one is lucky enough to succeed, special artifacts or valuable skill books may be obtained. Qian Feng's sharp gaze lingered on the ancient, mystic images on the walls depicting the judgment of the old gods upon traitors and sinners. The figures of the condemned trembled and knelt before the imposing statues as they were judged with cold, terrifying stares, an image that sent a chill through him. Qian Feng frowned. It seemed this place was a worship shrine. With its eye of judgment, this spot had indeed struck a chord with Ming. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed from deep within the ruin, reverberating through the narrow space like a demonic howl. Qian Feng blinked and hurried forward. His figure gradually vanished into the looming darkness. Scene shifts outside the forest, sunlight filters through dense foliage, beams slipping down to the ground and forming dappled patches of light. Birds chirp, the wind rustles, and the scent of wild grass blends into an oddly peaceful scene. But that peace was quickly shattered by a savage roar. Wang Mang gripped his large shield, his gaze resolute though sweat beaded at the corner of his mouth. Before him stood a gigantic monster, its body blazing red like fire and its claws sharp and slick with fresh blood. It charged with a terrifying impact, sending Wang Mang flying into the air. Heal quickly, you're spacing out. What is it? A teammate shouted in panic toward Tan Xiaodu. The girl pale-faced, hands and feet trembling, eyes staring at the bloodthirsty monster in front of her. Her voice stammered, "A-okay, what do I have to do?" At that moment the crimson beast lunged forward with savage momentum. The sword wielder shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's charging again, use your skill now." Tan Xiaodu panicked and backed away, trembling so hard she couldn't lift her staff, tears streamed down as she cried in fear. I'm terrified. Immediately the monster unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep. The entire team was slaughtered in an instant. In Shell Town, sunlight fell on the respawn area as Wang Mang and the team reappeared with grim faces. Their wounds from the previous battle had vanished, but dissatisfaction and anger remained. Dai Li Zi waved cheerfully when she saw everyone return early. "Captain, why are you all back so soon? Big Brother Darkness still hasn't returned, we couldn't buy equipment yet." One man angrily pointed at Tan Xiaodu, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "God damn it, I've never seen anyone this stupid. Can't dodge the monster's attacks, can't use skills, what else can you even do?" Dai Li Zi hurried forward to calm things. "Why are you so harsh? You can tell she's a newbie at a glance, dying once is normal." "Dai Li Zi, step aside, I need to scold this kind of person." The sword wielder snapped angrily. "Dai Li Zi, it's not just once, within an hour we've died 3 times because of her." Dai Li Zi froze in shock. She quickly changed the subject, producing the necklace she had just received from Big Brother Darkness and saying excitedly, "Let me come with you all again. I'm much stronger now, I guarantee no one will die this time." Wang Mang frowned then nodded. "Alright, don't say more. Dai Li Zi's proposal isn't bad. With her this run will be smoother, maybe we'll even meet Big Brother Darkness." Tan Xiaodu hung her head and mumbled, Sorry, I'll try harder." Inside she seethed, thinking, "None of you have ties to Big Brother Darkness, I won't be serving fools like you." Ignoring her teammates' disdainful looks, she tightened her grip on her staff, eyes flashing with resentment and bitter determination. A fierce resolve rose within her. Back with Qian Feng, in the oppressive darkness of the ancient ruin he advanced cautiously, step by step. The space was cold, the damp smell of moss and ancient death permeated each breath. The chilly stone walls were carved with mysterious patterns and ancient curses, creating a stifling, terrifying atmosphere. As he walked, Qian Feng suddenly halted at a strange sound and peered ahead. The dim torchlight reflected off 2 withered corpses kneeling reverently before a majestic ancient god statue. The judge appeared with contorted faces and hollow, soulless eyes full of endless suffering and hatred. Above them was the inscription, "Loyal follower of the ancient god, judged. Level 10, Silver Tier." Qian Feng's gaze turned cold, a mocking smile curving his lips. "Huh, a Silver Tier boss? Let's see how formidable you really are." Qian Feng lunged like a gust of wind, shield shadow carving a sharp blade line across the 2 cultists. However, their health bars only dropped slightly, insignificantly. He frowned, eyes flashing with caution. Even with a backstab fawn that halved their HP, they remained tough. A level 10 silver boss is no joke. The combined HP of these 2 cultists even exceeded that of the golden ghost ship boss. Suddenly both cultists dropped to their knees in unison, facing Qian Feng with reverence. Their hollow eyes fixed on him as if they worshipped something on his person. Qian Feng was briefly surprised, then realized, could it be the eye of judgment he bore? Did that divine aura make them recognize and revere him? He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, "You know the way, right? Lead me." The 2 loyal cultists raised their heads and emitted weak growls like beasts kept caged too long. Qian Feng thought to himself that these monsters had been thoroughly corroded and possessed, their minds collapsed into nothing but instincts to slaughter and rob human lives. Suddenly the 2 cultists' eyes flared red, their expressions turning into frenzied killing intent. They roared madly and charged toward the distance, where footsteps and flickering light revealed another group of players hunting treasure. The player group was on high alert, eyes sweeping every shadow. The sword wielder brandished his long sword and warned, "Careful, monsters." The ancient god's 2 loyal cultists were like living nightmares, roaring as they hurled themselves at the players. Their powerful, storm-like attacks and razor claws tore through the player's armor in an instant. These were 2 level 10 silver bosses, one would be hard enough, and now there were 2. Run fast," a player shouted in panic. But it was already too late. In a blink, the team was slaughtered by the overwhelming strength of the 2 bosses. In the cold darkness, Qian Feng watched hidden from afar, his gaze icy as he looked at the wiped-out group. He snorted, the girl who bought the cryo technique, seemed called Grey Rose, had also come to this ruin, but with their current gear no one here could press deeper. Qian Feng stepped forward and picked a glittering gem from the players' corpses. His eyes brightened as he laughed with glee. Haha, over 100 days of lifespan dropped. Looks like this miss is truly wealthy. He frowned and scanned the area, no traps, no dungeon chests, only the two small silver bosses. Anger flitted across his face. Could this place really only contain two minor bosses? Qian Feng held a venomous dart, gritted his teeth and said, "Enough, let's go." He coldly launched two poison darts at the cultists' heads, killing them instantly. Ding, you have killed a loyal follower of the ancient god, a judged silver tier. You gained 4,000 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 9. You gained 4 evolution points and 188 tradable days of lifespan. Qian Feng activated Greedy Hand and laughed with delight, well worth it. 32 evolution points, 15,500. For tradable days of lifespan, plus 4 golden items and 10 silver items. There was also a golden tier cultist necklace. Ding, the golden cultist necklace is an assassin accessory, plus 15 agility, plus 20% cooldown reduction, requires level 8 gear. Unique effect, summon one loyal silver tier cultist to fight for you. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This necklace has decent stats, 20% cooldown reduction. When equipped the cooldown of Shadow Veil skill shortens from 22.6s to 19.2s. The Venom Dart's cooldown drops from 4.3s to 3.7s, and Shield Shadow Slash from 10.4s to 8.8s, making future mob kills more efficient. All other gear here is above level 8 at this stage, so no one else can wear it, keep it and sell later. While happily looting, Qian Feng suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. An ancient stone pillar abruptly rose from the ground, emitting a strange radiance. He narrowed his eyes and said, as expected, clearing the monsters here was what triggered the mechanism. It's a hidden mechanism. Qian Feng stepped quickly toward the stone pillar. Clicks rang out continuously like a cold rhythm in the ancient space. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Dust and stones fell from cracks in the walls as if waking something that had slept for 100 years. The floors slowly descended, forming a giant elevator hidden deep underground. Qian Feng squinted into the black abyss, thinking to himself, is this an ascender and descender? After a few minutes passed, the mechanism finally stopped. It felt as if he had descended some 3,400 meters. Silence returned to the space, with only the soft whistle of wind threading through the rock fissures. He stepped out of the mechanism, looked up and around, and saw a dark maze ahead, the smell of mildew and ancient decay hitting his nose. This was the hidden maze beneath the shrine, a place that, according to his past life's memory, had only a very small chance of being found. Inside the maze were countless traps, but if someone went first as a bullet sponge, exploration wouldn't be too dangerous, just a matter of patience and time. However, with his current stats, carelessly triggering a trap could well mean death. So Qian Feng carefully took out a newly obtained item, a golden cultist necklace, an assassin-exclusive accessory that grants plus 15 agility and plus 20% cooldown reduction, requires level 8 gear, and, most importantly, has a unique effect that summons a silver-tier loyal cultist to fight by your side for 600 seconds. Luckily it had just dropped, perfect timing. Qian Feng activated it and a loyal cultist materialized, gloomy in form, its eyes vacant as if its soul had been corroded. He ordered it to scout ahead while he followed more leisurely behind. Still, for greater safety Qian Feng decided to evolve his passive dodge skill first. The system voice sounded in his head, you have spent 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points, remaining points, 24. The golden tier phantom mist skill has evolved to ghoul level. Dodge rate rose from 15% to 75%. When triggered, dodge grants immunity to all damage. Qian Feng was satisfied. A 75% dodge was extremely high and would help greatly in this hazard-filled maze. With 24 evolution points left, he continued upgrading his main skill, Shield Shadow Slash. You have spent 13 evolution points, remaining, 11. The Diamond Tier Shield Shadow Slash advanced to ghoul level. Max slash range increased from 27m to 30m, invisibility extended from 9s to 12s. Now delivers 9 slashes, damage per slash increased from 300 to 500. Slash trail lengthened from 4m to 5m, cooldown reduced to 12 seconds. Because evolving from Ghoul to Legendary requires 10 times the points, the higher a skill's initial grade, the more evolution points you'll save. For example, if a skill that is already Ghoul evolves into Legendary, that counts as the skill's first evolution and the base evolution cost would be only 1 point. The target evolution rank is Legendary, so it needs 10 times the points. 1 point multiplied by 10 is 10 points. In other words, if I obtain a Ghoul level skill I can quickly evolve it to Legendary, Mythic, even Primordial or Immortal. But if a skill starts as a normal skill, evolving it to Ghoul first requires 7 evolutions, which later demands several hundred points to multiply by 10. One advantage is that I can upgrade any skill at any rank to Ghoul for very low cost. In short, from now on all my skills will be at least Ghoul rank. Now only 11 evolution points remained, so he could only evolve the base Shadow skill. He then continued evolving the Shadow skill. You have spent 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3, the Shadow skill rose from Silver to Gold then to Platinum. Invisibility increased from 16s to 24s, backstab damage rose from 90% to 150%. Cooldown reduced to 22s, with 35% cooldown speed, actual time is only 16s. The cooldown is still a bit long, and backstab attack power is somewhat low, must be upgraded when returning. At that moment, the loyal cultist he had summoned accidentally stepped on a mechanism. A large stone fell from the ceiling, crushing it, the summoned creature died instantly. He sighed, saw the summon cooldown wasn't ready, and had to continue scouting himself. The maze was complex and dangerous, he could only explore step by step, hoping to find something worthwhile. On the upper level of the shrine, the player group that had been killed had returned. Captain, confirmed, the 2 monsters are gone. What? The female captain gasped. Someone must have killed the boss and stolen our lifespan. Who could do that? She murmured. Could it be the great Shadow Elder? I didn't expect he'd actually come here. Then he's taken our lifespan too. Well, at least we won't die again. An image of a shadowy figure flashed in her mind. When they first arrived she had seen him speaking to the monsters. Someone who can charm bosses, his power is truly bottomless. At the same time, deep within the maze, Qian Feng had successfully reached the final area after 3 hours of exploration. From his past life experience, this place was surely the end point. If it were anyone else, they might have died by the dozens or even hundreds. He waited another 10 minutes, then summoned a loyal cultist to scout ahead. He ordered it to open the door, but no matter how hard it tried, the summoned creature still couldn't open the ancient door. Can't open it? How strange. Qian Feng had to step forward himself, the moment his hand touched the door. It swung open. He immediately switched to combat mode. Before him stood several stone pillars veiled in moss. In the center sat a golden relic shield wrapped in barbed wire, and beside it a nun stood guard. Qian Feng checked the info, but only question marks appeared. It's my first time encountering an NPC like this, he said. The nun uttered a few strange words, then knelt down, her body gradually turning into light and vanishing. The barbed wire around the relic shield dissipated as well. It's gone. The sharp spikes on the shield vanished too. Although he saw no info about the mysterious woman, he suspected it was related to the Eye of Judgment. His gaze shifted to the gleaming golden relic shield. This was a ghoul-rank treasure, but he couldn't be careless, there might still be traps or hidden monsters inside. He ordered the summoned cultist to open the relic shield. The moment the lid popped, a blinding burst of light exploded out. Qian Feng was excited. This is a skill book, an assassin system skill, with both an active effect and a passive. The system voice rang out. You have received the Grace of Liberation skill, Ghoul quality, Assassin system. Passive effect, hitting a weakness doubles damage. Active effect, Throat cut, next attack inflicts true damage equal to 100% per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Qian Feng frowned slightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes as he read the skill effects. The passive doubles damage when striking an enemy's weak point. So if he's already good at finding weak points, it's basically damage hacking. The active throat cut was even more terrifying. Once activated, if the first hit dealt 300 damage, the effect would cause the target to lose an additional 300 damage per second for the next 3 seconds, totaling 1,200 damage, tripling damage with a single skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, a smile tugging at Qian Feng's lips. Combined with Shield Shadow Slash, this skill would send bosses to the grave before they could react. And it would take only 10 evolution points to push it to legendary. Truly a huge haul. Qian Feng felt his burst potential had been raised to a new level, all thanks to Little Black's blessing. With that in mind, he decided to sell the remaining items to Little Black's group as working capital. He sent a message, "Little Black, tell Wang Mang to return to Little Town, I'll sell the stuff to him." Little Black replied in a flash, "Big bro, are you done exploring the ruins? We'll head back to Little Town right away." As soon as he returned to Little Town, the first sight made Qian Feng pause for a few seconds. A swarm of people descended on him like bees from a broken nest. "Darkness is here. Darkness bro, let's be friends. Big bro, I'm 666, do you need followers? I'm the CEO of Londing Corporation, Jianghai City. Please join our side. Big bro, this is my sister, she's a huge fan. No ulterior motives, just a light introduction. I'm from Quan Kok Town, please let me follow you. I'll even marry my wife to you. I'm from Bitch Van Dao Town." Qian Feng thought to himself that the teleport gates to other towns must have been opened, now he could go to Don Don Town to look for that Song Fi. Without hesitation, he used shadow form, instantly turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing before everyone's eyes. "Gone, damn it, who told you to rush in and bother people? Don't you talk, you're the one who dove in like a moth to a flame. Your ugly-as-death sister dared to introduce herself to the big bro, who's afraid of who now?" Qian Feng reached the meeting point. "Little Black, I'm here." Little Black ran up immediately to lead the way. "The big bro is here. Captain, the big bro is here." Qian Feng glanced and saw a familiar silhouette. Tan Xiaodu was standing behind Wang Mang's group. He frowned slightly. Why had that girl joined Wang Mang's group? Didn't they know she was naturally disaster-prone? Be careful, sooner or later she'd cause them grave harm. Qian Feng also reminded himself that while the name, Darkness, had spread worldwide, his true identity must never be revealed. He still couldn't manifest his powers in the real world, and now countless eyes were on him. One dull knife slip could be fatal. Beside them, Tan Xiaodu watched quietly. Is this the Darkness? Amazing, compared to the brat pack like Wang Mang, it's a world of difference. She pressed her lips together, determination flashing in her eyes. If he helps her level up, in a few days she'll be able to meet Song Fi again. Qian Feng opened the trade window and skimmed the equipment he had just looted, speaking casually but decisively. These items perfectly matched your group's classes. There were also a few basic skill books to boost combat effectiveness. Altogether this lot was worth about 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Mang froze, eyes bulging. That much? All golden and silver gear. I can't afford it. Qian Feng waved his hand, "No problem, you can owe me." His voice was as casual as selling vegetables, but to Wang Mang's people he was like a descending angel. Wang Mang was choked with emotion. "Thank you. Big bro, you've helped us so much, we don't know how to repay you. If you ever need us, just say the word and we'll do our utmost to help." Someone in Wang Mang's group shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, the Darkness big bro is awesome. Can I really use golden gear this early? This even includes a golden tier skill. I learned it and already feel my power tripling. And it's on installments too. Sob sob. This is absolute faith, big bro really trusts us." Wang Mang looked around, frowning. "Hey, why is there no gear for the priest?" A team member shrugged and sneered, "What? If not, then not. She's lucky to get experience with us, what more could she ask for?" At that moment Tan Xiaodu stepped forward, sent a friend request to Qian Feng, and gently said, "Hello big bro, I'm the priest in Wang Mang's team. May I ask, are there no priest items for me?" Qian Feng merely cast a glance, his expression cold as ice. Without a word, he cast shadow form, turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing without a trace. Where did he go? Tan Xiaodu stared in a daze. Wang Mang patted her shoulder to reassure her, maybe this time big bro just didn't have gear for the priest, there'll be some next time. Someone nearby scoffed, I think he simply didn't bother with her. Little Black sighed with admiration, the darkness big bro is like a dragon whose tail you don't see, plus he's handsome. In another corner, Qian Feng paced with a calculating look. In his backpack sat a golden priest staff and even a high-level priest skill book. He snorted, such precious items could never be handed to Tan Xiaodu. As he leveled up, he'd surely acquire many unused gear and skill books. But selling them would take time, while the government backing Wang Mang needed large quantities to build its forces. He couldn't let one Tan Xiaodu jeopardize that cooperation. He had to quickly find another priest for Wang Mang's team and cut her loose. A gleam of ambition lit Qian Feng's eyes, he had to find Xiao Shui quickly. Gu Yishui, one of the managers of the Godslayer Guild in his previous life. She possessed a hidden priest class, White Bird Divine Observer, always accompanied by a white bird that aided healing and boosted skill effects. She was the only powerful priest he knew in his past life, single-handedly defeating a ghoul rank boss and a most reliable teammate. Compared to her, Tan Xiaodu was a branded waste. Right, if he remembered correctly, Xiao Shui and Song Fai were both in Dondom town. A smile tugged at Qian Feng's lips. Good, I'll take the chance to find Xiao Shui on this trip and bring her into Wang Mang's team. After teleporting to Dondom town, Qian Feng remained hidden, slipping through the noisy crowd without being noticed. While moving, he encountered a group of players rushing back to the battlefield. Hurry, the Silver Star boss is nearly dead, under half HP, don't let it get the upper hand or it's a stupid death. One guy muttered, damn it, that bastard Song Fai dragged along another horde of girls. Who wants to fight him? Just seeing them makes your IQ drop 3 levels, just a minor star, yet surrounded like a swarm of wasps. Another gnashed his teeth, I won't accept it. I must kill that pale-faced bastard today to feel better. Qian Feng frowned slightly, had they already traced Song Fai's whereabouts so quickly? Without hesitation, he tailed the group as they hurried forward. The route led into a dark, gloomy valley shrouded in mist with heat rising from the earth. This was Kotong Mountain Gorge, a notoriously dangerous level 5 area. Most monsters here were fire-type and flame emitters, all with fire attributes and devastating power. Ahead, a crowd was charging into the boss fight. The chaos felt like an ancient battlefield. You dare hit me? Want to die? Run, don't get hit. The boss is at half HP, finish it now. Qian Feng silently hid in the shadows, his eyes scanning the whole battlefield. The group was assaulting a two-headed fire emitter Silver Star boss, but the scene was utter chaos. Not only were monsters present, but players were slaughtering each other too, pure bedlam. Qian Feng's gaze froze on a group of ugly yet bravely fighting female mages. Song Fai stood with his arms folded, acting superior, as if he were the center of the universe. A player shouted in fury, filthy Song Fai, last time you snuck off and stole my lifespan. Today I'll play you to death. You think those female mages are safe afterward? Ha, I have a godly anti-mage skill, you're dead for sure. Unfortunately, before he finished the sentence a female mage clobbered him. No, precisely a screen-busting chubby female mage, staff like a metal club, stepped out and smashed the enemy's head. Don't even think about hurting brother Song Fai. Qian Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He remembered now, Song Fai was the notorious prodigy mage from his past life. Instead of growing strong himself, he persuaded a herd of blind fangirls to quit their current jobs, all switch to mages, and donate their gear, skill books, and divine points to him. However, what can a single mage do alone? No problem, Mad Van would figure it out. Thus the bizarre lineup was born. One poured everything into divine points to become a fragile glass cannon mage with enormous damage but paper HP, one dumped all into agility to become an annoying harasser mage, zipping around and spamming skills like mosquitoes, one invested everything into vitality to become a meat shield mage, imagine a mage tanking a boss, some even put all into strength, using the staff as a melee weapon, calling it a battle mage. At first that strange formation proved unexpectedly effective, sweeping everywhere and stealing the lifespan of countless players. This mage stew lineup became a nightmare for casual farmers. But as the game dragged on, the stupidity showed. Those aberrant female mages were wiped out one by one, while Song Fi could only watch his fangirls feed into the scoreboards like kites with cut strings. Qian Feng sighed, the drama would reach its end. Little did Song Fi know that the real nightmare was about to begin, and it was called darkness. Song Fi stood amid the circle of female mages like a living saint, his face a mix of compassion and sorrow. My sisters, you've worked so hard, I'm truly pained. I hope this boss dies soon so everyone can rest. The world should be full of love, not violence. A chubby female mage stepped forward, eyes full of adoration. It's nothing, Brother Fi. The one who suffers most is you, you shouldn't have to endure all this pain. Then she raised her staff high and shouted like a commander of a suicide charge, Sisters, charge, kill this ugly monster, don't let it injure our brother. The female mages all shouted in unison, fierce as a fan club cult, the monster must fall. Song Fi will be king, henceforth there is only Song Fi. Brother, ascend slowly, we'll follow you forever. But at that moment the boss suddenly roared, spewing a pillar of blazing fire toward Song Fi. Before Song Fi could react, a young female mage leapt forward and took the hit for him. Her hair singed, clothes torn to shreds, she still smiled radiantly. Song Fi immediately dropped to his knees beside her, clutching the girl's shoulder with feigned emotion. Oh my, the girl whispered, eyes sparkling. Brother Fi is always so crazy for us. The chubby mage shouted again, keep it up, sisters, if we kill this boss, Brother Fi will hit first place on the rankings, we must surpass that darkness fellow. The crowd roared as if to split the heavens, vowing to stand with Brother Fi to the end. Then magic bolts rained from the girl's staves onto the boss, making it scream in agony. Beneath the dense spells was blind, fanatical obsession. Song Fi stood in that halo, smiling inwardly in satisfaction. It's almost done. This Silver Star boss is tough, but once it's dead I'll hit level 8. He clenched his fist, eyes flashing with jealousy. That damned darkness must be hacking, I've got a whole fan squad and I'm still stuck at 7, what does he have that lets him level up so fast? Once I surpass his level 9, I'll be the top player, the god of this world. At that moment, a hand cold as ice suddenly grabbed Song Fi's head. No one saw who had come, all they knew was that while everyone looked up, Qian Feng had already swept past Song Fi. With a shield shadow slash, a flash of light, Song Fi hadn't even had time to scream. His head was lifted clean off his neck, blood spraying everywhere, and his eyes stared blankly as if he couldn't believe he had just been logged out of the game. Qian Feng silently held the head, glanced at it, then twisted the face like squeezing a ripe tomato. The chubby mage turned, screaming in panic, brother. But before she could reach him, Qian Feng had become a shadow slicing through the ranks of mages, moving too fast for anyone to react. System announcement, you have killed the two-headed fire emitter. Gained 1500 EXP. You have killed a player, Fallen Arcanist. You have killed player Song Fi Meow Meow. You have killed player, Fi Forever with You. You have killed player, Little Fi UA. Damage numbers continuously popped over the boss and players, 1985, 1985, 1990, 1990. The rest fell silent. What the hell? One sneak kill move, damage in the thousands per hit? My strongest skill only does a bit over 100, that's 10 times a normal player's output. And it's an area attack on top of that. Song Fi and all his fangirls were wiped out. Someone blurted, who is this assassin? Could it be Darkness? No doubt it's him. Surely the Darkness Elder is the first person to kill a golden boss. If not him, who could terrorize like that? The crowd immediately self-scattered, rolling out the red carpet. Everyone stepped back, leaving the boss spoils for the Elder. Killing Song Fi's traitors was satisfying enough. Long live the Elder, Elder keep going, Elder I love you. Stop staring, move along. Qian Feng smiled faintly, thinking that they were flattering him out of fear of his wrath. If it were his past life, they'd have leapt to bite him the moment he showed his face. The town, Don Dom, a low-level respawn village in the primeval forest. Song Fi opened his eyes, sitting up from the revival altar, a few lingering rays of spirit energy still flickering above his head. The system chimed coldly like a death sentence. System, you were killed by player darkness. Lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Lost an additional 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fi stared dumbfounded as if struck by lightning, vision blurred, mouth agape. I'm dead, and killed by darkness. He bolted upright, horror on his face like a snake bite. Why did that darkness show up in Don Dom town? Jianghai City has hundreds of primitive towns, why pick my spot to steal the boss? At that moment, the female mages respawned one by one, faces dazed as if reborn from disaster. I'm dead. Brother is dead too. It was darkness. But why kill both brother and us? A stout girl cried out. He must have wanted to steal the boss, so despicable, sneaking an attack while brother wasn't paying attention, shameless shrimp head. As the air swelled with resentment, a timid blue-haired girl stepped forward. Brother, I'm a marksman with Hawkeye skill, I can even see hidden enemies. Brother, can you let me join the team? Before Song Fi could answer, a female mage sneered and cut in. Get lost. Brother already said we only need mages. Marksmen are too slow at killing mobs and will affect his ranking climb. Song Fi spread his arms, wearing a 1,000-person smile, magnanimous like a deity descending. Don't say that, family. I still believe love can bridge all differences. He took the marksman's hand, eyes glittering like a soap opera star. I feel your intense affection, being a marksman is fine. Come grow with us. The girl was moved to tears, choking like someone reading a love letter by moonlight. Brother, I love you. Then the group-wide vying for favor began. Brother Song, I'm an assassin, I have stealth and can ambush him like he ambushed brother. Brother, I've learned an area control skill that can freeze him so you can personally finish him off. Song Fi gestured to everyone, eyes like he's reading the UN's peace declaration. Family, we are one big family, love each other. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come, we'll be united forever. The atmosphere was so touching it could be canned and sold as emergency rations. The fangirls cried tears of joy, hugging as if rescued from an avalanche, so warm. Follow Brother Song and you'll never regret it. Then a roar of righteous fury rose like a tsunami. That darkness dared to ambush brother, no way, Vo Duk caught him, we must let brother kill him so he learns the consequence of provoking Song Fi. Revenge, revenge for brother, kill that dark dog. In a hidden corner of the town, some unfamiliar players stood whispering. Hey, what's going on? This little village looks like it's about to start a war. Heh heh, you don't know. That guy got killed by an outsider, what's notable is he was killed in the middle of dozens of girls' circles. What, he still died? Dead on the spot. The one who killed him was Darkness. Have you heard that name? Holy crap. Darkness? That level? Seriously. Darkness actually dared to mess with this bunch of brainless girls. I'm in awe. Song Fi stood amid the crowd of fangirls like sunflowers facing the sun, in this case, the sun was himself. He curled his lip, eyes full of smug certainty of victory. Very good. With so many witnesses, when I personally kill that Darkness, everyone will have to admit that no matter how strong he is, a lone random player is just a shrimp. Especially an assassin, a sneaky punk can't compare to a noble mage like me. On the other side, Qian Feng was quietly working the system interface, expression cool as if killing a silver star boss were just breakfast. The greedy hand system activated. You received 16 evolution points and 217 days of tradable lifespan. Silver Star Loot X6, Golden Loot X1. Without hesitation, Qian Feng upgraded a system skill, spending 10 evolution points to unlock Liberation. The boon upgraded from Executioner tier to Legendary. The new effect flashed a cold light in his eyes. Passive, critical hit to weak point increased from plus 100% to plus 200%. Weak point hit chance doubled. Active, neck slit deals 150% damage per second for 3 seconds, cooldown reduced from 30s to 25s. Qian Feng frowned slightly, doubling weak point targeting means half an enemy's body will soon become a weak point. Shield Shadow Slash could also exploit weak point damage later, and neck slit boosts damage while reducing cooldown, used on a golden boss then. He pondered for a moment before continuing. A skill that can already evolve to legendary needs 200 evolution points to reach mythic. By that rule, Greedy Hand requires 210 points to go from executioner to mythic, and another 340 points for the next tier. He looked at the 9 evolution points remaining and shrugged. Fine, buff the backstab enhancement. The system consumed 8 evolution points. Backstab enhancement upgraded to Silver Star. Back attack damage effect increased from 30% to 40%. Qian Feng nodded softly, reassured. Amazing, 1 Silver Star boss plus a bunch of naive players helping got him 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. And he picked up a haul of tasty loot. Alright, back to town. But as he turned to leave, murderous intent struck from behind. A female assassin suddenly lunged out. The blade flashed like the Grim Reaper's crescent. Die, darkness. Qian Feng tilted aside to dodge as smoothly as a sword dance performance. The second and third strikes, he evaded them all effortlessly, like playing a flying shrimp dodge game. Why is this? The girl wanted to scream at the world, her eyes full of existential doubt. Damn it, stealth. Dust rose in thick clouds, but before she could counterattack, a rallying shout like a horn sounded from the mountaintop. Die, you bastard darkness, you've been surrounded by us. We came to avenge Brother Phi, we must avenge Brother Phi. The female mage's cry echoed off the cliffs like a war horn for a battle of blind love. At the foot of the mountain, Qian Feng said nothing. Silently he used Shield Shadow Stealth, his figure dissolving into a misty smoke, blending into the darkness like a fish returning to water. But the archer above snorted coldly, useless. My Hawkeye tracking can detect stealth. She raised her bow. She fired a special arrow into the sky, a bird suddenly flew out, flapping its wings and scattering glowing magical feathers densely over the area below. Then only one figure appeared, but it wasn't Qian Feng, it was a teammate female assassin. Some of the girls recognized her, but it was already too late. From above, the cluster of female mages and archers whooped like they'd hit the jackpot. Great, found her, attack, sisters, use your strongest skills. Boom boom boom, an artillery of skilled fireworks rained down on the target. Why wait, I'm not, hold on, the assassin screamed in panic, but a second later she was buried in a brilliant explosion of magical smoke and fire. The dust cleared, a silence stretched out, then the plump female mage stepped forward, scratching her head in justification. This isn't that important, after all, she isn't a mage, which means she truly doesn't like Brother Song Fi. This is punishment for a traitor. Okay, release the bird and scout again, we must quickly find the real darkness. On this side Qian Feng took out a special item, the Demon Flame Spirit Bell. Activate item, Demon Flame Terror Effect, disables all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Ding dong, the bell rang like a call from the netherworld. In an instant, all the female fans froze like stone statues, eyes wide, hands stuck mid-cast as if frozen in time. The female archer panicked, I can't move. At that moment, a shadow streaked past like lightning. Countless cold slashes like the Grim Reaper's blades executed Qian Feng's shield shadow slash. When the smoke cleared, he was standing in front of Song Fi, who had been hiding in a corner moments before, eyes round as if waking from a nightmare. What just happened? Why did they all collapse and die like that? No way, was it darkness? If he actually struck, he'd at least reveal himself, right? But Qian Feng had already appeared coldly at his side, his voice slicing the air like a blade. Song Fi, you're definitely dead now. Song Fi reacted instantly, raising a magic shield, but a poison dart pierced the shield and plunged straight into his forehead. Song Fi rolled to the ground, face ashen, groaning, impossible. Qian Feng quietly bent down, looking at the loot that fell from Song Fi's body, murmuring, this guy's tough, still has over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Then his gaze went to the cluster of female fans. Why don't those people have tradable lifespan? After a moment's thought he sighed. Could they have intended to donate all their lifespan to Song Fi? Ha, after all this time they still don't understand that gods are just a game. What a romantically deluded lot. He looked at the smoky battlefield. What a pity. If he gathered up the non-tradable lifespan it would amount to hundreds of years, but never mind, he could use it to lure nearby scavengers. At the revival point in Don Dom Town, a white light flashed. Song Fi reappeared, his face struck by the harsh truth. Damn it, only 500 days left of his original 2000 days of tradable lifespan. You bastard darkness, damn you. The plump female mage folded her arms, frowned at the female archer beside her and snapped, hey, didn't you use your scouting skill? Why didn't you detect him? The archer tore at her hair, helpless. I did use it. But it only detected 2 of our assassin sisters, no trace of darkness. The plump mage flipped through her stats and pointed at an entry. Oh right, you also have Hawkeye. My anti-stealth detection is only level 1, so I can only see level 1 hidden targets. If the opponent is level 2 or higher, I can't see them. Nearby, Song Fi ground his teeth in anger, hands clawing his hair like a struck chicken. That damn darkness came and went like a ghost. How am I supposed to guard against that? I didn't even offend him. He stole my boss and then killed me, how dare he? His expression suddenly turned serious, then twisted into paranoid speculation. Could he be jealous of my perfect beauty? Resenting me for standing out so much? He straightened, raised his hand like a leader and declared, for everyone's safety, I've decided we will leave this place. Moving to another area to level, the surrounding fangirls chorused in ecstatic unison, where you go? We'll follow you. By then Qian Feng had returned to Don Dom Town. The place that should have been noisy with Song Fi's followers was now as quiet as a deserted temple. He thought to himself that was strange, he couldn't see anyone. They must have left or logged out. Qian Feng dispelled stealth and stepped up to ask a nearby player, hey, do you know where Song Fi's group went? The man jumped, nearly falling over. Oh my god, the great darkness, you're freaking me out. They went that way. He swallowed hard and mumbled, but I have one request. If you kill Song Fi later, could you spare my girlfriend? Her name is Miao Fi Bao, a female hunter. Qian Feng frowned slightly, then tilted his head to look at him. I suggest you change your girlfriend, he murmured inwardly. Maybe she's the hunter with the anti-stealth skill. What a pity. The man practically collapsed. Please, Great Elder, I finally found a girlfriend. Qian Feng said nothing more. His form blurred again as Shield Shadow Stealth activated. Although he now knew the direction Song Fi's group had taken, their purpose was unclear. Qian Feng felt chasing them would waste a lot of time. If only he could find Gui Shui, that would be perfect. At that moment, a girl happened to walk by. Qian Feng's eyes widened, there was no mistaking it, it was Gui Shui. He dispelled stealth, stepped in front of her, and offered a rare smile. Beauty, help me with something. Gui Shui started, eyes wide, your darkness. Qian Feng pulled a staff from his bag that emitted a blinding golden light. I heard your class can search for targets over a wide area, right? Help me locate Song Fi. If you do, I'll sell you this, a golden staff, very cheap, consider it a reward. Gui Shui's eyes lit up like headlights. But how did you know I have that skill? I didn't tell anyone, Qian Feng shrugged. Don't worry about that, what matters is, do you want this golden tier weapon? I want it, desperately, but I don't have enough money. No, I don't have enough lifespan. You don't even have 500 days. The original price is at least 700 days. Perfect timing, I'll give you a discount. A notification popped up, transaction successful. Gui Shui hugged the staff like a treasure, so happy tears welled up. A real golden staff. Qian Feng tapped her on the head lightly. Now get to work. Gui Shui gave him a playful glare and then activated her skill. Meanwhile she thought silently, this is my first time meeting darkness, but why does he feel strangely familiar? She glanced at him. Aren't you worried I'll take the item and run? Qian Feng raised an eyebrow. What? Aren't you the one who hates that Song Fi guy? Gui Shui froze, surprise in her eyes as she stared at Qian Feng. Great Elder, how do you know I hate Song Fi too? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't quite match. Qian Feng smirked, a cold, mysterious smile. Ha, guess, I'm too lazy to guess. She shrugged and took out a scouting bird. Release it. The bird shot up into the sky, its bright eyes sweeping across the horizon. Through its vision, Gu Yishui was like she was piloting a modern drone. Within minutes, she had results. She'd found Song Fi. Coordinates 386, 9527, but I can't guarantee they haven't moved. By the time you get there they might be gone. Qian Feng turned and waved as he spoke. Add me as a friend and keep watching. If they relocate, alert me immediately. Huh. If it's a long watch, just a moment. He cut her off, voice firm. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qian Feng shot off like smoke. But he suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest path. On the other end, Gu Yishui tilted her head in puzzlement. Why did the Great Elder stop? Qian Feng stood before an ancient tree and asked in a low voice, look around, are there any trees nearby that look like this one? Wait a sec, she replied, eyes flicking quickly over the scouting bird's feed. There's an identical tree 100 meters ahead of you and another one 100 meters to the left. Without a word, Qian Feng placed his hand on the first tree and drew a faint mark with his finger. He then quickly moved to the other two trees and did the same. Gu Yishui watched, eyes bright with curiosity. What kind of mark was this? Qian Feng glanced at her and smiled faintly, guess. The moment the three trees were linked by the ancient sigils, the air trembled once. A soft chime sounded on the breeze, and before him a jade mirror appeared, casting a blue-green light like an autumn pond. Gu Yishui's eyes widened in astonishment. It's a jade tear mirror. Qian Feng curled his lip in a self-admiring smile. Who would have thought you'd find one of the ancient gods' blessings in Newbie Village? My luck isn't bad at all. He straightened, eyes narrowing as if recalling something distant. The ancient gods' blessings can appear anywhere on lands abandoned by the deities. Activating enough hidden symbols can open a treasure, summon a boss, or grant a unique skill. Gu Yishui gawked, her gaze glued to the yang. Great Elder, this yang must hold at least 1,000 days of lifespan. Oh my, converted to money that's 10 million plus yuan. Qian Feng thought silently that her estimate was fairly close. In the previous life, on day 1 the lifespan exchange rate was 1:10,000, but by day 2 it had risen to over 1:50,000. If he unlocked a rare skill today, it'd be hugely profitable. On the other side, Gu Yishui pulled out a notebook and eagerly recorded the sigils Qian Feng had drawn. If she could replicate those marks, she'd be able to hunt other divine blessings just by mastering scouting. Heh, time to get rich. System, you have opened the Jade Treasure Mirror. Received Skill Book, Cursed Bloom, Seize Jade. Gu Yishui read the Cursed Bloom aloud. Sounds like the title of a romance drama. What kind of skill is this? A tooltip popped up, Skill, Cursed Bloom, Jade Tear. Skill Type, Affliction. Effect, within 15 seconds after death, a cursed flower grows on the nearest enemy's body, draining the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0. Cooldown time. Qian Feng paused for a second, then his eyes lit up as if he'd found a real treasure. He'd heard of this perverse skill in his past life but never seen it. Its name, Cursed Bloom, was romantic, its effect was a nightmare. He smiled coldly. With this skill, every time he killed a player and protected the corpse, he could squeeze their lifespan dry like a lemon. Then he'd level up fast to extract it into reality. His gaze turned ice cold. Song Fi, your good times are over. This time I'll kill you until you log out, then I'll kill you in the real world. Elsewhere on the map, Song Fi and his group were busy hunting packs of fierce wolf-shaped monsters that swarmed like an army. Song Fi swung his sword at one and muttered, surely that dark guy won't chase me anymore, right? I've run so far away. In his head appeared the grim image of a man he called Darkness, the one who stole the Silver Star boss and sent him to the respawn screen twice. You took my Silver Star boss and killed me twice, surely that's enough. No need to hunt me down all the way here. Wait, when I'm stronger, I'll come back for revenge. As he was consoling himself, the plump girl in the party pointed into the distance. Hey, look, over there someone's fighting a boss. Song Fi squinted. Holy crap, those guys look familiar, are they fans of Nyo Jai Kai? Before he could finish, the plump mage erupted in fury, eyebrows like spears. What? Nyo Jai Kai's van. Immediately, the surrounding girls went wild, just fans again. Those disgusting parasites only know how to worship Nyo Jai Kai as number one. No way, we can't let them ruin our climb. One shouted, go kill them all. On the other side, the group fighting the boss heard the commotion and happily thought reinforcements had arrived. Oh, someone came to help, hurry, the boss is almost dead, let's finish it together. Before they could celebrate, the plump girl from Song Fi's side swung her club. Whack! A blow to the head. The joyful player in the middle collapsed like a banana tree cut at the trunk. Dong Ha gasped, what the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? The woman bared her teeth, face full of murderous intent. This is the fate of Fan Nyo Jai Kentucky. Nyo what? I don't even know what you people are talking about, I basically don't understand. Before anyone in that group could explain, an arrow from the hunter behind them struck one man in the head. He died before he could cry out. A male teammate screamed miserably, Misa. Amid the gore and the still uncooked scent of the boss, another girl spontaneously recited a poem, don golden robes to become queen and soar, clear the Nyo assembly, sweep the wasteland, dominate the vast universe with me alone, my heart like an island loving you endlessly. All for which brother? I don't even know which brother. But the boss absorbed a barrage of magic and collapsed dead. Song Fi threw his arms wide, tears of gratitude streaming. Oh my god, thank you girls. My loves, you nearly got me killed by those Nyo Jai Kai fans, I didn't expect them to be so brutal. The girls were so moved they cried. You don't need to thank us, whether southbound or northbound, our hearts follow you. At that moment, Qian Feng stood silently atop a high cliff, watching everything with cold eyes. Without a word, he activated shadow form, his body blurred and vanished like bone dissolving into darkness. The instant he hid, the group of girls all went pale. Brother Fi. Song Fi felt a chill down his spine, spun around to look up at the cliff, but it was already too late. A cold voice whispered at his ear, you're dead. Swish, one slash, Song Fi's head flew from his neck, rolling among the horrified stares of the group. Brother! The girls screamed in despair, tears streaming like rivers. Qian Feng did not stop. He raised his hand and cast the skill he had just learned, Cursed Bloom. Instantly, a crimson flower burst from Song Fi's throat, each petal stained like blood. A red spider lily, the symbol of curse, reincarnation, and life seizing, bloomed. The girls gaped. What the hell is that? In Firefly Town, where the air had been peaceful, a scream echoed through the streets. You darkness guy, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me? Song Fi's hair stood on end, veins bulging as he shouted like someone pleading with fate. He ground his teeth, is it because I have too many girls following me that you're jealous? What a lunatic. He glanced around, gnashing his teeth viciously. Damn it, this guy must have tracked me all the way to Firefly Town because of me. Could that girl he flattered the other day be one of my fans? Impossible, yet even if so, what does that have to do with me? Right then, the system's cold voice rang in his head, tradable lifespan is decreasing by 400 days, 390, 380, 370. Song Fi's face went ashen. What the hell? My lifespan is under 400 days and it's being drained continuously. God damn it, do you get punished like this for dying too much? Is this a game or a horror movie? At that moment, his fanatical girls had just resurrected in the safe zone. A pale-faced girl said, brother, it's bad. When that darkness guy cast the skill I saw a red, blood-like flower grow on your body, it looked like it's sucking something from you. What? Song Fi spun his head, eyes bulging as if they might pop, watching his lifespan plunge like stalks in the apocalypse. His corpse grew a flower and that flower is draining your lifespan, you damn darkness. Do you want my life? The system's cold voice intoned, 350 days. 340, 330. In panic, Song Fi banged the table and shouted to go offline immediately. If he got killed again his lifespan would hit rock bottom. He yelled with all his heart, "Everyone listen, let's log off, go back to the real world to buy lifespan points, then return, re-equip, raise our combat power, and launch a coordinated attack on that guy." The girls, mindlessly loyal, raised their fists in unison. "Where is Brother Fi going? Our hearts follow him." Immediately after, Song Fi hurriedly logged out, eyes wild. "You darkness guy, just wait, you've got 2.5 years of my grind to answer for. I don't believe the gods can't smack you down." Elsewhere, Qian Feng stood silently atop a hill, surrounded by player corpses, each with a blood-red spider lily blooming from it. The system coldly announced the player had killed too many others and was currently at level 4 of the murderer status. Upon death they'd lose 96.875% of their current lifespan. Qian Feng didn't bother caring and murmured indifferently that he'd gained another 1,000 days of lifespan. Song Fi's group had killed quite a few monsters too, they must have accumulated a lot. But they can't be drained anymore, they've probably gone offline. Gu Yishui, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help herself. This is the true power of the top-ranked player. Darkness, truly terrifying. Qian Feng glanced over and asked, "Xiao Shui, Song Fi logged off, right?" Gu Yishui nodded like a sewing machine. "Yes, he and his fans are all logged out." "Good. Keep an eye out for me. If he comes online again, tell me." "Understood, Great Elder." As she was about to leave, Qian Feng called back, "Wait, I've got a golden skill book for the priest, Holy Sword Judgment." "Want it?" Gu Yishui's eyes lit up like headlights. "Want? Come back to Little Town and wait for me," she replied immediately. A little while later, the two met. Qian Feng held the book and said, "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you promise me one thing I can sell it to you for half price." "But no funny business, I'm not selling my body." Qian Feng's face went stern. "What do you think I'm asking? I just need you to join a team and be their long-term healer." Gu Yishui immediately beamed. "Oh, fine, but if they're too incompetent I'll tattle on you, okay?" Qian Feng smiled faintly, voice calm. "Don't worry, their strength is solid, I'm already in contact with them." At the same time, on the other side of the map, Wang Mang's group was busy hunting monsters. Finally done. Wang Mang sighed in relief, then suddenly his whole body trembled, poisoned, his face drained as if he'd lost 3 months' worth of blood. "Quick, Xiao Du, detox me," he shouted as if his house were on fire. Tuan Xiao Du, the little priest with vacant eyes, startled and replied, "Huh? Detox? Right, what priest doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry, I can't take it anymore." Xiao Du suddenly brightened like a child who found candy. "Ah, yes, I think I saw that skill." She solemnly chanted and cast a purifying spell, but it hit a roadside tree instead of Wang Mang. Little Black beside them almost had a fit, while Wang Mang boiled with rage. "Ah, sorry, my bad, I pressed the wrong button." As a result, Wang Mang was poisoned and died on the spot, not even finishing his final curse. A blonde guy shouted in panic, "Captain." After being resurrected, Wang Mang looked up and sighed, helpless as if betrayed by the entire game system. He swore he'd replace this babysitter. But where am I supposed to find a professional priest now? The good ones get snapped up by other teams early. Standing beside her, Tuan Xiaodu casually studied the skill interface as if nothing had happened. "Oh, this game isn't that hard, huh? I'm already level 4 just from this, if I keep going I'll soon meet Brother Song Fi." Over with Qian Feng, he had just contacted Wang Mang. "Wang Mang, I have someone here, a white bird divine observer, stealth profession, not bad strength. Is your team interested?" If Wang Mang says she's legit, then she must be the real deal. Of course that's fine, she's in Firefly Town. Fewer people there, everyone should head over and form a team to level up. No problem, we'll be there immediately. There are too many players in Shell Town, so we're thinking of moving elsewhere to level. He turned to the team and said sternly, "Ah, Xiao Du. Right now Shell Town is too crowded, we need to go somewhere with higher level monsters to train, but at your current level it's a bit dangerous, so we can't bring you along anymore. Tan Xiaodu widened her eyes in surprise. Huh. But I thought I could still go. Before she could finish, Wang Mang's group bolted as if a god-tier boss were chasing them. Too late, Xiaodu, take care of yourself. Tan Xiaodu steamed with anger. You bastards, if you want to abandon me, just say it instead of making excuses. Humph, I've put up with you lot long enough, I'm going to find that Dark Elder. A short while later, Wang Mang's group arrived at Firefly Town. Wang Mang respectfully transferred 800 days of lifespan. You have received 800 days of lifespan. He added, this is the remainder from last time. Later my captain and will come give the other 500 days. Lifespan in this game really isn't easy to get. Xian Feng thought, Captain and, could it be Envu? He nodded slightly and pointed to one side. This is Ha Shui Tian, she'll join the team. Get to know each other. Just then, a voice called from afar, Wang Mang, I'm here. A girl named Executor of Righteousness appeared, sprinting over like an arrow. Xian Feng immediately recognized her, indeed Envu, using the name Executor of Righteousness in-game and the only hidden class dragon swordsman. In her past life, Envu was one of the world's top 20, a leading pillar of the Great Xia government, and a nightmare to countless foreign forces. This was the first time he'd met such a powerful player in the Divine Server. Her past life rank even exceeded his. Envu smiled brightly and stepped forward to shake his hand. Dark Elder, pleased to meet you, I'm Envu, a shy fan of yours. Xian Feng nodded and returned the handshake. Hello. Envu laughed heartily. Your growth speed is insane. Any secrets? I joked with guildmates that you must be a time traveler or reborn or something. Haha, you have received 500 days of lifespan. Xian Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't been on Wang Mang's team in the past life. A flash of insight crossed his mind. It seems Envu has purchased a substantial amount of lifespan on behalf of Jianghai city authorities, not just ordinary transactions but enough for strategic dealings. The Dragon Swordsman class itself is extremely special, with superlative survivability, almost undefeatable in the hands of mid-tier players. Placing national lifespan on her shows the government has bet its trust on her ability. Envu maintained her radiant smile, but her words put listeners on guard. Elder, if you have any equipment to sell it straight to us, we buy anything. Also, all of Jianghai government's lifespan assets are now under my control. She tilted her head, half joking. You aren't going to kill me, are you? Xian Feng glanced at her and replied in a calm but razor-sharp tone, no, I'm not that intimate. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. I'm a businessman, not a mass murderer. Envu burst into laughter, playful. Haha, knew it, you are clever, Elder. Xian Feng smiled inwardly, lips curling. Indeed, every line from her seemed like a probing knock. Beneath that sweet, innocent facade was a shrewd mind and a heart that trusted no one completely. As rumored from the past life, Envu outwardly gentle but actually extremely crafty and decisive, acting like thunder with cold methods and no hesitation. Now she was the liaison between him and the Great Xia government, and clearly she had been quietly helping him a lot though she never said so outright. Morning in the real world. Inside a women's dormitory room, a lively group chat was buzzing on the phone among self-styled Song Fi cult fans. One girl with a beauty mark shouted like she'd uncovered a revelation, "Oh my god, sisters, did you see the official announcement? Lifespan in the Divine Server is real. If lifespan reaches 0 there, you die for real in real life." One girl with slightly crossed eyes went pale. What girls? Isn't this just a game? I already donated all my tradable lifespan to give to Song Fi. Another female voice moaned. I only have a few days of lifespan left, and I'm in murderer status too. If I die now it'll cost me double lifespan. Die once, lose twice. Boo-hoo, someone else replied trembling, no way, dying 3 times and it still costs that much? Then I only have a few years left. Damn it, the chubby girl in the game's mage uniform was sweating like she'd been showering. No, this can't be. I'm a meat shield mage, I always charge first, killing and dying like crazy. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left, if it hits 0 for real, will I actually die? No, no, it can't be true. Just then she looked at her phone and gasped as if struck by lightning. Ah, Song Fi is buying lifespan. That's perfect, I have to go find him, he would never abandon a loyal fan like me. Her eyes lit up like floodlights. She jumped up and ran to her wardrobe. I'll put on the full fan outfit, head to toe the limited Song Fi Super Edition. Shirt, hat, even the new ultra-thin anti-detection piece, everything. A few minutes later she emerged, plump in a glaring red dress with Song Fi's face printed across her chest. Then she dashed out like the wind, shouting, Song Fi, I'm coming to you. In a small, quiet house, inside a bedroom, Tan Xiaodu opened her eyes, panting, sweat beading on her brow. I'm back in reality. She blinked several times, the line between real and unreal felt blurred, something felt off. Half awake, she grabbed her phone, the latest news hit her and stunned her. Lifespan can now be traded at a rate of 15,000 per day. I have 200 days. A quick calculation and her face lit up. 150 million, I'm rich. But before joy could spread, another line of information appeared like a cold blade across her heart. Her eyes widened, lips trembled, and she gripped her phone. Darkness has killed Song Fi not once but 3 times. Tears welled and poured down her face. That idiot once told her that if lifespan is reduced to 0 you'd actually die in real life. He originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, but after dying 3 times he now has just over 12 years left. Why would Darkness want to kill him? Fear surged like a tide, tightening her chest. She grabbed the edge of the bed, eyes filled with panic and fury. He killed him surrounded by dozens and still survived. A message lit up the screen. The plump girl had posted again to the gathered beauty group, Song Fi needs help. He's at Dejiang Square. Anyone with tradable lifespan, come sell to him, 1 day for 10,000. This is a chance to make money and save the man the whole world admires. Tan Xiaodu hurriedly changed clothes, half speaking to herself as if reassuring herself. Song Fi is at Dejiang Square, not far away. I can't just stand by and watch his lifespan slip away. She clenched her fist, eyes resolute and edged with steel. Luckily those idiots offered lifespan like a sacrifice, so I earned over 200 days of tradable lifespan. It's enough to help him. With that she flung the door open and ran, her long hair streaming, the late afternoon light casting her shadow along the empty street. Back in the game, the eastern coastal outskirts of the starter town, Qian Feng, under the name Darkness, was still gleefully slashing through the sea creature mobs by the shore. The briny tang of seawater mixed with monster blood on the sea breeze, whipping his black cloak. Monster corpses littered the sand like ruthless trophies. Suddenly a string of system notifications sounded. Congratulations, you have reached level 10 in the 4 virtues, Ritual, Righteousness, Integrity Night total +2. You receive 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the advancement class. First to reach level 10 in Jianghai City, +7 reputation. First to reach level 10 in Great Xia, +14 reputation. First to reach level 10 globally, +21 reputation. When 7 players reach level 10 in Jianghai, the Drifted Gods Continental Teleport will be activated. The final announcement broadcast worldwide in a voice cold as ice. Global announcement. Player Darkness is the first to reach level 10 globally. Forums and chat channels around the world exploded. Of course it's Darkness again. He killed the first golden boss, too. Now he's the first to level up. This elder is a monster. I heard he even killed that famous Dimbird 3 times, some guy named Song Fi. A player in Tianzhu raged like crazy, you bastard, Darkness is from Great Xia, I'm the only one with a hidden class and I'm still only level 8. So what is that guy? In 1.5 billion people in Tianzhu, no one can surpass him. At the coastal area, Darkness stood motionless on the white sand, face expressionless. The system continued, you have consumed 13 evolution points. The Platinum Rear Strike Enhancement skill upgraded to Transcendent. Passive effect, rear strikes increase from 40% to 50% damage. Xian Feng's personal info screen appeared, name Darkness, class Obsession, the only hidden class at level 10. Non-tradable lifespan 1219 years 128 days, tradable lifespan 7455 days, strength 39, constitution 39, agility 111, spirit 41, fame 47. Xian Feng muttered in a low, cold voice that just over 7,000 tradable days still weren't enough. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes flashed. To leave the starter town requires 7 players at level 10 to trigger the teleport, and the highest now is only level 7, so they'll have to wait. He turned and reached to tap the logout icon. There was, conveniently, one real-world issue that needed handling first. The game screen dimmed, and Darkness, the first to reach the pinnacle, vanished as if he'd never existed. Zhanghai City. In a small room, Qian Feng lay motionless on a single bed. After a moment his lashes quivered and his eyes slowly opened. The system appeared before him with a message cold as steel. Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world? Qian Feng did not hesitate, his voice was low and resolute. Immediately an interface opened, detailed like a military control panel, class extraction rate, level extraction rate, skill extraction rate, bloodline extraction temporarily locked, divinity extraction temporarily locked. Qian Feng coldly chose to extract class essence. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted the obsession hidden class, innate effect activated, strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5. His body trembled as a black smoky aura spread through his limbs. The transformation began deep within his neural structure. This was no longer a feeling but a reality, as if Darkness had signed a pact with his flesh. Level extraction. He said again, Essence, you have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan multiplied by 2. You have extracted 2 level tiers, effectively increasing current level to 3, adding strength +4, constitution +4, agility +14, spirit +4. Qian Feng nodded slightly, then, in a low voice, proceeded to extract skills. He paused and began calculating. His reason worked like a cold machine. Logically, the higher the skill level, the greater the lifespan cost, possibly increasing exponentially. But unexpectedly, extraction cost was based on the original rarity, not the post-evolution rank. Incredible. The Shadow skill cost only 900 days and it's already platinum rarity in the game. Notification, you have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan. Skill extracted, Shadow skill, platinum essence. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan. Skill extracted, poison-tipped throwing dart, silver-plated rarity. 1,292 days remain, but no other skills can be extracted right now. Paying such a bargain price to extract skills and yet getting a platinum shadow, this is truly a steal. Qian Feng sat up, clenched his palm, black air coiling around his arm like a living thing. He murmured, voice soft but as cold as ice, now strength and constitution are double that of a normal person, agility at 32 surpasses human physiological limits, plus unlimited invisibility and poison darts with a 14m range. He narrowed his eyes, a cold curve formed at his mouth, kill Song Fi. Now it's completely possible. Qian Feng skimmed his phone. Song Fi was frantically buying lifespan. Was he planning to use it to keep playing and come settle accounts with him? He checked the Jiang Square's location, only 7 to 8 kilometers away. At his current speed it would take just over 10 minutes to get there. He stood up, gripping his phone. A message popped up. Hu Qiban, the bossy supervisor who rode on the company's coattails to lord it over others, texted, Qian Feng, how are your wings doing? Not answering. Being noticed by Miss Lu is a blessing, and you dare ignore me, call back right now or else. Without reading the rest of the message. Qian Feng sneered, voice icy, you idiot. That name is on the blacklist. He tossed his phone aside without bothering to look back and disappeared into the air as skills and shadow form activated. No one remained in the room, only darkness lingering faintly on the wall. Soon. His voice echoed from the void. Those people will learn what the divine discarded game really is. The Jiang Square was packed shoulder to shoulder, cheers crashing like waves through the air. Song Fi, long live Song Fi, the first to conquer the life or death idol challenge of our hearts. Tan Xiaodu was in the crowd too, face flushed, shouting with the fervor of a genuine fanatic, "Go Song Fi forever." On the central platform, Song Fi sat with legs crossed, full of arrogance. Beside him was a blonde woman in a tight black dress, her bearing cold as ice. The cheers below rose like worshipful tides, but to the two of them it was only excitement manipulated by gullible masses. Song Fi smiled faintly, a triumphant, calculating smile. The blonde leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice razor sharp, "Darling, I heard in the game that darkness killed you 3 times. Don't worry, I sent people to investigate, we'll definitely dig out his true identity." Song Fi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh. How's the investigation going?" Her people even went to Firefly Town to contact him. "The plan is simple, we'll offer a number he can't refuse. When he returns to reality to collect the money," she curled her lips, an angel-faced devil's smile. "We'll nab him, and make sure you witness him begging for his life." Song Fi asked slowly, "I heard your Dejiang company has tricks to coerce players and force them to work for shareholders, true?" The woman shrugged, smiling without smiling. "They're just idiots without lifespan left, who cares? But someone like you is different, dozens of women volunteer to donate lifespan, even die for you." Song Fi laughed, eyes flashing with arrogant pride. He knew he was more than a player, he was a symbol of power and allure. At that moment a loud shout cut through the air from the crowd, "Everyone, control yourselves. Selling your lifespan to others without thinking." A man rushed into the square, pointing up at the stage. "Haven't you read the government's notices? If your in-game lifespan runs out you'll actually die in real life." He whipped around toward Song Fi, voice trembling with anger. "You too, Song Fi, you know lifespan is tied to life and death, yet you brainwash fans to sell it to you. You're not just scamming, you're killing people. We'll sue you." "I mean it." Song Fi's indifferent gaze swept the crowd, no anger, no rebuttal, only a pale smile of contempt. Naturally someone had come to cause trouble. He narrowed his eyes at the man who had shouted, there was no fury in his look, only a chill like a calm lake before a storm. He rose, stepped to the stage edge, took the mic from his assistant, and smiled politely. His voice through the speakers was steady and compelling. "Hello everyone, I'm Song Fi." His tone brimmed with sincerity as if addressing close friends. "I've noticed some recent debates. My purchasing of lifespan may have depleted shared resources and caused unease. For that, I offer my sincere apologies." The crowd beneath the stands erupted immediately. "No, it's not your fault. Song Fi was right, he didn't owe anyone an apology." Song Fi raised a hand to calm everyone, then continued in a warm, deep voice as if reading a love letter, "I deeply appreciate everyone's support and love. But I urge you to love rationally. At this critical time, when the divine discarded game affects the whole country, it's important for each person to learn to protect themselves. I always strive to cooperate with officials, participate actively in the system, and keep working hard. My using personal assets to buy lifespan is a small effort to become a top-tier player worthy of everyone's expectations." He paused there, raised his head, eyes reddened and voice choking, "I do all this just to repay the love everyone has given me. I don't want anyone to suffer, either in the game or in real life. I only wish everyone can live happily and peacefully. But I never expected those actions would make some people feel so hurt." A single tear rolled down his cheek, one drop, at the right moment, in the right place. The crowd erupted with emotion, some cried, some covered their faces, some knelt and reached toward him as if in prayer. "No, please don't cry, you did nothing wrong, how can you be so warm? Song Fi is the light of my life." The atmosphere suddenly turned frenzied, like a cult witnessing its deity. Suddenly, Fan Du's anger crashed down on the man who had dared criticize Song Fi earlier. "You lunatic, get out of here, how dare you insult his sincerity? Do you even have a brain? We volunteered to sell our lifespan to him, so what?" The man who had shouted his objection stood frozen, Song Fi now stood silent amid the crowd, pale, eyes hollow like prey surrounded by hunters. He couldn't utter a word. Reason had long since died in the eyes of the hundreds around him. Don't believe those ridiculous rumors out there. A shrill female voice rang out, shattering the taut atmosphere. A plump woman suddenly strode onto the stage, arms wide as if to shield Song Fi from all criticism. You doubting him? Those pig-brained people, lifespan in the game affects reality. Ridiculous. Song Fi was startled. He hadn't noticed when she climbed up, but his expression softened and he feigned being moved. Perfect acting. She slapped her chest hard. How many times have I died for him? Even when I logged off with less than a day of lifespan left, I'm still standing here. So even if you're right, so what? You don't even have the resolve to die for Song Fi. You're not worthy to say the words, love him. The brainless crowd below exploded with emotion. Yes, that's it. Song Fi, I love you. I give you my remaining 20 days of lifespan. I have 17 days left, I only have 3 days left, but they're all yours. Song Fi reached out and smiled, his voice warm and deep. My God, I can feel your love. I love you all. He turned to the plump woman, eyes glistening. Especially that someone like you loves me, I'm truly moved. The plump woman nearly went mad with joy, tears and snot streaming, her whole body trembling with ecstasy. Ah Song Fi, just to see your affectionate gaze, even if I die immediately, I'm willing. Tears fell from Song Fi, and a second later, a thin black dart like a thread tore through the air from nowhere and struck straight through Song Fi's head. The entire stands fell deathly silent, the air stiffened as if all life had been sucked out. Song Fi blinked, his expression blank, then his eyes bulged. The back half of his head exploded, brain and blood spraying everywhere. He slumped forward, falling onto the plump woman. She froze for a few seconds, then began to tremble, her eyes glazed. Song Fi, are you, what's wrong with you? Ah, Song Fi is dead. A scream of despair cut off abruptly. Her body began to dissolve into light and then vanished completely. Her lifespan had ended today. Chaos erupted, bodyguards immediately swarmed the terrified blonde. Danger, get the heiress out of here now. The blonde trembled, tears streaming. Run, we have to run, we must leave now. She saw that when Song Fi died a globe of lifespan light had appeared and quickly dissipated. Someone had snatched it. Only one person could have done this. The in-game skill that kills in reality, the stealthy life-stealing assassin, was him, Darkness. Another jet-black dart sliced through the air and plunged straight through her head. The blonde collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend. Over there, Qian Feng remained cloaked, a guard's scream ringing out, trembling. Miss. In the void, a pair of eyes appeared, cold and indifferent, as if from the realm of the dead. Qian Feng stood there, his eyes like a bottomless abyss, watching the people panic in despair. The next afternoon, the whole city seemed draped in a pale, red bone-like haze, thin and cold, like dried blood not yet washed away. Tan Xiaodu sat in a taxi, eyes glued to her phone. On the screen the latest headline scrolled chaotically. Star Song Fi assassinated at Dejiang Square. A fanatic fan had donated all their lifespan to him before dying tragically beside his body. Police confirmed Song Fi's death was due to supernatural ability. Tan Xiaodu gripped her phone, her throat feeling as if someone had squeezed it. Her eyes were rimmed red but no tears fell. Her trembling finger swiped over Song Fi's last photo, his smile still radiant, his eyes still bright as if yesterday's concert had just been, and she couldn't believe it. Her voice hitched. Just yesterday we heard him sing, and now he's. The friend beside her was trembling too, stammering about an invisible dart. That's the divine discarded game's skill, stealth dart. Xiaodu, do you really think it's darkness? She stopped, her eyes filling with fear. I heard in the game darkness killed Song Fi 3 times, but how could an in-game ability manifest in real life? Tan Xiaodu clenched her hand so hard her nails cut into her palm until it bled, but she felt no pain, only one name filled her mind, Darkness. Yes, he's the Darkness who killed Song Fi. In the game he killed him no fewer than 3 times, and now in reality only he could act so decisively. The invisible dart, his assassin's signature skill, there's no mistaking it. She took a deep breath, her eyes fell into an unusual calm, but a blaze burned deep within, patient and frantic. Her world had lost its light. If darkness could bring game powers into reality, then she would get close to him. By any means necessary she would become stronger. The car stopped at the curb, the traffic light blinking red like blood. Tan Xiaodu opened the door and stepped out, the evening wind whipped her tangled hair across her cheek, tears falling silently without a sob. Her friend behind her hurried after, trembling and calling, "Xiaodu, what's wrong with you?" Tan Xiaodu turned, eyes wet but no longer grieving, only a cold composure, like a thin blade about to be sharpened. From today on, her sole goal was to kill darkness, to avenge Song Fai. Her friend trembled, taking a step back, eyes full of fear. "You look terrifying." Tan Xiaodu said nothing, she turned away, lips pressing into a frigid line. At the same time, elsewhere, Qian Feng sat with one leg crossed, shadowed against the dim light, its reflection on his cold face. A steaming bowl of noodles sat before him. He slowly lifted each strand, expression nonchalant as if killing a famous star in broad daylight were merely a trivial errand. Even invincible in divine discarded, the body still needed energy, hunger meant eating. He thought quietly, his gaze indifferent as he watched a noodle drift in broth the color of blood. His phone vibrated, the screen lit up with a message from a familiar number. "Qian Feng, damn it, did you block my calls and web chat too? If you don't show up today you're fired for sure, and forget your salary." Sent from the big mouth manager at Huobanzi, small-minded and always smelling of fried fat. Qian Feng curled his lip, letting out a cold chuckle. "Ha, that dog of a guy is just a lackey, the real trouble is his boss." He glanced at the screen, another name appeared in the message list, Yang Xiaona. Qian Feng tapped a few words and sent, "Don't bother going to work either, log into the game and level your character." A moment later, Xiaona replied in a clear, surprised tone. "Hey Qian Feng, you're playing this game too? I heard it's really hard, many people have run out of lifespan." Qian Feng held his phone, a serious glint in his eyes. He still remembered that in his previous life Yang Xiaona had been a core member of the God-slaying guild, somewhat frail in personality but very resilient. He texted back, "Forget careers for now, when you start, pour all your points into agility, don't overthink it." "Okay. But I heard in-game lifespan is expensive now. How about you? How much have you got?" He answered briefly, "Not much. Almost used up." "Probably because you bought a house and a car, right? No wonder you blocked Humap." "Heh heh." Qian Feng narrowed his eyes but didn't reply immediately. The name on his mind now wasn't Huobanzi but that other one, Qian Tt, the Grande Dame. A real nuisance. Qian Tt was a colleague at the Qian Corporation that once employed him. Apart from the heiress title, she had nothing worthy of note, excessive decadence, made headlines for going to a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, once boasted about cruising in a supercar with 3 American guys who practically drooled at the thought of touching her. Qian Tt worshipped everything foreign. Not long after Divine Discarded launched, she left Daha for North America and spearheaded the founding of the Alice Guild in Fairyland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. In his previous life she caused countless troubles for Daha and his god-slaying guild. They needed to find a way to deal with her before she went abroad. Once she reached North America, she would be much harder to handle. If Qian T died, the Alice Guild in Fairyland might never be formed. Rumor had it many of Alice's founders were romantically tied to Qian T. If that woman died, those founders would naturally lose their connections to one another. The phone rang, cutting through Qian Feng's thoughts. He frowned slightly, glanced at the screen, and answered coldly. "Hello." On the other end, Tan Xiaodu's voice rang out furious. "Qian Feng, you're still alive to take calls? I thought you'd been killed in the game. If you're alive, I'll tell you, I earned enough to buy a house, so never bother me again." Her tone sharpened like a blade, full of grievance. Qian Feng listened, his voice unreadable. "Good. Anything else?" Tan Xiaodu froze, apparently not expecting his coolness, but quickly hardened her tone. "I won't look for you anymore, and don't you dare try to find out where I live. Qian Feng nodded, still even-toned, If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Tan Xiaodu howled in fury, Qian Feng, we're done, I'm cutting ties with you. Qian Feng replied indifferently, okay. Then he decisively hung up, without a shred of regret. The overcast sky ahead seemed to mirror the icy mood in his eyes. A breeze passed, carrying his low voice, just keep leveling up. It won't be long. When the first person hits level 10, the world will realize game skills can work in reality. Then this piece will officially end. Scene change, inside the game. Her friend So Ran turned to Tan Xiaodu, worry on her face. Xiaodu, cutting ties with your brother like this isn't good. Maybe apologize. He seems really angry this time. Tan Xiaodu snorted coldly, eyes resolute. Apologize? No way, I already sold my lifespan to the Qian Corporation. 2 million got me everything. So Ran flinched, unable to hide her shock. Tan Xiaodu turned, smiled as if nothing had happened. I just bought an apartment, So Ran, let's live together. I'll get used to darkness soon. Then what will I need him for? In her eyes the gentle light had long gone, replaced by a cold ambition like ice, arrogant and sharp as a blade. Suddenly a young man waved from afar, eyes lecherous, and approached Tan Xiaodu with a grin like he expected a reward. Xiaodu, this is for you. He held out a skill book for the assassin class, his eyes gleaming with implication. Don't forget what you promised me. You have to do it with me. Tan Xiaodu smiled saccharine as she stepped back, but her eyes were completely cold. I know, after it's done, I'll make sure your little wish is fulfilled. Inside she thought chillingly, Su Nin, you piece of trash, wait until I befriend darkness, let's see who still pays attention to your dog face. Soon after, she opened the game interface and messaged Wang Man, Big Bro Wang, I just got an assassin class skill book, it's a rare control skill. Could you ask if Dark Big Brother needs it? If he does, I'm willing to give it to him. A dim, covetous gleam appeared in Tan Xiaodu's eyes. Zhang Wei, this dog sometimes has some value, I didn't expect him to snag such a premium skill book. Good. This book will be the fated link that ties me to darkness. Darkness? I'll approach him, gentle as water, persistent as fire. I'll be at his side to slay enemies and help him level up. I'll make him trust me, lean on me, and come to think I'm his other half. But when I'm strong enough to not need him anymore, I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll gouge out his eyes the way he stole the light from me and killed Song Fi. Ping, message from Wang Man, the elder says her skill is mediocre, he doesn't need it, keep it and sell it for money. The reply hit her like a slap. Tan Xiaodu froze as her dream evaporated like smoke. Cut to a moment earlier, Qian Feng had just logged back into the game, and hadn't gone far when screams rose ahead. Careful, dodge. He didn't hurry, only walked slowly toward the source. From afar came frantic shouts and the clash of weapons. Damn, this isn't a normal boss, survive first, think later. A player with a shield was trading blows with a many-armed monster, sweat soaking his face. He shouted, run. It's targeting her. A cold, slicing sound rang out as the monster's gigantic blade descended like a lightning streak. The shield shattered into pieces, the player was instantly slaughtered, unable to cry out. Qian Feng stood at a distance, eyes narrowing. Golden-legged level 8 boss, interesting. He pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. If I remember correctly, this boss can detect level 2 stealth, meaning my stealth skill is completely useless before it. A faint smile touched Qian Feng's lips, but his eyes remained ice-cold. Suddenly the boss snarled in fury, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it detected Tan Feng's presence. Before it could rush forward, Tan Feng took the initiative and struck, his figure a lightning flash through the air, swinging his sword to cleave straight into the monster's body. Continuous strikes ignited, damage numbers appearing rapidly, 3042 weak point minus 1013. 103 minus weak point 3042. Tan Feng glanced at the damage board and calculated silently. The double damage effect for attacks from stealth was still active, but if the enemy could see through invisibility, that damage would plummet. Fortunately, he still had an ace up his sleeve. The legendary Liberation gift, which amplified the weak points on the head and heart of the golden arthropod by 200%. With the continuous slash skill, every 9 strikes produced 3 that hit weak points, dealing triple damage. A legendary technique was indeed formidable. The corner of his mouth twitched, an image of a girl named Cam Lai, who had led him to the Temple of Faith to trade for this treasure, floated into his mind. In a distant corner, the girl who had purchased his skill watched the battle silently. Her face gradually turned pale, a single skill had wiped out a portion of the golden boss's HP. The damage from this shadow was absurd. Tan Fong then produced a jet black, highly poisonous dart and hurled it fiercely toward the boss. The flying weapon sliced the air and lodged straight into the monster's brow, displaying the line, 1785 damage, weak point. He frowned, only that? The silver weapon couldn't keep up anymore. He needed to advance his profession, upgrading stealth and offense to a higher level. The boss went berserk, roaring like a wounded beast as it wildly swung its sword toward him. A shout rang out, "Careful!" The girl couldn't help calling out in alarm. But Tan Fong's gaze remained cold as ever. He gently tilted his body, dodging each sword strike with the ease of a stroll through a rain of blades. The team gaped. My God, what is this speed? Not only is it fast, but the reactions are terrifying. Moreover, he knew every attack pattern of the boss, as if he'd faced it 100 times. Tan Fong whispered in his heart, in my past life with Tan Tu Du, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal. That's why I forced myself to become this strong. A true warrior doesn't just throw away his life, he masters both offense and evasion. That's also why, even as an ordinary soldier class, I could make the world's top 100. Finishing the thought, Tan Fong unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, landing numerous critical blows on the creature's body. The boss stared at him with panic and resentment. But Tan Fong replied coldly, compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost ship with unavoidable moves, dealing with one like you is much easier. From afar, the girl's hair stood on end when she saw it. No way, the golden boss was trying to flee, but it was too late. Tan Fong slowly drew a polearm blade, moved like a wraith, and carved a lethal line. Slash! The boss's head flew off, and the system announced, you have slain a golden arthropod boss of golden rank, gained 6,400 experience, received 7 evolution points, received 497 tradable days of lifespan. Immediately after defeating the boss, Tan Fong activated Greedy Hand, a dark light swept over the massive corpse as if draining its soul. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 496 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong looked at the system board and couldn't help smiling, his smile cold but his eyes bright. It was worth the effort. One golden boss yielded 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 tradable days of lifespan. Excellent. Without hesitation he opened the system board, his gaze stopped when he saw an unexpected gift, a platinum skill book flashing a faint cold light. Platinum tier black light shield, assassin skill, when actively used, all dodge chance is converted into layers of damage immune shields. Duration 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Requirement level 8, conversion rate, every 20% dodge equals 1 layer of damage immunity. After a shield is broken or expires, dodge chance returns to normal. Tan Fong murmured, this actually dropped. His gaze grew deep, combined with 75% dodge from the Phantom Shadow Assassin skill at Reaper rank, he could trigger up to 3 layers of damage immune shields. That meant once this skill activated, countless bosses could no longer damage him. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve Black Light Shield to Reaper rank. Cost 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 6 is equal to 12 evolution points. Black Light Shield evolved to Reaper rank. Duration increased from 8 to 14 seconds, conversion improved from 20% to 10% dodge per shield layer. Tan Fong smiled faintly, his voice low with 75% dodge, now I can trigger up to 7 layers of damage immunity, no one can reach me anymore. With 22 evolution points remaining, he promptly evolved Extremely Poisonous Shuriken, his core assassin skill. Costing 16 evolution points, extremely poisonous shuriken silver tier upgraded to verdant empress, increasing range from 14 to 17 m, attack bonus from plus 120 to plus 240, poison effect from 50% to 80% for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, damage doubled, cooldown only 5 seconds, this skill sustain DPS rivals shield phantom head slash. Luck didn't stop there, Tan Fong looted 2 assassin class items from the boss, platinum turning ring, assassin jewelry, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Equipment requirement level 8, thick red leather gloves of golden tier. Assassin defensive gear, plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 elemental resistance, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 health, requires level 6 gear. After equipping, he checked his stats, eyes flashing cold approval, cooldown reduction reached 55%, shield phantom slash's base cooldown 12 seconds was now 7.7 seconds, plus 51 constitution, 106 physical defense and 1517 health. Now he could survive 3 hits from a golden arthropod and live. Combined with black light shield, survivability skyrocketed. At that moment, the girl who had been watching quietly stepped forward, voice slightly excited, Elder, you're so strong, killing a golden boss like it's nothing. Do you have equipment I can use? I want to buy it back. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, a mage, right? Here. He produced a skill book shimmering with golden light, golden ice orb convergence, an AoE skill that fires up to 10 ice orbs. One price only, 800 days of lifespan. The girl beside him widened her eyes, 800 days. That's expensive. I saw someone selling a golden skill book for only 400 days. Tan Fong looked at the masked girl, speaking calmly but firmly, this one fires frost bones and is a level 7 skill book. Level 7 skill damage is 40% higher than level 5, so 800 days is a completely fair price. The masked girl didn't hesitate and nodded, I'll buy it, 800 days, deal. You have sold frost bones, golden skill. You received 800 tradable days of lifespan. Transaction complete, Tan Fong didn't linger and turned to leave. The young man with the shield waved respectfully, see you again, elder. Tan Fong gave no reply. A faint smoke wrapped around him as shield phantom stealth activated, his form gradually vanishing. He coldly and calmly calculated inwardly, no boss in the early stages can threaten me now. Next is to return to town, announce the news, and gather locations of silver and golden bosses. With a steady supply of bosses, his growth rate will be pushed to the limit. Just then, a message from Vong Man popped up, Vong Man, elder, former cleric in our group, Tan Tu Du asked me to contact you. She wants to gift you a skill book. Tan Fong glanced at the message, a mocking light flashing in his eyes. He replied briefly, Tan Tu Du wants to gift me a skill. That scrap bronze gold book, no thanks. He immediately thought, everyone outside now believes Shadow killed Tong Fai, yet she still dares to gift a skill book, trying to curry favor or to get close and take revenge, maybe both. With that in mind, he messaged Vong Man to tell her to keep it and sell it herself. I don't want it. Vong Man quickly answered, understood. He immediately messaged Tan Tu Du, the elder says your skill is trash, he doesn't want it, keep it and sell it for lifespan. As soon as the message was sent, Tan Tu Du fell silent. On this side, Tan Fong continued, Vong Man, go into town, I have something to sell you. Prepare lifespan days. Got it, Vong Man replied. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Elder, I'm asking straight. You killed Tong Fai, right? Tan Fong was silent for a moment, his eyes coldly fixed on the horizon, his voice light yet icy, that's right, I killed him. Inwardly he calculated, Vong Man is my friend in-game, he's smart enough to deduce that when Tong Fai died, Shadow was offline. Timing and motive all line up. If he's asking that, it means the government has begun to suspect, and in 2 hours a player will reach level 10 and be able to extract skills into reality. This will surface sooner or later, fine, consider it a test. Let's see how the Dai Ha government reacts when they learn a high-level assassin like me exists. Thinking this, Tan Fong said casually, "What, you planning to arrest me?" The sky was clear, white clouds drifting slowly above, noon sunlight gently laying over the ground like a thin silk. Tan Fong had returned to town, where the virtual streets blended simulated scenery with human bustle. In the inn, he met Vong Mana's group again. Captain Envu stepped forward first and said, "Elder, we heard you admitted to killing Tong Fai." Tan Fong did not deny it, nodding calmly, "That's right." Envu smiled slightly. That's not a mocking smile but the smile of someone who understands. To be honest, we've conducted a thorough investigation. You were at the top of our suspect list, but then we discovered Tong Fai and Zhang Lu had long conspired to overthrow you, even colluding with Dai Zhang Company to detain and coerce many players. In essence, your killing them was no different from self-defense. Tan Fong listened without speaking, reconsidering inwardly. It seems that because they couldn't uncover his true identity, they opted to maintain a temporary cooperation. In his previous life, when cooperating with the government, he was still clean. But this time, he acted more ruthlessly. Tong Fai and Zhang Lu both died by his hand. Perhaps this reincarnation has begun to shift the gears of fate. Let's see how profoundly I can change this divine era. This time he could sell unused platinum items. Since they rely on the government, whether skill books or class gear, they'll want them. Most importantly, the government always has enough lifespan currency. He said nothing further, opened his inventory, and produced items one by one. A series of platinum equipment and skill books shimmered down like metal on ice. Vong Mana's group, Cam Lai and Tu Tuet gaped, "Oh my, platinum gear and platinum skill books. Elder, you killed a platinum boss." "But I didn't see any world announcement." Tan Fong replied nonchalantly, "Just decent luck. I found a few caches and even opened a Verdant Empress skill book." Tu Tuet added with admiration, "I saw you open that cache myself, but so much platinum stuff, calling that decent luck is an understatement." He called her Tu Tuet, while Cam Lai was nicknamed Tu Hack. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, "Don't like Tu Hack." "Then call me Hack too," Cam Lai blushed, still preferring Tu Hack. Behind them, Vong Man murmured ruefully that people simply can't be compared. Envu pursed his lips and added, "Exactly, we spent an entire afternoon to kill one silver boss, while the elder casually opens a cache and gets all sorts of platinum Verdant Empress gear." Tan Fong offered no explanation, merely pointed calmly at each item: Platinum Sniper Skill Book, 2,500 days, Platinum Berserker Weapon, 1,500 days, Platinum Mage Skill Book, 3,000 days, Golden Gear with Golden Skill, 8,000 days. If you take the full set of all remaining platinum skill books and gear, 25 items total, he'd reduce the price to 16,000 days of lifespan. His tone was even and cold, as if reciting a market price list. But the price he quoted instantly froze the atmosphere. Envu nodded without hesitation. Beside him, Vong Man gaped, his mouth nearly hitting the floor. "Hey, wait, seriously? Captain, how much did he say? You gave that much? You didn't haggle at all?" Envu smiled lightly, his gaze serious but decisive. "Items of this caliber, you're going to haggle? I think that price is fair. By the way, I'll cover Tu Tuet and Vong Mana's debt from last time." After saying that, Envu transferred the tradable lifespan directly to Tan Fong. As soon as the transaction completed, Tan Fong spoke, "Captain and truly is a heroic woman, refreshingly admirable." Hearing this, Envu burst into a hearty laugh, openly showing his approval. "Haha, you're flattering me." Tan Fong did not smile, but silently calculated. Once tradable lifespan transactions exceed 10,000 days, the default unit converts to 60-year lifespans, about 23,000 days, worth nearly 400 million in cash at the current rate. Even the Zhanghai city government would consider that a huge expense. But in return, this batch of gear and skill books would enable the city to field multiple top-tier teams and even gain an early international edge. A price worth paying. As Tan Fong was about to leave, Envu spoke again, "Elder, Dai Zhang Company has arrested some players. We're planning a rescue, would you like to join? Tan Fong raised an eyebrow, understanding the government wanted to use this righteous action to whitewash the killing of Tong Fai and drag him into being an official ally. He thought briefly, then replied calmly, I won't participate, but I can give you everyone an important piece of information. He paused, staring straight into Envu's and Vong Mana's eyes. Your speculation is correct. I used in-game power to kill Tong Fai and Zhonglu. Once a player reaches level 10, they can spend lifespan to extract in-game abilities into reality. Both Envu and Vong Man were stunned. Tan Fong continued calmly, do you understand what that means? Act while you still can, before it's too late. Saying that, he turned and didn't look back. Envu nodded slightly, his voice low and his expression serious, I see. Right now Dai Zhang is frantically buying lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and successfully extract abilities, our rescue operation will face tremendous resistance. Tan Fong left them with one sentence, good that you understand, I'm off. With that, he activated Shield Phantom, his body blending into the shadows and vanishing without a trace. A while later, Envu turned to Vong Man, next, we must split our leveling party. The 6 of us are already high level, when we group up our damage is excessive and trash mobs die before they can react, wasting resources. If we split, each person leads their own squad and efficiency will increase significantly. Vong Man nodded in agreement. Envu continued, first everyone must reach level 10. And you, Vong Man, go offline immediately and report this information to your superiors. Understood. In another corner of town, someone whispered as they watched, a shadow setting up a stall. But this time he wasn't selling, no, he seemed to be buying something. Above Tan Fong, 2 faint lines of text appeared, Silver Boss Coordinates, reward 30 days of lifespan, Golden Boss Coordinates, reward 100 days of lifespan. At that moment, a stranger approached, his voice syrupy, Shadow still here? Our heiress sends her regards, if you help her level up, not only will you get 300 million cash but also shares in Dai Zhang Industrial. He sneered, his greed obvious, how often does one get such an opportunity? I advise you to appreciate it. Tan Fong looked up and eyed him like a fly in a boardroom. You're still online, aren't you? Don't you know Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fai and your company's heiress? The man froze as if struck by lightning. What? Tan Fong gave a cold, faint smile, his gaze remained icy. Zhang Lu is dead. A pity, she was very beautiful, almost a waste to kill. The man took a step back as a flood of memories crossed his mind. At first Zhang Lu offered 10 million to hire Shadow to level her up, but was refused. He thought Shadow a fool for passing up the money, so he rushed over hoping for his share. Unexpectedly, upon arrival he was knocked out. He woke up in a damp basement and realized he had become a tool for harvesting lifespan. Beaten, forced to play the game, forced to burn others' lives for loot. And then Zhang Lu died, killed by Shadow. He let out a dry laugh, ha ha, that woman deserved to die. At first I called Shadow stupid, but turns out the real fool was me. Tan Fong's tone went cold, seeing the man cower like a beaten dog, he asked, you helped her capture quite a few people, didn't you? The man shook his head rapidly, face ashen. No, I'm being forced. I'm sorry, please spare me, get lost. Tan Fong spat one word like a hammer strike, garbage, no need for me to act, the government's people will handle you. Suddenly someone else ran up, panting. I've got coordinates for a silver boss. Tan Fong nodded. The silver boss, reward 30 days of lifespan, was a sign. Scene shifted to a remote town, where a group of players had gathered, chatting loudly. They looked her over but still didn't recognize her as the heiress of the money conglomerate. Everyone kept their distance because she had killed many people to steal lifespan. She walked with 2 foreigners, one black, one white, smirking sharply. Humph, this game is nothing special. Spend money to buy gear and skills, dominate in combat, then kill high lifespan players. Too easy. She frowned, voice full of disdain, this damn game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America with bitch Dick and Falk right now, indulging in pleasures. Instead I'm stuck in Ma Du Dai Ha. The men here are weak as maggots. Tony, the white guy, curled his lip and interjected half-joking, "Miss, you have an eye for quality, we're far stronger than those from Dai Ha, especially in that department. Go offline and you'll see." TNTT burst out laughing, "I look forward to it. I just heard Tong Fai died, what a disappointment. She dueled him once, less than 3 minutes and he was wrecked. Waste of youthful time." She suddenly licked her lips, voice softening with lust. "Rumor says the killer was Shadow, a Dai Ha man who's #1 in the world. Fine, I'll grudgingly accept befriending him." A cruel plan formed in her head. If he could kill Tong Fai, killing an ordinary person would be trivial. Issue the order and exchange it for lifespan. Equip skill for 300 days of lifespan, I'm sure he won't refuse. She stopped and said, "I'll go offline for a bit." She sent someone to contact Shadow, smiling brightly but with eyes cold as stone. Shadow may not care about cash, but he certainly won't refuse lifespan. For him, it's just a finger movement to kill an ordinary person. "Tan Fong, I will never forget your expression when you rejected me. It will be quick. And then, you will die." Scene shift. A young man gritted his teeth, holding a small dagger, the trembling blade plunged into the neck of a thrashing monster. Blood spattered, staining his hands red. Not far behind, Tan Tu-Du spread her hands and cast a healing skill, a faint green light washed over him, pulling him back from the brink of death. After being transfused, he exhaled sharply, his back soaked in sweat. "Tu-Du, next time when you donate blood, please don't go that far, I nearly ended up on the sacrificial table." Tan Tu-Du lifted her chin, lazy and proud, "What are you shouting about? You're still very much alive, aren't you?" The young man forced a smile, holding back his anger. "I didn't mean anything bad, just reminding you." Tan Tu-Du smirked coldly. At that moment the system warned in her head that hunger had exceeded 90%, recommending the player exit the game. She shrugged, "I'm hungry. Naturally, let's log out." Nothing left but a faint glow. The young man stood there, his lips trembling with rage, eyes icy, "Damn it. He used to call me elder, and now just because he saw Shadow once he starts looking down on me. Just wait, sooner or later I'll strip her naked." Reality, the sky is clear, sunlight streams through the curtains. In her new apartment, Tan Tu-Du wearily opened her eyes, her stomach growling with hunger. She sluggishly got up and opened her phone to order food, but her face froze. "No shops are open, aren't they all logged into the game?" She stood stunned, feeling a sudden slump inside. Back home, every meal was cooked by Tan Fong, she never had to lift a finger or even think about what to eat. A silence fell, but then she shook her head hard, her gaze hardening. "Tu-Du, snap out of it, it's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. You're better than this. Without Tan Fong, your life will definitely be better." In the game, a seaside cave. Metal clashed, wind whistled through rock crevices. A giant crab rose from the sand, its eyes glowing red and fierce. But immediately a shadowy figure dropped down from above. A flash of steel cleaved the monster in two, black blood gushed out, bubbling across the wet sand. On the crab's corpse, Tan Fong stood up straight, his gaze ice-cold. Over an hour he'd downed 4 silver bosses, this pace was acceptable. Each silver boss defeated yielded 16 evolution points. On average each one granted 3,500 days of lifespan, fully convertible or tradable. Now all his equipment was golden rank or above. Cooldown reduction had risen from 55% to 75%, the shield Phantom Slash now took only 6.8 seconds to recover. Burst damage far exceeded before, and platinum bosses no longer spawned near safe towns. Given the situation, golden gear was already the limit. To get stronger, there was only one path left, advance professional rank. To face platinum bosses, each had at least level 2 stealth. I need to raise stealth to level 3, otherwise the chance of being killed is very high, I'm still short over 20,000 experience points. Only level 3 stealth or higher can guarantee survival against platinum bosses. In a previous life, defeating such a boss required a perfectly coordinated team of 20. His eyes grew colder, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. He must move before everyone else, be the first to solo a platinum boss. First return to town and contact the government to sell all the spoils. Then he set off, his back gradually swallowed by the cave's darkness. Beat them to it, seize it before them, become the one above all. Scene shifts to the town in the afternoon. Sunlight stretched long over marble. The chatter of players echoed through the humid air. In the main square, where crowds bustled with trading, Tan Fong stood silently, calm-eyed amid the chaotic crowd. The info panel on his right displayed, tradable lifespan 105 years. From behind, an excited voice called, "Elder, next time if you get good gear remember to sell it to us." Tan Fong only nodded slightly, He mentally calculated, nearing 40,000 tradable days. With that amount, he could already extract quite a few things. A stranger approached, his gaze somewhat dark. "Hello, you're Shadow, right?" His voice dropped. "I have an assassination job. Interested? Kill someone in real life and the reward for you will be substantial." Tan Fong ignored him and kept walking. The man leapt up to block his path, his tone coaxing, "Wait, this person is just an ordinary man named Tan Fong. You even killed Tong Fai, this is nothing for you, like crushing an ant. Do it and I'll pay you 3,000 tradable days of lifespan. It's money falling from the sky, don't you want it?" Tan Fong stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Kill Tan Fong." Seeing his reaction, the other man's eyes lit up. "That's right, don't worry, the reward is guaranteed. Once you finish, 3,000 days of lifespan will be transferred immediately." Tan Fong smiled coldly inwardly. 3,000 days equals about 50 million in real life, who would want to kill me so soon? This man clearly isn't an old acquaintance from my past life nor a veteran player, he's likely a messenger, the real mastermind is the key. In my last life I had a deep enmity with someone. In the endgame, if I'm not mistaken, he curled his lips slightly. The man asked, "So, tempted?" Tan Fong nodded slowly, his gaze icy. Being targeted this early clearly indicated pre-existing anger even before the game began, and the only person with both the motive and the means to do that was TNTT, only she had the ambition and the money. But if she truly wanted me dead, with the TN conglomerate's power they could have done it before the game started, no need for such a clumsy assassination. So what's the real purpose? Perhaps she wants to get acquainted with Shadow, and removing Tan Fong might just be a convenience. After all, I already refused her invitation to revel. Haha, how interesting, I've not even come looking for her, yet she crawled to me herself. Tan Fong looked at the man and said coldly, "Fine, I'll take it, but pay half up front and I decide the timing." The man was briefly stunned. "Wait, I need to ask my superior." He quickly sent a message. A minute later he returned and nodded, "Okay, we can pay half up front. I'll make the transfer now." Transaction successful, you received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong thought to himself the deposit was merely interest. TNTT, just wait, soon I'll come to you in person. The man handed him a virtual slip displaying the target's info. Here is the address and target info, with your ability, finding him won't be an issue. Tan Fong glanced down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sun Tui, indeed where he was located. He turned and said coolly, "Fine. Wait and see." The man stood there with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What arrogance, after all, just a dog working for Miss Tien. Then another voice called out, "Boss, please stop." A girl stepped forward in tight red pants with a sword on her back, her gaze resolute. "I heard you're collecting boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss, interested?" Tan Fong glanced over and replied tersely, 100 days on boss sighting, pay on delivery. The girl didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "Alright, follow me. It's north of town, a bit far." Tan Fong asked, "What boss?" The girl answered, "The pestilence bearer." His eyes brightened. "Right, that's the one. You actually encountered it?" she asked. She added, "Are you okay going alone? That boss has pretty strong ranged damage." Tan Fong sneered, "No problem, just lead the way." The pestilence bearer is indeed a golden boss. It emits a poisonous circle, being within its range drains health points every second. Therefore it must be killed as quickly as possible. For me now, a few skills are all that's needed. The girl pointed off into the distance, enthusiastic, this way. Tan Fong said nothing more, his silhouette sank into the dying light over the town. In the dimming light of afternoon, before the mouth of a moss-covered cave where faint poisonous fumes drifted like mist, the girl turned and pointed ahead, the boss is in this cave. My team cleared all the minor mobs but were powerless against the boss. I'll lead you in. She spun on her heel and led the way through intertwined roots. Tan Fong followed silently, his footsteps without a sound. At the end of the cave she stopped, her voice dropping, "It's right there." Before them, a grotesque tree trunk had risen from the gray earth, its body covered in parasitic fungi, emitting a poisonous blue mist. Tan Fong's breath shifted slightly, a cold flash in his eyes. Lifespan has been sent. Transaction successful, you transferred 100 tradable days of lifespan. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Tan Fong silently assessed the boss tree, his gaze ice-cold. If his memory was right, this boss's poison could actually be dodged. Phantom Shade, 75% dodge rate, just right. At that moment the girl spoke, her voice anxious, "Actually I have to be honest, this is a trap. As soon as you start fighting, people will show up to kill you. I heard they've prepared anti-stealth devices at level 2, doesn't matter." Tan Fong replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. The girl bit her lip, as if having decided, and continued. "They also told me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan to learn more about you, then ultimately try to track down your real-life identity." Tan Fong nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the toxin-emitting trunk. He muttered as if to himself, "What kind of rotten plan is that?" The girl hesitated, "I'm being forced. In real life they have leverage over me. I want to tell you everything." Behind me is Dong Fuang Hien. In-game his name is Mei Nan. He said you killed him once. An image flashed through Tan Fong's mind, an arrogant man trying to snatch the Golden Ghost ship boss, then turning traitorous and offering skill books in plea for forgiveness. He smiled coldly inside. The girl panicked, "You even killed Tong Fai, you can surely kill him. I trust you, I've told you everything. You can't betray me, or they'll torture me to death." Tan Fong shook his head slightly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A childish scheme. In my previous life I never heard that name, maybe he was wiped the moment he entered the game. "Fine, consider it convenient to kill a dog," he said coldly, "I'm going in to fight the boss. Carry out your scheme, lure their people here, leave the rest to me." With that he leapt up, vanishing midair as his stealth skill activated. The girl panicked, "Wait, it's over, it's really over." In her memory Dong Fuang Hien once led 3 squads of 18 to attack this boss, but they were annihilated within half a minute. The poison was too strong, they hadn't even grazed 5% of the boss's HP, shadow alone was tantamount to suicide. I must figure out an escape. But in midair, Tan Fong summoned the Grace of Release skill, activating the effect that amplifies weaknesses, cutting throats. Tan Fong's eyes flashed, killing intent as cold as ice surged out. He struck down with a shield phantom slash. The boss howled as its HP plunged like a waterfall, 700, 2189, 6366. The golden health bar dropped to half. The girl cried in horror, "What?" One strike took 2/3 of the golden boss's HP, over 80,000 damage. Is this even human?" Tan Fong said nothing, standing on a dry branch, coldly watching each drop of toxin fall like blood. He immediately vanished with shield phantom, then reappeared beside the girl. Quickly calculating in his mind, he decided not to finish the boss yet. Let Dong Fuang Hien's people come and feed their lives, wait for his skill cooldown, then send them all to hell. Grace of Release has a 25-second active cooldown, with 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds remain. Outside the cave, the sound of people surged. Prepare to enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without question. Tan Fong looked out silently, a faint smirk at his lips. Is it them? Did he intend to tussle with Dong Fuang Hien? Was the real plan to have Bong Tuet pretend to stop a dozen or so people? He glanced at Bong Tuet, who was grinding her teeth, and hastily summoned a giant golden shield to block the cave entrance. Tan Fong looked at the large golden shield blazing across the entrance, raised an eyebrow, and said in a low voice, "Golden shield," so they came to her to put on a show. With this defense, few can break it in the early stage. Maybe she received the ancient god's blessing outside, so she was able to open a golden tier treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed like a thin blade. In an instant, Tan Fong's figure blurred and shot out like a black lightning bolt. Shield Phantom Slash. The strike fell like a death sentence on the rushing crowd. No warning, no time to react. In a moment, blood soaked the ground, everyone was slaughtered. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes emitted an eerie golden light. He coldly raised his hand and cast Bloom of the Cursed. From the bodies not yet cold, blood-red spider lilies sprouted, exuding a strange fragrance and slowly siphoning the remaining lifespan from the people. The girl beside him went pale, trembling with fear. "Oh my God, that's terrifying." One move wiped out the whole group. "What are those blood-red flowers? Good thing I didn't listen to Dong Fuang Hien, otherwise I'd be sharing a grave with Tong Fai and the others now." She took a deep breath and forced a bright smile. "Big brother, let's be friends. If I get the chance I'll tell you Dong Fuang Hien's real-life location." Tan Fong nodded coldly, "Fine." The girl brightened and continued in a softer, flirtatious tone, "If you need special services, I can provide them free for life." Tan Fong smirked coldly inwardly. So that's what it was, no wonder she was so eager. Without answering, he vaulted once more, Shield Phantom streaking straight toward the boss. Amid the roaring and poisonous gas, the giant monster was killed instantly. You have slain the pestilence bearer encircled, golden rank, level 10. Reward, 7 evolution points, 55 tradable days of lifespan, and experience points. Tan Fong looked down at the pile of loot with contempt. The lifespan of more than a dozen people still wasn't worth a single boss. To come all this way instead of farming mobs, truly courting death. His gaze swept and paused on the girl still standing there. "What? You're not leaving yet?" The girl, startled, hurriedly bowed her head. "Nothing, I'm going now. Bye-bye, big brother." As soon as she finished, she fled as if chased by a ghost. Left alone in the cave, Tan Fong raised his hand and activated Greedy Hand. The pile of items glowed brilliantly in the light. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, it's been a while since I've seen an assassin skill book," and one dropped. Its Dark Moment, Platinum Tier. Assassin system releases a dark radiance from the blade, blinding all enemies within 20 m, duration 10 seconds, scales with the target's spirit attribute. Cooldown 60 seconds reduced to 34.3 seconds. Requires level 10. Excellent. Tan Fong immediately learned the skill, a cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If he could blind enemies, even when not stealthed, he could trigger double damage. With this skill, bosses with high anti-stealth won't affect his output. Beside, that was a weapon that made him even more pleased. Platinum Tier Pestilence Blade, Assassin Weapon. Plus 216 attack, plus 42 agility, plus 0.3 weak spot attack multiplier. Special effect, attacks apply poison that detonates after 3 seconds, dealing an additional 50% damage. Not bad, what a bountiful day. Tan Fong skimmed his status panel. Evolution points, 98. Just a bit more to evolve Greedy Hand from epic to legendary. Only 10,000 XP needed to advance the profession. Without hesitation, he quietly left the cave, and began sweeping up the lesser mobs. At Tan Fong's appearance, the swarm of shrimp and crab creatures let out a terrified cry and fled in panic, but it was already too late. Tan Fong coldly switched to massacre mode, his blade slashed like a gale, the shrimp and crab swarm chopped into pieces, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The remaining ones squealed in terror, but still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After a while, Tan Fong stopped and exhaled. A brilliant golden light began to envelop his whole body. You have advanced the obsession profession. From now on, each tier grants stat increases, strength from 3 to 9, constitution from 3 to 9, agility from 8 to 24, spirit from 5 to 15. Tan Fong now radiated a divine golden light, though his eyes still held a cold aloofness. Passive profession skills activated. Stealth I, stealth duration doubled. Stealth 2, can use skills while stealthed. Stealth 3, if striking from outside the enemy's sight range, damage is tripled. Reading the announcement, Tan Fong slowly said, unable to hide his satisfaction, advancing to first-tier triples attributes directly. Plus the ability to remain stealthed. If I manage cooldowns well, I can almost maintain permanent stealth. Attacks from outside vision no longer just double but triple. It's only first tier and already so powerful, no wonder it's called the strongest stealth profession. Right after, a system sound announced that 7 players in the Zhanghai area had reached level 10. The teleportation to the continent abandoned by the gods will open in 10 minutes. Players who don't meet the requirements should prepare to leave. The rankings popped up immediately. First, Shadow. Second, Grey Rose. Third, Hatuet Thien. Fourth, Black Cloth Forest. Fifth, Dai Lai Tu. Sixth, Vong Man. Seventh, Hai Hu Tuet Hem. Tan Fong glanced at the system time, 8:30 p.m. Does Zhanghai really have this many level 10 players? He faintly smirked, eyes scanning the familiar names. In his past life the leaderboard was full of foreigners at this point. But now, thanks to him offloading a large amount of gear and skills, the balance has begun to shift. Maybe the world's outcome will change because of it. The thought made him a little eager. The real world, late at night. Under the dim streetlights, police cars escorted a group of handcuffed criminals. A young officer stepped forward to report, all key personnel of the Daejeon Industrial Crime Syndicate have been arrested. Only 3 remain online in the game, their bodies are in a disintegrated state and cannot act. Awaiting orders. An older leader said in a low voice, "You've worked hard. Send a notice to Envu, find a way to force the suspects offline." The man beside him nodded, "That's a good idea. Even if they hide in small towns and can't be attacked, their bodies will still get hungry. When they need to eat, they'll have to go offline. Cut the connection and we can catch them." The leader's gaze darkened slightly. "We must thank the one called Shadow. He provided intel on Daejeon and warned that in-game abilities can be extracted into reality. If we had delayed and Zhang Lu and his gang reached level 10 and obtained powers, the casualties would be catastrophic. There have already been riots in one country, thousands dead. The squads we seeded into the game also reached level 10 thanks to Shadow's gear and skills. He's a talent great Xia cannot afford to lose, we must secure him. Return to the game world. Tan Fong received a message. "Big bro, I didn't expect you to be a hero who slays evil. I worship you so much." He frowned and replied, puzzled, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you have something, say it straight." The girl answered eagerly, "Don't be modest, the government has announced it. Daejeon Industry colluded with Tong Fai to kidnap and murder players. Your elimination of them was government authorized." Tan Fong read the message without replying, thinking to himself, whitewashing, probably to make future cooperation easier. He added one more message, "Have you found Dong Fuang Hien's location yet?" The girl replied immediately, "Not yet. I'll tell you as soon as I hear anything." He answered back, "All right." At that moment, Tan Fong looked up at the sky. Time was running out, the most important thing now was to reach the continent abandoned by the gods. Many had used the town's teleportation system, but no one had yet opened the teleportation array to the continent. Stepping into the teleportation circle, an announcement rang out, teleporting to the continent abandoned by the gods. Tan Fong thought to himself that this town was just a newbie village, only upon reaching that continent would one truly be considered to have entered the game. Outside the array, several players who witnessed Tan Fong vanish were left bewildered. "I don't see anyone anymore, who just activated it? Need I ask? Of course it's the old Shadow." "Impossible, I have anti-stealth skill level 2 and still couldn't see him." "Are you dumb? That means the old man's stealth level has surpassed level 2. Meanwhile, Tan Fong had already been teleported to the destination. What met his eyes was a scene of ruin, devastation so familiar. He muttered under his breath, his voice low as if soliloquizing, as expected, nothing's changed from my past life. Shanghai City is desolate, still rotting and dead like this. His gaze swept over piles of collapsed concrete and buildings reduced to rusted steel frames. Other players, from different cities, would be teleported to ruins corresponding to where they had lived in real life, a chilling coincidence between the virtual world and reality. The reason for this strange phenomenon remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of blazing red eyes locked onto his back, and the air grew briefly cold. A creature with a worm-like body, 4 eyes, and serrated razor-sharp teeth suddenly lunged at incredible speed. But as it struck, Tan Fong had vanished. He used Phantom Shade to make the monster's attack hit empty air. He then counterattacked with Shield Phantom Slash, the cold black light tearing through the space. You have defeated a territory greedy, level 11, normal quality. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more crawled out from the rubble and lunged at once. Tan Fong vaulted high, narrowly evading, then activated Grace of Release, along with Shield Phantom Slash again. The screams ended, loot clattered onto the ground. He glanced over and coldly murmured, "There's no safe zone here like in the town. Monsters are everywhere, enemies hide on all sides." Amid a battlefield reeking of metal and dust, his expression remained calm, as if accustomed to living in hell. If he could find cover within the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate the area. Tan Fong quickly moved to the northwest. When he stopped, he looked at the dilapidated building before him and said in a low voice, "This was the headquarters of the Slaughter God Guild in my past life." In another area of the ruins, Manhwa's team had just been teleported as well. Q Hack looked around, frowning. Is this where the gods used to operate? Vong Man grimaced. It looks more like the ruins of a modern city. Q Hack was suddenly stunned and turned toward a ruined building. Wait, isn't this Jiangnam City? Q Tuet nodded in confirmation. It is. Jiangnam City Hall is still there. Q Hack looked around again, puzzled. Some say Big Brother Shadow was teleported here too, so why can't we see him? Q Tuet smiled faintly. Don't look for him, Q Hack, he has a stealth skill. At that moment the ground shook as 2 earthworm-like monsters, each as large as a drum, rose from the ground and charged at everyone. Vong Man shouted, "Monsters! Watch out!" Q Tuet reacted quickly and summoned Guardian Spirit. Her little bird flew up, perched on Vong Man's head, and emitted a protective halo. The 2 monsters hesitated for a beat, then surged forward again. Thwack! The shield blocked the blow, but Vong Man was still knocked back, groaning in pain. Q Tuet immediately healed him and warned, "Their attack power is stronger than the silver-white boss around the town, don't underestimate them." A young man with a bow gritted his teeth and released a binding volley. The 2 monsters were instantly pinned to the ground by rings of energy. He laughed, "Gotcha, this time they're done for. I used everything to take them down." Nearby, Q Hack chanted a spell, unleashing the skill Prophetic Great Fireball. A fireball erupted from his staff, slamming down. The 2 monsters were burned to ash instantly. You have defeated territory greeters, 2 defeated, items dropped. The archer clapped and cheered, "Well fought, impressive." Vong Man turned and said, "Q Tuet, send the owl up high to scout the surrounding area." Q Tuet nodded, closed her eyes, and guided the bird upward. A moment later she opened her eyes, her expression darkening. Monsters everywhere. The recent fight attracted their attention, they're heading toward us. Her voice dropped, also, there's no safe zone in sight. What do we do, Captain? The team fell silent. Vong Man widened his eyes, no safe zone. The archer blurted out, what kind of rotten place is this? In a blink it turned into a survival game. Q Hack spoke up, a bit urgent, Q Tuet, can you locate the old man's shadow? He arrived before us, he can't be far. If we find him, we'll be safe. Q Tuet closed her eyes and sent her mental sensing across the area, but after a few seconds she shook her head, can't find anyone. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise, wait, there's a lot of light to the northwest. Reflections from items dropped when monsters were killed. Q Hack's eyes brightened, right, it's definitely from the old man. His inventory must be full, so he couldn't pick up all the loot. Q Tuet nodded in agreement, but her face quickly grew serious. Be careful, many more monsters are appearing around that area. Sure enough, From all sides came a rustling like hundreds of claws scraping the ground. Twisted, malformed bodies burst from the cracks, eyes glowing like long-starved beasts. Anvu immediately ordered, "Fall back, the monsters over there were cleared by the old man's shadow, that area is safer." Everyone moved toward the glow of the dropped items. Vong Man responded decisively, "Hold the formation, do not split up. Fight while retreating." The team all nodded. Blades flashed, magic fire roared, the battle was close, but the formation held as they cleared a path through a rain of monster blood. Elsewhere, deep in the ruined city of Zhanghai, Tan Fong was operating alone. A pack of low-level monsters was gathering. He merely lifted his hand and executed a shield phantom slash. Shadows of the blade filled the area and everything was crushed in an instant. Monster corpses lay scattered like trash, the light from dropped items glittering across the ground. He murmured in a cold voice, "Even without activating the active effect of Grace of Release, the total damage of Shield Phantom Slash now reaches 20 to 30,000. These small monsters are just punching bags for me to train my hand." Tan Fong walked leisurely. After a while he stopped. "Here, this is the hideout." Before him was a heavily collapsed area that looked like nothing but rubble, yet beneath the debris lay a hidden enormous palace, something that in his past life took a long time for anyone to discover. This was the largest stronghold in Zhanghai, the secret base of the Slaughter God Guild. The underground palace contained thousands of chambers and dozens of vast halls. It had once been a true underground city, with systems, order, and death lurking within. Tan Fong began descending the spiral staircase, his voice cold as frost. "In my past life, to take this place I had to gather the 3 strongest teams, 18 elite warriors, all level 15, armed to the teeth, and still we paid the price." Ding! "System, you have entered the hideout, spirit purifying land." The scene before him opened like another world, ancient in style, dimly lit like ghostly flames. Ghostly spirits floated in the air, their hissing sound sending shivers down the spine. Tan Fong's gaze was steady as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. "But now, I alone am enough." The monsters detected the intruder, let out eerie, manic laughs, and charged. Tan Fong drew the plague blade and noted quickly, "An elemental soul of golden rank, level 12. Immediately, he cast Moment of Darkness. An absolute nightfall blanketed the entire area. The monsters lost sight like headless snakes and stood frozen. In that darkness, Shield Phantom Slash was executed continuously, like an invisible Death Reaper wielding a sword in the night. Swoosh! 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 Sword chi tore the air, and monster corpses fell like rain. In less than a minute, all were slain, and items scattered at his feet. Tan Fong stopped and glanced at the battlefield behind him. While blind, all attacks deal bonus damage. These level 12 small fry are just target dummies. He picked up no items, instead walking silently to an ancient, dust-covered altar. 15 in the first great hall were eliminated, yet this place has dozens of great halls and thousands of rooms. A cold smile crossed his lips, truly a magnificent structure. If I clear out all the monsters here, there might be enough resources to evolve the greedy hand once more. Standing atop a pile of glittering loot, he looked straight into the distant darkness and said in a hoarse voice, "When the small fry are all dead, the guardian will appear." A vague image formed in his mind, a monster entirely blue like electric charge, plated in black like an ancient cuirass, its eyes flashing like blade edges. Scene shift to a solemn space. Towering shelves of books surrounded the room, old dusty tomes shedding particles in the breeze. In the center, a teleportation array glowed. 2 figures materialized in its faint blue light, a dark-skinned man with curly hair and wary eyes, and a girl whose gaze brimmed with curiosity. The array flashed one last time and quietly extinguished. The 2 had been sent to the continent abandoned by the gods. The man frowned, looking around at the desolation. Is this the continent abandoned by the gods? The girl next to him knit her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Strange, this place looks oddly familiar. Her gaze swept the ruins and suddenly froze. A shattered statue reached out from the blackened rubble, the Statue of Liberty. The girl murmured, "Impossible, isn't this New York?" Cut to another group just arriving on the abandoned divine land. They stood among the wreckage, their eyes roaming in bewilderment. One cried out in astonishment, "This is the ruins of Xiang City, and over there is London. The dark-skinned man gasped. Could it be that people from different regions are teleported to the ruins of the cities they come from? Strange, each person is sent to the corresponding ruins of their own city. Before the question could be answered, two tall dark shapes suddenly appeared behind them. They were local monsters, giant earthworm-like creatures, exuding a fetid, slimy stench. The dark-skinned man screamed in panic, "Danger, run!" But before they could retreat, the monster's gaping maws lunged forward. A pitiful scream rang out and ended in an instant. Cut to the ruins of Zhanghai. The ground is littered with abandoned items, a faint golden light spreading like stardust. Vong Man hid behind a rock crevice, peered out to check. No monsters in sight, we can rest for a bit. Anvu sat panting, cheeks flushed, eyes full of reverence. No wonder he's the old man's shadow. I thought we were strong, but in the end we still tremble under his shadow. Vong Man frowned, Captain, and watch your wording. Anvu laughed awkwardly, what's wrong with that? I'm being honest. Tu Hak intervened, his voice low. Luckily he cleared the area. Otherwise, with the number of monsters just now, we'd all have become their prey. She frowned. By the way, I wonder, if we die here, where will we respawn? Vong Man turned, Captain, and the six of us still aren't ready to explore this wasteland. Wait until everyone reaches level 10, then we can coordinate effectively. Anvu nodded without objection. Meanwhile, Tu Tuet was scouting the area. She bent over a monster corpse, frowning. This monster is fragmented unusually, as if Old Man's shadow vanished right here. She pointed to the loot-strewn ground, voice full of desire. There are even yellow-grade items. I really want to pick them up. Vong Man frowned. I've sent word to Shadow. I'm not sure if he still needs this pile of stuff. At the same time, inside the spirit-purifying land, Tan Fong had just finished another battle. A final sword stroke cut down a half-man, half-smoke monster, its body turning to ash. He looked around, golden light from the dropped items fell like a heavy rain, lighting up the space. He murmured in a cold tone, finally cleared all the small fry. Over 40 great halls, 1,000 small rooms, totaling more than 400. His gaze landed on the status board, for bronze bosses, 2 silver-white bosses. Over 100,000 experience points. Evolution points are now 205, only 5 points short of evolving the greedy hand. At that moment, a message from Vong Man popped up, Big Bro, where are you? We see the loot dropped by the monsters you killed. You didn't pick it up, we'll collect it and return lifespan to you at market price. Tan Fong curled a lip, the government squad's here already. He replied, fine, I'll contact you later. There are some pieces of gear to negotiate. Roger. We'll wait at ruined fort coordinates 89.554 to 66.666. He closed the chat window, and Tan Fong's eyes suddenly turned colder. Lightning suddenly flashed ahead, bolts crisscrossing like a web in the sky. A powerful aura approached, making the air heavy. He stepped up onto a stone, drew his sword from its sheath, and whispered, the Guardian has appeared. A gigantic figure materialized amid the thunderstorm. Ding! The Spirit-Purifying Arbiter, level 15, rank Platinum. The symbol of Spirit Purifying was carved on its brow, dark black armor covered its body like an ancient knight, lightning coiling around like a dragon. System, you have encountered the Guardian of the Spirit-Purifying Land. Defeat him and you will become the master of this land. Tan Fong moved slightly, his figure vanished into the warped air as Shield Phantom activated. With cold eyes, he silently watched the Arbiter amid the raging storm. Lightning danced around its massive form like silver dragons in the dark. Level 15. The highest level monster in the ruined city, he thought, Arbiter is the top boss here. 750,000 HP, divided into 3 phases. Memories of his past life sliced across his mind like a blade. Arbiter's single-target lightning strikes once shredded warriors in golden armor. But this time, Tan Fong's eyes darkened. I don't need to block anymore, just avoid getting hit. Immediately after, Shield Phantom Slash was triggered, his silhouette striking like thunder. Tan Fong charged at the boss, the blade tracing a razor line, but the hit dealt no damage at all. Unfazed, he continued to seize the opportunity, with a direct attack to the weak point. The boss's HP plummeted, dropping like a waterfall. Fan San roared in fury. A lightning spear formed in its hand. Then like a storm, a barrage of lightning bolts was launched. Tan Fong didn't confront them head-on. He kept moving, dodging each space-rending bolt. If he got hit even once, he'd definitely die. A platinum boss, its skills all have damage-boosting effects. My dodge rate is 75%, but against Fan San it drops to just over 50% chance to hit. Still, 182 agility isn't to be underestimated. With a speed exceeding 40 meters per second, he could nimbly evade each lightning strike. In the previous life, the whole guild had to use 4 priest shields and pray for luck to get through. Tan Fong tightened his grip on the sword, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. But this time, I won't give you a chance. He burst forward at high speed and landed a critical slash on the boss, its health dropping to only 2/3. Neck cut, grace of release, shield phantom slash, plus toxic damage from the plague blade, together they shredded 250,000 points of HP. The boss roared and entered phase 2. Its body blazed and became invincible. 3 giant lightning orbs appeared around it. Tan Fong coldly looked up at the pitch-black sky. In this phase, if the 3 orbs aren't destroyed, the boss will go berserk. In the previous life, the team was wiped out because of a 1-second lapse. He remembered clearly, after that battle, Tan Tu-Du sobbed on voice chat, "I don't want to fight anymore." On the second run she wasn't brought along, and the team cleared it in one go. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, swung his arm, and launched an extremely toxic throwing knife that pierced the first orb, detonating it in an instant. The orb exploded, the boss howled, and its HP fell further. The rule was clear, each orb destroyed inflicted massive damage to the boss. Without hesitation, he hurled throwing knives at the second and then the third orb in succession. Boom! All 3 lightning orbs detonated. Boss Fan San screamed in agony and shifted to phase 3. Its HP was now below 1/4. Its whole body blazed, lightning surging outward like a violent thunderstorm. The air thickened as arcs of electricity streamed from it, tearing space apart. Tan Fong knew well that in phase 3 it would spam skills non-stop. In the previous life, to survive they had to wear full lightning resist sets, raise priest shields, and burn through all healing to barely make it. But now, he leaped into the air like a swift cut of a bird through the storm. A ring of golden protection appeared around him. "You cast lightning from below, so I'll strike from above." Immediately after, Grace of Release combined with Blacklight Shield was activated, each move timed to the breath. Tan Fong stood firm inside the protective ring, the aura around him still lingering. The blade in his hand gleamed with a gloomy black, cold as impending death. Grace of Release and Blacklight Shield activated. A black light flared as if swallowing the lightning, enveloping his body. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes showed no emotion, only the calm of someone certain of his enemy's death. Shield Phantom Slash. His silhouette tore through the air, striking the crown of Fan San like a fatal lightning bolt. The blade struck, the boss's helmet was knocked off and rolled across the ground. Boom! The boss froze for a long, endless moment before collapsing. Ding! You have slain the spirit-purifying arbiter, Platinum Tier boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Your forethinking attributes have increased. You gain 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong curled his lip and murmured coldly, "Good." The system announced again, "You are the first player in the world to defeat a Platinum Tier boss. Fame plus 10. You have become the master of the spirit-purifying land." Across the battlefield, items glittered and scattered, but Tan Fong didn't bother to glance at them once. He simply stood still and murmured, "The hideout isn't just a shelter in the game, it's a real base that can store and be transported to the real world." In his memory, when the divine spirit collapse began, the modern weapons that once dominated humanity became useless. Nuclear bombs were neutralized on day 1. Planes, tanks, all became scrap within a month or 2. From that moment, humanity had to rely on extraction abilities from the divine spirit collapse. New power, new rules. After a hideout is brought into reality, a magical barrier can activate an absolutely secure fortress, if exploited correctly. He stopped, silent. His gaze grew deep. In his previous life, his guild, the God-Slayer, had turned this place into their headquarters. Many memories, both joyful and bloody. But he had seen too many people come and go. Enough. Tan Fong clenched his fist. This time there will be no more God-Slayers. I will walk alone to the very peak. In some forest, amid a torrential downpour, Tan Tu-Du's team fell into chaos. A giant axe-wielding monster roared, swinging down like thunder. A young man barely dodged and shouted, "Move!" Tan Tu-Du froze within the axe's arc. She screamed, "Ah, save me!" Slice. Her body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. You have died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died, losing 2 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Tu-Du was resurrected in town, face panicked. I died again. A message popped up, told you to dodge, an axe that big and you didn't dodge. Tan Tu-Du gritted her teeth and replied, who are you scolding? If you're the tanker and can't hold the boss properly, don't blame me for lacking dodge skills. Go die. The young man couldn't hold back his anger. With such a wide area attack, how could I tank it, you idiot? Ding. Player Great Frenzy, level 8, left the party. At that moment, another girl in the team messaged, Tu-Du, the tanker ran. The boss is hitting me. Help. Boom. The boss swung its axe. The other girl died on the spot, and was also teleported back to town. She trembled as she looked at Tan Tu-Du. Let's farm monsters first, there's not much lifespan left, I'm scared. Tan Tu-Du nodded, said nothing, her heart full of worry. At that moment, a world announcement rang out, Player Shadow, Region Zhanghai City, is the first to defeat a Platinum tier boss. Fame plus 10. The forums exploded. Holy crap, soloed a Platinum boss. Not many on the continent have reached that level. Who is Shadow? Does anyone know his true identity? Tan Tu-Du was stunned. A Platinum boss? I've never even seen a golden boss, how could someone be that strong? She clenched her teeth, eyes fixed on the still visible announcement. Why? Why am I struggling so much while that damned name can do it? Back at the place where the boss was killed, Tan Fong stood among the rubble, covered in the light of scattered loot, and sighed softly. Level 11. He murmured. After level 10, each level grants 4 points to all attributes plus 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured everything into agility. With sufficient speed, combined with unlimited invisibility, even the boss couldn't touch the hem of his cloak. A faint smile crossed his lips. He hadn't expected killing a Platinum boss to yield a full 20 evolution points. He opened the skill panel and paused at the Greedy Hand skill. Then evolve it right away. You have consumed 210 evolution points. Greedy Hand evolved from epic to legendary. Additional loot reward rate increased from 300% to 500%, rarity upgrade chance for loot increased by 100%. Gained passive effect, 100 greedy space slots for item storage. Tan Fong's eyes brightened, he murmured coldly, very good. From 3 shares of loot to 5, plus an extra 100 inventory slots, now that's proper compensation. He activated the upgraded skill and began collecting loot. You received an additional 5 shares of loot. You gained 100 evolution points, leaving 115 points remaining. In his bag, he found 2 assassin set pieces and an assassin skill book. Levels not high enough, store them in the hideout for now. Wasting no time, he summoned the devout follower. A ragged zombie materialized from the void. Gather all the loot in the palace and pile it up for me. The follower growled once and moved quickly to obey. Tan Fong returned to the evolution panel. 115 points remained, enough to upgrade a slew of skills. Spent 42 evolution points, Shadow Step evolved 3 times to epic. Invisibility duration increased from 30s XS to 60s, attacks from stealth rose from 300% to 500%, cooldown reduced from 22s to 8.5s. Spent 34 evolution points, reinforced backstab evolved twice to epic, rear attack damage increased from 50% to 75%. You consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, Moment of Darkness evolved from platinum to teal, to diamond, then to epic. It now blinds all enemies within 60 m, up from 20 m. Duration is 16 seconds, up from 10, duration may be shorter depending on the target's spirit. Spent 33 evolution points. Blooming Curse evolved 3 times to legendary, it can be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death. The corpse is absorbed and ceases to exist. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs dropped when enlightenment is resolved. Tan Fong froze, eyes cold, absorbed non-tradable lifespan. Memories from his previous life surged back. In high-tier areas like the Rampage Zone, inside special bosses, life depletion rates are hundreds or tens of thousands of times faster. There, non-tradable lifespan is burned first. If so, this type of lifespan will become common later. This truly is a god-tier skill. Just then a message popped up. The sender was the shield maid who had teamed with him on the quest. Congrats, Elder, on killing the first platinum boss. Tan Fong glanced and replied coldly, what's up? I have good news. Dong Fuang Hien finally went offline. I heard their clan is holding a banquet at the Jiangnam restaurant. Their family acquired a lot of lifespan and are preparing to convert it into combat power to deploy into the game. He closed his eyes for a second and answered, well done. Elder, it's my duty. You must kill Dong Fuang Hien, or I'll be in trouble. Don't worry. Tan Fong replied coldly to the message and ended the chat. His gaze fell on the scattered loot across the palace floor. He touched it lightly and items were drawn into the 100-slot backpack granted by Greedy Hand. If piling all this on still left room, a secondary piece of gear could serve as a strategic warehouse. Time to find Vong Man and sell everything to them. As he appeared, cheers erupted. Envu waved excitedly like a child seeing a superhero. Look, Shadow is here. Miss Zhang threw her arms forward as if to embrace him, calling loudly, Elder. Tan Fong raised a hand to stop her, expression unchanged. Same rules as always, I set the price, you can take it or leave it. He tossed out 30 common items and a bronze sword, nonchalantly, discount for you, all one price, 950 days. The hand that had blocked her left a faint imprint on Envu's face, but she paid it no mind and smiled brightly. Aha, fine Elder. We estimated the first lot at over 1,000 days, so I'll round and give you 2,000 days. Tan Fong nodded slightly, done. This lot includes silver, golden, and platinum gear, total value 18,000 tradable days. Envu checked and widened her eyes, platinum gear. I don't even have a complete golden set yet. Elder, you really are the Elder, selling platinum gear too. Amazing. With this stash, Zhanghai City's growth rate will skyrocket. Thanks. Big Bro Shadow. Tan Fong replied indifferently, no problem, just helping each other. At that moment Tu Hak asked curiously, hey, why does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doraemon? Tan Fong glanced at her, maybe your bags are already full, right? He switched to a serious tone, a friendly reminder, under the statue in the ruined city is a staircase, beneath is a teleportation formation that returns you to the original city. But returning costs 500 days of lifespan the first time, subsequent returns do not. Consider carefully, I'm leaving first. With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the grey mist. Envu shouted excitedly, see? I told you, the Elder must be reincarnated. Otherwise how would he know such hidden information? Vong Man hurriedly grabbed her hand, Captainin, please don't be like that, I'm a little scared. Envu set a can of drink on her hip and sat casually, what do you all think? What if I seduce Shadow? The people around her stared blankly, no one answered, inwardly they all cursed, no chest, no butt, and she wants to seduce someone. At the same time, Tan Fong had left the area and continued moving. He stopped, the system opened and a line of text appeared, do you want to spend tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Tan Fong replied curtly, sync level, sync class evolution, spending 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Level sync and class evolution complete. Tan Fong's gaze turned icy. Next was skill extraction. Last time he only extracted Shadow Step level 1. This time he decided to burn all resources, spent 1,960 days, upgraded Shadow Step to level 10. Spent 900 days, reinforced Backstab. Spent 1,000 days, extracted Greedy Hand. Spent 3,200 days, extracted Shield Phantom Slash. Spent 536 days, extracted Illusory Demon Shade. Spent 16,099 days, extracted Blooming Curse. Spent 11,313 days, extracted Dark Light Shield. Extraction sync complete, you have 7,480 days remaining. He said in a low voice, continue. Spent 3,600 days, extracted Golden Hidden Rope. Spent 3,394 days, extracted Devout Follower Necklace, golden. Tan Fong muttered, the Devout Follower Necklace not only reduces cooldowns, more importantly it allows summoning Platinum tier followers. Now, in reality, I'm almost invincible. Looking at the stats, the last line showed, 486 tradable days remaining. He exhaled lightly, his eyes darkened. His entire estate had been drained, but his power in reality was now nearly equal to in the game, only lacking lifespan for the next offline extraction. He must get more. Saying nothing further, he logged out of the game. Back in reality, Tan Fong's body was now covered in layers of thick dark qi, his cold eyes emitting a dim golden light. He curled a lip. TNTT knew this address, to be safe, he had to leave first. Extracting the spirit purifying land would cost 1,300 years of lifespan, so for now he could only look for a temporary place to stay. His gaze swept the room one last time. Tan Fong raised his hand, and activated the Greedy Hand skill. Instantly, space warped and all the furniture in the room seemed swallowed, disappearing into the void. The storage space of this skill is indeed overpowered. All my stuff fits neatly in my hand now. He stepped to the window, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through information. Dong Fuang Hien is at the Jiangnam restaurant, 15 kilometers away. At his current speed, less than 10 minutes. With that, he leapt down, his figure turning into a black streak slicing the air, melting into the night like a nightmare streaking across the city. At the Jiangnam restaurant, laughter and chatter rang throughout the luxurious hall. The Dong Fuang family members sat around the banquet table, faces full of excitement. Everyone now understands, skills and lifespan from the game can affect the real world. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. A senior shouted, this time our Hien did very well, initially building power inside the game. Dong Fuang Hien smiled modestly, grandfather, it was my duty. The silver-haired old man nodded approvingly, leaning on his cane, very good. The lifespan gained this time will be used entirely to equip skills and upgrade. The goal is to get the core members to level 10 as soon as possible. Seize this opportunity and the Dong Fuang family will surely become the hegemon of the region, establish a 10,000-year lineage, an unending dynasty. Dong Fuang Hien sat there, his eyes flashing with a dark gleam. This old man is half in the coffin yet still dreams of immortality. Humph, wait until I catch Shadow, extract his secrets, and force him to dedicate his lifespan to me for life. Then the first to die will be you. The old man asked again, what about tracking down Shadow's identity? Don't worry, grandfather. I've arranged a very reliable woman to approach him. News will come quickly. Once we capture him alive, he'll be a tool of our family. Good. Now, raise your glasses to the glorious future of the Dong Fuang family. Long live the Dong Fuang family. Long live the Dong Fuang family. But amid the cheers, darkness descended. Tan Fong had just wiped out the guards, and thought coldly, I didn't expect these aristocrats to be armed with guns. Dark Light Shield and Illusory Demon Shade can't fully evade bullets. If shot in the head or heart, you still die, better to be cautious. Immediately, he summoned the Devout Follower, an aberrant creature with claws and blue flame. As a silver tier boss, the Devout Follower has great damage resistance. Even when attacked with guns, it can hold out for a long time. Advance, leave none alive, he ordered coldly. The follower charged, eyes blazing. Who are you? Stop. The follower didn't answer, only hissed horribly and leapt forward. Blue flame exploded. No, it's a monster from divine relics. Open fire. The guards screamed, fire. But every shot only seemed to enrage the beast. It attacked the crowd with blue flame. One man was torn open by claws, blood spraying everywhere. Dong Fuang Hien was shot. Inside the chaos, the old man was seized by the devout follower, shouting, Hien, save me. Dong Fuang Hien turned and fled, panic in his heart. Damn it. If I log back into the game, reach level 10, and extract power, I'll return. Then no one will dare touch me. But after only a few steps, a figure as cold as ice blocked his path. Shadow. He recognized Tan Fong. Tan Fong said nothing, just a slight movement. His hand swung, and Dong Fuang Hien's head flew into the air. His eyes widened. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he fell onto the cold floor. Red spider lilies sprouted from his corpse, blooming scarlet across the area. Tan Fong stood motionless like a stone statue. The system displayed. Absorbed 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Absorbed an additional 485 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled, voice low and cold as winter frost. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Under the gloomy, death-thickened air, the cursed flowers slowly unfurled. They drained every remnant, from lifespan to flesh, of the unlucky, then dissolved into black mist that drifted into the air, as if no one had ever existed here. Not a drop of blood, not a scrap of bone remained. Tan Fong stood silently like a ghost. His eyes coldly surveyed the scene as he murmured, recording the result. Every time, blooming curse performs a great deed. It erases the corpse, cleans the traces, and sucks lifespan dry like wringing out a wet towel, not a drop left. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years, a figure far beyond ordinary limits. With this base, even entering the rampage zone he no longer feared being oppressed or crushed. Suddenly someone outside shouted, "Call the police." Gunshots and desperate screams came from the private room. A police squad rushed over immediately. The incident took place at the Dong Fuang family's private banquet, a power no one dares to touch. Reports said there had been a shootout with serious casualties. They smashed the door and stormed in, but the scene left everyone stunned. In the chaotic room there was not a single corpse, no survivors, not even a trace of blood. Only the smell of gunpowder and a deadly silence remained. Did anyone see anyone leave the restaurant? A cop called out. No one. Another answered hesitantly. How strange. Where did the Dong Fuang people go? All missing. A commander ground his teeth, report it first. This is big. No one knew that Tan Fong had left the scene earlier, hiding with the shield phantom skill. No one knew that Tan Fong had slipped away earlier, cloaked by shield phantom. He slid out of the restaurant like a shadow, leaving no trace. In his eyes now there was only the next target, the TN Corporation. However, TN Corporation's headquarters had moved to North America since the game's arrival. In the city of Madu, only heiress TNT remained detained. He had to act before she left the country. He thought to himself, from Zhanghai to Madu is nearly 300 kilometers, walking would take at least 2 to 3 hours, too slow, while every second now was worth more than gold. Checking into a hotel, Tan Fong sat on the bed, his gaze cold to the bone. I need to get a mount. Back in the game world, the system chimed mechanically, welcome back to the game. Tan Fong began moving, calculating his route. There were still several silver and gold tier bosses in the western ruins, he could farm them. Just as he was considering this, a message popped up from Envu, Big brother, good news. He frowned, his expression wary. Seconds later Envu explained, Qiu Hack just found an entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier resentful spirit was guarding it. We couldn't beat it and had to retreat. Tan Fong immediately asked, how did she find it? Envu replied at her usual rapid pace, we were on our way back to the starting town and took a detour to avoid small monsters. Halfway through we found someone missing. After searching for a long time we found Qiu Hack had fallen into a pit, probably missed a step. It turned out to be a special ancient tomb below. A barrier blocked the party chat channels, no communication possible. We followed the pit's rim in and immediately encountered a level 12 gold tier boss wielding a blade, slashing wildly. Luckily we escaped in time, we're safe in Shell Town now. If you want to go, I'll send the coordinates. Tan Fong smirked. Cam Lai was exactly Cam Lai, able to fall into a tomb amid the ruins. But he had to admit, tombs, shrines, and cursed ruins are strange opportunities, appearing randomly beyond the outskirts. Finding one is fate. He replied, okay, send me the coordinates. Anvu sent a mischievous emoji with her message, if there's anything big you don't use, remember to sell it to us. Tan Fong chuckled silently. This Anvu was naturally sly. He replied curtly, fine. After a few minutes' travel, Tan Fong arrived at the given coordinates. In front of him was a dark, old well. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes, this well is the entrance. He glanced down to the bottom, a strange smile playing on his lips. Such a huge well and she still managed to miss it. That woman Tu Hack is truly a talent. Without hesitation, he jumped down. You have entered the Tomb of Grudges, remote connection block. Tan Fong landed safely and immediately grew alert. The air here was thick with yin energy, the damp smell of the past mixed with resentment, as if walking inside a dead creature. From the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes flared red. That gaze froze the spine of anyone who saw it. A growling voice echoed, bringing waves of bone-chilling killing intent. A tall man stepped out, his body wreathed in dense black chi. He held a blade, muscles bulging, each heavy step seeming to compress the space. A level 12 gold tier resentful spirit. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't encountered this boss in his past life, but its form clearly signaled a physical type, high damage, wide area attacks, no wonder Anvu's group scattered. He recalled that despite selling them many gear pieces and skill books, their strength hadn't improved much. Vong Man was a divine shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, yet a single slash took off half his bar, truly a baron. The boss suddenly leapt forward, swinging its blade straight down at Tan Fong's head. He did not panic, he merely tilted his body to dodge. If he'd taken the full blow, he'd surely have died. Immediately he counterattacked with grace of release. Shield Phantom Slash, dozens of slashes flashed like lightning, accompanied by razor-sharp killing intent. As the boss staggered back half a step, he unleashed Throat Cut, the blade gleamed coldly, piercing through defenses as thick as steel. The boss's body was torn open, blood spurting. Tan Fong assessed silently, defense is high, Shield Phantom Slash dealt only 80% damage, but it was useless. After being hit by grace of release, the boss couldn't withstand Throat Cut. Just as he thought it was over, boom. The boss's severed arm suddenly swelled. Tan Fong flinched, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Not good. Bang! The arm exploded like a meat bomb. Shards of black chi scattered, embedding in the stone floor and the air. Tan Fong was standing right at the epicenter. Without thinking, he sprang backward, twisting midair like a wraith to slip clear of death's edge. He lowered his gaze to the lingering smoke and dust after the blast, breathed sharply, and thought, I was complacent. If I hadn't activated Illusory Demon Shade in time, my body would likely be splattered on that cliff. He remembered a faint event from his past life memories. Once they'd killed a strange boss not in the database, a teammate eagerly rushed to loot it, but the boss self-destructed upon death and blew him up on the spot. Several other teams were wiped out by the boss's suicide explosion. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. This usually happened only with platinum-tier bosses, yet in this tomb a gold-tier boss played the self-destruct game. His eyes scanned the ground, a few items glittered as if intentionally alluring. Without hesitation he reached out and activated Greedy Hand. Ting, you defeated a gold-tier resentful spirit, received 10 kucha, 10 tradable days of lifespan, gained 20 evolution points, looted the platinum skill book Nightfall Endurance. Using Greedy Hand, received an additional 630 tradable days of lifespan and looted the platinum hateful armor. The corner of Tan Fong's mouth twitched, a rare spark of excitement crossed his cold eyes. Good, both a usable skill and gear. He opened the new skills details, Nightfall Endurance, Platinum. Assassin class, imbues weapons with dark power, dealing dark element damage to all enemies within 5 adds 500 elemental damage, cooldown 10 seconds, cast time 5.7 seconds, requires level 11. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes showing surprise. An elemental skill for assassins, and dark element at that. His spirit is higher than his strength, so magical attacks will hit harder than physical. He checked his stats, Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. After a moment's thought he decided to upgrade the skill to the Shroud rank. He spent evolution points 1 + 2 + 3, leaving 36 points. Nightfall Endurance evolved to Shroud rank. Range increased from 5 to 12 damage from 500 to 1300 dark elemental points. Cooldown 10 seconds, level requirement 11. Tan Fong studied the stats, his expression slightly subdued. After evolution the range jumped from 5 to 12 and damage rose from 500 to 1300. He analyzed further, it's still an area skill, so that bonus damage isn't huge. Total damage per cast is still lower than Shield Phantom Slash, but for clearing small mobs it's truly godlike. Shield Phantom Slash is a straight line skill, though its range is 5 it only cleaves in one direction. Nightfall Endurance, by contrast, is a deadly circle, the more enemies inside, the more devastating it is. He didn't stop, he opened the equipment interface and immediately donned the hateful armor. Item info appeared, Platinum rank, plus 55 attack, plus 45 physical defense, plus 42 all-element resistance, plus 777 damage block, requires level 11. Special effect, Hate, when attacked, gain plus 30 base attack power for 5 seconds. Tan Fong assessed coldly, the secondary effect was insignificant, but the defense and damage block far exceeded his level 5 gold demon fire set, so it was a clear upgrade. He flipped through a few more items, looting over 20 silver and gold tier pieces in total. He estimated mentally that selling them all would net over 10,000 tradable days of lifespan, usable to buy skills or level up. Tan Fong clenched his fist, his gaze cold as he stared down the dark corridor ahead. He could now press deeper into the tomb, hoping to find something valuable, ideally a mount. Elsewhere in the game world, a goblin swung its battle axe with a grotesque roar. The next instant, Tan Tu-Du's and her close friend Yen Yen's bodies were cleaved at the waist, blood spraying everywhere. The horrific scene chilled the heart. Both were torn in two, vanishing in a deadly flash of light. A moment later, they revived at the starting town, the air thick with tension. A young man from Zhang Wei's team rushed forward, his face flushed with anger. Grabbed Tan Tu-Du by the collar and snarled, "Do you have a brain, Tan Tu-Du? Don't think being high level gives you the right to act recklessly. It's always like this, because of you the whole team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left, can you compensate me?" With that he shoved her hard, sending Tan Tu-Du sprawling face-first onto the town's stone floor. Yen Yen hurried over and anxiously helped her up. "Tu-Du, are you okay?" But Zhang Wei no longer cared, he quickly logged off, his anger lingering in a final growl, "See you at school, I'll deal with you then." Yen Yen bent to support her, voice urgent, "Tu-Du, come back to my parents' small town with me. There's a community support group there for older people and those of us who aren't good at games. It's more peaceful." Tan Tu-Du still lay there, eyes glazed with resentment and bitterness. Her face was as cold as ice, teeth clenched, anger boiling within. "Zhang Wei, just wait. You dare raise your voice at me? A pack of leeches who used to fawn over me now bark like stray dogs. I refuse to believe none of them is strong enough to help me reclaim my peak." Tan Tu-Du stood up coldly, dusted off her skirt, then looked at Yen Yen with a frosty voice, "Go on yourself, I have other things to do." Without waiting for her friend to react, she logged out of the game. "Ah," Yen Yen cried softly, watching the logout glow fade silently into the air. Back in the real world, in the quiet little room, Tan Tu-Du's expression hardened. Humiliated in the game, belittled by someone who once pursued her, trampled by those who had been weak before, all of it ignited her fury. She pulled out her phone, opened her contacts, and quickly texted, Ham, can you help me level up? The message was replied to in under 5 seconds, sure. 1 level for 1 night, let's see how enjoyable the goddess is in bed. Tan Tu-do glared, hands clenched, lips trembling with anger. You ugly bastard, good for you, want my body? Get lost. She deleted the conversation and quickly moved to another name in her contacts. Truong Nguai Hu, actually I've always liked you, but my brother Tan Fong used to stand in the way so I couldn't accept. Now I've cut ties with Tan Fong, I can finally be with you openly. This reply came slower but was sharp enough to chill her cold heart. Idiot, do you want me to laugh myself to death? If you could cut off your own brother, who knows what you'd do to me later? The message ended with a derisive laughing emoji. Tan Tu-do looked at the words, eyes empty. She was silent for a long time, then opened her friends list and messaged more, Do Thew, nobody's at my house, will you come over and play? Also, can you help me level up? Oh, Tan Tu-do, I'm a platinum prodigy now, I've flown high. Later I'll have any girl I want. Stay away from me. Little Ma, I'm so bored, can you take me along? I'm in Shelltown waiting for you. Tan Tu-do, everyone knows you sabotaged Zhang Wei. Don't make me use the new skill I learned, I'll punch your stomach twice now. In the empty room, the phone's light cast over Tan Tu-do's ashen face. She sat there, eyes fixed on the blank screen after a string of rejections, her hand trembling as she set the phone down. Damn these men, when it matters, there's no one to rely on. She burst into tears. My non-tradable lifespan is only 2.5 years left, what am I going to do? Amid the panic and anger, a name suddenly popped into her head. Tan Fong, she whispered, as if calling into the void. Right, although she'd cut ties and they'd once hurt each other with harsh words, he's still her brother. From childhood to now, the one who always protected, forgave, and loved her most was Tan Fong. He wouldn't abandon her. I have to go back to find him. He will surely have a way to solve all of this. Thinking that, Tan Tu-do immediately left the house and went to the home where she used to live with her brother. She froze in front of the familiar door. Her hand was raised but hesitated in midair. A strange feeling crept into her chest, not regret, but a peculiar unease rising up. Go in, be a little gentle, apologize once, that should work. He'll definitely forgive you. Then she frowned, her gaze turning cold. But I clearly did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? No, you can't think like that. Tu-do, be sensible. Bowing is only temporary. Once he helps you level up and regain lifespan, cut him off completely afterward. Then you won't have to answer to anyone. You're a genius. With that thought, Tan Tu-do took a deep breath, put on the most innocent expression she'd ever used to soften others, and knocked. Tan Fong, open the door. Knock knock knock. Tan Fong, don't sleep, I'm back. Please open the door. Brother, I was wrong, please open the door. But inside it was completely silent, no footsteps, no breathing. She kept knocking, each time harder, her arm trembled from the cold or from urgency, she couldn't tell. Tan Fong, can you hear me? I'm your sister. Open the door. No one answered. Patience was quickly swallowed by anger. Bang! She kicked hard and the door flew open. Open the door when I tell you to. Damn it, I even showed respect and you still act like this. But as soon as she stepped inside, Tan Tu-do halted. No TV noise, no scent of the mint tea he used to brew, no midnight keyboard clacking. The room was empty. Bed, desk, clothes, books, all gone, as if no one named Tan Fong had ever lived here. A chill ran down her spine. Tan Fong. She hurriedly took out her phone and called the familiar number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Once, then again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Tan Tu-do stood frozen in the empty room. Wind from the window tossed her hair, carrying an eerie silence. She blurted out, voice hoarse, Tan Fong, where did you go? Deep within the tomb of resentment, the hazy scene was dyed by a quiet black mist. Only solitary footsteps and the sound of metal slicing flesh rang like a deathly melody. Tan Fong was sweeping down the ancient corridor, cutting monsters as if slicing bananas. Each strike was cold, precise, not an inch wasted. Beneath his feet, the deformed corpses hadn't fully vanished before blood had already congealed on the ancient stone. His eyes suddenly flashed as he saw a stone coffin at the end of the corridor. Black energy was quietly rising from it. It's come to an end. His voice was low, like wind sliding along the edge of a blade. On the way here he'd cut down over 200 lesser monsters, plus several bronze and silver rank bosses. He was close to reaching level 12. Just opening this coffin would summon the final boss of the ancient tomb. A faint smile curved his lips, not from excitement but from the feeling of about to touch the pinnacle of danger. Hope it's a platinum boss. He summoned one of his familiar pawns, the devout follower. Open the coffin, he ordered. The follower bowed, hands trembling as they placed themselves on the cold lid. But the moment the coffin lid sprang open, Tan Fong's expression changed instantly. A sharp alertness flashed in his pupils. From inside the coffin, dense black energy surged out like a tide of death. The devout follower screamed madly, his whole body shaking, then began to be swallowed by the black energy. Tan Fong immediately stepped back, his face turning extremely grave. The follower's body began to crack from mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Black energy oozed like poison, the body warped and was torn apart piece by piece. Ting, your summoned silver-rank devout follower has been destroyed. Tan Fong murmured coldly, toxic death bone, a gold-rank boss. Troublesome. This disgusting thing imprisoned in an ancient tomb. Memories from his past life surged up at once. This boss had no definite form and was immune to physical damage. Someone once released it, and it eventually spread to nearby bases, causing wide-scale slaughter. Players who became possessed, without teammates to rescue them or a specific unbeatable skill, would surely die. The black energy began to spread across the stone floor, coiling like a gigantic demonic snake hunting for prey. Tan Fong closed his eyes for a brief second, then opened them with a sword-cold glare. Found it. Hidden deep within the poisonous mist, he had recognized the boss's true form. Without hesitation, he surged forward and activated Dark Night Resolve. A blast of dark murderous intent erupted into a swirling vortex, tearing through the poisonous bone layer to reveal a faint shape within. At that moment, a sword streaked in like lightning. Swoosh! The faint form was cleaved in two and, before it could utter a cry, dissolved into black mist. Ting, you have defeated the gold-rank boss Toxic Death Bone. Tan Fong stood motionless in the smoke, his eyes deep as an abyss. Its strength clearly exceeded many platinum bosses, yet it was ranked gold. Humph, what a disgusting joke. He bowed his head to the ground. A few glimmers of light quietly appeared, dropping like fragments of lost souls. After such effort, the spoils were only gold rank. Fortunately he had just learned Dark Night Resolve, a magic damage skill, otherwise he'd have had to rack his brains for another solution. He reached out and used greedy hand to collect all the items on the ground. The system rang with a familiar notification. Ting, you have obtained a rare item, Summoning Bell for Mounts. His eyes flickered, then he raised an eyebrow and let out a cold, slight smile. A mount, really? After the battle with Toxic Death Bone ended, he bent to pick up an ancient bell. A mount, really? Lam Line Gu's carp truly lives up to its reputation. Tan Fong's voice was low, tinged with a bit of emotion. System notice, bell summons Shadow Spirit Night Walker. Upon use, summons the Shadow Spirit Night Walker, a level 11 mount that can fight and accompany its owner. Required level to use, 11. Tan Fong's eyes narrowed slightly as he read further. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker's speed ranks among the top in the early game. Unable to hide his surprise, he immediately summoned the creature from the bell. Black smoke poured from the bell, gradually forming a tall, slender silhouette whose body seemed draped in a veil of spectral silk. A beast that looked like a ghost stepped out of hell. System notice, Shadow Spirit Night Walker, level 11, chaotic grade. Attributes, strength 148, constitution 155, agility 135. When accompanying, the mount shares experience with its owner. When traded, its level will reset to default. Special skills. Rush Run, when mounted, increases movement speed by an additional 245%. Night Walk, while in darkness or at night, maintains stealth level 1. Attacking breaks stealth and deals an extra 120 reveal damage. Cooldown to re-enter stealth, 60 seconds. Pounce, attacks a single target 3 times consecutively, each hit dealing an additional 267 physical damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Roar, increases physical defense and elemental resistances for 1800 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Tan Fong's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. A combat mount, and it even has stealth. I really found one this time. In the ruins of the shattered city, he leapt onto the back of the Shadow Spirit Nightwalker. In an instant, both he and the mount slipped into stealth, vanishing from ordinary sight. A whistling gust of wind screamed behind them as the beast dashed with demonic speed, whipping up a dense cloud of dust. Reach level 15, accumulate more lifespan, then go to Ma Du to deal with TNT before she travels abroad. His voice sounded quietly, each word clear and cold enough to freeze a blade's tongue. The Shadow Spirit Nightwalker kept leaping from one rooftop to another, gliding like the wind and crossing dozens of rows of houses in an instant. Finally, Tan Fong pointed toward a colossal structure. The building was severely damaged but still bore the brutal grandeur of a former heyday. The Jianghai Arena. 3 tiers of complex architecture, monsters swarming like ants. This was the ideal place to sweep through and level up quickly. The Shadow Spirit Nightwalker shot upward, avoiding a patrolling boss below. Though it may have sensed something, the boss did not detect them. Stealth level 1 worked perfectly in the dark. Tan Fong dismounted from the mount and dropped into the center of the arena, where hundreds of monsters had gathered. His gaze flashed, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. Immediately after, he streaked like a shadow, activated Mirror Shield Slash, slicing through the formation and slaughtering all the small monsters in the first arc. The Shadow Spirit Nightwalker also lunged into battle, its spectral form cutting through the mobs and leaving long bloody gashes under the shattered moonlight. At the same time, outside the ruins, in another area, a sword swung up and cut down a level 8 gold boss. Anvu exhaled softly and smiled, done. Beside her, Ma Nai Liang, a chubby fellow who looked like a low-level NPC, hurried over to flatter her. As expected, Captain, and no one matches your strength. He was the son of a department chief in Jianghai City and always fancied himself important. In his head he thought the hidden dragon swordsman profession was truly powerful. Anvu was exactly the kind of woman he fancied. Anvu replied calmly, a level 8 gold boss that took over 10 minutes to kill. I don't understand how our leader managed to take down a platinum boss. Hearing that, Ma Nai Liang snorted, probably just some assassin who ambushes from stealth. He couldn't survive a straight-on fight, right? He said it but secretly considered the girl weak. Given his second-generation status, beating her would be as easy as flipping a hand. But Anvu smiled coldly, her eyes seeming to see through him. So a useless archer like you only knows how to stand there and polish bosses for others, right? The remark hit like a slap. Ma Nai Liang bristled, clenching his fists, each word forced out with boiling resentment. I am an upright person, I wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. His expression then grew furtive, a crooked, venomous smile forming. He continued, I've heard that the person known as Darkness in real life is extremely fierce, ruthless, kills without mercy. I know a hunter in Madu City's police force who handles cases involving abnormal gamers. He has reached level 3 in detection and anti-stealth abilities. In my view, instead of constantly praising him, it's better to plan to expose his real identity in the real world and neutralize him before it's too late. People like him are only safe when controlled and used by our authorities. Otherwise tragedies like Wu Tongfei and Zhang Lu will keep happening. Do we always have to clean up his messes for him? At that, Anvu and Vong Man exchanged glances. Then both snorted with laughter as if they'd just heard a ridiculous joke. Anvu raised an eyebrow and, gentle yet sharp, said, "Little Ma, maybe you still don't get it? It's not that he's begging us to clean up his mess, it's that we should proactively take on his burdens. Only then can we maintain an allied stance and pave the way for long-term cooperation." Vong Man chimed in with a knowing smile and deep eyes, "Someone who soloed both a gold and a platinum boss, if you don't befriend him, you're digging your own grave. You plan to use your influence to force him? Are you out of your mind?" Another person spoke up, "Don't be ridiculous, he's from a powerful family." Envu laughed, half teasing, half disdainful, "Yes, but does being from a powerful family mean you don't have to use your brain? Be careful not to cry later." Being called out by the two of them, Ma Niliang blushed with fury, his chubby face trembling. He snapped, nearly shouting, "Damn it! Isn't that Darkness just an assassin? He just has higher anti-stealth level, does he think he's so great? Can't he be controlled? You two have no backing and yet dare to lecture me." He ground his teeth, "Fine, Envu. Just wait, I will expose Darkness's true face and make society despise him. And when I catch him, I'll force you to kneel and beg me for mercy." But Vong Man didn't bother answering. He turned to Envu, "Captain, what did the boss drop just now?" Envu pulled a shard of light from her bag and said calmly, "A gold piece of equipment for a priest, a silver piece of equipment, and a silver-level skill book. Come to think of it, just from a single casual move he gifted us a gold item. He's even dropped platinum before. I really don't understand, how many bosses has he actually defeated? Or is his talent just treasure finding, and those items came from chests?" Behind them, Ma Niliang continued to babble on without stopping. Vong Man fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "It may sound paranoid, but I'm still uneasy." Envu turned, "What do you mean?" Vong Man lowered his voice, "You've heard about the incident at Zhongnam Hotel, right? The entire Dong Phuong clan vanished during their gathering there. If I said, well, suppose that was caused by Darkness, would we have to step up and clean up his mess?" The atmosphere sank for a moment. He continued, "We still don't know his true nature in real life. What if he really is a cold-blooded killer? Aren't we binding ourselves to a sharp blade then?" Envu was silent briefly, then nodded slightly. "I know that case is getting special attention from the superiors, everyone suspects a link to Darkness. But right now there's no evidence proving he's the culprit." She smiled faintly as she spoke, a flare of fire in her eyes. "Even if it turns out he caused that, I'd still choose to continue cooperating with him." Vong Man looked at her in surprise as she said slowly but with absolute certainty, "If the superiors refuse to clean up the aftermath, I'll handle everything for him myself." Her voice was steady, without a trace of hesitation. Vong Man asked softly, "Why do you trust him so much?" Envu smiled, speaking casually, "Who wouldn't want to butter up Darkness?" Vong Man blurted in shock, "Huh." He thought he'd misheard, but before he could ask, someone from the team came running over, panting, "Captain, up ahead we found an area that looks like an arena, but it's full of monster corpses. They're all dead, lying everywhere. I don't know which team was strong enough to clear the whole place like this." Envu motioned with her hand, "Lead the way, let's go take a look." Vong Man could only shake his head. This girl was truly unpredictable. When the team entered the area, everyone was stunned by the sight, a battlefield strewn with monster corpses, the glow of countless dropped items sparkling everywhere. Vong Man couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy, are they really that strong?" Judging by the number of drops, it must have been hundreds of small monsters killed. He fell silent, eyes scanning around. Which team could possibly do this? Envu didn't hesitate and stated immediately, "Definitely Darkness passed through here." She turned and warned seriously, "Everyone, carefully observe your surroundings. Best not to confront him unless necessary." Ma Niliang squinted from the side, "What's your basis for being so sure? What if it's some other team?" Envu didn't bother arguing, she glanced at him, "Based on the leaderboard. Darkness is ranked first in the entire zone, and our official team is right behind. For something like this, if our team couldn't do it, it can only be him." Ma Niliang curled his lip, "So what? If I had stealth skill too, I could clear it, just would take me a bit longer. Anvu said nothing and simply bowed her head to message, "Big bro, are you still nearby? Clearing this many monsters must have dropped lots of gear and skill books we don't need. If possible, sell them to us, please." At that moment, Ma Niliang suddenly stiffened, his face going pale. The air around him seemed to chill by several degrees. Behind him, a figure and a creature shrouded in black energy slowly took shape, Tan Fong, riding the shadow spirit Nightwalker. Ma Niliang screamed in terror, a high-pitched wail like a slaughtered pig. Anvu immediately recognized him, her eyes lit up like headlights, unable to hide her excitement. "Oh, big bro, is that a mount? It's gorgeous. Where did you get it?" "From the tomb whose coordinates you provided. Thanks a lot to Xiao Hek," Tan Fong said as he looked at Xiao Hek. Xiao Hek blushed bright red, chuckling sheepishly, his ears flushing. Tan Fong turned to the others and said coolly, "Trade. Gather up the items on the ground, same rules as before." Anvu nodded, eyes full of respect, "I understand. If I'm not satisfied, I won't buy, but I know Big Bro's prices are always fair." Just as the exchange proceeded normally, someone glanced down and said to Ma Niliang with a teasing, mocking tone, "Hey, you peed your pants." Ma Niliang ground his teeth, his heart snarling like a wounded beast. "That damned darkness, you filthy bastard, how dare you make me lose face in front of so many people. Just wait, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, Tan Fong rode the shadow spirit Nightwalker and silently departed. The system immediately updated the leaderboard. First, Darkness, level 13 second, Executor of Justice, level 10 third, Vong Man, level 10 fourth, Black Robe Lin Dali Z, level 10 status, tradable lifespan remaining 245 years, evolution points 255. Tan Fong curled a faint smile. Having cleared the ruined arena this time, besides the pile of miscellaneous gear, the best find was this gold tier skill book. He opened the skill interface and read, Silent Veil Stealth, gold tier. Activate to hide in place. As long as you don't attack or move, the stealth state becomes permanent. Initiating an attack from this state deals an additional 300 anti-stealth damage. Cooldown 120 seconds, requires level 13. Tan Fong pondered, a cold glint in his eyes. This skill not only greatly boosts anti-detection, but used in the real world combined with invincible login status, I would vanish completely from tracking systems, like being invisible in the real world. He didn't hesitate and began evolving the skill. Ting, you have consumed 11 evolution points. Silent Veil Stealth has evolved to Gravewalker tier. Anti-stealth damage increased from 300 to 800, cooldown reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. Tan Fong muttered, not done yet, there are several other skills that need upgrading. Ting, you have consumed 34 evolution points. Toxic Darts have evolved to Gravewalker tier. Throw range increased from 17m to 20m, hit damage from 240 to 400. The lethal poison effect per second increased from 80% to 100% of base damage. Duration 5 seconds, non-stacking, not dependent on target weakness. Ting, you have consumed 200 evolution points. Grace of Liberation has evolved to Mythic tier. Critical hits on weaknesses increased from 200% to 300%, doubling total damage. Active skill. The next strike will trigger a throat cut effect, dealing damage per second equal to 150% to 200% of that strike's base damage, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown shortened from 25 seconds to 22.2 seconds, minimum 9.7 seconds. Tan Fong inhaled deeply, voice low, the mythic tier skill was indeed overpowering. Now except for some special demonic creatures, any monster encountered would be a weakness under his blade. He opened his equipment storage, his gaze stopping on a brand new item. Platinum Deceiver Pendant, Assassin Jewelry, Physical Attack plus 45, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Requires level 13. Unique effect, adds 1 rank to the stealth skill. Tan Fong nodded at the stats, counting skill ranks and gear, he now had 4 ranks of stealth, no one at the current stage could detect him. He checked another item, Dark Veil Gold Thief, Assassin Equipment, Constitution plus 5, Spirit plus 5, Evasion plus 32%, requires level 12. Tan Fong pressed his lips, his gaze sharpening like a dagger hidden in the night. His evasion rate had already reached 83%. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out ahead, dust billowing everywhere making. Tan Fong frowned and murmured, "What's going on?" From the thick black smoke, a gigantic head slowly emerged. Immediately after, a colossal monster bearing a pair of cold steel shackles rose up from beneath the earth. Tan Fong's expression turned grave at once. He looked at the creature and said in a low voice, "Steel Maiden, who's bold enough to summon something like this?" Memories of his previous life surged back. He still clearly remembered this monster once appearing in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players fought to bring it down and the total deaths exceeded 4,000. A brutal boss, guardian of the sacred path, where the second greatest treasure of the ruins was buried. I had planned to deal with the pre-dead first and then lure it out, but now that it's been summoned, I'll just take over. Without hesitation, Tan Fong ordered the Shadow Spirit Night Walker to accelerate, charging forward like a black gale. At the scene, hundreds of players surrounded the Steel Maiden, but it was like facing a living nightmare. An unlucky player was pinned to the ground by the boss's giant axe, blood gushing everywhere. His teammate trembled and cried out in panic, "Too strong, too terrifying." Each time the boss swung its axe, more bodies fell like harvested stalks. Tan Fong coldly watched the scene and sneered, daring to attack the Steel Maiden now. That arrogance won't last. But then his expression snapped tight. He seemed to recall something and grew serious. "Wait, is it him?" Below, a man riding a white tiger, wielding a shield and a long spear, charged bravely at the boss. Without needing a close look, Tan Fong recognized him as Tran Vo Dan, owner of the rare hidden class, Cathedral Knight. He was the one who had clashed with Tan Fong for 9 years in their previous life, with no decisive victor. A true old rival, cunning, vicious, always slipping away with despicable tricks whenever cornered. It was his Cathedral Knight guild that had defeated the Steel Maiden in their past life. That's why players later passed around the saying, "In the west there's Godslayer, in the east there's the Cathedral." Two powerful guilds split control of the ruins of Jianghai City. But beneath that glorious veneer, the Cathedral Knights were rotten. When recruiting members they demanded life contracts, promising to protect members in exchange for a 50% life tax. Most members were effectively black slaves to a few bosses. Tan Fong snorted coldly, "Perfect timing, Tran Vo Dan, this time you won't escape." Underground, the Steel Maiden swung her axe frantically, blood staining the earth red. Tan Fong dismounted his steed and landed in the middle of the melee. The moment he touched down, his pupils flashed a blood-red gleam in the cold wind. Am de Hon Nan. A sea of crimson suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire area. All nearby players who hadn't reacted in time were cut to pieces in an instant. System notifications flooded in. "You have killed player Tu Fuang Fuang. You have killed player Tu Du Na. You have killed player the corrupt friend. You have killed player Lumagoya." From afar, Tran Vo Dan went pale witnessing the scene. His eyes widened, lips trembling. Who did this? Could it be darkness? "We have no grudge with you, why kill our people?" Tan Fong silently appeared behind Tran Vo Dan and said coldly, "Because I don't eat beef." He then executed Shield Shadow Slash, sliding through him like a phantom. Tran Vo Dan's body was instantly torn to pieces. From Tan Fong's hands, deep red flowers fell like blood. The blossom of life skill began to take effect. Flowers sprouted on the corpses of the fallen players, each petal draining the remaining lifespan from them. Those players were expelled from the battlefield and resurrected somewhere else. Tran Vo Dan flushed with rage, "You damned darkness, what does your not eating beef have to do with us?" A pale player cried out in despair, "Big bro, my tradable lifespan is back to 0. Tran Vo Dan clenched his fists and roared, "It must be some damn skill of darkness." A trembling member asked, "Guild leader, should we counterattack?" But Tran Vo Dan spat at him, "Counterattack my ass. Are you suicidal? Fall back, go somewhere else to rebuild, regain the lost lifespan, unless you want to be wiped out again." In a hidden corner, Tan Tu Du's body trembled and tears welled up. "Darkness, why target me? I hardly have any lifespan left." At the same time, the system coldly announced, Thorn Blossom absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from player Tan Tu Du. Tan Fong frowned slightly, thinking, Tan Tu Du was among those people. Why only absorb so little lifespan? It seemed she truly had no way out. No wonder she joined the Cathedral Knights, resigning herself to being a black slave. She brought it on herself. Just then, the boss's giant scythe suddenly shot forward with crushing force. The strike shattered the ground, sending dust billowing everywhere. But Tan Fong had time to use Mirage Illusion to dash out of the damage zone, avoiding the lethal blow. The boss's first phase was still nothing to worry about. When it couldn't find its target, the boss looked confused and froze for a second. Then it began to spin, its 2 scythes sweeping into a spiraling shape, expanding the attack range. The rotation accelerating, its body gradually lifting into the air. Tan Fong watched coldly, calculation flashing in his eyes. It kept repeating the same chain swings of chains and blades. Whether it attacked a fixed point or swept an area, there was a pattern. Immediately, he cast Grace of Liberation. The next strike detonated with a throat cut effect, dealing massive burst damage. Then he unleashed Pestilence Blade, the toxin spreading across the boss's body. The boss took continuous damage, its health plummeted uncontrollably. After only a few moves, its health bar had dropped below 50%. The boss roared in fury, its eyes blazing red as it stared straight at Tan Fong. He silently deduced that it had become a guardian because its second phase was extremely dangerous. When its health reached half, the demon sealed inside it would awaken. All damage dealt to the boss would be reflected back to the attacker. He squinted, thinking further. There were rumors the demon's belly contained a teleportation gate. Victims swallowed by it would be sent to an unknown place, said to be the bottom of a volcano, but in the previous life no one survived to confirm it. Above the ruined buildings, a group of players chatted excitedly. One murmured in horror, "This darkness guy is brutal, using just one skill forced the boss into phase 2. Another still doubted, "Are you sure he did it?" The first immediately confirmed, pointing at the arena, "Definitely him. I've been tracking this platinum boss the whole time. It was summoned by the Cathedral Knights." But less than a minute later, darkness suddenly appeared and slaughtered them all. He used a single move that drained half its health. Below, the boss screamed and wildly lashed its blade, the ground shattering under its brutal swings. On the upper levels, whispers continued to blow like cold winds across the cracked concrete. Now Tan Fong watched the boss in silence, his gaze as cold as frost. He quietly calculated, the Steel Maiden's phase 2 was powerful but had a fatal weakness. When it initiated an attack, the reflection effect would be disabled briefly. In other words, if he struck exactly as it was attacking, he could avoid the reflected damage. He squinted, analyzing further. But skills like Shield Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Pestilence Blade, or Toxic Darts all dealt consecutive hits. Using them would cause the reflection to kill him. At his current level, a single moment's lapse would mean dying from his own skills. His eyes swept to the players secretly watching above, a cold light flashed at the depths of his gaze. Perhaps he could use those people to his advantage. At that moment, a player stepped forward with a grave expression and shouted, clear the way so I can see what's happening." The crowd immediately parted. When they recognized the newcomer, someone exclaimed, "It's Big Brother Safety First." The atmosphere shifted, a few began to report, "This boss has some special skills, we've recorded them." But right after it lost half its health, its body began to mutate and then froze. It might be about to use a new skill. Big Brother Safety First asked in a deep voice, "Was Darkness the one who soloed it earlier?" A blue-haired girl confirmed, "Yes." After the boss entered phase 2, Darkness disappeared. Big Brother immediately ordered, "Little Bunny, use Red Eye and see if he's still around." The girl nodded and began the chant. A small rabbit hopped out, ran around the boss to track Tan Fong. After a moment, she shook her head, "Can't find him, he probably left." Big Brother Safety First said, "If a level 3 anti-stealth can't find him, then he must have left. I don't believe he has a level 4 stealth skill." Having said that, he didn't hesitate and leaped straight down into the arena. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl gasped, "Ah, Big Brother. Little Bunny, watch closely. If Darkness comes back, warn him immediately." Yes, I'll keep an eye out. If darkness returns, I'll report at once. Onlookers couldn't help exclaiming, no way, he wants to solo the platinum boss. Someone else suddenly shouted, I remember now, he once defeated a golden boss back in the starting town without taking a scratch. It's Big Brother safety first. Another added, I heard his class is Soul Marshaller, each role grants 100% evasion. He used to run a top-tier soul build server globally, his reaction speed is insane. At that moment, the boss's gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto Big Brother safety first. It roared and unleashed a gigantic blade strike that crashed down like thunder. But Big Brother remained unafraid. He moved with graceful skill, narrowly dodging. The blade struck the ground, sending rock fragments flying. Suddenly, the boss condensed a pitch-black arm from dark energy and reached toward Big Brother safety first. He immediately rolled to evade, his movements decisive and precise to the point of instinct. The boss kept launching a barrage of attacks, as if trying to crush anyone daring to challenge it. Big Brother continued to roll across the ground, evading each strike by a hair. Amid the chaos he shouted with exhilaration, as if enjoying a life-or-death dance, Ahoo! 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 From above, his junior brothers cheered non-stop, our boss is the best. Those rolls are peak mastery. One strike, no regrets, so cool. Some other players began to notice something odd, this guy's amazing, every dodge is flawless. But did you guys see? The boss's health seems to drop each time he rolls past. One squinted and said, strange, there are many slashing marks flashing on the boss. Could the Soul Marshaller be that perverse? The blue-haired girl, who always watched Big Brother, smiled proudly, perfect evasion is just basic technique. Big Brother's greatest strength is his counterattack. As long as each roll successfully triggers the evasion effect, the following strike will ignore 50% of the enemy's defense. Big Brother safety first concentrated all his power into the sword. Energy instantly gathered around him, pouring into his body like a waterfall. The air seemed to vibrate with each of his breaths. One of his juniors whispered hesitantly, is the skill effect that strong? I think this hit's damage could reach 4 digits. Big Brother smiled confidently, then leaped up, dancing under the moon like a war god in the night. The blade in his hand pierced through life and death gaps, a threefold strike like a meteor streaking across the sky. Sword energy hurled like a storm, leaving countless brilliant slashes on the boss's body. The boss's extended arms began to fall off. Its blood flickered violently, but Big Brother didn't stop. He unleashed his ultimate, a strike charging all his power. The spear's tip licked blood, an act of power accumulation, a finishing blow. The blue-haired girl exclaimed, look, I don't know when but the boss is down to only 1/3 health. Big Brother safety first slowly said in a calm voice, Moonslit Cleaver, that is my sword path. But as he smiled, a sudden blade of sword energy struck him straight, tearing through his armor. Then countless blades of sword energy tore his body to pieces. Those were the number of sword energies he had struck the boss with, now reflected back. The reflected damage began to appear in rapid succession, 1001, -1299, -1299. The whole arena fell silent, everyone stood agape, unable to believe their eyes. What? Big Brother safety first, how could he be dead? He evaded every attack. Someone else shouted, exactly. And his skills clearly hit the boss, why didn't they deal damage? But obviously the boss's health also dropped a lot. Why is that? At that moment, Big Brother safety first's body was dissolving like ash scattered by the wind. In another corner, Tan Fong curled his lips slightly, offering a cold smile. He walked slowly toward the items dropped from Big Brother's corpse. Lucky to have that guy, pretending to be cool, rolling around non-stop, forced the boss to trigger all kinds of skills. His voice was light as a breeze but carried a cruel, indifferent edge. Throughout that time, Tan Fong had unleashed attack after attack, each strike ruthlessly precise. Under the pressure of continuous damage, the boss's health was finally pushed down to 1/3. However, the death of that Soul Marshaller was the clearest proof. His profession was ill-suited to face the Steel Maiden. While rolling he couldn't attack, and if he struck he would take the reflected blows. Basically, whether he attacked or not he would die, truly a self-inflicted fate. Suddenly the boss turned. The move made Tan Fong pause slightly, a bad premonition rising in him. He silently clenched his fist, his gaze growing cold. Not good, the boss isn't preparing to attack, it's trying to retreat. Tan Fong realized. Because its health was so low, it was attempting to return to the cathedral sanctuary, a place that could fully restore its life. If it got back, wouldn't all their efforts so far be for nothing? Big Brother Safety First's death made the players above hesitate. From now on, few would dare to challenge the boss. But if the boss didn't attack, the reflection effect would disappear, and only forceful measures would work. Tan Fong gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. I can't let it return. With that he rushed forward to block the boss's escape. Above, the watching players were aghast. Look, it's darkness. Could all those hits on the boss have been his? If so, that's terrifying. Someone sneered, I thought Big Brother Safety First was the real boss, turns out he was a joke. Darkness is the true master. The blue-haired girl beside them was pale, disbelief showing in her eyes. Darkness? Impossible, my level 3 anti-stealth didn't detect him, could he have reached stealth level 4, or higher? At that moment, another player glanced greedily and whispered, hey, those items dropped from the Soul Marshaller when he died, I really want to loot them. Meanwhile on the ground, Tan Fong proactively activated a defensive skill, Dark Light Shield. Each shield layer could block a single targeted attack, allowing him to hold out long enough to create an opening for a counterattack. The boss roared and hurled its blade forward. Tan Fong seized the moment, his eyes flashing like a blade. Now, he used Shadow Shield Slash, dashing through the boss and unleashing a flurry of cuts within the murky black aura. After each slash, a layer of the Dark Light Shield shattered. When the attack ended, 7 layers remained. Tan Fong calculated inwardly, Shadow Shield Slash lands 9 hits, the last 3 would be reflected. Without the Dark Light Shield absorbing them, he'd have long been shattered by the counter damage. But the boss did not collapse. It began to change, as if stepping into a new state. A strange energy burst from its body. The arms that had been smashed began to regenerate, fully restored in an instant. The boss's body slowly rose, hovering in midair. A deathly purple aura radiated from its flesh, like a hellish, ghostly flame. In an instant, Tan Fong's 7 remaining Dark Light Shield layers were burned away. Tan Fong frowned, calculating inwardly. The damage ratio of this fire spout was too high. Even though his evasion rate exceeded 80%, the 7 shield layers were incinerated in a flash. If he'd been delayed by just 0.5 seconds, he probably would have fallen right there. In the distance, a player was sneaking toward the pile of items that had dropped from Big Brother Safety First. He bent down, his hand nearly touching them, when a throwing dart pierced the center of his forehead. Tan Fong stood there, eyes cold as ice, withdrawing his hand, trying to steal my loot. Not a chance. With that, he swung his hand and cast Blooming Curse. Notifications appeared. You have received 612 tradable days of lifespan from Big Brother Safety First, and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have absorbed an additional 355 days from his minions, and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan. Tan Fong glanced at them, speaking as casually as if commenting on the weather. That safety guy was interesting. I even left him a way out earlier instead of cursing him. But he had a lot of lifespan, dying once probably won't finish him off. At that moment, the boss exuded a heavy black aura and began to attack. Tan Fong surveyed and thought, the only option is to chip away at its health with Dark Light Shield and Shadow Shield Slash. The odds are low, but it's the safest method. The boss roared, each strike landing like a thunderclap. Its giant arms slammed the ground, cracking boulders and sending dust billowing. Other arms rose, preparing a new wave of attacks. Up above, Big Brothers Juniors whispered tremblingly, this darkness is really strong, what trick did he use? At first I didn't understand how he beat the boss, but now it's clear, this wasn't a fight, it was slaughter. On the ground, Tan Fong's gaze was icy. He took a breath and said in a low voice, one final move. Shadow Shield Slash was activated, he plunged into the boss like a dark arrow. Dozens of sharp sword wounds connected like a tide, slicing deep into the boss's body. Each layer of his dark light shield cracked and shattered completely. Ting, you have slain the Platinum Steel Maiden. You received 48,000 experience points. You received 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Cathedral Sanctuary key. Up above, the watching players were speechless. Did he really solo it successfully? This is Darkness, the top-ranked player. Wasting no time, Tan Fong used the mythic skill Greedy Hand. A beam of light shot from his palm, sucking the boss's drops into his bag. Ting, obtained, black gemmed bone skin armor, Phi Tui. Assassin set equipment, physical defense plus 95, all element resistance plus 120, damage resistance plus 77, vitality plus 77, requires level 13. Black gem effect, when attacking or being attacked, the target gains 1 layer of black gem fire, up to 5 layers. Each layer reduces the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Tan Fong skimmed the item details. A Phi Tui grade piece with defensive stats surpassing many dedicated armors, plus the black gem effect that directly weakens target defenses and resistances. It's far superior to the drop that Tin Han dropped earlier. Ting, obtained, Assassin's Instinct, Phi Tui. You can see the outline of units that are in a stealth state to a certain extent. Received plus 2 stealth resistance levels. Requires level 13. Tan Fong couldn't help but laugh, the corner of his mouth lifting, stealth resistance. Nice, let's upgrade it to legendary. Ting, you have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, remaining 97 evolution points. Assassin's Instinct upgraded from Phi Tui to legendary. You can sense enemy weaknesses more clearly, received plus 5 stealth resistance levels. Weak point attack adjustment plus 50%. Tan Fong nodded, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Combined with the passive effect of Grace of Liberation, the total weak point damage adjustment had reached 350%. Now, even blindfolded, I can stab the enemy's weak spot. Tan Fong continued to think. 97 evolution points remaining. Then first upgrade Illusory Phantom to legendary. Ting, you have spent 80 evolution points, 17 evolution points remaining. Phantom Demon from epic to legendary, passive, received 85% evasion rate. When you successfully evade, you become immune to all level 5 damage. At that moment, Anvu ran over from a distance, panting and shouting, Big brother, I'm here. Did anything good drop? Tan Fong glanced at the girl. Anvu, are you a dog? Smell a drop and come sniffing right away. Anvu laughed loudly, paying no mind to his jibe. Big brother, I didn't check the rankings earlier, but I didn't expect you to reach level 13 in one night. Is this too powerful? Vong Man added, we grinded all night and only reached half of level 11. Your speed is ridiculous. She turned to Vong Man and scolded him rapidly, keep talking nonsense and I'll pluck your hair. Men's speed is not for idle discussion. Big brother, you agree with me, right? Vong Man could only force a smile, while Tan Fong didn't bother to reply. He replied coldly and directly, some nice drops. I've posted the prices, pick what you want and trade. Anvu immediately nodded, grinning like she'd hit the jackpot, we'll take the 50k trade package. Ting, transaction successful. Tan Fong looked at her deeply, then slowly said, besides that pile of gear, I have something else to sell. Do you know about safe houses? As soon as he finished, Anvu hesitated then answered, her tone doubtful, safe houses? We've heard that within the ruins of Jianghai City there's no truly safe zone. However, players can still occupy safe houses as bases. A safe house can store items and erect magical defensive barriers, especially useful in emergencies to prevent outside intrusion. Tan Fong watched her quietly, his gaze deep. What you know must come from the small safe house the golden boss dropped, right? Anvu replied, unable to hide her frustration, yes. The Jianghai City authorities still haven't found any safe houses. Only the Ma Du side reportedly destroyed a mid-tier safe house. That's how we learned a little information. Tan Fong said nothing further, simply produced a glowing key. If so, you should understand the real value of a safe house, right? He raised the cathedral sanctuary safe house key, his voice calm but like thunder in their ears. This dropped from the boss. The safe house covers up to 800 mu. Go back and discuss the price you can offer, and I'll consider whether to sell it to you. And Vu and Vong Man instantly gaped, completely stunned. 800 mu. In Envu's mind there was only one thought: the larger the safe house, the stronger the barrier, the sturdier the infrastructure, the higher the survival chances. If it's really 800 mu, it could provide private rooms for all key members of Jianhai's authorities. Envu hesitated a moment, then mustered the courage to ask, "May I ask, how much do you intend to sell this safe house for?" Tan Fong didn't answer immediately. He quietly pocketed the key, his voice decisive: "First go back and negotiate. Give me the price you can accept, and I'll consider your offer first." In Tan Fong's mind, vague memories of a past life surfaced. In that life, this key was once sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell it to the authorities now, combined with his current lifespan, he could extract every skill and even legendary gear into reality. Envu nodded, "All right, I'll arrange people to return and report immediately. But there's one more matter, I need to ask for your help." Tan Fong replied, "Speak." Envu didn't beat around the bush. "We just received word that 7 golden tier bosses have gathered in the Twilight Moon town. Many people have already died. We're willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for you killing them." Tan Fong tilted his head slightly, his tone skeptical. 7 golden tier bosses? Even if they cooperate, with the authorities' strength they should be handled in little time. If you came to me, you must have run into some special trouble. Envu nodded repeatedly, her face irritated. "Big brother, you really are prophetic. We were going to take them out one by one when, suddenly, a boss that had been killed revived right before our eyes. Not only that, the attributes of all 7 surged, and they wiped our team out in less than 3 minutes. Tan Fong pondered, a flash in his eyes. The roaming bosses can resurrect. Could it be remnants from that cursed stone steel? Could it be the ancient god stone steel? If it truly involves the ancient stone steel, whether in a previous life or now, this is absolutely not to be missed. Ting, transaction successful, you have received 10 years of lifespan. Tan Fong said coldly, "Send the coordinates, I'll be there immediately." Envu clenched her fist, determined, "Do your best, big brother." Tan Fong thought inwardly, a slight curl at his lips. This girl really knows how to do business. 7 golden tier bosses, drops alone would be worth at least 45 years of lifespan, plus an extra 15 years as a special bonus. She sure knows how to maintain relations. Tan Fong mounted the Nether Spirit Nightwalker and sped along the road. Ahead, a gigantic statue came into view. Hearing shouts, he looked down and saw a scene. Tan Tu-Du was being rushed and beaten mercilessly by a group of female players. One girl, using the right-hand rule, slapped Tan Tu-Du squarely across the face, then shouted, "A demon who just joined the guild and already trying to seduce the guild leader." Tan Tu-Du's face was swollen like a pig's head. She clutched her cheek and cried, sob sob. "I didn't." The girl grew angrier. "You think I'm blind? I warn you, stay away from the guild leader or I'll tear you apart." Then she and her friends took turns slapping, hitting, and punching Tan Tu-Du, loudly insulting her, "Bitch. Whore." Tan Fong just stood silently watching, thinking, it seems after joining the Cathedral Knights, Tan Tu-Du quickly got involved in some palace intrigue nonsense. In the previous life, I always stepped in to clean up these trivial matters for her. He gave a faint smile, "Ha ha, now take your time experiencing the real world." With that, he quietly entered the secret doorway at the statue's base. Outside, Tan Tu-Du begged, sob sob, "Stop hitting me, it hurts, I'm going to die," but the players continued assaulting and berating her, "Beat this little sprite to death. How many men have you seduced?" Tan Fong stepped inside, his gaze settling on the cold stone floor. He thought, beneath the giant statue at the center of the Jianhai city ruins, there really is a secret room that alone can return players to the original town. In the previous life almost no one knew this. But what concerned Tan Fong more was, teleportation is not free. The first time is fine, but the second costs 1,000 days of lifespan, the third doubles. Thus, each teleport brings you one step closer to death. He looked up, a cold smile playing on his lips. Over time, the original town would gradually develop into a higher-tier area. Small monsters would evolve into bosses, hidden treasures would appear one by one, like the ancient god's stone altar, an item not to be missed. Immediately after, a notification appeared, Ting, do you want to teleport to the godforsaken land Twilight Moon Town? Tan Fong frowned slightly. Twilight Moon Town, isn't this an area that only appears in later stages? Why didn't I ever hear this name in my previous life? He confirmed the teleport without much hesitation. Cost 500 days of lifespan, teleporting now. A dim light flashed. When Tan Fong opened his eyes again, before him was a strange but bustling street. Surprisingly, most people present were elderly, old men and women with trembling hands and slow steps, eyes weary as if they had lived through several game lives. Tan Fong walked slowly through the crowd, his gaze sweeping lightly, a hint of puzzlement. He didn't expect this place to be so lively, but why were most of them old? At that moment, a young man was escorting an old woman over. He panted, finally back to a safe zone, my heart nearly stopped. Grandma, per our agreement we helped you reach level 3, during the process, we also gave you 72 days of lifespan. Now you just need to trade it back. The old woman snapped, waving her hand and shouting, what? You still want money? Aren't you a charity organization? You helped me level up and now you demand more. The young man patiently explained, ma'am, we aren't asking for money. When we form a party, all lifespan drops from killing monsters are divided for you, you get that share. Now just return the portion you were given, that's all, we made it clear from the start. But the old woman immediately turned hostile, her tone slippery as if she knew nothing. I don't know any of those damned agreements. You kids are fighting over days of life with an old woman like me? How shameless. The two young men tried to stay calm. Ma'am, how could we form a party if you don't share? If lifespan isn't shared, you won't get the experience points either. Then why would we form a party? She instantly began to shout, pointing at their faces, hey, don't touch me, I'll call people right now. Impudent brats. Are you from the Dream Serpent Guild? You're outrageous. Tan Fong said nothing, stepped quietly behind the old woman. He coldly grabbed her collar and, without hesitation, pulled her sharply backward. The frail body staggered and fell out of the safe zone boundary under the stunned gazes of the two young men. Before anyone could react, Tan Fong swung the sharp broken blade high. His other hand tightened around her neck. A breath later, blood sprayed, creating a red arc several meters high. The two young men recoiled in horror, not understanding what had happened, exclaiming, Wah, what is this? Tan Fong said coldly, her lifespan dropped to the ground, go pick it up yourselves. The two young men, stunned at first, then snapped back to reality and ran over, gratefully bowing and thanking him repeatedly. May I ask which noble hand assisted us? Tan Fong answered indifferently, just happened to help. One of them checked the amount of lifespan obtained. Exactly 72 days, not much but not insignificant. He hugged the loot like a treasure and bowed deeply, Big brother, we are greatly grateful. Tan Fong said nothing more, turned and left, quietly stepping into the thin mist surrounding the town. A cold thought flickered through his mind, you can't act in the safe zone, that's annoying. He looked around and slightly curled his lips, Dream Serpent Guild, so their origin is actually from Twilight Moon Town. According to public records, since its founding, Dream Serpent has upheld a principle of community welfare, providing free survival support for the elderly in the godforsaken lands. The government once praised and strongly supported the organization. By member count alone, they deserve to be the largest guild in China. Tan Fong smiled faintly, a voice sounded in his head, in this chaotic post-apocalyptic era, there should be more people like them. Deep within a damp forest, a monster was bound tightly by long, winding vines. Suanin spoke softly, her eyes focused, Mother, now's the time, use your skill. Behind her, a stern middle-aged woman nodded. From the staff in her hand, arcs of electricity flickered, then suddenly struck down, hitting the monster writhing in pain. At the same time, 3 Soanins with swords leapt forward. He shouted, swinging his blade hard at the beast's body, cleaving it in two so it fell without a final roar. Success! Soanin jumped up, eyes sparkling. Mom, Dad, you two are amazing. Her mother smiled kindly but remained stern. With persistent learning and coordination, defeating small monsters isn't that far-fetched. After a rest, the group continued forward. While walking, the father asked, by the way, Soanin, your friend is Xiao Du, right? I heard she joined the Cathedral Knights Guild. He paused, voice lowering. I heard that guild taxes members heavily. Sometimes the lifespan you earn isn't even enough to pay the fees. Soanin replied softly, that's right. I once advised Xiao Du to join our Dream Sand River Guild. I told her clearly that it's a public service guild. There are many people like us here, not very skilled but willing to help each other, and there are patient mentors, but she refused. The mother clicked her tongue, a note of regret in her voice. That's true, she's reached a high level now, so agents from the Cathedral Knights took her. The father interjected, his tone heavier, even if they help her level up, they ultimately treat her like a tool. I've heard their membership contracts last 3 years, once signed, it's practically slavery. He paused a moment then continued, if you don't have the guts, just calmly kill small monsters, gradually accumulate lifespan and experience. Like our family, when we meet a boss we retreat and call for help. Isn't that safe and effective? Soanin bowed her head and murmured, but Xiao Du, she's not ordinary. She has a hidden vocation, in terms of strength she truly far surpasses us. At that moment, a sudden rain of arrows came from nowhere. The shafts pierced the air, aimed straight at them. One arrow struck the 3 of them in the head, hitting the critical weak point. Damage numbers popped up in succession, 429, 429, 429. Soanin jolted, her heart pounding. Before she could understand, she saw her father collapse, his body pinned like a porcupine. She burst into tears, trembling as she screamed, Father. Her mother cried out anxiously, Honey. A group emerged from behind the trees. The leader laughed loudly, gloating, See? One move and the 3 are cleared out. Dream Sand River. A trash organization, full of weak useless people who still want to play hero. He stepped closer, eyes flashing contempt, and threatened, You too, hand over all the lifespan you have, now. Soanin panicked, clutching her staff, the government has outlawed killing people outside the wildlands, aren't you afraid of being hunted? The man burst into arrogant laughter, the government my ass. You think they dare touch me? Do you know who my father is? He sneered, Shut up. I give you 3 seconds. Soanin gritted her teeth, eyes determined, Mother, I'll hold them off. Quickly call for reinforcements through the guild channel. Her mother nodded immediately, hands trembling as she opened the comm interface. The man frowned then laughed in contempt, You dare resist. Kill the old, capture the young. Go. The 2 behind him leapt up instantly, charging at Soanin like 2 demonic shadows. But before their strikes could reach her, both were suddenly slammed flying backward. Soanin shouted, What is this? The man behind stammered in shock, No, this can't be. But before he finished, his head was gone. Immediately after, Tan Fong appeared silently, holding the severed head. He stood there cold and sharp as the blade that had just been swung. Behind him, the nether spirit Nightwalker let out a snarl. The remaining man, with the last of his awareness, managed to gasp, Shadow. The whole group had been wiped out and were instantly returned to town by the system. The leader screamed in anger and panic, Damn it. Why did I lose so much lifespan? All the lifespan we traded just vanished. Same here. Could it be because we were in a killing state? Even in rampage mode, your lifespan shouldn't be drained completely like that. He panted, eyes full of horror, If this continues I'll really die. We have to hurry, kill a few small monsters to get some lifespan back. With that they rushed out of the respawn area, their steps chaotic and minds in disarray. But they hadn't gone far when the leader abruptly froze. A flash of golden light appeared, and a massive greatsword of light descended, piercing straight through all 3 of them. A voice rang out, Black Dragon, still a dragon. Roast chicken tastes like burnt rice. Wild oxen can fly, one of the men blurted in alarm. No. I can't move, another looked up and asked, who are you? No one answered. The one who had struck merely stepped forward, opened the book in his hands, and spoke clearly, these three have been killing players everywhere. We finally caught you. We are government hunters. You are required to provide true information and submit to lawful arrest. The man beside him added, if you dare resist, we will immediately drain all remaining lifespan. Back where Tan Fong stood, the curse bloom flowers were in full bloom on the bodies of the men. The scent of blood mixed with the floral fragrance, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suanin bowed her head and said sincerely, thank you, great darkness. If not for you, my mother and I would have been slaughtered. Tan Fong stood there silently watching her. A feeling stirred in him, a thought flashing by, surprisingly, this Suanin isn't bad. Kind-hearted and braver than most, she's worlds apart from Xiaodu. How did the two of them become close friends? Still, it's fine, now they each go their own way. He gave no reply and vanished like a ghost, leaving no sound except the breeze. Suanin glanced around, and only saw a glowing item pouch lying quietly on the ground. Her mother asked in surprise, where did that person go? Suanin bent down to pick up the pouch. Is this the lifespan the three drop? Her mother frowned, voice low, why did he disappear so suddenly? Suanin stood motionless, eyes dazed. A strange feeling lingered in her heart. Who would have thought the world-ranked leader, nicknamed the Darkness, could be such a good person? Not far away, deep in the forest, a group was following the trail, looking alert and hurried. One complained, didn't Captain N say Darkness would arrive here in a few minutes? It's been almost half an hour. Another snapped back, what the hell is he doing? Tell me, do you think he can kill those bosses? One sneered, I bet he can't. Those bosses revive, you know. Heh, infinite respawn bosses, does he really dare gamble with that? Just then, Tan Fong slid past them, his gaze cold as if they didn't exist. He didn't bother to look at them and silently continued forward. He thought, that rare ancient god stone slab could completely alter a player's equipment. A new effect would be added while an old one removed. With luck, the added effect might even change a vocation's nature, turning the weak into the unpredictable. Tan Fong recalled having seen a world rank 7 master in a life-or-death battle, who sacrificed 7 ancient god stone slabs in succession to summon phantasmal ancients to defeat a legendary boss. Those phantasms created a peculiar colony boss system. Each boss had unique traits and powers far beyond common understanding. There were invisible bosses, and cloaked bosses so powerful that passing players were killed for no apparent reason. There were also those that were only a facade, the true body was a summoner hiding somewhere in the chaotic space. What was the result? An infinite respawn cycle, where defeated bosses returned stronger, faster, and crazier. The government confirmed that as long as one remained alive, they all would respawn with a berserk state. So what if you kill them all at once? Could that break their respawn mechanism? It's worth trying. That thought sparked, and Tan Fong wasted no time. He summoned a loyal follower who had accompanied him across many battlefields to scout, then ordered it to advance. The loyal follower charged at a boss at once. Attack, and damage numbers erupted continuously. But then one boss's eyes suddenly flashed blood red, and it unleashed a wave of black chi that enveloped the follower. The follower screamed in pain, its body convulsed, then disintegrated amid a dreadful shriek. Tan Fong watched from a distance, thinking, they're all high tier, no counterattacks, but their attributes far exceed typical golden tier bosses. So, they must be struck quickly and wiped out. Without hesitation, he immediately cast the skill Shadow Knight Complete Requital. The space instantly shifted into a deep blood-red hue. Tan Fong continued to unleash a wide-area skill, striking all targets at once. As a result, the bosses were felled immediately, without time to roar. However, Tan Fong frowned. No loot had dropped. He stared at the area and noticed that from the ashes the corpses of the bosses were melting. From that, an aberrant creature gradually took shape. The new monster was grotesque, mouth stacked with sharp teeth, eyes and nose misplaced, its body convulsing as if torn from within. Tan Fong muttered coldly, so that's it, simultaneously killing them truly was the prerequisite. Now the real stage begins. His eyes lit up as he noticed 7 ancient runes engraved on the giant boss's body, Tai Tien Ko Thak O Than. He translated silently, Ancient God Calamity Udos. The creature roared and rushed forward. Tan Fong quickly stepped back, instinctively dodging the attack. Next, I should focus on striking each point corresponding to the runes. I didn't break through the ancient relics and spend all those resources studying those glyphs for nothing. Saying that, Tan Fong threw shuriken, aiming straight at the character, Tai. Then he targeted each subsequent rune in the exact order in his head. Each shuriken fired carried a small explosive effect. The boss roared as blood sprayed everywhere. Each glyph on its body flared bright and then went dark. Finally, that colossal body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the impact sending dust billowing into the air. Tan Fong stood still, eyes icy as he examined the corpse, but still no items had dropped. He frowned, something wasn't over yet. At that moment, a gruesome sound rang out behind him. The severed head of the boss rose again, its melting body, with countless mouths, lunged toward him screaming. Tan Fong surmised, the runes on those coffins corresponded to each monster. This stage wasn't finished, each creature must be slain near the exact position of its corresponding coffin. He nodded slightly, his expression calm. I've seen ancient god slabs before. This is the final stage. Tan Fong's eyes blazed like a war god emerging from hell. Alright, come on. At that instant, the sky suddenly trembled. A deep booming sound reverberated like thunder, accompanied by the furious roar of a boss. Those from Envu's team guarding the valley entrance immediately snapped to alert. Huh, an earthquake? Or is the boss going berserk? Go check it out, a team member cried in alarm. The female mage frowned, worry in her voice amid the chaos. Ugh, where the hell is that damned darkness guy? Why hasn't he shown up? Fai Tu sighed in displeasure, I'm telling you, even darkness might be helpless this time. Maybe he knew and ran. Hong Mao's face soured. He said nothing, only shivered as he looked toward the valley. Hey, come see. The group ran over. Before them was chaos, shattered earth and rock, everything ruined as if from a massive explosion. Coffins were tossed about across the ground, while huge fissures stretched like scars across the terrain. My God, where's the boss? Was it really killed? The ground split like that, could the boss have died from the quake? Some half believed, half doubted. At that moment, a message from Envu popped up in the team channel, everyone retreat. The boss has been handled by darkness. Fai Tu and Hong Mao froze and exclaimed in unison, what? They immediately replied, only a bit over 10 minutes and the boss is already defeated? We were just debating whether darkness could take down all 7 bosses. He hadn't even shown himself. The group exchanged skeptical looks, but realization was dawning. The cursed slab of the ancient god Calamity, that's probably the cause. Fai Tu murmured, now I somewhat understand why the higher-ups place absolute trust in him. Elsewhere in the valley, Tan Fong quietly moved off. In his hand was a dark object, cold as if forged from ancient shadow. Not a bad haul this time. He glanced at his status panel, his level had risen to 14. Killing the 7 bosses plus the effect of the greedy hand granted Tan Fong a total of 294 evolution points. But the most valuable thing wasn't the points, it was the ancient god stone slab, a piece the government, even if they ground at it for months, might not fully understand. And if one dared to try, the price would be astronomical. Ting! A notification chimed. The ancient god stone slab contains a cursed power from the ancient god Calamity Udos. Its active skill allows you to bind a curse to any equipment. The curse will randomly grant an enhancing attribute based on the equipment's properties and vocation, while also attaching a negative attribute. Tan Fong scanned the loot and without hesitation bound the curse to the Black Onyx Ceremony, a set of leather armor. It was a rare jade armor already possessing the Black Onyx Ceremony effect, capable of weakening a target's defense and elemental resistances by up to 35%. As the curse was inscribed, the slab trembled violently, emitting a black-purple light like hellfire. A stream of sinister power flowed straight into the armor. Another notification appeared: you have bound the Yudo's curse to the Black Onyx Ceremony Prime Leather Armor. Enhancement result: maximum stack count of the Black Onyx status increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute: reduces base stats of the equipment by 31%. Tan Fong was astonished to find the maximum stacks of the Black Onyx status raised to 15. With this effect, he could push a boss's defense and elemental resistances into negative values. No wonder, the enhancement from an ancient god slab was extraordinary. Compared to that, the attached negative attribute was hardly worth worrying about. Next came skill evolution. Tan Fong chose to evolve the skill Shadow Image Cleave to legendary rank. Ting. System notification: you consumed 210 evolution points, 115 points remain. Legendary Shadow Image Cleave: dash quickly in one direction within a range of 30 to 40 m, enter stealth for 15 seconds, up from 12, and deliver 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 8.8 seconds. At level 4, slash width increases from 5 m to 6 m, each slash deals an additional 500 to 700 physical damage. New effect: each successful slash grants one layer of a shield equal to 100% of your maximum health. Up to 9 layers can stack, lasting 60 seconds. Tan Fong was secretly pleased. If all 9 hits connected, his effective HP would increase tenfold, significantly raising his tolerance for mistakes. Tan Fong clenched his fist and told himself, good. At the current grind rate, 5 more hours and I'll hit level 15. Then I can set out for Madu. In the rubble area, the group of girls were still mercilessly attacking Tan Xiaodu. Bitch, little fox spirit, beat her to death. Tan Fong passed by, eyes cold, thinking, they're still hitting her, these women are truly cruel. One girl complained, oh my god, I'm so tired I could faint, my back aches so bad. The girl beside her raised a swollen hand and snapped, we've beaten until our hands are smoking. Then she disdainfully spat on Tan Xiaodu and added, that's enough for today. Teach you a lesson you'll never forget, you bitch. Tan Xiaodu lay sprawled on the ground, her body covered in wounds, nowhere unbruised. She trembled as she forced herself to stand, one eye swollen shut, tears streaming mingled with hatred. All because of Tan Fong. I said we were done, does that mean he really doesn't care about me anymore? Doesn't he understand what a girl says? Luckily I signed a contract with the Cathedral Knights. For the next 3 years at least, I don't have to worry about survival. Even if I pay 50% of my lifespan, I'll still have enough to invest. Compared to those Suanin types, I'll definitely develop faster. When the time comes, those who look down on me, you will pay. Tan Fong, just wait. With that she used holy healing, expending all her mana to restore her vitality. She then shouted, choking on her voice, you crazy women, just you wait. Tan Fong was in stealth, ready to leave when he suddenly felt the healing skill just cast by Tan Xiaodu affect him. How strange, I'm clearly invisible, so how did I get hit by a heal? Elsewhere, Tan Xiaodu's body withered from drained mana, she collapsed to her knees, panting heavily. Missed again. Weird, I was sure I set the coordinates correctly. Scene shift to the ruined district of Madu City. A team was besieging and attacking a giant boss. A roar shook the sky as a young man with a shield rushed up to block the boss's thunderous strike, his gaze resolute, his arm bloody but he didn't take a step back. The group around TNTT quietly hid behind the ruined debris, eyes fixed on the battle not far away. She curled her lip in a cold smile, contempt in her voice, Dai Ha men are such weaklings. One golden boss and they need 8 people to gank it. So scared of death. The dark-skinned man beside her sneered, stroking his tail, dear Tien, don't be so harsh. They're trying for us at least, show a little gratitude. TNTT giggled, affectingly delicate, he, you are far too polite. But inwardly she despised them, Dai Ha pigs, their damage was unbelievably weak, they couldn't finish a boss even after a long fight. On the other side, shouts erupted chaotically, hurry. Pile on the damage, it's nearly dead. From the rear, a mage shouted, come on, the finishing blow. As he began to cast, a spear suddenly pierced his back from behind, blood spraying everywhere. The spear wielder laughed coldly, voice dripping with sarcasm, "Well done. Thank you, weaklings, for offering me this gift." The team turned, anger exploding as they shouted, "Bastards! It's the Black Blade Regiment. They collude with foreigners, forming robber gangs that slaughter their own people. Don't panic. There are only a few of them, charge together." Fueled by rage, the team went berserk and surged toward TNTT's group. TNTT licked her lips, eyes flashing bloodlust, trash daring to rise up. "Fine, I'll let you taste helplessness before you die." The dark-skinned man drew a great hammer and advanced like an armored assault. He roared and slammed down, thunderclap mighty strike, his twin hammers pounding the ground, releasing blinding bolts of electricity. Earth and stone shattered, thunder rolled, leaving the opponent stunned for a moment. TNTT swept through the bewildered players like an icy wind. Her twin blades sliced the air, each vicious slash flaying. Blood sprayed in long streaks across the desolate ruins. Her face revealed pure relish. Indeed, Dai Ha men were nothing but mush. She laughed coldly, her voice ringing amid the bleak scene. "The Dai Ha government has started sniffing around us. So what if they find us? That whole country is just a dump." The dark-skinned man snorted, "How can these players compare to us? Behind us are powers Dai Ha would never dare touch." TNTT nodded in agreement, her tone turning serious. "My true identity hasn't been exposed, but we can't be careless. Leaving Dai Ha soon is wise. North America is the land for the strong. Then we'll form a guild that specializes in hunting Dai Ha pigs." The dark-skinned man agreed, nodding repeatedly, "Great idea. What should we name the guild?" TNTT pondered for a few seconds, then raised her head, a faint curl at her lips. "Call it AI Lo Tuesday." Then she waved her hand, "That's it for today, time to log off and party." She hit log out outside the virtual world. The dark-skinned men laughed boisterously in unison. "For the AI Lo Tu Guild, let's put on a real show." Scene shift, and Vu sent a message to Tan Fong. "Boss, the value of the hideout has been reported. Can we discuss it for a moment?" Tan Fong replied calmly, "How much?" And Vu answered, 1,500. Tan Fong coldly responded, "Too low." And Vu, as if prepared, messaged back, "I thought so too, so I argued with the higher-ups. They finally allocated you 2,000. Tan Fong replied tersely, "Fine, meet at the central statue in the ruins." He sneered inwardly, "Humph, that sly and Vu still dreaming of squeezing me for more." Cut to the central statue in the ruins. And Vu stood waiting, flanked by a squad of fully equipped soldiers in gleaming iron armor. Seeing Tan Fong emerge from the shadows, she smiled brightly and greeted him, "Big Brother Darkness, please don't take it to heart. I still have a lot of lifespan left, so the higher-ups were uneasy and assigned an escort." Tan Fong replied mildly, his gaze indifferent, "It's fine." He thought inwardly, "The authorities still don't grasp my strength. If these people actually made a move, they'd only last a few hits." System notice, transaction successful. You have spent the Cathedral Sanctuary stealth key. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. And Vu held the activated key, a calculating smile at the corner of her mouth. Tan Fong turned and said coldly, "Let's go." And Vu waved out of habit, "Farewell, Big Brother Darkness." Behind him, the soldiers began whispering, "Only that for 2,000 years of lifespan?" Another replied, "What do you know? It's a hideout that can hold hundreds, even thousands. Apart from Darkness, who else would be generous enough to hand it over?" Tan Fong said gravely, "And Vu's lifespan contribution came at the right time, just enough to fully prepare our weapons before departing for Madu." System notice, you have consumed 71.2 years of tradable lifespan to upgrade equipment to level 15. You have consumed 161.75 years of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Graceful Deliverance, Mythic rank. Extracted skill, Guest's Intuition, Legendary rank, consumed 71.12 years. Extracted skill, Knight's Ruthless Return, Epic rank, consumed 36.35 years. Extracted skill, Silent Stealth Concealment, Epic rank, consumed 23.71 years. Extracted skill, Mind Shadow Impression, Epic rank, consumed 34.65 years. Extracted Mount Item Spirit Vine, consumed 113.89 years. Tan Fong muttered, his gaze deepening, the gear extraction isn't finished, but my level and skills are now almost fully synchronized with my in-game avatar. Ting! Final notification appeared, your hunger level has reached 90%. Tan Fong felt his stomach growl and decided to log out to deal with his hunger first. Back at the hotel Tan Fong rented in the real world, his body was still enveloped in cold black aura. His ice-cold eyes quietly scanned the surroundings, he was trapped inside a gloomy iron cage. Outside, two thugs stood watching. When they saw him wake, one shouted, "Boss, this kid is awake." The other, holding a baseball bat crusted with dried blood, roared, "Kid, hand over all your lifespan, or you'll end up a dried corpse like those in that hotel." A third, brandishing a sharp knife, laughed maniacally, "Ha ha, the end of the world is wonderful, kill whoever we want." Seeing Tan Fong remain silent, his gaze still icy, he barked, "What are you staring at? Stand there, what are you doing? Boss, let me cut this guy once to vent." The bat wielder also shouted angrily, "Damn it, he's been scared dumb. Whatever, kill him already." The fat man beside them clapped excitedly, "Fine, great." But before they could move, a burst of icy blood aura suddenly erupted, cutting off all their actions. Tan Fong unleashed the move Nightfall's relentless return. In an instant, the entire hotel was sliced cleanly in two. The building trembled violently and then collapsed like a rotting block of stone. From the rubble, Tan Fong walked out calmly, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. As he ate, he muttered, "More extracted power manifests in reality, so the body needs more energy. With my current strength, these cheap snacks are no longer enough." A cold light flashed in his eyes. After dealing with TNTT and her hateful guild AI Lotu, I must seize the Divine Tree Codex. Saying that, he leapt onto the back of the Spirit Knight Rider and left the ruins. TNTT is indeed cunning and deceitful, even more unpredictable than Song Fi. Wait, didn't I once accept a bounty to hunt Tan Fong Z? That could be useful bait, lure her out. He sneered coldly, "Humph, hunger won't get you far. Better to head to Ma-Du first and grab something to tide me over along the way." Scene shift to Ma-Du. TNTT was languidly leaning into two tall, dark-skinned men. She panted, her face glowing as if revitalized. "Baby, you guys are seriously amazing." Her legs trembled so she couldn't stand, clutching the two broad-shouldered men. She whispered in a honeyed voice, "Fought with all my heart, sweetly falling asleep, entering the game with you. This feeling is truly wonderful." The dark-skinned man on the left chuckled, "Dear Tien, your skill is truly unmatched." TNTT burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha, you're so hot." Just then, a bell rang. She received a message, "Miss Tien, Darkness just sent word. He says Tan Fong is dead. He'll meet in Ma-Du reality, hand over Tan Fong's head to you, then collect the remaining payment." TNTT frowned, thinking, meet Darkness in real life? That's risky. She replied coolly but cautiously, "No need to meet, tell him to send a photo." The subordinate answered, "He says he doesn't use a phone, afraid of government surveillance." TNTT smiled meaningfully, thinking, "Oh, so Darkness is also an enemy of the authorities? Lately they've been hunting us more aggressively. If we can pull Darkness into the AI Lotu Guild, the Dai Ha pigs will no longer be a threat." Then she said coldly, "Coordinates 6722, 8331. Tell Darkness I want to meet him in-game first." In her mind, a plan was forming. "I'll stage a play to probe which side Darkness really stands on." Immediately, she logged into the game and sent a message filled with fake sweetness, "Is the Heavenly Traveler's Precious there? I miss you, I need a favor. The benefits are endless." Meanwhile, Tan Fong sat with a cold gaze. "Humph, as expected, TNT is a crafty woman. These coordinates are the Academy of Evil Spirits, not far from me." Tan Fong was currently using the silent stealth concealment skill, standing still would keep him permanently hidden. Without hesitation, he logged into the game to observe what TNT was planning. At Ma-Du Ruins, the Academy of Evil Spirits. Tan Fong, hidden, stood high above and silently watched the scene below. A voice rang out clearly across the tense space, "Black Blade, our authorities have located you. I advise you to give up resistance and surrender immediately, or we will be forced to use force." TNTT placed a hand on her chest, exuding confidence and arrogance. "Heavenly Traveler, go back and tell the single men of Dai Ha to remember this. We are no longer the Black Blade Regiment. We are now the AI Lotu Guild. And AI Lotu specializes in hunting Dai Ha men." Having spoken, she casually tore off her top, flaunting her provocative figure. Those in front blushed, blood gushing from noses, unable to hide their excitement. One man tried to continue the performance, his face flushed. "Black Blade, damn it, the Dai Ha government will surely punish you, they're shameless, brazen as the sky." The man with glasses chimed in, stammering, "Baby, that's really bold." TNTT rubbed her chest and continued to taunt, "Come on, pigs of Dai Ha." She thought to herself, "Heh, like that. As long as he plays his part well, tonight will be even bolder." From above, Tan Fong's gaze turned icy. He whispered, "Is that him?" Cao Hao Nam, codename Heavenly Traveler, the notorious mole who fed intel to AI Le Tuesday. Not until the 7th year, after the divine game was halted, did he slip up and get eliminated. Cao Hao Nam now shouted, his tone hard but still a bit awkward, "Humph, Black Blade, stubbornly refusing to wake up, you'll be captured today." Tan Fong smiled faintly, thinking, interesting. So TNTT and Cao Hao Nam have been colluding for a long time. This play was staged just to test me. If I strike TNTT, that means making myself an enemy of the Dai Ha authorities. But if I stay out of it, she may never agree to meet darkness in real life. Tan Fong chuckled softly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Fine, if you want to test my stance, then see it clearly." With that, he plunged down from above like a blade through the night. In an instant, the Nightfall skill activated, a fierce killing intent rising like a black tidal wave, sweeping through Cao Hao Nam's men. The area instantly flared red as critical strikes slammed into each target's weak points. A cold string of notifications rang out, "You have killed player Heavenly Traveler. You have killed player Evening Fury Vai Vu. You have killed player Fisher Fine Gu. You have killed player I Am Righteous. You have killed player Stormwave Warrior. You have killed player Left Guard Spear. You have killed player Dim Light. You have killed player Wandering Witch. You have killed player Big Bow Big Bow. You have killed player I Eat Beef. You have killed player Spirit Force Little Fire. You have killed player Ox Boy Chong." The scene below was reduced to ashes and deadly silence. TNTT witnessed it all, her expression changed immediately, eyes wide with terror. She blurted out, "What? What just happened?" Tan Fong stepped out of the smoky haze, his voice dropping like ice, "Hello, Black Blade." His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on her as he said, "I am darkness." Tan Fong took slow steps closer, his eyes deep and bottomless. He spoke, "Hello, TNTT, I am darkness." TNTT's cheeks flushed as if touched by a spring breeze. Her heart beat wildly like war drums, and one thought flooded her mind, "He's so handsome, I love this type of cold, powerful man." Tears suddenly streamed down her face, a complex emotion welling up inside. She bit her lip, cursing fate silently, "What a pity he's a pig of Dai Ha. Why? Why must such a strong, seductive man belong to that damned country?" Over on the other side, the dark-skinned men stared, shouting in panic in English, "Oh my God, over 40,000 damage, is this the world's #1 power?" Another immediately applauded frantically and blurted, "Hi. How are you? Good to see you, bro." Before he could say more, the two heads suddenly fell like ripe coconuts. Damage 39,155, attacked weak point. Damage 38,144, hit weak point. Damage 39,123. Tan Fong casually brushed his hand, his voice icy as if crushing two ants, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you're insulting me." TNTT turned pale, hurriedly stepping back half a pace, trembling as she stammered, "No, they weren't insulting you, they were just saying hello." Tan Fong tilted his head and gave her a razor-sharp glance. "Oh. Then apologies, to avoid misunderstandings, from now on it's best to speak only Dai Ha here. Begin the transaction." Suddenly remembering something, he added very tactfully, "Ah yes, first put your clothes back on." TNTT froze, her eyes fixed on Tan Fong as she hesitantly asked, "Where is Tan Fong's head?" She inwardly gasped, "This weirdo really is exactly my type." Tan Fong replied indifferently, "The head is with me but it can't be brought into the game. If you want to see it, I can show you in the real world." TNTT immediately nodded, her eyes gleaming like she'd been given a diamond ring. "It's fine, I've seen darkness's power with my own eyes. I trust you won't deceive me." Ping, you have received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong nodded, then turned to leave. "Very well, I'm off." But a soft voice behind him suddenly called, "Wait." TNTT blushed, her voice small like a mew but with clear intent. "You have the power, I have the money, can we cooperate long-term? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, come to my place tonight." She lightly licked her lips, a spark in her eyes. "Whatever you request, I can satisfy you." Tan Fong glanced her up and down, then asked bluntly without beating around the bush, "Who do you want assassinated? How much is the bounty?" TNTT gave a soft laugh, "We'll discuss that in person. Trust me, this reward is far more generous than before." She left one last line before logging off, "Tonight, Ma-Du Harbor, I'll be waiting." The image vanished, leaving Tan Fong standing alone. He frowned, a house at the harbor, could it be her yacht? At the central statue in the city, Cao Hao Nam's men rose one after another. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "That damned darkness, I knew it, you must be a government traitor." Though he ground his teeth, inside he felt as elated as if he'd won the lottery. Haha, it's successful. TT really had partnered with darkness. With that connection, this reward would surely be his. Without hesitation, he spun around and ordered the girl beside him, "Those idiots in Zhanghai City who worship darkness every day, round them up and make them explain themselves. Lam Ton Noyet, take everyone to collect their lifespan first, there might be major action later." Lam Ton Noyet nodded in clear agreement. Her in-game name was Light Night Rain, Evening Fury Vi Vu, inside she was in turmoil. Is darkness really colluding with AI bitch? If so, even if it costs me my life, I must find a way to eliminate him. Yet she involuntarily clenched her fists, overwhelmed by helplessness. Why is the distance between him and her so vast? Before even seeing his shadow, she was already dead. Outside in the real world, the luxurious yacht at Ma-Du Harbor shone like a giant jewel. A figure cloaked in black quietly stepped onto the boat, his steps calm, his presence blending into the night. He approached the guards and coldly said, "I am darkness. I'm here to see AI bitch." The guards all respectfully bowed, "So it's Lord Darkness. The young lady has been waiting for you, please come in." Another hurriedly spoke into a radio, "Darkness has arrived, prepare to cast off." The yacht shuddered slightly, then left the pier, drifting into the night away from the harbor. Inside the luxurious salon, TNTT wore a blood-red dress, exuding deadly allure. She smiled brightly, raised a glass of red wine, and gently said, "Big brother Darkness, at last we meet in the real world." Her eyes lit with delight, her tone appraising like evaluating a premium item. "I didn't expect you to be so mysterious in person." Tan Fong didn't waste words and asked coldly and directly, "Tell me, who do you want dead?" TNTT leaned in slightly, close to his ear, the scent from her hair intoxicating. "Oh. Why so cold and uninterested? Such a rare beautiful scene, and you are so handsome, don't talk about coldness. Come on, let's toast to this spring night." Tan Fong said nothing, took the glass, and drained it in one go. TNTT laughed loudly, a fox-like laugh satisfied at getting what she wanted. "Haha, yes, exactly like that." She then gently pushed him onto the sofa and, in a teasing tone, asked, "So, Darkness, how do you feel?" Tan Fong frowned and asked coldly, "Feel what?" TNTT exhaled softly, smiling as if revealing a huge secret, "I slipped a drug into that glass. It's a family recipe of the Tien household that I made myself. Anyone who drinks it will obediently follow me, comma. She licked her lips, laughing as if she held the whole game in her hands. Haha, even darkness is just a man in the end. How about that? Strong, huh? TNTT's mouth curved slightly, eyes full of excitement like a collector who'd found a treasure. She leaned in, her voice seductive. Don't rush, relax, enjoy a little more. When the time is right, I'll personally lift your hood to see the true face of darkness. She winked mischievously. I'm sure you'll be very interesting. I like keeping this mystery a while longer. Then she began to act, attempting to take control of the situation with the confidence of someone sure to win. Yet when the last layer of the opponent's defenses was removed, she suddenly froze. Oh my! Daiha actually has people like this? No wonder he's the legendary darkness. Before she could react further, her expression changed completely. In that instant, a burst of light exploded from Tan Fong's body, illuminating the entire room like a lightning strike. TNTT was thrown back by the shockwave, screaming in panic, "Fire, what is that?" Moments later, Tan Fong stepped out of the halo of light, his gaze ice cold. He approached and calmly grabbed the necklace at her throat. A guardian crystal necklace? I didn't expect you to have one. It just saved your life. TNTT's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Impossible, a golden guardian crystal, high-tier equipment, shield effect that nullifies fatal damage. She stepped back, her face ashen. No, it can't be. How are you still alive? Weren't you killed by darkness? Tan Fong replied coldly, each word like a blade. The reason is simple. Because I am darkness. What? TNTT cried in horror. Then who was that other person? At that moment, the cloaked figure standing in the room slowly removed his hood. Revealed was an innocent-looking face, extremely excited. He raised his hand and shouted with glee. Ahoo! Ahoo! I'm cosplaying darkness. Xian TT collapsed, panicked to the extreme, tears welling up, voice trembling. Big brother. Qin Feng, no. It's not what you think. I'm sorry. Spare me. I'll give you my entire lifespan. I'll do anything you want. I can serve, however you like. Qin Feng stood silent for a few seconds, his eyes like cold ice, tilting his head slightly as he asked, "Where are the 5 foreigners who came with you?" Xian TT looked up, her face wet with tears, voice shaking. "Dad, if I confess, will you forgive me?" She panicked, producing jumbled sounds, her body convulsing in fear. Immediately after, a dry crack rang out. Qin Feng casually snapped her neck like breaking a stalk of scallion. A lazy sigh escaped him as he bent down, picked up the phone from her hand, his tone matter-of-fact as if ordering food. "Looks like those 5 aren't here." The system immediately announced, "You have received 659 years of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm as he looked at the phone screen. "I plan to catch the whole gang, but never mind. First, use her phone to report this to the government." The moon had climbed to the zenith, its cold silver light shining over the sea. The yacht continued to glide silently, the waves rippling as if nothing had happened. Not far away, a police speedboat was racing over like a silver arrow. The police dispatch system blared, "Report received, there has been a mass murder on the yacht. Victims include the heiress of the Qian Corporation. The suspect is likely darkness, based on the skills used at the scene. The investigation team is being dispatched immediately." Tension stretched tight as a drawn wire. Cao Hayanim stood at the bow, hair blowing in the sea wind, his eyes glittering with hatred. He gritted his teeth. That darkness is lawless, committing mass murder like this is a direct challenge to our nation's law. A flicker of secret joy crossed his mind. This is an opportunity. He continued, "When we board, I'll use investigative skills on the bodies. Once we locate darkness, we'll open fire with everything we've got and kill him on the spot." Inside, he screamed like thunder, "My love! I will avenge you." At the scene, investigators bent over to examine Qian Thithi's corpse. One reported, "Preliminary check, cause of death is a broken cervical spine." We also found foreign DNA traces and signs of burns on the body. Cao Hainam roared, "Damn darkness! Not only killing but desecrating the body." He clenched his fists, voice full of hatred, "I will bring you to justice." Then he bent down to examine the scene, activating a trace hunting skill on the body to find the killer's location within the last few minutes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He shouted like rolling thunder, "Watch out! Darkness is at 6 o'clock. No sooner had he finished than a blue streak of light tore through the air like a lightning bolt, slicing across the space, cutting a few strands of his hair. It was Qin Feng's poison dart, a polite greeting that was also a death sentence delivered by hand. Seeing Cao Hainam collapse, a team member cried out in alarm, "Captain Cao!" Lam Ton Noyet immediately rushed forward with team members, forming a shield, then gritted her teeth and squeezed the trigger, firing while shouting, "Darkness, you've just killed an investigator, do you intend to become an enemy of the state?" At that moment, Qin Feng's cold voice sounded, calm as if reading a dinner menu, "You don't need to be so tense. The reason I killed Cao Hainam is that he had been betraying the authorities for a long time. He supplied classified information to Qian TT for personal gain. He's a mole, the evidence is surely in his phone. Investigate if you wish, I won't stop you." His words struck like an iron rod in the air, causing everyone to pause. An investigator quickly picked up Cao Hainam's phone, powered it on, scrolled for a few seconds, then froze. "Captain Lam, we've just found the entire contact records between Captain Cao and Qian TT on the phone. And, wait, Qian TT is actually a buy in the game." Lam Ton Noyet was stunned, her face changing as she held out her hand. "Let me see." She snatched the phone as soon as he had finished speaking. The phone screen lit up, displaying a passionate intimate scene between Qian TT and Cao Hainam. No filters, no effects, the quality was crystal clear down to every detail. Lam Ton Noyet's face flushed, unclear whether from shock or anger. What is this?" The investigator stammered, muted, I told you before." Lam Ton Noyet's mind felt torn between reality and the virtual. She murmured, "So everything Darkness said was true." She recalled how, in the game, Darkness had deliberately killed their team, but it turned out to be a staged act to gain Qian Thithi's trust. After earning that trust, he found her in real life and killed her. Then he personally called the police to lure Cao Hainam out. One arrow felled two crows. In an instant, he helped the authorities eliminate two major threats. A cold, precise, terrifyingly perfect plan. The investigator beside her hesitated, asking, "Hey, why are you staring so hard? There's nothing interesting in that scene." Lam Ton Noyet remained silent, trembling inwardly. Luckily he's not an enemy of the state, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. She glanced at the gun in her hand, made a decision. She inhaled deeply and forced out, "Darkness, thank you for your help. I'm sorry about the shots just now." Then she raised the gun, without hesitation pulled the trigger, and shot straight into her own leg. The bullet tore through her calf, blood gushing like a fountain. Captain Lam and the team cried out in horror. She weakly raised a hand to signal she was okay. Her voice was soft, tears slipping down. "I hope you'll continue to cooperate with the authorities. Please don't leave us." A male investigator stepped closer, hesitating. Did it have to go this far?" Captain Lam Ton Noyet didn't answer at once, only shook her head slightly. Finally she sighed, "We don't know what darkness is like. Being cautious never hurts." Light Rain at Night, real name Lam Ton Noyet, shot herself to avoid making an enemy of darkness. No wonder she would later lead the Ma-Du government forces. Meanwhile in the game world, a group of players were besieging a horde of ferocious monsters. A burly young man holding a shield shouted, "Xiao Du, support me, I can't hold much longer." From behind, Tan Xiao Du replied, her voice trembling but determined, okay, coming up." The staff in her hand immediately glowed, a bright healing beam shot forward and struck the headless monster behind him. The young man whirled around, face flushed with anger. "What are you doing? Planning to keep the monster as a pet?" Under the healing spell, the monster's wounds closed instantly, its eyes burning even redder and more ferocious. A sharp beam of light flew in from afar, piercing both the young man and Tan Xiaodu. They died on the spot, their bodies shredded like unwrapped candy. A moment later, they were resurrected. Tan Xiaodu, tears in her eyes, whimpered, died again. But I clearly didn't see anyone. Could it be darkness? He seems to be targeting me. Those two know I'm trying to avenge Brother Song Fei. Before she could speculate further, the young man angrily punched her hard. Idiot. Darkness isn't sitting around tracking you every minute. It's the headless platinum assassin boss. It just wiped us out. Didn't you read the system notice? You used the wrong healing skill, activating the boss's special state and enraging it. If the guild leader sends you again, I'll delete my account myself. Tan Xiaodu clutched her head, eyes watering, groaning, it hurts, you guys don't understand at all. At that moment, heavy footfalls sounded. The headless boss slowly advanced toward them, its presence like a swirling black vortex. The young man turned pale with fear and yelled, "We're dead. The boss followed us here, run." He then fled, limbs flailing like a headless chicken. Tan Xiaodu remained sitting on the ground, eyes wide, face drained of color. It's really coming. Under the bright lights of a luxurious villa, a jarring crash rang out as a platter piled with fresh fruit was flung onto the marble floor. Shards of porcelain exploded outward like the fury boiling in the chest of the red-haired woman. She roared into the phone, voice full of authority and resentment, "Trash. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years chance to kill that darkness. Yet you people in the government just let him slip away. After all these years undercover in the government, how did you become useless exactly when needed?" Her words seemed to pierce the eardrum of the person on the other end. Not giving them a chance to explain, she pressed on, "I don't want to hear any pathetic excuses. He wiped out my Dongfang clan. My family's blood will not be shed just for show. Whatever method you use, I want blood for blood." Her eyes blazed as she ground her teeth. "Your father-in-law was already killed by him. So what are you hesitating for? Planning to wait until he comes to pluck the remaining hairs from your head?" At that moment, a child's voice, youthful yet deadly, sounded from behind, "Mother, I have a way to kill darkness." The boy appeared, smeared with blood. Behind him lay the bound body of a girl, motionless, her eyes still wide open in pain. The woman turned, frowning, "Nam Tien, what plan do you have? Holy Game now has an age restriction, under 18 cannot participate, you're not old enough." Nam Tien smiled, a grin both innocent and chilling, "Mother, I may not be allowed into the game, but I still have a brain. That darkness likes to kill, right? Then we'll give him people to kill. Send a few to provoke him, then quietly lure him to my father's fireworks factory." The boy narrowed his eyes, speaking in a steady voice that made listeners' skin crawl, "When he strikes, we'll blow up the entire fireworks factory. Then tens of thousands of fireworks rising will be his send-off to the underworld. If we're lucky we kill him, if not, no one will know it was us. Win-win." The woman widened her eyes, then burst into laughter, her gaze shining with a mad satisfaction. "Well done, Nam Tien, you are truly my son. It seems our parenting was not in vain. Hear that? Mr. Suo, your son is 10 times smarter than you." On the phone, the husband's voice tried to stay calm, "All right, but this must be kept absolutely secret. The government still wants to lure him, so we can't be too blatant. Also, my eldest and second sons will surely oppose this plan." "Don't worry," the woman replied coldly, "I'll handle it. You men are only good at being obstacles." With that, she snapped the phone shut without hesitation. Her gaze immediately returned to the corpse in the room, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at the girl's body. "That bitch still refuses to hand over her lifespan, huh?" Nam Tien blushed and hung his head like an elementary school child scolded for breaking a glass. I'm sorry, mother. I tried, but I couldn't control myself for a moment. My hand was too strong, I accidentally killed her." Cut to the holy game, the ruins of Mado City. In the gloomy atmosphere, wind swept through the ruined streets of Mado. The players led by Tan Xiaodu once again met the death count at the hands of the headless boss. The bloody scene unfolded in an instant, great blades swung, heads tumbled, and piercing screams echoed non-stop. Another group of players nearby witnessed the horror and immediately turned pale. Did you see that? Those guys were alive a moment ago and suddenly dead. Someone stealth killed them all in one strike. That's definitely darkness. Before they could regain composure, the headless boss swept past like a cold winter gale, slaughtering the group with a single flick of its hand. The screen went blood-red as the system's voice rang out coldly like a mocking smile, "You have been defeated." The surviving players screamed in panic, "Run! Run! That darkness is Berserk. He's massacring innocent people." Outside the game, on the lake in Mado, Qin Feng stood casually on the water's surface, his gaze indifferent as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. He whistled while idly watching the calm water. The feng shui here isn't bad, making a secret base here would be pretty suitable." Instantly, a dialog box popped up in the game's interface before him. "Do you want to spend 1315.2 years of lifespan to extract the pure soul domain, a place of refuge?" Note, this is a subterranean structure. After extraction, all original materials at this location will disappear. "Are you sure?" Tan Fong nodded and snapped his fingers to confirm. Immediately, the lake's surface rippled as if something were rising from the earth. Amid booming sounds, the blackened architecture of the pure soul domain gradually formed, cold and proud like a phantom fortress. Extraction complete. Tan Fong folded his arms, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Now it's time to fetch the Apocalypse book. As soon as he entered the game, Tan Fong received an urgent message from his friend Wang Man. "Big bro, someone is reporting you for massacring innocents." Tan Fong nearly choked on his spit. "Huh? I haven't even logged in. That's impossible." Wang Man messaged on, half worried, half amused. "I noticed you were offline and got suspicious. I investigated thoroughly. Turns out the culprit is a platinum boss called the Headless Assassin, with extreme stealth abilities, almost undetectable. And she slaughters people like it's nothing." Tan Fong rubbed his chin, narrowed his eyes. "So that's it. Even the boss learned my invisibility trick." Wang Man continued, "Can you intervene? Several more groups just got slaughtered by it." Under the dim shadow of Mado City's ruins, a group of players huddled together after witnessing the headless boss's lightning-fast massacre. Tension was taut as a drawn string. Everyone trembled except for a long-haired youth whose expression was either too cool or numb. "My god, what kind of absurd boss is this? I had level 3 anti-stealth up and still couldn't see it. How is that possible?" The long-haired guy snapped his fingers as if trying to wake from a nightmare. "I only didn't peek out of respect for the boss. If I could see it, I alone could hold it." A green-haired girl beside him watched warily and whispered, "Please don't provoke it more. If the boss comes here, don't blame me for running first." The group decided to pull back to a higher vantage point to observe and avoid being ambushed. But fate had a farce in store. At that moment, "Safety is number one," the long-haired guy's full name, suddenly slipped on a banana peel. Ah! Holy hell! Who left a banana peel here? The shout inadvertently alerted the headless boss to the group's location. Without further ado, the boss lunged and assassinated 2 unlucky players. Only, "Safety is number one," luckily dodged the fatal slash. He scrambled up, staring at his friends' corpses and yelled, "What? Little, are you guys really dead?" Eyes bloodshot, he turned to the headless boss and shouted curses, "Damn you! You think I'm afraid of you? Come here." The boss, provoked, immediately swung its great blade and attacked again. "Safety is number one," instantly flipped into ninja roll mode, dodging blow after blow. "Shit, I rolled too early." So he rolled once, rolled twice, rolled 3 times, then spun in circles around the boss, looking like a top gone out of control. "Gods, I'm rolling so much I'm getting dizzy." After a while, his vision blurred and his head spun. Huh, did it disappear? Or did I roll into another dimension? But in reality, the boss had only gone invisible right there. While "Safety is number one" was still dazed, the headless boss suddenly reappeared and unleashed its anti-stealth solo strike, a critical hit aimed straight at him. "You have been defeated. Lifespan lost." Just when it seemed the scene would end there, a flash of light appeared behind the boss. Whoosh! A figure arrived like a god, and it was none other than Tan Fong. Without further ado, Tan Fong immediately unleashed a genuine anti-stealth strike, driving it straight into the headless boss's back, dropping its HP by 28,560, a figure that even made the system flinch. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, "Your name is Hala, right?" A few minutes before Tan Fong appeared, the scene in the game was more chaotic than ever. A group of players pointed at Tan Xiaodu, the frail girl whose face still bore tears, as if she were about to be dragged out and executed in the square. It was her. An angry man jabbed, used the wrong skill, hit the stealth mechanic. What happened? It triggered the headless boss and it locked onto her, chasing her all the way to the respawn point. Tan Xiaodu burst into tears like rain, sobbing and stammering, I didn't mean to. I just pressed the wrong button." That childish explanation couldn't placate the enraged players. The guild leader turned to Tran Vo Dan, measuring each word, "With skills like this, my team won't take you. People die and don't even know why, how can we fight?" Tran Vo Dan, who had been holding his temper, snapped, "Shut your mouth. What, you planning to invite the boss over for tea if it's still around?" He looked at Tan Xiaodu, his tone softening but his gaze like someone inspecting a returnable item. "Xiaodu, I don't think combat suits you. From now on your task is to search for information on refuges. If you find a golden refuge, I'll reward you 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum one and I'll give 10 years. He thought to himself, I assumed she was a stealth class and we'd hit a treasure, turns out it's a powder keg. I'll give you 1 day of lifespan each day to survive. If you keep dying it's a waste. Immediately the system announced, you received 2 tradable days of lifespan. Total remaining lifespan, 2 days 1332. Tan Xiaodu's eyes shone like stars, nose sniffing but smiling brightly. Thank you, guild leader. Over on the other side, a group of female gamers stared at her with envious eyes. One ground her teeth, damn, she's getting perks. The white-haired girl smirked and whispered to her friend, I get it, this is that little vixen's scheme. Die once a day to see the guild leader. Not bad. Her friend nodded eagerly, shall we try this emotional tactic too? At that moment, boom. An anti-stealth strike fell from the void, shattering the headless boss like a boiled egg. The one who struck was none other than Tan Fong. Light flashed as the boss dissolved piece by piece into the air, and the entire scene went silent. All eyes turned to Tan Fong. The newcomer stood like a savior amid the ruins, cloak billowing, gaze cold. Tran Vo Dan was stunned, mouth agape, eyes wide. It's the great elder darkness. Whether from anger or excitement, he punched the person beside him and yelled, didn't anyone record this? This should have been live-streamed, but the joy was short-lived. At that moment, shadowy figures wrapped around Tan Xiaodu like ghosts from the netherworld. She jerked, breaking into a cold sweat, legs trembling. Ah! What is this? Everyone recoiled, hastily distancing themselves as if she might explode. Without a word, Tran Vo Dan kicked her, sending her flying and pulling several black shapes clinging to her neck. Tan Xiaodu screamed pitifully as she was flung into midair. But the tragedy was not over. Boom! 4 dark silhouettes loomed. 4 headless bosses surrounded Tan Xiaodu as if they'd been waiting a long time. Behind a nearby wall, Safety is number 1, poked his head out, face ashen. Whoa, are there 4 more? The person beside him muttered, not 4, 5. One was killed by the elder earlier. No wonder we've seen it everywhere, turns out it has clones. Amid the ring of death, Tan Xiaodu suddenly spotted the familiar figure of Tan Fong. She seemed to awaken from the nightmare, tears streaming down her cheeks, and screamed like she'd found a lifeline in a sea of fire. Darkness bro. Great elder, save me. Bro, save me. Tan Fong's eyes suddenly flashed as if he'd guessed something. Without hesitation, he immediately launched the shield shadow slash, cutting toward both the boss and Tan Xiaodu. In an instant, both the boss and Xiaodu were swallowed entirely by the strike. Damage numbers flooded the screen, 33,154. 33,187. Each line felt like a stab to the viewers' hearts. Tin, you have killed the headless assassin. You have killed Xiaodu. You receive 48,000 experience points. Congratulations. You receive 20 evolution points. You receive 1,520 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong glanced at the system screen and sighed softly, bad luck, 1 arrow, 2 kills. Not wasting a moment, he activated Greedy Hand. A series of lifespan light orbs appeared, scattering like New Year fireworks. It turned out this boss had just been snacking, siphoning non-tradable lifespan from other players but hadn't finished digesting it. Now that Tan Fong handled it, all the gains dropped cleanly. At that moment, Envu's crew came sweeping in. Seeing the spoils, Envu gleefully shouted, "Great Elder, if you don't need them, sell them to us." Tan Fong wiped his brow, thinking to himself, these people really are everywhere. He chuckled and said, perfect timing. There's another place with even better loot. If the price is right, I'll take you there. Envu cheered, deal. Tan Fong pointed at Wang Man and a few others behind him, these people come with me. But you do not. Envu raised an eyebrow and struck her most alluring pose, what? Great Elder, are you sexist? I won't accept that, I was going to seduce you, who knew you'd, a man. A sharp headbutt from Tan Fong shattered Envu's romantic daydream. He said seriously, at the north gate of Peiji City there's a theocracy tower, challenging it can yield many rare items. But the NPCs there hate women, if there's a female in the party, the difficulty multiplies tenfold. Envu stomped angrily, trash NPCs. Daring to be sexist? Just wait, once I get stronger I'll slaughter all those bigots. Then she turned to Xiao He, let's go kill a few monsters on that mountain to blow off steam. Xiao He looked back and waved to Tan Fong, bye, Great Elder. Xiao Shui also smiled, see you later, Great Elder. Tan Fong glanced around and said nonchalantly, you all come with me. Immediately the system announced, Darkness has sent a team invite. Wang Man's group burst into excited chaos, hurriedly accepting. One of them exclaimed in a trembling voice, oh my God, teaming with the Great Elder for the first time, I'm so nervous I can hardly breathe. This is a golden chance to see his godly moves up close, not just in videos. The group, still panting, scrambled to keep up with Tan Fong, while complaining non-stop, wait, what's going on? He looks like he's walking slowly, yet he's faster than we are. Someone clutched their head, what's the point of learning then? Darkness's agility is basically hacking. Tan Fong continued at an easy pace, calm as if on a stroll. But in his eyes the system interface displayed full info on the recently dropped items. He casually swiped the list, his eyes lighting up when he saw 2 items suited for the assassin class. Refined Bone Dagger Sam Bok Phi Tui, an assassin weapon. Attack 388, Armor Penetration 125, plus 39 Strength, plus 48 Agility, requires level 15. Special effect, when dealing damage, movement speed doubles for 5 seconds and you gain 30% evasion rate. Tan Fong picked up the dagger to inspect it, sighing in admiration, nearly 80% more damage than the old blade's 216, plus increased penetration, strength, and agility. Not bad at all, truly rare gear. Next was a dark class weapon, refined dark platinum blade, single target damage within 20 m, plus 600 dark elemental attack, dispels any buff not above platinum tier, 12's cooldown, requires level 14. He frowned slightly, damage is a bit low, but the buff dispel effect is extremely useful. Evolve it to legendary. Evolution successful. You have spent 56 evolution points. Remaining points, 219. The dark blade has been upgraded, damage increased from 600 to 1500, cooldown reduced from 12 to 3 seconds, requirement level 14. Legendary effect, on hitting a weak point, restores 3 seconds of cooldown. Tan Fong startled, then laughed as if he'd found a delicious bug, just hit a weak point and you get 3 seconds back, so this skill is practically cooldown free for me? Ha ha ha, overpowering. Enjoying the treasures in his hands, Tan Fong suddenly remembered to look back. Wait, where did Wang Man's crew go? He turned and scanned around but couldn't see a single shadow. 2 kilometers away, the scene looked like the aftermath of a battle. One team member lay flat on the ground, sweat pouring as if he'd been climbing a pass for hours. Darkness, moves so fast. Who can possibly catch up? Another collapsed, legs outstretched, Captain. I can't run anymore. One man struggled to drag the other while panting like an ox, still trying to encourage them. Come on, brothers. This is a chance to learn from the great elder, we can't give up. In front of them stood a towering building that seemed to pierce the sky. Tan Fong folded his arms and said calmly, this is the place. Once you enter, an NPC will appear to present the challenge. But remember, that guy is extremely nasty, the more you show off, the higher he hikes the price. He continued in a steady tone as if narrating a morning bread run. So I'll use only 1% of my power. Stay calm and try to take down one golden boss. No sooner had he finished than he turned to see the group behind, led by Wang Man, kneeling low with sweat dripping like rain. He frowned, still trying to understand, when Wang Man gave a thumbs up, panting as if he'd just run a marathon. Don't worry, boss, we guarantee we'll complete the task. Tan Fong nodded and then said seriously, after passing the challenge you can trade with the NPC. Good loot, I won't let you down. And remember, during the fight speak only in the team channel, absolutely do not let the NPC overhear or it's all ruined. At that, Wang Man's crew forced themselves to their feet and shuffled into the building, faces as if about to face torture. When the massive doors were pushed open, a grotesque laugh echoed from within. An NPC appeared, face full of amusement, speaking like a casino barker. Welcome, welcome visitors from Lam Tin. Surely this sudden appearance in the God-abandoned game has left you puzzled, yes? He pointed ahead with a raspy voice, this is the Theocracy Tower. If you have the strength to pass the challenge, you'll earn the right to trade with me. Report when you're ready. The group looked baffled, one murmured, huh? This game actually has real NPCs. The long-haired guy, always overly cautious, immediately asked, wait, big brother, what kind of boss fight is the challenge? Tan Fong sighed, nothing complicated. During the fight just follow my commands, very simple. But the long-haired guy wouldn't let it go and grilled them like an interrogator, can you be more specific? How long will the fight last? How many phases does the boss have, what skills? Is it mobile? Any crowd control ultimate? Any target designation skills? What's its weak point? Total fight time. Wang Man and Tan Fong broke into a sweat. Wang Man hurriedly said, boss, ignore him, his nickname is steady as an old dog. When he worked as a mercenary an incident cost 2 teammates their lives, so he's become excessively cautious, more careful than doing last month's grocery run. Tan Fong shrugged lightly, indifferent, then stepped forward and declared solemnly, ready, begin. The long-haired guy panicked, wait, I haven't. Before he could finish, the NPC laughed heartily and growled, no time to hesitate. Now begin to indulge. Instantly, a dark vortex appeared in midair. From the darkness emerged a giant monster, the elite black liquor skull puppet, level 20, gold rarity. The long-haired guy turned green and stammered, level 20, we're at most level 11. Tan Fong remained calm as if he'd anticipated it, nodded and ordered, it's fine. Wang Man, go. Wang Man immediately grabbed his shield and sword and roared in reply. He then activated the shield charge skill and lunged powerfully at the monster. But as soon as he closed in, the monster swung its arm with tremendous force, swatting Wang Man like a fly. A loud boom rang out. Wang Man was flung backward and slammed face first into the ground. The rest of the group froze and shouted in panic, boss. At that moment Tan Fong moved behind Wang Man and caught him. He ordered in a low voice, don't worry about me. Archer, use precision shot, swordsman, 3-stage slash on contact, team, be ready. Everyone responded at once, eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Immediately the archer Yang Gong loosed an arrow that sliced through the air and struck the boss, making it roar in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman charged in with a combo of 3 lightning-fast slashes, causing the boss to shriek horribly. It angrily slammed its 2 giant arms into the ground, creating a shock that rattled the entire floor. A rolling wave of dark chi billowed from the boss's body, sweeping across the surrounding space. Tan Fong immediately shouted, the boss has entered a berserk state. Everyone fall back, let me handle it. At his command, everyone instantly stepped aside. Dark chi began firing out in all directions like grapeshot. The players dodged while shouting, "Ouch, that's dangerous." On the other side, Tan Fong leapt and used the shadow recognition skill, launching a jet black throwing blade at the boss. The blade plunged into the very top of the monster's head, hitting a critical weak point and dealing a massive 4,500 damage. The boss howled in agony, its berserk effect was forcibly dispelled, its body convulsed, then returned to normal. One man gaped and couldn't help but remark, "Boss, you took off all your fake gear, this kind of damage doesn't match the identity of a stealth master at all." The long-haired guy couldn't help laughing, "Great performance. The whole fight you were standing in the corner like a noob. This NPC must think you're a newbie." "Haha," the curious archer asked, "the stronger a player shows off, the higher the item's price." "But boss, where did you get that info?" Tan Fong glanced at him and replied calmly, "This god-abandoned game still holds many undiscovered secrets. Information is often hidden in ancient ruins. Only those who bother to explore will gradually approach the truth." He turned the question back, "Do you normally study and accumulate knowledge?" The group fell silent immediately, eyes averting like students called on by a teacher who've done no homework. Just then the boss roared again. From its mouth a dazzling golden energy orb was forming, spinning like a small sun. Tan Fong warned at once, "Attention. The boss is about to breathe fire clockwise, dodge in the correct direction. The dark oil on the ground plus the fire will incinerate you in 3 seconds." Everyone nodded and quickly spread out in the correct directions, but one figure suddenly sprinted the opposite way. One man shouted, "Old dog, you're running the wrong way." Tan Fong yelled that there was no time to dodge. One man activated his immortality skill to block for him. Without hesitation, one man immediately triggered his immortality skill and lunged at the lost long-haired guy. He stood directly in front of his teammate and used his shield to block the deadly flamethrower. Boom, a scorching explosion sounded, flames spraying everywhere. Tan Fong said in a low voice, "Good, wait for the flames to die down, then everyone use your strongest skills, full power, burst now." As soon as the flames subsided, the team surged forward like unleashed tigers. Skills were unleashed relentlessly, lights and damage erupted continuously like fireworks. The boss's HP plummeted uncontrollably, its body convulsed and began to crack. Finally, with a tremendous explosion, the level 20 black liquor skull puppet shattered and fell, turning to dust. Wang Man's crew panted heavily but couldn't hide satisfied smiles. Tan Fong stood silently, pondering. The tricky part of this boss is that when its HP falls below 70% it enters a berserk state. But if that effect is dispelled, its strength is only equivalent to a silver boss. No sooner had he finished speaking than the NPC reappeared, letting out a bizarre laugh. "Heh heh heh, players from Lam Tin, congratulations, you are the first group to pass my challenge." He raised an eyebrow, his voice like a life insurance salesman. "Now you can pay with lifespan to exchange for the sacred arboreal tome." Heh heh heh. The mysterious NPC suddenly produced a pile of oddly shaped items. The name Wizard Wickley appeared clearly above his head. A long-haired young man stared at the NPC with curiosity and blurted, "Huh, his name is Wickley, wait, he has 6 fingers." Before anyone could react, Wickley's eyes flashed abnormally. Immediately after, a powerful beam of energy shot straight at the long-haired man. A crimson number 999,999 appeared, damage. He was one-shot killed on the spot, vaporized before he could utter a sound. One man, standing nearby, instantly flew into a rage. "What the hell is that? Is this old dog crazy, attacking players for no reason?" Tan Fong calmly patted his shoulder and smiled wryly, "Don't worry, he's just a hot-tempered old dog. NPCs can't strike players arbitrarily, unless the players hit a taboo set by the NPC. This time you clearly touched his finger." Sure enough, after that burst the NPC returned to normal as if nothing had happened. He continued displaying rare items, expression unchanged. One man turned and asked, "Boss, if you fought him for real, could you win?" Tan Fong shook his head wryly, "Not yet. These kinds of NPCs are beings granted godlike nature from ancient times. They are bound by eternal laws and sent to Lam Tin to collect players' lifespans." The NPC's tone grew cold. "Choose the sacred tome you need, pay with your own lifespan, then get out of here. One man nearly dropped his jaw. What the use lifespan to buy food, water, and survival supplies in real life? With these sacred tomes, even if the world ends outside, you wouldn't lack supplies. He admired, no wonder boss darkness, wherever he goes there's good stuff. The two whispered like students swapping answers in class. Hey, boss never lets us down, right? Oh my god, there's even a mechanical made tome, I'm choosing that one. Tan Fong began the transaction. A clear chime rang out, you have lost 9,000 days of lifespan, you received 9 sacred tomes of the Jianghai system. Tan Fong calculated that 9 tomes would be enough for daily necessities. Besides, completing challenges in the Theocracy Tower could grant reputation rewards. He had to succeed. He looked up at the NPC with a serious gaze. I want a challenge alone at the highest difficulty, possible. The NPC sneered, raising an eyebrow mockingly, you? After that performance? You haven't even cleared the first floor and you ask for the highest difficulty. Tan Fong pressed on, unfazed. What is the highest level like? The NPC explained, the challenge is divided into 5 floors, the highest difficulty is the 5th floor. The final boss is still the golden black liquor skull puppet, but its power is increased by 500% in all stats, damage, HP, defense, and skill cooldown speed. Hearing this, everyone gaped. One man nearly bit his tongue, 500%. We've been sweating just dodging skills. Boss, can you dodge that? With HP and defense 5 times higher, would it take until New Year to kill it? The NPC continued warning, if you die during the challenge, the dropped lifespan will belong to me. Do you still want to proceed? Tan Fong answered without hesitation and clearly, I'm certain. The NPC chuckled hoarsely, his eyes flashing with greed. Fine, if you want to offer lifespan, I'll gladly accept. Even this lamb tin bunch at the game's early stage are so arrogant, they're digging their own graves. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a spell from a magic circle on the ground, and a grisly creature rose up, the golden version of the black liquor skull puppet, enhanced by 500%. Tan Fong slowly drew his weapon from his equipment bag, a glint of thought in his eyes. He realized this Wickley could amplify summoned creatures, and this puppet was only at 500%, when he defeated him before, he boosted it to 2000%. Perfect timing, today he wanted to test his new weapon. Wasting no time, Tan Fong took out a venomous throwing dart and hurled it straight at the screaming puppet. The puppet immediately screamed in anger and began to glow. Tan Fong activated a special skill through the dark gem, a small notification appeared, the target's defense and elemental resistance reduced by 7%. Not stopping there, he also activated the bone blade effect, increasing his movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds. Tan Fong vanished on the spot, and the giant puppet's attack only struck empty air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly behind it like a ghost. In an instant he reactivated the bone blade effect and plunged hard into the puppet's head, where its fatal weak point lay. The monster howled in pain, staggering as if losing balance. Tan Fong boosted his speed another 100% and vanished again like the wind. One man, the archer, and the other watching players gaped. Invisible again? Wong Man's eyes widened. The archer shook his head, sweat pouring off him. It's definitely just boss's speed, too fast to follow, so it looks like invisibility. Ordinary eyes can't keep up. Tan Fong reappeared once more and cast Liberation's Grace, preparing a killing blow. The effect activated, the next attack would have a throat-cut effect, dealing lethal damage over time. He then unleashed a stormy combo, Shield Phantom Slash, activated the Dark Gem a second time, reducing all elemental defenses by 64%. Numbers exploded across the screen, 11,521, 13,354, 12,672. Damage kept skyrocketing like New Year fireworks. The boss's HP plunged relentlessly. Tan Fong leapt up, eyes flashing with excitement. He thought to himself that the ancient divine stone's effect truly lived up to expectations. Without its added layers to the dark gem, his shield Phantom Slash would only hit around 18,000 damage at best. Below, Wong Man and the archer could only stare at each other. My god, 1/3 of its HP gone in an instant. What is that move, like Shield Phantom Slash but not? I remember Shield Phantom Slash usually being only 3 slashes. In a farther corner, NPC Wickley watched the battle silently. He frowned, a strange unease rising within him. The sacred game just started, how did a player this strong appear? What kind of talent is this? A bug or an omen of things to come? At that moment Tan Fong's eyes blazed. He concentrated his power to unleash the throat cut, dealing 200% damage per second to the next strike. His hand flicked lightly, a poison-coated dart flew out and struck the puppet's weak point. 42,042. 66,321. 86,123. 101,386. The finishing blows delivered a spectacular victory. The golden black liquor skull puppet at 500% let out a final roar and exploded, shattering into pieces. Congratulations, you have completed the solo level 5 challenge in the Theocracy Tower. You receive 5 reputation points. At the same time, the system automatically aggregated rewards from previous floors, 1 + 2 + 3 reputation points, totaling 10 points. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement appeared, Global Notice, Player Darkness is the first to complete the highest difficulty challenge of the Theocracy Tower. Players across regions were stunned. What is the Theocracy Tower? In my city there's no such tower, just a pile of wreckage and zombies. Again it's darkness. Is he even leaving anything for others to play? At that moment NPC Wizard Wickley finally seemed to notice something amiss. He glared at Tan Fong, raised his right hand, the strange sixth finger pointing straight at him, and bellowed, "Damn it, so it's you. You Rocket Island cheaters, you lamb tin lot are really sly." He ground his teeth and continued, "If I'd known I was dealing with hoarding speculators like you, I would have sold each tome for 10,000, no, 100,000 days of lifespan." His anger mounting, the NPC shouted, raising both hands in fury, get out of here. I don't want to see your faces again, or I'll." Wong Man jumped back in alarm. Wait, what's wrong with this NPC? Whose fault is this? We didn't do anything. The archer's face went pale and his voice shook. It's over, he's about to unleash a destructive skill. Just as predicted, Wizard Wickley raised his hand into the air, a terrifying vortex of energy appeared, spiraling like a cyclone and quickly enveloping Tan Fong's whole group. Wong Man screamed, "Aya!" But amid the chaos, Tan Fong stood still, his expression so calm it looked like he was waiting for a food delivery. In the next blink, the group was pushed outward by an invisible force. There was no explosion and no one was obliterated, just displaced. The archer's scream still echoed somewhere, as if his soul hadn't yet registered what happened. Seconds later Wong Man opened his eyes, looked around, and patted his chest in relief. Oh my God, Lucky, this is outside the Theocracy Tower. I'm alive, not dead, just kicked out. Tan Fong smiled faintly, as if everything had gone according to plan. Told you not to worry. NPCs can't attack players arbitrarily. Rules are rules. He brushed his hands off, turned his back, and added, we've taken the loot, mission's done, disperse. I need to go offline and eat. I've been hungry since floor 1. Wong Man quickly clasped his hands gratefully. Okay, thanks boss for the enlightenment. Next time we get into something like this, give us a shout. Tan Fong nodded subtly, said nothing further, and stepped toward the teleport gate. The archer waved farewell, still a bit dazed. See you, boss. Oh, next time warn me a bit, I have a weak heart. Back in the real world, where Tan Fong had extracted 9 sacred tomes. He consumed 90 tradable days of lifespan. Then Tan Fong announced clearly that he would spend 106 years of lifespan to buy all the luxury furnishings, daily necessities, food supplies, and even the all-purpose maid robot. Immediately, a beautiful maid appeared. She bowed slightly, her voice soft and proper, Master, at your first meeting, I can manage all household affairs. If you have any needs, please tell me and I will serve at once. Tan Fong stretched out on the sofa and lazily waved a hand. Clean the house and then cook me a really good meal. The maid replied crisply, yes, sir, and began tidying at once. She nimbly straightened everything as if the house had been set to a full auto-refresh mode. Meanwhile, in the real city's Jianghai, a woman's body, covered in white, was carried out from the scene. Ma Niuyang held the case file, his voice heavy. This is the third victim's body this week. Like the previous two, the limbs were severed and the eyes gouged out. It's surely the same perpetrator. A man standing nearby frowned and asked, did the investigators find any clues? Ma Niuyang replied, this killer understands investigators' methods well, he only appears when our people can't use their skills. The times he left his house are all outside our effective range. The man ordered sternly, go ask Anvu how long it will take for police to infiltrate. We can't delay, we must catch this murderer as soon as possible. A cop answered promptly. Ma Niuyang hesitated, then bit his lip and said, Chief, I have a hypothesis, could the killer be darkness? I compared his online and offline times and found they matched the moments the girls were murdered. The chief stroked his chin, a cold glint in his eyes though he remained composed. A time correlation alone isn't enough to conclude anything. Ma Niuyang hurriedly added, but I think it's a viable lead. Rumor already spreads that darkness is the killer and that our authorities are covering for him. The chief waved his hand to cut him off. All right, little Ma, I know darkness embarrassed you in front of Anvu last time, but don't let personal feelings interfere with work. I'll allocate more people to the identification tech unit to support you around the clock. We must find the real killer soon and bring justice for the dead. With that he turned and walked away. Ma Niuyang stood behind him, face dark, only able to grit his teeth and reply curtly. In the sacred game, amid the cold ruins of Mo City, Tan Fong logged in again. As he moved, he muttered, Evil Spirit Academy, a platinum-tier sanctuary. Although its concealment was lost, its ward was said to be the strongest in all of Hoa. The system chimed, cost 2.74 tradable years of lifespan to create a guild projection. Tan Fong squinted and calculated quickly. If he secured this sanctuary and registered it under the guild's name, it would give them a foothold in the scrap demon city. Especially since sanctuaries can teleport between each other. Later, traveling from Jianghai to here would be as convenient as taking a taxi. He spoke as he ventured deeper. Before him lay a vast void, around it red magma boiled and billowed, sending out waves of scorching heat as if to burn the sky. Tan Fong frowned, puzzled. Strange, he'd reached the deepest part of floor 3 yet hadn't seen a single monster. He guessed someone must have been here before, and not weak players either. Suddenly a hoarse laugh echoed from within. Haha, this time you've nowhere to run. Tan Fong silently crept closer and saw a girl surrounded by a group. Her face was panicked, she screamed, trembling, No, don't come near me. The men sneered with malicious eyes. One said, Relax, we're not killing you right away. Madame Fuang Dong ordered you brought back so her son can deal with you. Another lowered his voice to threaten, Tell us your real location or we'll drain every last year of your lifespan. The blonde jeered, Don't think about suicide, 2 Law Electric Guild agents are blocking the respawn point. He continued, Or how about this, make a deal. In the game you killed Madame Fuang Dong twice, you've likely siphoned a fair amount of her lifespan, at least 30 years, right? Hand that over and we'll let you go. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her voice trembled, Play, what do you want to play? They mocked her, their gazes growing ever more lecherous. They pulled their pants down in front of her, making her panic and tremble all over. Then the blonde laughed and pointed down, saying, Let's play this. The girl paused for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Instantly she drew a weapon and lunged at them. But at that moment another figure leapt from the shadows and stomped hard, pinning her to the ground. He said coldly, The little sister's not being honest. Lying on the ground, the girl's eyes still burned with anger but she was completely subdued. The blonde approached, sat before her, and said, One last chance, open your mouth. But this time the girl's lips curled into a sly smile. Haha, see you, at once. A strip of white ribbon shot from her hand, slicing the 2 men like chopping vegetables into pieces. The man pinning her screamed in panic, What? The chains. The ribbon wrapped tightly around his neck and tightened with a single pull, and his head burst into a spray of gore. Tan Fong remained in the darkness watching, thinking to himself that this was the girl's linked soul. The girl walked over calmly, stamped on the two survivors, and sneered coldly, "Go die, you beasts." In her hand the Hong Truyen blade had clearly appeared, and specks of lifespan light rained down onto the ground. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she spat each word, "Just wait, Dong Phuong Noyet, I will definitely kill you." The girl was named Kui Lin. The weapon in her hand was not ordinary silk but the Hong Truyen blade, coiling like a venomous snake. At her feet, the glowing lifespan orbs of the unlucky lechers fell all around on the ground. Tan Fong watched silently, a spark of interest rising within. So like darkness, this is also a unique hidden assassin profession. If I recall correctly, in her previous life she ranked among the world's top 10 strongest. But fate was merciless. Because she was an enemy of the Su family in Mo, her true identity was exposed. Immediately countless forces rushed in to kill her. She slew thousands, blood dyed the battlefield, yet in the end she fell from exhaustion. When that news reached Tan Fong's guild, all his brothers mourned deeply. "I didn't expect to meet her here today," Tan Fong exhaled softly. What surprised him more was the name Dong Phuong Noyet. Didn't the Dong Phuong clan get wiped out by me? Why is someone still using that surname? With that thought, Tan Fong removed his stealth and stepped out slowly. Kui Lin flinched, cold light flashing in her eyes. "Humph, you still have allies?" Tan Fong smiled faintly and said casually, "No, I'm not." Before he could finish, the Hong Truyen blade shot forward like a streak of light, accompanied by a chilling whistle, "Take this, die." In an instant the blade coiled around Tan Fong's body, but as the blade tightened, his figure vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a low voice sounded from behind her, "Fine, let me play around with you." Kui Lin started in terror. She sprang back at once. The Hong Truyen blade transformed into a beam of light sweeping straight toward Tan Fong. At that moment she activated her stealth skill, her body gradually vanishing into the void. Tan Fong chuckled softly, his tone full of mockery. "Haha, stealth." No sooner had he finished than his own figure also dissolved, leaving the battlefield plunged into eerie silence. Kui Lin clenched her fists, sweat beading on her forehead. "Impossible, my Hong Truyen blade has anti-stealth level 4, it should have detected him. Could he be the legendary darkness?" But at once Tan Fong stood towering behind her and taunted, "Hi, I'm right here." Kui Lin went pale, her heart racing. "Damn it, I clearly have level 4 stealth, yet he still saw me." Wasting no time, she unleashed the demon's soul tracking skill. The Hong Truyen blade writhed upward into a massive spear, light from it blazed so brightly it seemed to scorch the sky. In a flash, the blade's energy descended. Tan Fong slipped aside, dodging to one side. He frowned. Could this weapon also have a lock-on capability? Kui Lin sneered inwardly, "Yes. Even if my eyes can't see you, the Hong Truyen blade can. Once it's locked by demon soul tracking, running to the ends of the earth won't help." A flurry of successive strikes fell, forcing Tan Fong to keep jumping in circles around her. In his eyes, that lethal move only heightened his curiosity. How interesting. This profession can pursue a target even through stealth. After several rounds of evasion, Tan Fong landed, slightly curling his lips, but that's still not enough. No sooner were the words out than the light around Kui Lin warped. The Hong Truyen blade, which she had been controlling, suddenly spun, coiling back and locking onto its owner's body, causing her such pain that tears fell. Tan Fong picked Kui Lin up like a cat, his voice icy. "Kui Lin, can you listen to me now? I am darkness, not Dong Phuong Noyet's lackey. If I wanted you dead, you'd have been dead long ago." Kui Lin panicked and screamed, "I believe you, I believe, please put me down." Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and pressed, "The Dong Phuong Noyet you mentioned, does she belong to the Dong Phuong clan in Jianghai City?" Kui Lin trembled and nodded, "Yes, but she married into the Su family, so her ties to the Dong Phuongs aren't close anymore." Tan Fong curled a lip, contemptuous, "So one fish slipped through the net. Perhaps when I wiped out the Dong Phuong clan, Dong Phuong Noyet simply wasn't there." Kui Lin's eyes widened, stunned into silence. "What? You wiped out the Dong Phuong clan?" Then she burst into laughter as if she'd found treasure. "Haha, perfect. If so, Dong Phuong Noyet and you are enemies too." The enemy of my enemy is my friend, put me down, we can totally cooperate. Tan Fong made no pretense of courtesy and let go. Thud. Kui Lin hit the ground on her back, screaming in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Cooperation can wait. First tell me why you want to kill Dong Fong Noye. Kui Lin gritted her teeth, her voice choked, to avenge my father. Then she recounted, her eyes reddened. When the divine game appeared, Dong Fong Noye at once drank, drove, and ran someone over. Yet she walked free because the Su family found a scapegoat to take the blame. My father wouldn't accept it. He tried to gather evidence to expose her, but just one day later, they pulled my father's body from the river. The authorities brazenly concluded that he suffered a nervous breakdown and committed suicide by jumping into the river. I went to Dong Fong Noyet's house to demand an explanation but was beaten nearly to death by the Su family's bodyguards. At that point I was desperate and had thought of death. But then the game appeared. After I progressed in the rounds, the first objective that opened was to kill Dong Fong Noyet. However, in the game you must drain her lifespan completely to kill her permanently. After she revived, she hired many to hunt me, and what happened next you've already seen. Her eyes were like fogged over, rimmed with red, her voice choked as she begged. Big Brother Darkness, I beg you, help me kill Dong Fong Noyet. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential midnight rain. Tan Fong stood silent, his gaze cold, pausing as if calculating. Finally he replied calmly, I refuse. Don't worry, I won't ask for your help for free. Whatever you want, I'll give. If I have it, I'll hand it to you. I can be your beast of burden, offering all lifespan I earn, equipment, and skills to you. As long as you help me kill Dong Fong Noyet, even if you order me to be a slave, I'll submit willingly. Tan Fong looked at Kui Lin silently, his eyes dark as an abyss, then slowly said, No, I cannot kill her for you. Your grudge can only be ended by your own hand, but before you become strong enough to do that, I'll help you. How far you go after that depends on your own fate. Kui Lin froze, then hurriedly asked, Help me? How will you help me? The corner of Tan Fong's mouth curved up as he replied tersely, Join my guild, become one of mine, and I'll help you complete your revenge. Immediately, a mechanical sound chimed, Ting, Darkness has invited you to join the guild. Kui Lin stared at the notification and exclaimed, The Darkness Guild, are you the only one inside? Joining this is like entering a women's club with only the leader sipping tea. Even so, she resolutely pressed accept. Ting, Kui Lin has joined the guild. Ting, you have accepted Kui Lin's friend request. Tan Fong nodded slightly, his calm voice rang out, looks like you agreed. Now you only need to do one thing, advance your profession. What does advancing a profession mean and how do I do it? Kui Lin frowned and asked. Tan Fong answered, with a hint of mystery, you must find the clues yourself. When you succeed, come find me. If you can't even do this, then give up on revenge. With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually swallowed by the night. Kui Lin watched him go, determination flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, no matter climbing mountains or crossing rivers or even riding a dragon, I must advance successfully. Dong Fong Noyet, just wait. The potential of the Hong Truyen blade is limitless, with a bit of guidance her future will surely improve. Once she matures, she might even be able to help me. Tan Fong went into the deepest part of the Academy of Demonic Spirits. The demonic maiden Fire Tana, level 15, platinum rank. Tan Fong looked at it, this is the guardian of the Academy of Demonic Spirits. He immediately unleashed Shadow Knight Spear, black javelins whirling in the air before driving straight into the boss. The beast howled, taking 26,348 critical damage aimed at its weak point. He calculated inwardly, in the first phase only one of the boss's 4 heads is active and it's completely immune to physical damage. If so, I must rely on elemental skills, though their destructive power is lower, they still work. Without hesitation, Tan Fong swung and cast Shadow Strike. The blade in his hand glowed, speed skyrocketing, and a special effect activated, each critical hit refunds part of the cooldown. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth curled coldly. Fine, we'll just chip away your HP. In an instant, countless black spears shot forth, repeatedly striking the boss's weak point. The enormous red health bar was worn down beat by beat, making Tan Fong feel like a living turret. When it entered the second phase, the other three heads opened their eyes at once, blood-red light flooding as if to scorch the space. The boss roared madly, swinging chaotic attacks that shook the surrounding environment. Tan Fong frowned and chuckled softly. Come on then, consider the warm-up over. He nimbly dodged to one side, letting the devastating blows sweep past uselessly. Immediately, he launched Shadow Strike again and again. The spears that hit critical points made the boss's health plummet. Gripping the blade, his gaze was icy but the corner of his mouth quirked as if teasing, "Disco dance, end it here." With that he unleashed the finishing move. Shadow Strike detonated midair with a thunderous roar. The boss's body shuddered and shattered into pieces. Ting, you have killed the demonic maiden Fire Tana, received 50,000 experience points, and obtained the key to the Platinum Academy of Demonic Spirits Lair. You can now advance your profession. Tan Fong said, advance. Ting, your profession haunting has advanced from rank 1 to rank 2. Profession attributes increased, strength 9 to 27, constitution 9 to 27, agility 24 to 72, spirit 15 to 45. Level 15. Non-tradable lifespan, 4,515 days 233 days. Tradable lifespan, 566.2 years. Strength 129 to 147, Constitution 184 to 202, Agility 268 to 316, Spirit 101 to 131. Health points, 2,608, Physical damage, 535, Cooldown reduction, 85%, Damage resistance, 77, Physical defense, 300, reduces physical damage by 24.8%. Lightning elemental resistance, 458, reduces lightning damage by 31.4%. Shadow elemental resistance, 304, reduces shadow damage by 23.3%. Ice elemental resistance 278, reduces ice damage by 21.7%. Fire elemental resistance 278, reduces fire damage by 21.7%. New profession passive skills, 4. When attacking while in stealth mode, you will not exit stealth, and the attack that would normally break stealth still takes effect. Tan Fong said cheerfully, the profession's bonus attributes have tripled, and attacks no longer lose stealth effects. Haunting at rank 2 has achieved a qualitative change. A few minutes earlier, outside the Academy of Demonic Spirits, Kui Lin startled and said, "You guys still dare to come? Heh heh, we didn't know you had the chain blade before, what a careless miss. This time I've summoned everyone from the Tula Dien Guild to see where you'll run." He roared like a wild beast, swung his axe and lunged forward, shouting, "This time I won't hold back." Immediately, he used Earth Rampage, the ground trembling violently. Fortunately, Kui Lin managed to leap back and narrowly evade. Without hesitation, she activated Phantom Step, her body disappearing from sight. But suddenly, a blinding bomb detonated. The flash so fierce she had no time to react. Kui Lin cried out in pain as her form was forced to materialize and she was flung backward. The axe wielder lunged like a starving beast, brutally stepping on her, his voice sneering with contempt, "You stinking woman, today I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Kui Lin's trembling hand clutched a vial, her eyes flashing with resolute defiance. "Humph, don't dream it." Before she finished speaking, his boot came down hard, crushing her will. The vial flew from her hand and rolled across the ground. The blonde grabbed it in a flash and guffawed, "Oh, suicide poison. Use it and you'll lose half your lifespan and be dragged back to a respawn point." "Ha ha ha, what a stubborn woman." He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue, and licked down her face, hissing in a strange voice, "But I like this kind of thing." At that moment, the system blared a series of rapid notifications. Ting, the Platinum-level refuge, Academy of Demonic Spirits, now belongs to the Haunting Guild. Ting, the barrier has been activated, anyone not in the guild will be treated as an intruder. Before they could understand what happened, a terrible bolt of lightning struck from the void. The explosion roared, the light flashed fiercely. The whole group was erased on the spot before they could cry out, "Ting, cleanup complete." Kui Lin stared, speechless for a few seconds. Before her lay scattered lifespan fragments glittering like shards of time. Her heart trembled, Her voice choked into a terrified whisper, the Academy of Demonic Spirits, it turned out to be a refuge. And now it's ours. She clenched her teeth, feeling fear mixed with a cold reverence. In just minutes he killed all the guards and seized the key. How terrifying is this man called Darkness? The system displayed information. Ring, Demonic Maiden Mutation P1-3, usable by all professions, plus 22 to all attributes, 30% cooldown reduction, requires level 14 equipment. Unique effect, increases skill range by 25% and area damage by 10%. Platinum level lethal trap, assassin and hunter skill, place a trap with stealth level 5. When an enemy steps on it they take an additional 500 damage with poison element, are slowed for 5 seconds, and suffer continuous poison damage. Slow 50%, poison damage per second 100%. You can place up to 3 traps. Trap placement cooldown is 10 seconds, a trap's maximum duration is 3,600 seconds. Tan Fong read the info and said, 2 drops usable by assassins. This ring isn't bad. Shadow Shield Slash and Shadow Knight Spear are both area skills, so for him this is a huge boost. Moreover he still had 363 evolution points, just enough to enhance Backstab, evolving it to Legendary. The system chimed, you spent 340 evolution points, 23 remaining. Enhanced Backstab evolved to Legendary. Passive effect, when initiating an attack from behind the target, damage increases from 75% to 100%. Legendary special effect, while stealthed, all your damage is treated as backstab damage. Hearing that, Tan Fong laughed, backstab damage stabilized. Combined with the evolution's permanent stealth, my assassination capability and safety are greatly improved. At that moment Xiao He messaged excitedly, Big Boss, I found another ruin, do you want to check it out? Tan Fong frowned slightly, oh. Where? Xiao He immediately replied, voice thrilled as if finding treasure, on the rocks around the shrine entrance at the Due Nac High Ruins there's a series of murals carved. Weirdly, they're almost identical to the murals in the Newcomer Town ruins. Tan Fong asked thoughtfully, then why didn't you explore it yourselves? At your current level, fighting platinum bosses shouldn't be that hard. Hearing this, Xiao He cried out, we want to, but while clearing monsters a teleport orb suddenly appeared. When we touched it out of curiosity nothing happened. It said only those with fate may enter. So, do you know who is fated? Tan Fong replied, alright, wait for me. Ah, by the way, I found some more gear. Prepare your lifespans, I'll bring them back for you. He thought, both refuges have teleportation, so traveling from Mado Ruins to Jianghai Ruins is much more convenient now. Xiao He hurriedly said, lifespan in Jianghai's authority isn't enough, so you can sell it to Mado officials. Scene shifts to the outskirts of the Jianghai ruined city. On the cliff, Xiao He sat astride a cute cheese stick sheep, yawning while humming, waiting for Tan Fong. Suddenly his deep voice sounded right behind her, where's the ruin? Ack. Xiao He and the sheep both jumped, almost plunging off the cliff. She patted her chest and shouted, wah, big boss, you nearly scared me to death. Tan Fong smirked, clearly intending to frighten her, but said casually, okay, I'll be careful next time. Xiao He pressed her lips, glanced at him, then pointed down the cliff, the entrance to the ruin is below the cliff. Tan Fong raised an eyebrow, how did you find it? Xiao He clicked her tongue, half complaining, half boasting, it's a long story to tell. I also have a mount here, the little sheep, that day I was teasing it, when suddenly a silver-plated boss leapt out, I was so startled that I fell into the ravine. Luckily I got caught on a branch, so I could see the cave. She nimbly climbed down, warning as she went, this is the place, be careful. If you fall you'll just become a firework falling freely. Tan Fong jumped down gracefully from above, movements as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. He praised, no wonder you, ruins everywhere you look. Xiao He glared affectionately and gushed, big boss, great agility. Brother Wang Man jumped like you and slipped, tumbling down to his death. See? Not everyone is cut out for it. She pointed ahead, there's a maze over there. We've cleared the monsters and the route is almost fully explored. Hearing that, Tan Fong warned sternly, if you can avoid dying, then don't die. If your lifespan drops too much it'll be very dangerous. Xiao He beamed, got it. I know a skill that absorbs others' lifespan, if our lifespan gets low we can make it up. Besides, we also have a way to restore non-tradable lifespan. Tan Fong frowned, oh, you even have a steady supply. Xiao He winked mysteriously and grinned slyly, yes. We've lured a pack of monsters that specialize in absorbing non-tradable lifespan, and keep them in a hidden corner under the city's debris. After we kill them we keep all the lifespan they drop. We can come back for more whenever needed. Tan Fong nodded, not a bad method. Was it Envu who thought of this? Wow, big boss, you guessed it right. Tan Fong thought to himself that she had come up with the idea in a previous life and the group reused it. Xiao He pointed ahead, the teleport orb is up ahead. She placed her hand on it, the message showed, you are not the fated one. Mechanism will not activate. She sighed, see? I'm not the fated one. Big boss, you try. We guess this shrine is related to the one in Newcomer Town. Tan Fong nodded slightly and reached out to touch the orb. The moment his hand made contact, the orb erupted in a blinding light, so brilliant it made the whole space tremble. Xiao He hastily covered her eyes, ouch, it's so bright it'll blind me. When she opened her eyes, Tan Fong was gone and the orb had vanished. She stared wide-eyed, inhaled, and said, Big boss, he's really gone. As expected, he is truly the fated one. Meanwhile, Tan Fong had been transported to a completely unfamiliar place. A cold system voice announced, you have arrived at the ice-tide cavern, all remote communication systems will be sealed. Tan Fong immediately activated Phantom Step, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Ice-tide cavern, what kind of place is this? At that moment a column of light appeared above him, displaying clear text, your mission, protect the ice-tide crystal. Tan Fong frowned and murmured, ice-tide crystal. I recall this object, when attacked it will instantly erupt an icy tide that sweeps everything in range. He let out a soft laugh, so that's it. The monsters will continuously pour out from those caves and recklessly attack the crystal. If they succeed, my only option is to lie down and die. Death doesn't matter. What matters is this mission must not fail. If it does, he can never return here nor claim the rewards. Then only evolving the lethal trap remains. Ting, you have spent 6 evolution points, 17 remain. Lethal trap is being enhanced from platinum to Phy-Tui, diamond, Su T. Each trap stealth level increases from 5 to 6, 7, 8. When enemies step on them they take 500, 700, 900 up to 1200 poison element damage. Additionally, movement speed is slowed for 5, 6, 7 up to 8 seconds, with continuous poison damage and a 50% slow effect. Poison damage doubles. Max deployable traps increases from 3 to 5, 7 up to 9. A trap's maximum duration is 3,600 seconds. Tan Fong quickly tossed a series of traps to block the cave entrances. Ting, the demonic maiden mutation ring effect activated immediately, increasing coverage by 25%. He narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching up. Haha, once boosted these traps perfectly cover the whole passage. Any creature that dares poke its head out will surely step on one. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless pairs of eyes like burning coals appeared deep within the caves, glaring at him. Tan Fong smiled softly, his voice low, they're coming. Sure enough, hordes of monsters surged out from the cave mouths. The moment their feet hit the traps, an explosion rang out and a brilliant blue light flashed. Immediately after, thorny vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monsters, binding them while dealing continuous damage. Their health dropped tick by tick, accompanied by pitiful screams echoing throughout the cavern. In an instant, all the traps along the passages activated simultaneously. The poisonous vines tightened into a living barrier covering the area outside the cave. Tan Fong stood in stealth, the corner of his mouth curling with confidence. As long as I'm stealthed, every attack counts as a backstab. And if it's a backstab, you lot are as good as dead. Heh heh, guarding Athena is rather entertaining. But just as he relaxed, an arrow suddenly shot out from the cave, cutting through the air toward him. Tan Fong's eyes flashed, and he immediately erected a defensive barrier right in front of him. Clang! The arrow was stopped and fell to the ground. He snorted coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the attack's origin. Sure enough, in the darkness a monster was drawing a bow, its red eyes locked onto him. Tan Fong smirked, his laugh icy. So there are ranged monsters too. Fine, the game's getting more interesting. Outside the ruins of Mado City, members of the Tu La Dian Guild stood facing a flaming red-haired woman in-game named Feng Nia Qtien. She glanced at the blonde man, her voice icy yet provocative. Are you saying your guild abandoned hunting the spirit demon just because she's from the Dark Guild? The blonde shrugged and replied casually, yes, we can't handle this. If you want it done, find someone else. The woman narrowed her eyes and the red of her lips curled into a sly smile. So you think the threat from the dark is greater than me? Don't forget I hold all your real-world information. I could kill you in real life as easily as flipping my hand. Rage flashed across her face. But before she could act, a sudden punch slammed into her face from the blonde man. Boom! The blow hit like thunder, sending her flying backward, her face twisted to one side. He roared, his anger breaking its limits. Bitch, I've put up with you for too long. He then pulled a knife and stabbed Feng Nia Qtien repeatedly, each thrust accompanied by curses. I can't fight the dark, but surely I can kill this bitch. Always calling people trash and scum like it's a hobby. Ha, die, die, die for me. The system announced, player Feng Nia Qtien has been killed by you. In real life, that woman was Dong Phuong Noyet. She screamed, her voice hoarse with fury, betrayed. Those damn Tu La Dian bastards dared to kill my Dong Phuong Noyet. Husband, send someone to arrest them for me. On the other end, a man's deep voice sounded, somewhat surprised, Tu La Dian. Did you hire them to capture the spirit demon? Dong Phuong Noyet ground her teeth, yes. The spirit demon and the dark have joined together, so they feared the dark's revenge and dared betray me. We'll deal with those bastards after we kill the dark. I've already placed Black Dragon Hall's people in Mado to trouble the dark. The man's voice lowered, the plan has begun. It will be quick, we'll avenge your family. Dong Phuong Noyet snorted coldly, the dark, and those bastards too. Just wait, I'll avenge the Dong Phuong family and wipe out those despicable scum. In the game, at Tan Fong's location, the archer monster had its eye impaled by the dark sword. It let out a hoarse cry and collapsed. The monster's corpses lay strewn across the cave entrance, the metallic stench of blood mixing with the cold to make the air even more oppressive. Tan Fong curled his lips and said slowly, so what if they attack from range? My dark blade only needs to strike a weak point and the cooldown will be refunded. Killing them one by one won't be hard. At that moment the system suddenly rang out, Ting, the protection mission has succeeded, please claim your reward. Before Tan Fong could react, the ice-tied crystal in front of him began to tremble and crack in pieces. He widened his eyes and muttered, huh, it's over already. The crystal shattered, revealing a gigantic treasure chest. A bluish-silver light poured out, illuminating the entire cavern. Tan Fong exclaimed happily, ah, an Su-T-grade treasure chest. Last time it gave an escape seal, I wonder what luck it'll bring this time. He reached out and opened the lid. The chest emitted a blinding radiance, and slowly a strange figure appeared. Plump red lips, a pale youthful face, a gentle body, she bore the likeness of a nun. Strangely, her level and name both displayed only question marks. Tan Fong frowned in surprise. Wait, isn't this the NPC who appeared beside Duong Su-Ti last time? The female NPC didn't answer. She began intoning obscure chants, her voice resonant as if hypnotic. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and whispered, is this ancient divine tongue? Strange, I clearly don't understand it, yet I sense the meaning of each phrase. Could it be thanks to the Eye of Judgment? Sure enough, the NPC nodded and continued in a sonorous voice, the ancient god has perished, and you are the heir to the right of judgment. Immediately her body shone and dissolved into streams of white light. Before Tan Fong could exhale, that light condensed again, forming a slender hand, a figure clothed in pristine white, and finally an angelic face. A third eye glittered on her forehead as if seeing through all things. She bowed gently and introduced, my name is Asasis. From now on I will follow you and witness you become the true judge god. She then knelt and raised both hands, in her palms rested an exquisitely crafted ancient bell, her tone reverent. Please accept the gift I have prepared for you. It was the Asasis summoning bell. The bell was forged by the Judgment Herald Asasis with the power of law. You can use it once at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon the Judgment Herald Asasis. Each summoning grants a chance to challenge a special ruin. If you complete all 3 challenges successfully, Asasis will relocate to your refuge and provide skill upgrade functions. Tan Fong said, so that's it, meaning the shrine last time was level 5 and this one is level 15. Yet Big Lutu discovered them all, her luck attribute is truly unbelievable. She said, please choose a skill. You have one free opportunity to upgrade a skill at your current level. Tan Fong thought, upgrade a skill. There are 2 criteria for evaluating the power of a skill book players obtain in the game, quality and required rank. The quality of each skill book is fixed and cannot be raised, but Tan Fong can use limitless evolution to forcibly improve his skill quality. Even the most ordinary mental projection can be turned into legendary tier if he desires. The required rank is the level a player must reach to use the skill, and it also determines the skill's strength. The figures for a projection at rank 5 and one at rank 50 are completely different. However, high-quality skills themselves are hard to obtain, and items that are both high rank and high quality are even rarer. But in the future, none of this will be an issue. He only needs to spend lifespan to raise a skill's rank. After a moment's thought Tan Fong said, I choose to upgrade the escape seal to the highest quality. Hearing this, she smiled faintly and replied gently, as you wish. With that, she leaned down and placed a light kiss on the back of Tan Fong's hand. In that instant the system chimed, ting, the mythical escape seal rank 10 has been upgraded to rank 16. Critical damage to weak points increased from 300% to 440%. Weak point attack multiplier doubled. Active trigger, the next strike applies a throat cut effect, dealing 200% to 310% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds, reduced to 6.97 seconds. The girl looked up at him, her voice chanting like a hymn, then I look forward to meeting you again next time. As the words ended, her body gradually dissolved into bands of white light and floated into the void. Right in front of Tan Fong, a giant teleportation gate appeared, emitting a faint blue glow, the exit from the instance. But his gaze was quickly drawn to the treasure chest. Besides the escape seal, something else seemed to be glowing inside. He stepped closer and lightly touched the chest lid. Congratulations, you have received an equivalent exchange pact. Su T-grade treasure chest. Details appeared, assassin defensive gear, physical defense plus 198, all element resistance plus 198, damage resistance plus 198, damage reduction 19.8%, requires level 15. Special, 19.8% charm resistance. Equivalent exchange art, sacrifice and Su T-grade or lower piece of equipment or skill book to randomly receive an assassin system piece of equipment or skill. Rank and quality remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Tan Fong widened his eyes and laughed, you can exchange for an equivalent. Truly a rare treasure. He still had a pile of PHY-2 grade gear and some old skill books in his stash, all could become assassin items. This was indeed a great haul. Big Lutu, seems I owe you a big thank you dinner. Saying that, he took a deep breath, turned and stepped into the teleportation gate, letting the light swallow him. Little Black stood outside the shop, yawning a long yawn as if to swallow the whole sky. Just then, Tan Fong stepped out. Seeing her still standing there, he raised an eyebrow and asked, during this time, you didn't go level up but waited here for me? Little Black turned back, her eyes shining, voice full of excitement, Big brother, you've returned. I thought staying here to guard was better than running around. What if you were ambushed outside, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Tan Fong heard this and smirked slightly. He took out a skill book and handed it to her, thanks. As it happens, something suitable for you dropped in the ruins. Little Black took it, eyes wide, Platinum Magic Stealth level 13. Oh my, thank you, Big brother. With this skill, my survival rate will be many times higher. Saying that, she happily leapt onto the back of the fire dragon and waved over her shoulder, "Big brother, see you later." Tan Feng sighed and logged out of the game. He rubbed his stomach and muttered, "It's time to fill this empty belly." Scene shifts to the ruins of Jianghai City. In the newly established base of the silver-ranked Holy Knights Guild, Tran Vo Dan stood in a makeshift hall and smiled as he announced loudly, "Brothers and sisters, remember today. From now on, our Holy Knights Guild has a home. Although this base is not large, it is a wonderful beginning. With it, we will no longer fear being trampled by bosses in the open, and we will have a safe place to rest after exhausting battles. And for all this we must thank one person." He pointed to the back. It was Tan Xiaodu. Everyone burst into applause and shouted in unison, "Xiaodu! Xiaodu! Xiaodu!" Tan Xiaodu stepped forward, her voice trembling but proud. "First, I want to thank my teacher, who patiently taught me tirelessly. Then, I thank the friends who helped me in hard times, and even those who mocked and despised me. They pushed me harder, leading to who I am today. Finally, I want to thank my parents. If they are still alive, they would surely be proud to see such an outstanding Xiaodu." Saying this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Some people in the guild began to whisper, "This girl thanks too much, doesn't she?" Tran Vo Dan laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Xiaodu, tell everyone how you found this precious hidden place." Xiaodu answered, hesitating, "Actually, I had a dream before. In the dream, a very strong warrior led me to claim this place. Though vague, it felt oddly real. I followed that hope and ran here, and unexpectedly found it." Everyone fell silent, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, a dream. This girl sure has a sense of humor." Tran Vo Dan laughed until his shoulders shook, then pretended to be serious. "What about last night? Did you dream of anything else?" Xiaodu nodded solemnly, "Yes. I dreamed of a vast hidden base, crowded inside and magnificent. It must have been a platinum-ranked base." Everyone laughed uproariously again. "Ha ha ha, clearly just a dream." Tran Vo Dan smiled, his voice steady but enthusiastic. "What a wonderful dream. And this is the reward you deserve." Tan Xiaodu replied emotionally, "Thank you, guild leader." Immediately, a system notification sounded, "Ping, you have received 1 tradable year of lifespan." Tran Vo Dan embraced her and spoke loudly for the guild to hear. "I hope everyone can learn from Xiaodu, the dedication and spirit for the common good. As long as we stand united, no matter the difficulty, the guild will endure and grow stronger." Then he clapped and ordered, "All right, dismissed. Those who need to level up, go level up, those who want to explore, go explore. As for Xiaodu, continue finding the hidden shelter, the guild counts on you." Tan Xiaodu's face flushed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, guild leader." Time passed inside the ruins of Jianghai City. Tan Xiaodu quietly crept forward, observing as she walked, muttering to herself, "I followed the feeling from my dream, it should be around here, so why can't I find it?" In the darkness, a few other guild members were silently watching. A man whispered, "Ever since dismissal, she walked straight here like she knew the target. Maybe she really is searching for that platinum-level hideout from her dream. Look, she's about to enter the building, follow her quickly." Tan Xiaodu stepped in, eyes scanning around. The scene was damp and gloomy to the point of chilling. She hugged her chest and told herself, "Just like in the dream, but something's different. It feels like someone is watching me." She took a deep breath and reassured herself, "Don't be afraid. Xiaodu, you're the hidden profession life sanctifier, nothing can harm you." But at that moment, a giant boss suddenly appeared. Its long tongue lashed out, sweeping past her face. Tan Xiaodu screamed in panic and fainted. The boss lunged and snapped at empty air, frozen for a moment. Those watching from afar widened their eyes. "What the hell is that? Disgusting, kill it." But before anyone could act, the boss's tentacle coiled tightly around a girl in the group. The sticky tongue shoved straight into her mouth, draining her lifespan. In an instant, her lifespan bar dropped to 0. The others panicked and shouted, "Run! This monster can suck the life out of you." Screams echoed everywhere. At that moment, Tan Xiaodu gradually came to. She saw the boss draining her teammates' lifespan. Her heart raced, and instinct made her turn and run. But her foot caught and she fell straight into a deep pit. Thud! Her face hit the ground, twisted and aching. Tears welled up as she sobbed, "Wah, it hurts, what the hell is this place?" But then, a door appeared before her eyes. Xiaodu wiped her tears and shouted, This is the entrance from my dream. I finally found it, the platinum level hideout." She shakily opened the chat and messaged Tran Vo Dan, "Guild leader, I found it. I found the platinum hideout." Tran Vo Dan exclaimed, "What? Don't go anywhere, I'll lead people there now. Join the party so I can locate you." Xiaodu immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll wait here for everyone." But before she could exhale, creak, creak, chilling sounds rang out. She startled and turned, the giant boss had followed. Its long neck stretched out, its red eyes locked onto her. Xiaodu's body trembled, tears streaming again. She gritted her teeth and screamed at herself not to be afraid. "Xiaodu, you can do it, you can definitely beat it." Tan Xiaodu told herself, "Xiaodu, you can do it, you absolutely can defeat it. You're no longer the weak girl you used to be, you are the noble hidden profession life sanctifier." With that, Tan Xiaodu immediately cast her venomous vine. The poisonous strands coiled tightly around the boss. The monster's health began to drop rapidly, red numbers flashing, 130, 120. Seeing the effect, she cheered in excitement, "Good, it hit, my poison is corroding it. Ha ha." Then she remembered to back away. Immediately after, she launched another move, the fetid smoke attack, toward the boss. This time the damage was even more brutal, -160, -170. Clearly this toxin is far more corrosive than ordinary poison, but unexpectedly, the poisonous smoke quickly spread back toward her. Xiaodu went pale and hurriedly pinched her nose. "Oh no, damn it, this is a sealed chamber. The toxic smoke is billowing out in all directions. I'm dead for sure." In the panic she suddenly remembered, "Right, I'm a life sanctifier, I have an antidote skill." Without hesitation, Tan Xiaodu turned and activated the skill, but somehow it affected the boss instead of herself. The boss also froze in place, as if it had just received a free buff. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaodu started bleeding from her orifices, foaming at the mouth, and the system coldly announced, "Player Xiaodu has self-destructed, the body has vanished." At that moment, Tran Vo Dan messaged, "Xiaodu, where are you? Why are you back at the hideout?" Tan Xiaodu replied indignantly, "Guild leader, there's a monster inside, it's killed me." Tran Vo Dan was surprised, "A monster? Do you mean that silver-level soul-sucking hag?" "No, she's slow and her attack is weak, but if she grabs someone their lifespan gets drained." "How are you still alive?" Tan Xiaodu widened her eyes in astonishment. Tran Vo Dan praised her again and again, "Xiaodu, brilliant, you found the only way to survive." Xiaodu forced a smile and replied to the guild leader, "I knew if she caught me I'd die, so I was quick-witted and killed myself." Tran Vo Dan gaped, stumbling over his words, "Xiaodu, you're a damn genius." Buoyed by the leader's praise, Tan Xiaodu was elated, "Thank you, guild leader, I'll come back right away." Inwardly she felt smug. Those three tailing me are probably dead. This is the fate of anyone who dares oppose me, Tan Xiaodu. A while later she returned, pointed at the door before them and said proudly, "Guild leader, behind this door is the platinum-level hideout." Tran Vo Dan laughed with delight, "Well done, capture this hideout and I'll reward you handsomely." Xiaodu looked up, eyes teary with joy, "Thank you, guild leader." Tran Vo Dan immediately shouted, "Brothers, charge, kill the guardian inside, this hideout will be ours from now on." The subordinates all roared in high spirits. "Oh yeah, slay the guardian, holy knight's triumph." Then the crowd urged each other to heave the giant stone door. One man urged, "Quickly, go in, what are you hanging back for? Move it." But immediately another shouted in alarm, "Guild leader, reporting, the stone door won't open." Tran Vo Dan frowned and muttered, thinking, "In this game, every hideout has a guardian, could it be I've figured it out?" He pointed at the heavy gate, "This is it, the stone gate itself is the guardian." A man with an axe eagerly charged forward, swinging hard and shouting, "Let me try." The number 320 appeared, the man shouted in delight, "Damage. The stone gate is the guardian." Brilliant thinking, guild leader. Tran Vo Dan laughed exuberantly, triumphant. Haha, this platinum-level hideout is basically being handed to us. Brothers, seize it for me. The subordinates roared and unleashed every kind of skill at the stone gate. Meanwhile, on Tan Feng's side the system announced, the Sanctum of Purified Souls hideout is under attack. Current entrance durability 99.3%, magical barrier 100%. Tan Feng murmured, oh, and the system continued, instant teleport to the hideout is locked. Do you want to use War Teleport? War teleports today, January 1st. He slowly nodded. Oh, someone has found the entrance to the Sanctum of Purified Souls and is attacking. But with their attack power, they might not break the gate even in a year. I'll ride over on my wolf and see. Saying that, he mounted Yulinda Han Lang and dashed off like the wind. Outside the Sanctum of Purified Souls, Tan Feng and Yulinda Han Lang had already arrived. Right before him was a chaotic scene, a group of people chasing a young woman. Stop, don't think you can escape, keep running and we'll kill you. A man swung a giant spiked mace to block her path. He raised the mace and stomped straight into the girl's chest. The impact sent her flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Another man immediately unleashed a sealing divine move. Countless blades of light stabbed down, piercing the girl's limbs. She screamed in pain. The group barked coldly, "Humph, we said this area is managed by the Holy Knights, how dare you barge in?" The girl trembled and protested, I was just passing through, I didn't barge in. You're clearly using this as an excuse to rob people. Tan Feng immediately recognized her as Duong Xiao Na, his colleague from the company, the one who had kindly warned him before. The men boasted, we say you barged in, so you barged in. What's there to argue about? Tan Feng frowned slightly, they're from the Holy Knights Guild, the same ones attacking the Sanctum of Purified Souls. One man in the group shouted, by the old rules, I go first. Big Head chuckled, then I'll go after. Before their laughter ended, their heads were all severed from their necks at once. In an instant, Tan Feng had merely slashed through, and all the enemies collapsed without a sound. Duong Xiaona froze, eyes wide, that's darkness. But she looked straight into his gaze and whispered tremblingly, no. No, that gaze is Tan Feng's. After finishing off the group, Tan Feng lightly snapped his fingers and cast the blooming curse skill. Deep red petals bloomed across their bodies, then greed drained their lifespans as if sipping away their very lives. Tan Feng's cold eyes fell on Duong Xiaona's figure. She trembled and barely breathed, Tan Feng, is that you? But Tan Feng didn't answer, his figure dissolved into the void. Duong Xiaona was stunned, vanished, it's gone. Her mind churned, those eyes were clearly Tan Feng's, but no, it couldn't be. It must be a coincidence. If it were really him, how could he allow Tan Xiaodu, his sister, to join the Holy Knights and be turned into a dark slave? A little later, outside the Sanctum of Purified Souls, Tran Vo Dan and his underlings knelt prostrate, shouting in unison, we welcome the Dark Big Brother. Long live the Dark Big Brother, conquer the world. Tran Vo Dan gritted his teeth and scolded, you fools, daring to rob people on the road. The fault, worthy of 10,000 deaths, is that I didn't teach you properly, thanks to the Dark Big Brother for stepping in. Then he hurriedly flattered, since the day Big Brother saved us from Hala the Headless One, the whole guild has become his fanatic. We will absolutely follow the Dark Big Brother's positive energy, strive to be the happiest guild in this game, and say no to dirty tricks. The underlings clapped and shouted like concert fans, that's right, Dark One, we love you, slow down when you fly, we'll follow you forever. Tran Vo Dan wiped sweat and timidly asked, may I ask what brings you here this time? Tan Feng replied casually, nothing big, just heard you were attacking a hideout. Tran Vo Dan was immediately startled, How did you know? Could it be you had your eye on that place too? Tan Feng's gaze turned ice cold, that hideout is mine. Boom. The whole group froze in place. Then asked in unison, what? No, Great Elder, rumor has it your hideout is in Madu, a person can only have one hideout, right? A junior trembled and whispered, guild leader, if you found the guild then the guild could also own another hideout. Tran Vo Dan seemed struck by lightning, what? Tan Feng nodded calmly, that's right, both Madu and Jianghai are my hideouts. The atmosphere shattered, the crowd stood stunned, screaming inwardly, we're invading the Dark One's hideout. We're done for. In another corner, Tan Xiaodu quietly wept. She choked out, this hideout belongs to the Dark One, how can this be? He never appeared in my dreams. Tran Vo Dan trembled, clasping his hands, voice breaking, Great Elder, we truly didn't know that hideout was yours, what should we do now? How should we compensate? Tan Feng replied indifferently, you damaged the gate to my hideout, repairing it will cost quite a bit. He paused, then continued in a voice as cold as ice, here's the deal, pay me 500 years of lifespan, and we'll call it settled. What? 500 years? Tran Vo Dan gaped, then collapsed unconscious, falling to the ground like a rotten log. The juniors cried out in panic. One hurried over, pressed the philtrum point, shaking and crying, Great Elder, look, our guild leader just fainted, could you spare a bit? Tan Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, his voice growled, do you know how much it costs to repair that gate? The man swallowed nervously, I don't know. If you don't know, shut your mouth. Tan Feng's roar scared him half to death. Tran Vo Dan slowly came to, drenched in sweat, muttering, 500 years. What curse have I brought upon myself? In despair, he grabbed Tan Xiaodu, yanked her down and screamed, it's all your fault, Xiaodu, you wanted to destroy me, dragged the entire Holy Knights Guild to hell. Tan Xiaodu's eyes filled with tears, her voice choked. Yes, it's all my fault. I brought everyone into this. She resolutely lifted her head to look at Tan Feng, let the guilty suffer. Dark Big Brother, punish me, do whatever you want with me, I vow to be your beast of burden, to serve you for life. All the lifespan I earn from now on I'll hand over to you until the debt is fully repaid. Beat me, scold me, even mistreat me, just spare the guild. Those behind them all reddened with tears and, moved, cried out, Xiaodu. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, then Tan Feng suddenly called out directly, Tran Vo Dan. Hearing his real name, Tran Vo Dan started as if struck by lightning, Great Elder, you know my real name? Tan Feng curled his lips, eyes icy, do you think she is worth 500 years? Immediately a murderous aura surged from him. Panicking, Tran Vo Dan flailed and punched Tan Xiaodu, shouting, get out, you useless piece of trash. Smack, the punch sent her flying backward, her head smashing into the ground, pain radiating through her. He turned back, gritting his teeth and cursing, you got us into trouble by accidentally touching the Great Elder's hideout, and now you put on a self-sacrificing show to win favor. Want to be the Great Elder's servant, of all things, you. Dream on. Tan Xiaodu cried silently. Boo-hoo, my plan to get close to the Dark One has failed again. Tran Vo Dan dropped to his knees once more, pleading, Great Elder, we're just a small guild, we really don't have 500 years. Please be flexible, we'll do anything you ask. Tan Feng stared at him a moment, then replied coldly, fine, I won't be unreasonable, I'll take 100 years of lifespan. For the remaining 400, you must bring here all members who are currently in a slaughter state. One head deducted equals 1 year. He thought to himself that killing a murderer might erase the murderer's state on them, might as well deal with that nuisance too. Tran Vo Dan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded like a chicken pecking grain, good plan, our guild has over 2,000 people, we'll give you the first 100 years. Ding, the system rang, you have received 100 years of lifespan. Tran Vo Dan shouted again, brothers, quickly gather all those carrying the killing state here, hurry, don't keep the Great Elder waiting. The crowd scrambled into motion, everyone running as if the house were on fire. Meanwhile, Tan Feng opened the system panel and saw a repair for the hideout displayed, costing 7 days of lifespan. He nodded, thinking he'd fix it while he was at it. Ding, the system notified, you lost 7 days of lifespan, the hideout has been repaired. Tran Vo Dan had assembled all guild members who had murder records. In less than a heartbeat, Tan Feng swept past, a single motion wiping them all out. System message, you have killed 400 assassins, your killer level decreased from 4 to 3, and countless lifespan orbs fell to the ground. Tran Vo Dan applauded enthusiastically, eyes bright as he praised, well killed, excellent kill. Those were the ones quietly breaking guild rules, deserved to be taught a lesson by the Dark Big Brother. Tan Feng straightened, cold and composed, from now on, this hideout will be guarded by your guild. Tran Vo Dan stammered, bewildered. Oh, really? Tan Feng continued, this is also a warning to those who like to break rules in your guild. Behave yourselves and take turns guarding this area. If strangers attack again, I'll find whoever's responsible and make them answer. Tran Vo Dan hurriedly replied, we guarantee we'll carry out the Great Elder's orders. But inwardly he was doubtful. Does that demonic Dark One really intend to bury us here? At that moment the system announced, your hideout, the Academy of Evil Spirits, is under attack. The magic defensive barrier is currently at 99.8% and being damaged. Do you want to use War Teleport? War teleports today, January 1st. Tan Feng frowned, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not finished yet. The Academy of Evil Spirits again. He selected War Teleport to see who dared provoke the Dark One. The system began casting and he was immediately teleported. Tran Vo Dan watched in confusion, then ordered his subordinates, the Dark One has teleported away, let's return. Big Head asked with relief, still worried, but the Dark One told us to stay and guard. Tran Vo Dan quickly reassured them, of course we must keep watch. Xiao Du, you're in charge of guarding this place. Tan Xiao Du blinked, me. Tran Vo Dan nodded, face sterner, yes, didn't you dream of this place? Then stay here and guard it as you wished, don't go anywhere. If anything happens, report immediately. If you abandon your post, I'll drain your lifespan dry, understand? In the ruined city of Madu, right in front of the Academy of Evil Spirits gate, a group of tattooed men roared, brothers, give it everything to smash this main gate. The barrier's durability quickly dropped to 51.7%. Behind them, onlookers worriedly said, do these guys not want to live? They're even provoking the Dark One. They look foreign. Their guild is called something like Madu Black Dragon Hall. At that moment, Tan Feng teleported in. He remained invisible, observing quietly, thinking, Madu Black Dragon Hall. I distinctly don't have dealings with them, why would they target me all of a sudden? The leader shouted, cheer him on, come on, everyone unleash a full force strike and channel all your power into him. Those behind began to focus their energy and transfer it into him. The leader roared and activated the skill Black Flame Demon Dragon Break. He unleashed a thunderous punch at the gate, light flashing brightly, causing everyone to hurriedly shield their eyes. Haha, one more hit and this door's history. 100 years of lifespan will be ours, easy money like picking up loot at a market. Tan Feng frowned. It looked like these guys were being manipulated. The only living person who might hold a grudge against me is Dongfang Yu. At that moment, gloomy purple beams of light suddenly appeared behind the crowd. A giant dragon emerged, making the tattooed men gape in unison. A dragon? Its roar shattered the sky and stunned everyone. The leader went rigid, unable to move. The others panicked and pointed at the sky, look, quick. The dragon opened its jaws and launched a gigantic fireball. A few trembling men shouted, Wah, what skill is that? A meteor? No, meteors don't look like that. The fireball fell straight down, exploded, and created a sea of flames that engulfed the area. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking they were done for. But then one man opened his eyes and, seeing he was still alive, bellowed in delight. Oh, not dead. Haha, that meteor only dealt just over 3,000 damage, thought it was scary, huh? Blood really is the real power. Before he finished speaking, light flashed. Tan Feng swept by, his head severed from his neck, tumbling to the ground. Smoke and dust billowed. In the haze someone whispered confusedly, their leader's dead, but we didn't strike, could it be the Dark One? A female mage stood solemnly, it was him, but I don't see any silhouette at all. The shield bearer shrugged and smiled wryly, using ordinary logic to judge the Dark One's power. Forget it, maybe he's reached a realm now where he can conceal himself forever. Tan Feng remained hidden, watching and thinking, oh, this is the Sky Frame Guild. His gaze landed on the girl who had spoken. She had the unique hidden class, Soul Painter. He faintly smiled, Zhang Zhenyuan, in-game name Tenli Qingshan Yuan, interesting. No wonder those two skills looked familiar. The dragon roar and the meteor were both drawn by her. A soul painter can learn skills from both the summon and magic schools. Unlike mages who chant spells, a soul painter simply paints to unleash skills, the better the painting, the stronger the power. This class is extremely strong in squad battles or on the battlefield. Its only weakness is in one-on-one fights, where it is vulnerable to ambushes. Suddenly Zhang Jinyuan shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the silent space, "Senior Dark One, are you there? I have an important matter to discuss with you." Tan Feng answered coolly, "What is it?" In an instant, Zhang Jinyuan and her teammates were stunned, eyes wide with surprise. "So the Dark One really is here." Jinyuan stepped forward urgently, "I want to enter your hideout to retrieve an item. It relates to advancing my class. Rest assured, I will pay handsomely." Hearing this, Tan Feng silently nodded. He suddenly understood why, in his previous life, the Academy of Evil Spirits fell into the hands of the Sky Frame Guild. It turned out that when Zhang Jinyuan leveled up her class, she accidentally discovered this hideout. Unfortunately, in this life he got there first. In his memory, the Sky Frame Guild master was old Zhang, formerly the head of the Madu Merchants Guild, who unexpectedly became a streamer after retiring. At 73, he still streamed daily, gaming alongside his granddaughter. The two worked in perfect sync, their skills rivaled the young, and they even entered small tournaments and won. Because Zhang Jinyuan was fatherless from an early age, old Zhang doted on his granddaughter and favored her in almost everything. Even in the game Divine Heroic Valor, he immediately founded the Sky Frame Guild, established a base at the Academy of Evil Spirits, and steadily developed it into one of the top 10 guilds in Great Ha. Tan Feng knew this as well as the back of his hand simply because, in his previous life, he was addicted to watching their live streams, grinding until dawn every night and even donating a few small amounts. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and stepped forward. At that moment the heavy gate creaked and slowly swung open. The crowd behind erupted in terrified excitement. The main gate of the hideout had opened. At the Academy of Evil Spirits, Tan Feng sat leisurely in a chair, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them. He asked, "Tell me what you want." Zhang Jinyuan answered without hesitation, "My class is Soul Painter. When advancing my class I need a special material, and that material is located right in the Academy of Evil Spirits. We've also heard that Senior Dark One once sold another hideout to the Jianghai authorities for about 2,000 years of lifespan. Since my class urgently needs this material, I want to buy back the Academy of Evil Spirits. Would you agree?" Tan Feng raised an eyebrow, a flash of thought in his eyes. "Oh, has the Sky Frame Guild already earned several thousand years of lifespan? No wonder old Zhang." He pondered for a moment, then said, "Sorry, I don't intend to sell the Academy of Evil Spirits. But I can grant you guest access. You may freely enter the lower levels." Zhang Jinyuan asked in surprise, "You mean rent?" She quickly proposed terms, 500 years of lifespan, renting one floor for 3 years. "What do you think, senior?" Tan Feng's brow narrowed slightly. He had already agreed to grant her access so she could safely advance, yet Zhang Jinyuan insisted on renting and was even willing to pay 500 years of lifespan. Clearly the Sky Frame Guild had other motives. Not only did they need the material, they also wanted a direct connection to the Dark One. Zhang Jinyuan smiled. Then her expression suddenly turned cold. "To show our sincerity, we'll add one condition. If you agree, our guild, the Madu Black Dragon Hall, the ones who attacked your hideout, will be handled by us on your behalf." Tan Feng chuckled, a trace of sarcasm. "That's basically declaring war on another guild. Didn't you consult old Zhang about this?" Zhang Jinyuan blushed, a little embarrassed but still chest-out confident. "Senior, you actually know my grandfather? Rest assured, that old man listens to me a lot. As for that small guild, one stomp and they're gone." Tan Feng nodded slightly, admiration in his eyes. "Young and so decisive, I like it." "Really? Then sign." Zhang Jinyuan was thrilled, almost jumping for joy. "Contract signed successfully, you receive 500 years of lifespan." Tan Feng waved his hand, "The first floor is yours to use as you wish. As for the damaged defensive barrier, don't worry, the lowest layer of magical power will restore itself automatically." Zhang Jinyuan bowed, "Very well, we won't disturb you further." She turned and left with decisive steps. At that moment Tan Feng's face flushed slightly. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect her to be even livelier in person than on stream." Ahem, never mind, time to deal with the main business. During this time he spent moments performing equivalent exchanges and obtained quite a few good things. Cooldown finished, one more time. He took a deep breath, opened the warehouse, reached out, and magical light immediately exploded. Equivalent exchange, begin. System notification, you have lost training will, you have received the Crimson Star Blade. The Crimson Star Blade is a Thalo-tier assassin finisher. A short blade condensed with fresh blood. When attacking a target at close range, it adds 4,800 points of blood elemental attack, and the lower the target's remaining HP, the higher the damage. Maximum damage is 200% when the target is below 30% HP. After a hit, recover 200% of damage dealt as HP, any excess healing converts into a shield. Tan Feng paused slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, so it can actually trigger a limit break. The limit break is the finishing power skill accumulated during combat. When energy reaches its cap, it can be released, bringing tremendous force capable of reversing the situation. The Crimson Star Blade is an insanely powerful single-target finisher. The stats alone made him frown. It adds 4,800 points of direct elemental attack to the enemy's health bar. Tan Feng compared it mentally, it felt like jumping from a rickety moped straight into a supercar. This move ranks above legendary skills, even above the epic skills he already had. Tint, you have consumed 1,230 evolution points, 55 points remain. Crimson Star Blade upgraded, Thalo Diamond Epic Legendary. Additional blood elemental damage, 4,800 6,000 7,200 9,000. On hit, HP recovery, 200% 300% 400% 600%. Excess healing converts into a blood element shield. Tan Feng chuckled softly, if this skill gets more buffs, damage could easily reach 100,000. There are still 555 points left, enough to evolve one more skill to Mythic. System notification, you have spent 500 evolution points, 55 remain. Deep Darkness passive upgraded from Legendary to Mythic, stealth level +2/+3, each addition up to 3 seconds. This skill grants 5 to 7 Legendary tier stealth levels. For each stealth level you gain +200 hidden break attack. Breaking stealth adds a new Mythic tier effect. While hidden, lifespan loss rate is reduced by up to 90%. Tan Feng froze, the corner of his mouth twitching. What? Stealth reduces lifespan loss by 90%. Perfect. From now on when I enter the rampage zones I won't have to shoulder so much pressure. His level had risen to 17, just the right moment to don the Thalo tier gear he'd fought to obtain. Sharp blindfold, Thalo assassin gear, +20 constitution, +20 spirit, stealth resistance 2, base crit effectiveness set to 88%. Unique effect, keen gaze, increases critical intelligence by 133% for 30 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds, 55.8 seconds remaining. Delicate white gloves, Thalo, physical defense 75, all element resistance 60, +25 strength. Special effect, sacrifice 12% HP to gain 30% base attack power. Thalo strapping, +18 to all attributes, increased movement speed while hidden, stealth resistance 2. Special effect, removes collisions while stealth for 3 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, 27.9 seconds remaining. Damp ring, Thalo, +15 to all attributes, 88 water element resistance. Special effect adds 179 water element damage. Once fully equipped, Tan Feng looked like a walking neon sign, shiny from head to toe, like a 7-color rainbow parading at night. He laughed at himself, except for the shin guard, I'm full Thalo now. But to be fair, Mythic tier gear in this game has insanely powerful effects, while the appearance is so ugly it could make a legendary boss cry. Better to switch back to the haunting class outfit, more my style. He smoothed his hair, tilted his head like a star about to step onto a red carpet, a cold glint in his eyes. Alright, time to attack the next hideout. Scene shifts to reality. On the outskirts of Madu, a man in full firearms gear stood guard solemnly. The man beside him asked, "How many did you bring back this time?" He replied curtly, 4. Another frowned, "Only 4. The man shrugged, these days few are willing to sell their lifespan. As the vehicle stopped, another urged, "We're here, get off quickly." Immediately several figures climbed down from the vehicle. The man in black glasses glanced at the lavish villa and sneered, "Is this the buyer's place? No wonder they're rich, the house is flashy." Another soldier barked, "Four of you stay here and wait, I'm going to inform Madame Dongfang." Someone in the group snapped irritably, "What? We can't even sit inside for a bit." Another chimed in with a half-laughing, half-mocking tone, "Heh, must think we're dirt poor, huh?" The girl spoke up annoyed, "Hurry up, I still have a match to get to." The armed guard cast them a quiet glance, thinking, "Idiots, soon you'll learn what hell is." The villa doors slowly opened. Dongfang Noyet stepped out with her son, imposing. She said in a cold voice, "You want to sell lifespan, right? Convert it into light orbs and throw them on the ground now." The scar-faced man frowned in irritation, "Are you kidding? Madam, you haven't even handed over the money and you're already forcing us to deliver first." Dongfang Noyet sneered, "Do you understand human language? I'll say it again, if you don't want to die, turn your lifespan into light orbs and drop them on the ground now." Immediately, the armed men raised their guns and aimed directly at the group. The man with glasses laughed, "Oh. Madam, what are you trying to pull? Do you plan to rob us like we do?" At that moment a cold flash of light streaked out, several guards' heads rolled on the tiles, blood spraying everywhere. Dongfang Noyet immediately spread her arms to shield her son. The man with glasses curled his lip, eyes gleaming with malice. He held the hidden class of insect tamer, controlling a single insect could raise his level, and he could even enhance them with gear. He chuckled ominously, "Looks like we found a fat sheep this time." Then he waved his hand and countless grotesque insects swarmed out. "Boys, strip this pretty madam clean for me." A girl in a black cloak stepped forward, her eyes blazing red, full of hatred. At that moment, the muscular man in the ghost spirit group activated the platinum tier Kim Veen Bitch Lie shield, raising a barrier of light that stopped the guard's entire volley. A guard behind yelled in frustration, "Damn! The bullets can't penetrate his shield." The muscular man smirked, let out a roar, then activated the skill Kim Din Jindia and shot forward like a steel bullet. In an instant he took down two guards, crushing them before they could cry out. Elsewhere, the guards frantically opened fire on the man in the black vest. But he moved nimbly, dodging and spinning gracefully, his vest flapping as if dancing in the hail of bullets. Then he lifted his hand slightly and formed a gun shape with two fingers. He whispered a word, and from his fingertips radiant bullets shot out in succession, streaking away like lightning. In an instant, the guards fell one by one, not even understanding what had happened. It turned out he was the hidden class magic marksman, able to create bullets with his hands, each finger representing a different bullet type. A crooked smile spread across his lips, arrogant and sly, quite entertaining. At the same time, from another dark corner a shadowy figure darted like the wind, hidden in the chaotic battle. She slipped past the bodyguards without anyone noticing. A guard shouted into his radio in panic, "The main entrance has an enemy with a class, requesting immediate backup." The one who had gone stealth was the ghost spirit. She smiled coldly, gripping a jet black blade in her hand, and lunged straight at Dongfang Noyet, shouting, "Die, Dongfang Noyet." But before she could strike, a huge foot suddenly came from the side and slammed into her face. Smack! The kick was so powerful that Ghost Spirit's body was flung out, slammed to the ground and rolled several times, and she spat a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a crew-cut man stepped out of the mansion, his voice cold, "Madam, be careful, some of these people have the stealth profession." Dongfang Yu narrowed her brow and gave a faint smile, a cruel light flashing in her eyes. "Capture them all alive for me. I want to turn them into permanent lifelong slaves to farm longevity for my son." The crew-cut man replied sternly, "Madam, they're not weak. The capture rate is only about 50%. The man holding the shield laughed loudly, "Look, they have someone with that profession too." The crew-cut man stepped forward, a purple death aura spread from him like mist, an aura of death blanketing the area. He sneered, "One-hit kill skill, plus gear that resists lethal damage. So you lot are a gang of robbers who hunt the rich, right? You've probably pulled off quite a few jobs by now, haven't you? Good, hopefully you're strong, with decent gear and skills. Only then will this fight excite me. Arrogant brat, do you think you have the right to fight me? As soon as he finished, one of the enemy group shouted, the battle's starting, go to hell. Immediately from behind, a giant insect hurtled forward, cutting through the air to attack. The crew-cut man reacted quickly, bending to dodge, his body agile like a wild beast. The insect instantly spun around, its wings shrieking as it prepared to strike again. But the crew-cut man sprang up, spun in the air, and his legs clamped on the monster like steel pincers. The bespectacled man cried in horror, what? He caught it? How is that possible? My little Xian flies at 200 km/h. The crew-cut man said nothing, planted his feet into the ground for support, and squeezed his legs hard. With a sickening pop, the giant insect immediately flattened like a burst balloon, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, then went still. The entire battlefield froze for a few seconds. No one expected that the terrifying insect would be crushed by him like someone squeezing a ball. The crew-cut man slowly turned, stood up straight, brushed the dust from his shoulder and said indifferently, I had a sensing barrier set up around here long ago. Anything that comes near me will be detected. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. I am the profession that conceals the source of plagues. My power comes from eating, refining, and spreading. Today let's see how long you can hold out. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished and reappeared in midair like a bolt of lightning. The shield holder widened his eyes, so fast. The crew-cut man delivered a thunderous kick straight down. The shield holder shouted, Iron wall defense. He raised his shield, sneering, come at me then. But there was a cracking sound, the shield bent and then shattered like paper. Immediately after, the crew-cut man's heel struck the other's head. Thud. The shield holder's head caved in, he collapsed without a cry. The crew-cut man used the force to spring back and lunged toward the two remaining men. One of them shouted in panic, he's coming, shoot him. The marksman raised his arm and aimed straight, don't you dare come closer. Then he opened fire continuously, bullets streaking like dense rain. But the crew-cut man moved like a demon, one hand on the ground, his body weaving through the gaps between bullets, closing in step by step. The marksman sneered, stupid, jumping into the firing lane is suicide. You can't dodge this, die. Yet the crew-cut man remained calm as if on a leisurely walk. He opened his mouth and roared, the shout resonated, the sound exploding outward like a shockwave. The tremendous pressure made the marksman vomit blood from his orifices, the glasses on his face shattered to pieces, and he fell unconscious. The spike-haired guy landed and said casually, killed outright by a sound wave. Looks like the extraction level is too weak. The other man trembled, so frightened that he dropped his weapon and fled. But not a few steps later, the spike-haired guy reappeared in front of him, grabbed his head with one hand and lifted him up like a chick. The man fell to his knees in terror, shouting, Big brother, spare me, I surrender. The spike-haired guy smiled faintly, relax, I won't kill you. 2 dead, 2 alive, exactly the 50% I promised the madam. Then he frowned and asked coldly, so where's your invisible dong fan? By rights, I should have knocked him out already. The man in black stammered, we don't have anyone invisible. My 2 brothers were killed, there's only me left. The spike-haired guy blinked in surprise, huh? There isn't one. The man in black hurriedly explained, the short guy who came with us, we don't know him. We just happened to get off the vehicle together to sell lifespan. The spike-haired guy froze, softly said oh, his eyes flashing with suspicion, so there's another hiding in the darkness? At Phi Tich Motto, in the chilly outskirts, a tilted magic tower loomed through the mist. In the silent night, Tan Feng appeared quietly, his body cloaked in invisibility like a ghost. Seeing the tower door ajar, he smirked slightly and said in a soft, questioning voice, the gatekeeper's nowhere to be seen, looks like someone climbed up before me. Without hesitation, Tan Feng stepped inside, his eyes sweeping the mysterious space. Tall bookshelves reached the ceiling and stood close together, magical apparatuses lurked in the dim light, the whole tower like a massive three-dimensional maze that made one dizzy. He murmured as if telling a story, inside this tilted magic tower is a huge library, full of devices. Legend says a terrifying monster is sealed deep within, a princess transformed by an evil white dragon. After wandering for a while, Tan Feng frowned, his gaze passing over every nook before he nodded slightly. It seems every corner has already been searched. They've gone deeper. If I remember correctly, the teleport mechanism to the top floor is here. He walked to a shelf and lightly touched an old book. Immediately the book glowed brightly. Found it, just grab this, Guide to Postpartum So Care, to activate the teleport magic. No sooner had he spoken than his body was enveloped in a mysterious light. In that glow appeared a strange image, a plump pig snuffling. Tan Feng frowned. All right, a bit odd, but if it works, fine. In the blink of an eye the light dissipated and he appeared on the top floor. Before him was a chaotic scene, countless people fighting. Ahead was the giant boss named Gloomy Despair Princess, roaring, its health bar still long. The group kept attacking but were knocked back one after another. Tan Feng folded his arms to watch, then sighed, they made it this far. They look weak and poorly equipped. Surviving to this floor with such a high death rate shows stubborn spirit. At that moment a shout rose from the melee, everyone charge, don't be afraid, if you die you respawn and run back here. Hearing the familiar voice, Tan Feng froze, eyes lighting with surprise. Wait, Hong Tuesday fan. So these people are the Heavy Industry Phi Qua team. Heavy Industry Phi Qua is a heavy industry corporation in Mado City. After the divine game descended, leader Hong Tuesday Fan quickly reacted, exchanged corporate funds for lifespan, and led employees to form the Heavy Industry Phi Qua Guild. Illusionist is Hong Tuesday Fan's class. The illusionist's specialty is the teleportation gate skill. She can set an entrance at location A, then move to location B and set an exit, creating a teleportation gate. Anyone can use the gate as long as it hasn't been destroyed or attacked, it will remain. As long as entrances and exits are set near the respawn point and the boss, those who die in battle can immediately return to fight. Thanks to this, they can continuously exchange for lifespan. Relying on this skill, the guild's tactics became twisted and mutable. In the previous life it grew rapidly and became one of the top 20 guilds in Great Xia. But facing the boss Guardian Princess Despair, a platinum tier level 18 boss, their current strategy was like throwing stones at a mountain. Utterly pointless. Princess Despair's rate of absorbing and digesting lifespan was terrifying, hundreds of times stronger than ordinary monsters. In other words, whenever she killed a player, the lost lifespan would be completely devoured by her and turned into her own power. If this continued, Princess Despair would soon level up to a Thalo tier boss and fully restore her HP. By then, the entire force here would be wiped out in an instant. The enormous lifespan consumed in this desperate tug-of-war would be enough to erase Heavy Industry Phi Qua from the map. A flash of thought later, Tan Feng immediately appeared before Hong Tuesday Fan, his voice calm but carrying invisible pressure. Guildmaster Hong, give me 1,000 years of lifespan and I'll help you take down the boss. Any dropped items belonging to the assassin class I'll claim. Hearing this, Hong Tuesday Fan was stunned, his voice trembling. Your darkness. Tan Feng nodded and replied tersely, that's right. He continued, his tone grave as if issuing an order, you cannot defeat this boss. If you don't accept my terms you should withdraw immediately before things spiral out of control. His words made everyone in the guild look at him with suspicion. A young man suddenly shouted, stammering, hey, who the hell are you? On what basis do you say we can't win? Demanding 1,000 years of lifespan right off the bat. Are you crazy poor or what? Get out. Hong Tuesday Fan panicked and hurriedly intervened. Hong Tu Tan, don't be rude. But it was too late. Tan Feng said nothing further, clamped a hand over his mouth and gently threw him. The man was hurled straight toward the teleport gate. Before he could reach the gate, Tan Feng slightly raised his hand and activated the Shadow Knight Sever skill. In an instant, Hong Tu Tan's body was sliced in two, blood spraying like red petals, and the teleport gate shattered into fragments of light. Hong Tuesday Fan cried out in horror, my son. She looked at Tan Feng in pain, voice full of indignation, darkness, my son was rude, you could have taught him a lesson, so why did you destroy our teleport gate? Tan Feng gave a cold glance, his eyes like a blade cutting the air, you'll understand soon enough. Remember, give me 1,000 years of lifespan and I'll help you kill the boss. Having spoken, he used stealth. His body blurred and vanished like night dissolving into void. Hong Tuesday Fan collapsed, her heart as if being strangled. Outside the tower, Tan Feng reappeared quietly. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. They don't know yet, the boss is about to ascend. If I hadn't destroyed the teleport gate, they'd likely all be slaughtered inside. Thinking that, he snapped his fingers. A shadow sprang from the void, the dark spirit night corridor. Tan Feng leapt up and rode its back, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. It's fine if heavy industry Phi Qua is wiped out, but losing 1,000 years of my lifespan is a big deal. The dark spirit night corridor dashed off, gently setting him down on the ground. In the distance, a flash of light pierced the gloomy sky, the sign of the boss's ascension. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Seems my guess was right. When that boss reaches Thalo tier, I'll return. That's when the reward will be worth acting for. At that moment, Kui Lin suddenly messaged, her tone mixed with excitement and worry. Senior, I've found Dongfuang Noyet. She's hiding in a villa outside Fan Nan Mountain, but there's a very strong fake class guard protecting her. I almost died at his hands. Hearing that, Tan Feng immediately messaged back, his tone calm but concerned. Tell me the details over there, I'll wait for you at the Bone Dry Cemetery. Kui Lin replied briefly, okay. Tan Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, motto is so big, she actually found the person. That brat Kui Lin is more capable than I thought. Not long after, at the Bone Dry Cemetery, under a cold, gloomy atmosphere, the two met. Tan Feng spoke first, his gaze icy. Speak, what are that class's characteristics? Kui Lin frowned, recalling and then answered, he's a melee fighter, extremely fast, terrifyingly strong, and his attack methods are strange, he farts. No joke, senior, he could smell me even while I was invisible and can generate dense smoke and mist within a 10-meter radius. Hearing this, Tan Feng nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching. Farts, huh? So that's it, didn't expect it's that type. This guy is the lone hidden class, Plague Origin. The 10-meter range is only first tier, but the plague space around him can detect objects, completely countering your invisibility. He continued analyzing in a knowledgeable tone. He can use the plague to augment his body, making strength and regeneration far beyond normal. Rumor has it a high-level Plague Origin can reach an undying, immortal state. Kui Lin gasped, eyes wide, undying, immortal. So he has no weakness. Will I never be able to avenge him in my life? Tan Feng smiled calmly, no, everything has a price. The plague makes him stronger but also increases his desires and erodes his mind. So a fragile mental state is the greatest weakness of the Plague Origin. He paused, then continued encouragingly, as for your Hong Tuen Blade class, once it reaches second tier it will evolve into a new form, the Hong Tuen Demon. Then you will have enough power to face him. No sooner had he finished than a cold wind blew, the atmosphere shifting abruptly. Behind Kui Lin, a jet-black demon silhouette appeared, its eyes burning like blue flames. Kui Lin's eyes gradually turned teal, a chilling aura radiating that made the entire cemetery tremble. Tan Feng spoke softly, his voice echoing in the gloomy space, hurry and advance your class to second tier. That's the key to solving this problem. Hearing this, Kui Lin suddenly awoke, her mind clearing as if enlightened. I see. She looked up at him, eyes full of curiosity. Senior, how do you understand my class so well? Tan Feng smiled and replied with casual ease, radiating composed confidence. Think back, have you ever truly and seriously explored your class during leveling? To grow stronger you must focus on cultivation, tread the real ground, and accumulate bit by bit to reach great achievement. Hearing that, Kui Lin clenched her fist, feeling a surge of zeal rise within and quietly resolved, yes, I understand. Practical effort is the path to becoming a great elder's strength. Tan Feng looked at her, his tone turning serious. This dry bone graveyard is the best place for you to level up. The undead here not only spawn quickly but, when defeated, drop materials that can upgrade your unique weapon into the Hong Tuen Chain Blade. He paused a moment then added, but every advantage has drawbacks. The fiends here are all elites, their HP, defense, and attack are 3 times that of ordinary monsters. They usually crawl out of surrounding graves and are highly unpredictable. Tan Feng smiled faintly, tilted his body slightly, and sprang off the tombstone, his movement light as a feather. With a single move he felled the pack of snarling monsters charging at them. He turned back and calmly said, with precise technique and hitting their weak points, killing them isn't difficult. Seeing that scene, Kui Lin couldn't help exclaiming, too strong, strong to the point of absurdity. Tan Feng gently patted her shoulder, his gaze deep, give it your all, even if you risk your life, it's fine. Only by betting everything can you complete the path of vengeance. Having said that, his figure dissolved into the air, vanishing as if he had never existed. Kui Lin stood motionless, a strange feeling swelling in her chest. Did I hear that wrong? When he spoke of vengeance, in that moment she saw the pain hidden in his eyes. At the same time, in the ruinous city of Jianghai, Little Hack was sprawled against her little sheep, whining, ugh, I'm so tired. My stomach's starving and this area still isn't explored. I'll push on a bit more, otherwise it'd be a waste to come all this way. She pulled out the map and noticed something flickering red ahead. Huh, what's this? Fruit. Before her lay a bright red fruit, as big as a black plum and extremely eye-catching. She eagerly picked it up and bit a piece, sweet juice exploded, the flavor spreading across her mouth. Little Hack's eyes widened as she cheered, this is really good. Oh wow, experience points plus 50. She leaped up, half excited, half surprised. Wow, what kind of divine fruit is this? Tastes great and gives EXP. Then she quickly looked around and saw the path ahead strewn with similar fruits. Without hesitation she dove in, picking and eating them non-stop. Experience plus 50, experience plus 50, experience plus 50. So delicious, and I'm leveling up too. Wonderful. She munched and grinned with delight. Just then, a voice transmission sounded. Anvu messaged, Little Hack, where are you? Come to the corrupt shore now. Little Hack blinked and asked, huh? What's up, sis? Anvu replied anxiously, Ma Nai Luong was captured by a boss. That idiot had over 500 years of lifespan with him. Hurry and come help us rescue him. Little Hack scratched her head, I'm near the decay shore. Anvu immediately said, then don't move, wait there and we'll be right over. Little Hack resumed bending down to pick up each fruit, chewing as she mumbled, Ma Nai Luong really is an idiot, who'd want to team with him if he weren't family? But still, these fruits are unbelievably tasty. After a long, satisfying feast, Little Hack cheerfully followed the path lined with the ruby fruits. But the further she went, the stranger the scene became. Before her, on the decay shore, a gigantic monster sat enthroned like a god, clutching a small creature in its hand. Little Hack swallowed hard, trembling inwardly. The decay shore, what kind of boss is that fat guy? Wait, on closer look, isn't that Ma Nai Luong? Beside him another person lay unconscious. Little Hack's gaze swept the info panel, which immediately displayed, Soul Swallower Andre Jean, level 20, Thalo grade, remaining lineage lifespan 10 hours 32 minutes and 44 seconds. Her mouth fell open, a Thalo lineage boss. Sis Anvu, did you call me to rescue someone or to reincarnate? While she was still stammering, the boss suddenly raised the small creature in its hand to its mouth. Crunch! A crisp chewing sound rang out. Little Hack clapped her hands to her mouth, horrified to the point of fainting. What is that? It just ate another monster. After eating, the boss tossed the remaining carcass to the ground, then used its two pillar-sized hands to start kneading the pieces of flesh. Little Hack gaped and stammered, is he, molding monster meat into toys? Just then, Anvu's team arrived in time. Anvu cried urgently, Little Hack, we're here. Do you see Ma Nai Luong and the boss? Little Hack hurriedly replied, voice trembling, yes, I see them. This boss is disgusting. It just ate a monster and is now molding the meat into toys. But weirdly, it hasn't touched any players yet. Vong Man, seeing the info panel, froze, oh my god, Thalo grade already? Anvu said sternly, first observe more, don't act rashly. We can't handle a boss of this level, we must call for guild backup. While they were still discussing, the boss suddenly stood up straight, its whole body trembling as if constipated at a divine level. Anvu blinked, puzzled, what is it doing? This posture can't be. No sooner had she finished than she gaped. Oh my god, it's really relieving itself. The other thing dropped to the ground and turned into several strange black-red plums. The group fell deathly silent, hearing only the plop-plop as each plum rolled onto the ground. The round red-black shapes were identical to the fruit Little Hack had just eaten. All eyes turned to Little Hack. She stood stunned, still holding a handful of plums, half chewing. Her face went as pale as paper. No, no way, what did I just eat, oh my god. Anvu hurriedly hissed, hey, calm down, keep your voice low, don't panic, if it hears you we're done. But it was too late. The boss suddenly turned its head, its red eyes staring fixedly at the group. Anvu immediately blurted, we're in trouble, it's been alerted. Then the boss let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, exhaling a dense black miasma. Skill activated, enchantment of the devouring ancient. Little Hack screamed in terror, oh no, we're doomed this time. The boss's roar echoed, surging like a violent wave across the decay shore. Vong Man and Anvu clapped their hands over their ears, but the sound still pierced their heads, making them cry out in pain. Their eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, their gazes vacant as if hypnotized. Both shouted hoarsely in unison, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Little Hack froze, stammering, what's wrong with everyone? Before she could make sense of it, she saw Anvu and Vong Man rush straight toward the boss, where a giant cauldron lay on the ground. Even Manai Luong, who had been knocked unconscious by the boss, was crawling up with bloodshot eyes and running after them. They lunged at the huge cauldron, scooping up and ravenously eating whatever was inside. The scene looked like a hellish buffet. Manai Luong mumbled through his mouthfuls, hungry, so hungry, this tastes so good. But seconds later his body began to swell, the iron-like armor stretching as if about to burst. Anvu and Vong Man were no better, both kept stuffing their mouths, chewing and repeating, eat, eat, eat more. Little Hack backed away in panic, nearly biting her tongue. Oh god, they're crazy, why are they eating themselves into deformation? And why am I the only one unaffected? In the distance, the boss watched the spectacle with sick excitement, its eyes flashing as if savoring a feast of souls. Then it extended a claw, seized the fattest one, Manai Luong, and lifted him into the air. In an instant, Manai Luong was swallowed whole. It's over. Little Hack shouted. It's going to eat the fattest person. She trembled, nearly crying. We have to call for backup. But this is already the elite team, there's no one stronger to save them. At the thought, a familiar name flashed in her mind. She hurriedly opened chat and typed frantically, Dark Elder, save us. On the other end, Tan Fong was checking items and yawning when he received the message. He frowned slightly. Little Hack, what's so panicked? Little Hack's trembling voice came over the channel, Elder, we encountered a Thalo-grade boss called Soul Swallower and Rain. Tryon and Captain Vong Man are about to be eaten, please come save us. You think Soul Swallower, the very lineage monster I've been searching for? Little Hack really is my lucky star. Then Tan Fong spoke, send me the coordinates, I'll be there immediately. Aside from the Leaning Magic Tower, the keys to 3 other platinum-level hideouts in Madu have also come into our hands. It's perfect timing to deal with lineage monsters, and the desperate princess is almost finished ascending. A moment later, Tan Fong finally appeared beside Little Hack. At the sight of him she lit up like dawn breaking through the night, crying out with joy, Elder, you finally came. Tan Fong calmly asked, where's the boss? Little Hack immediately pointed forward, voice trembling, right there, look, it's straining so hard its whole body is shaking. An and Vong Man have been eaten, hurry and save them. I think it's about to fart again. No sooner had she finished than a wet squelching sound rang out and a giant glob of slime shot out, with Manai Luong completely wrapped inside. The sight stunned Little Hack, her face went ashen and she stammered. Gag, it just farted Manai Luong out. Oh god, are N and Vong Man going to be farted out like that too? Tan Fong said slowly, soul-swallowing Andre Jean is a subordinate of the devouring ancient, it will devour any living creature, whether player or monster. In battle it emits the devouring ancient's enchantment, forcing players into a devouring state. He glanced at Little Hack, tone serious with a hint of mockery, the more players eat, the fatter they get, and it only likes to eat fat people. There is only one way to avoid the ancient's enchantment: eat its excretions. Disgusting as it is, they say the taste isn't bad. Little hack, you didn't fall into the devouring state. Could he be right? Little hack burst into tears and said, "Don't say more." She dropped to her knees, vomiting repeatedly but still pleading, "Elder, you should still hurry and save them." With that, Tan Feng dashed forward like a flash of lightning. He grabbed the sealed package containing Ma Nai Luong, and without hesitation hurled it back. The boss, swaying, was startled and turned its head, but it was too late. Tan Feng had shoved the glob straight into its mouth. With a dull gurgle the boss staggered, its belly bulged and then collapsed. Having overeaten, the boss immediately vomited everything back up. At the same time, Envu and Vong Man were spat out, drenched and both terrified and nauseous. After rescuing the two, Tan Feng quickly activated Grace of Liberation, then followed with Shadow Shield Slash. Damage numbers flooded the screen: 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, like fireworks. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the finishing gauge is full, let's try it. Instantly the crimson blade was unleashed. A blood-red blade shot from him like lightning, tearing through the boss's body. A colossal number appeared: 1,032,015 damage. The system announced, player Dark Elder Xia is the first in the world to kill a Thalograde boss. Awarded 30 reputation points. Little hack stood frozen, mouth agape as if about to swallow the world. Oh my god, over 1,000,000 damage, this is insane. Players everywhere who received the notice trembled. It's over. Dark Elder Xia has darkness, this world may be turned upside down. A group of players immediately retorted, Asaba. Who said he's from Xia? We just checked the lineage, Dark Elder's ancestors come from our great Semida kingdom. The chat channel exploded. Ding! A system message appeared: congratulations, you received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you received 60 evolution points. Remaining evolution points, 336. Congratulations, you received 300 evolution points. Current evolution points, 636. Equipment obtained x5, skills obtained x6. Congratulations, you have obtained the Soul Swallower lineage. Would you like to activate it? He thought to himself that lineage is a special system in the Divine Armaments game. Some special monsters drop lineages when defeated. Finding a bloodline that matches your class can massively increase combat power. Tan Feng closed his eyes slightly, voice low, activate the Soul Swallower lineage. A swirl of dense black air coiled around his body, rising like smoke from an abyss. The system immediately flashed a series of bright notifications. Strength refreshed, each point of strength now converts to 3 physical attack. Constitution refreshed, each point of constitution converts to 10 to 50 HP, plus 1 to 5 physical defense. His skin gained a thin armor plating that gleamed like steel, both cool and terrifying. Agility refreshed, effect increased by 32%, boosting movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed. Even the wind sighed, this guy runs too fast. Spirit refreshed, each point of spirit converts to 1 to 3 elemental attack power and increases elemental resistance by 1 to 5. Next, a special notification appeared: lineage skill burn soul activated, can absorb any class skill and receive corresponding attribute adjustments based on skill quality. Not stopping there, the system added, side effect, appetite increased by 200% and gained 15 full magic resistance points, passive. The system's skill-wide mouth condensed into a blood-colored maw to swallow enemy projectiles, restoring HP based on the number of projectiles consumed. Cooldown is 60 seconds. The Devour skill received many additional attribute adjustments. The so-called attribute adjustment refers to the number of points gained per attribute point, for example, 1 point of strength equals 3 attack. For instance, 1 strength point can add 3 physical attack. He muttered to himself, conveniently, this boss dropped a bronze-grade venom blade, can poison weapons but otherwise useless. Let's try it. Ding! The system notified that you used Soul Swallow on the bronze venom blade, refreshing your power conversion. Each point of strength is converted to 3.3 physical attack. Hearing that, he thought, the bronze skill only increases by 0.3. That's too little. But wait, the swallowed skill became passive, meaning it can still be evolved. With that thought, Tan Feng immediately spent 242 evolution points. Venom Blade, evolve. He whispered, the blade in his hand trembled violently, hissing like a venomous snake. The legendary Venom Blade was born. The system also announced, Power Refresh upgraded, each point of strength now converts from 3 to 5 physical attack. Tan Feng clenched his fist, his eyes flashing brilliantly. It really worked. He murmured excitedly, if I keep swallowing to mid and late stages, my stats will surpass other players by hundreds or even thousands of times. Then I'll be invincible. At that moment, Vong Man and Envu gradually regained consciousness, both looking as if they'd just taken a stroll through hell. Vong Man said, Elder, thank you, without you we'd already be on the ancestors' banquet table. Envu exhaled and forced a smile, without you, Vong Man and I might have turned into uncontrollably fat versions like Ma Nai Luong. Little Hack ran over and hugged Envu tightly. It's okay, sister, and even if you gain weight you'll still be beautiful, beautiful beyond human standards. Envu glared at her, tapped her head lightly, then turned to Tan Feng. Elder, she said seriously, this mission was commissioned by the Zhonghai authorities. We should be splitting the reward with you. Tan Feng waved his hand, no need, just help me find a skill book for the assassin class. He glanced at the group and nodded slightly, all right, I'm counting on you. I have business to take care of. With that he turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Envu sighed, this mission can be considered complete, let's head back. Before leaving, she reminded them, one more thing, no one is allowed to tell anyone about today, not a single word. Understood? Little Hack answered with a serious face, understood. The scene shifted to the Leaning Magic Tower. Just as Tan Feng jumped away, the boss was dying, its health bar down to 1/3. Hong Tuesday Fan shouted across the battlefield, hold on. Only 1/3 of the HP left. Q Tui, activate the Tree of Life now. Little Tui responded nimbly and immediately raised her hand to cast a spell. A cascade of green beams burst forth, restoring HP to allies within range. Hong Tuesday Fan continued, voice full of resolve, the teleport gate has been destroyed by darkness, we have no way back. Everyone, survive. Give it everything you've got, we're about to win. Buoyed by that, skills detonated one after another, magic light flaring so brightly it dazzled. Hong Tuesday Fan smiled, thanks to your life sacrament class, we even had a chance to take this boss down. No one expected a giant octopus tentacle to suddenly lash out and strike a player. With a wet smack, that player was instantly decimated. The boss immediately absorbed the victim's lifespan. Its whole body shone brilliantly, its eyes flashing a chilling gold. Hong Tuesday Fan and Little Tui stared in horror, watching the boss strain, its body swelling as if about to explode. Then a cataclysmic explosion roared from the top of the Leaning Tower. Shockwaves swept everything away. Nearby players were blasted aside, blood spraying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, there was not a single survivor. From the ashes, a new form gradually emerged. The monster reborn. The system coldly announced, Despair Whelp level 30 Thalograde HP 10 million. At the Skysilver level hideout of the Phi Qua Guild, under the human-faced tree in the courtyard. Her son asked in astonishment, what the hell happened? Why is everyone dead? Didn't we already kill the boss? She replied, not yet. We had reduced her to the last sliver of HP. But for some reason her HP suddenly fully restored and she turned into an egg. Then it released a massive area skill and wiped us all out, fully restored. HP only fully restores when a boss evolves. Could it be? She frowned slightly, suddenly recalling Tan Feng's words. Could darkness have known this boss would evolve in advance? That's why he predicted our human wave tactic would fail. She shivered. A platinum-grade boss evolving into Thalo would be a being the entire guild could only look up to in despair. Are we really left with nothing but hoping for darkness? Just then, Tan Feng suddenly appeared before the boss in stealth. The Thalo-level despair egg had just evolved, yet its form remained a smooth, glossy round egg. Tan Feng tilted his head slightly. How do you fight an egg like this? Wait for it to hatch into a brand new boss to complete the set. Without overthinking, he tried a hidden saber strike. A flash of light, 28,765 damage. The boss's HP bar only dipped slightly. He frowned, not even a million HP. Yet it has 10 million. This is tougher than an epic boss. This despair egg is bizarre, we can't let it incubate. Thick HP or not, it's only a matter of time. He continued his assault, combo skills raining down. The boss couldn't detect the stealth attacker and was stabbed until its shell warped, still offering no reaction. Then Tan Feng activated the Crimson Blade skill. A blood red slash flashed, dealing 108,767 damage. Spiderweb-like hairline cracks began to appear across the egg's shell. He didn't stop, unleashing 2 more moves. Crack. The eggshell shattered, fragments scattering like failed fireworks. Tan Feng looked at the broken shell and told himself, no matter how much HP it has, as long as I persevere, it has to die. But then his gaze suddenly froze. On the ground, amid the shell fragments, was a small girl with green hair. A line of information appeared, Despair Princess level 1 HP 10/10. What's this? A girl, he whispered. Could the legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon be true? If so, to complete the quest I have to kill her. A little girl with only 10 HP. Tan Feng raised his knife, but his arm hung frozen in midair. His eyes narrowed, revealing clear hesitation. At that moment, the sky thundered. A shaft of white light tore through the clouds, lightning descended, swirling violently. From the clouds, a giant white dragon surged out. Its scales gleamed as if inlaid with silver. A line of information appeared, Thunder origin of the white dragon Athos level 100 mythic grade.